In the Rebirth within the realm of Harry Potter, Ethan White possesses a remarkable ability. Upon receiving his acceptance letter, he gains a point in magical resistance upon touching the old ghost. His mental fortitude increases touching Peeves. Chapter 1. The sole heir of the Black family, Karmitt. In the dead of night, within a two-story building in Nocturne Alley, a gathering of 10 wizards congregates. At the center of the room, seated on a sofa, is a young boy. He sits with his legs crossed, adorned in a silver suit. With black hair and black eyes, there exists a peculiar mark upon his chest. The emblem takes the form of a shield, with a pentagram adorning both the upper left and right corners. At the center of the pentagram lies a mountain symbol, and at the bottom rests a short sword. Flanking the shield are 2 leaping greyhounds, and at the base, a ribbon reads "Toujours pur," signifying eternal purity. This emblem belongs to the Black family, the most esteemed and affluent lineage within the wizarding community of Britain. This young boy is the last 6th-generation heir of the Black family, and its current patriarch Karmitt Black. Karmitt takes a gentle sip from his cup of red tea. Upon hearing his inquiry, a wizard approaches him and kneels. "My master, the time should be drawing near," Karmitt nods. Approximately 10 minutes pass. He gestures, and the speaking wizard rises to open the door. Shortly thereafter, a female wizard enters, dragging a male wizard behind her and tossing him to the ground. Karmitt gazes at the terrified man, who scrambles to Karmitt's feet. "My master, my merciful master, please forgive me. Grant me another chance." Karmitt speaks slowly. "Ulysses, I have always placed my trust in you, even entrusting you with the management of the Black family's first magical creature material shop." His tone remains flat. Yet to Ulysses and the other wizards kneeling in the room, it feels as though their blood has turned to ice. They understand their master, while the calmer he appears, the more furious he becomes. Karmitt places his foot atop Ulysses' head. "Yet you have betrayed my trust and wounded my heart, Ulysses Cecil." Ulysses trembles uncontrollably. "That I am sorry. I am truly sorry, my master. They captured my family, and I had no choice. I truly had no choice." Karmitt replies, "Once, I regarded you as family." Ulysses beside him, Byral nods and turns to open the bedroom door, but Ulysses' eyes widen in horror. His family is in the room, bound and gagged. His wife, son, and mother are all present. Ulysses prostrates himself, begging, "My master, please, spare them. It is all my fault. Please do not harm them." Karmitt states, "So Ulysses, tell me, who was it that commanded you?" Without hesitation, Ulysses replies, "Axley. It was Axley." Karmitt inquires, "Oh, Axley you say? Are you certain?" Ulysses nods fervently. "Yes, it was Axley. I know old Axley. He came to me personally. He captured my family, and I had no means to resist. I beg you, my master, spare me." Karmitt removes his foot. Ulysses, quick to seize the moment, crawls over to wipe Karmitt's shoes with his sleeve. Karmitt softly states, "I have always appreciated those who value their families." Ulysses' eyes brighten. "Indeed, my master. I hold my family in great esteem." Karmitt smiles. "However, I considered you family, yet you did not extend the same regard to me." Karmitt extends his hand, and Belinda produces her wand, handing it to him. Karmitt accepts the wand and lightly touches Ulysses' throat with it. Ulysses' body goes rigid. "My master," Karmitt declares, "in light of your years of service, Ulysses, I shall personally guide you on your journey. Fear not, for you will not be alone. I shall accompany your family, as you treasured them." Ulysses' eyes widen in horror. Before he can speak, a dark green light erupts from Karmitt's wand, piercing Ulysses' body. Ulysses has no chance to react. Life departs him instantly, and he collapses to the ground. Belinda steps forward and retrieves the wand from Karmitt's hand. Karmitt instructs, "Grant them a swift end after all. Ulysses once worked alongside you. Though he erred, I believe their lives are sufficient to atone for his mistakes." Belinda nods. "Yes, my master. You are truly merciful." Karmitt smiles, snapping his fingers before vanishing from sight. After Karmitt departs, a glint of cold light flashes in Belinda's eyes. "Byral, let us properly entertain Ulysses' family. Our master may be merciful, but we cannot allow such traitors to depart so easily." Byral smirks. "Of course, my lady, as you wish." Soon, the house fills with anguished cries, mingled with the incantations of excruciating curses. The other wizards remain unfazed, accustomed to the spectacle, some even eager to partake. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight illuminate the earth, Karmitt awakens in his bed at 12 Grimoire Lane. A warm glass of milk and a copy of the Daily Prophet await him on the bedside table. Leaning against the headboard, he pulls out the newspaper for a glance. His eyes are immediately drawn to the prominent headline on the front page. Yesterday, a residence in Nocturne Alley was engulfed in flames. By the time the Aurors arrived, the house had been reduced to ashes. 4 bodies were discovered within, with the cause of the fire attributed to the fiend fire curse. The Ministry of Magic has classified this as an attack by dark wizards and has initiated an investigation. Karmitt disdainfully tosses the newspaper aside, regarding the ministry as ineffectual, akin to law enforcement in the West, only appearing after the fact, utterly useless, colloquially deemed worthless. Chapter 2. The chattering old lady and the fierce flames of Nocturne Alley. Karmitt arose from his slumber, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. He then retrieved a tome from the nearby bookshelf, titled A Comprehensive Guide to Dark Magic. As he sipped his milk, he perused the pages of the book. Upon his arrival in this new realm, Karmitt discovered that his memory and learning abilities were remarkably enhanced. When it came to spells, he could grasp the fundamentals with just a single reading and quickly achieve proficiency. Karmitt surmised that this extraordinary talent was his unique advantage. Indeed, he was a transmigrant, having been reborn into this world as a character who did not exist in the original narrative. He belonged to the Black family, the last heir of 6 generations. His father was Regulus Black, the very same who, at the tender age of 16, joined the Death Eaters. Initially, he believed Voldemort to be a figure worthy of allegiance, akin to Grindelwald, only to later realize that Voldemort was nothing more than a deranged terrorist. The turning point came when Voldemort harmed Kreacher, the Black family's house elf, which became the final straw for Regulus. At 18, he ventured to seize one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Locket of Slytherin, only to meet his demise at the hands of Inferius. Yet, unbeknownst to all, prior to his quest for the Horcrux, Regulus had met with his girlfriend from Hogwarts. They shared a delightful evening together, and it was on that night that Karmitt came into being. Regulus, tragically unaware, might have reconsidered his fateful decision had he known. Following Regulus's death, Kreacher, adhering to his master's wishes, delivered some relics to Karmitt's mother. It was then that Kreacher discovered the existence of a bloodline left behind by his former master. Unfortunately, during Karmitt's birth, his mother encountered complications and, in her dying moments, witnessed a comet streaking across the sky. In accordance with the Black family's naming traditions, she bestowed upon her son the name Karmitt, just before passing away. Kreacher subsequently brought Karmitt to the Black family estate. Had it been a few years earlier, the Black family would have been a fortuitous place for Karmitt to thrive. However, the timing of his arrival was less than auspicious. The Ministry of Magic and other pureblood families had become predatory. Following the incarceration of the last 2 members of the Black family, Sirius and Bella, their wealth was devoured. Had it not been for Karmitt's aunt, Narcissa, personally reclaiming a portion of their fortune from the ministry, Karmitt might have faced starvation in his early years. It is indeed ironic that the sole heir of the wealthiest family in the wizarding world nearly succumbed to hunger. Later, at the age of 6, leveraging his memories from a past life and a modest sum of 100 galleons, Karmitt opened his first establishment in Diagon Alley. The Black Cafe was founded on the principle of serving coffee with ice, and it marked the beginning of his financial success. Over the ensuing years, he gradually expanded his entrepreneurial ventures to include the Black Confectionery, Black Tailoring, and the Black Bookstore. Amidst those monopolistic establishments, a piece of flesh was ruthlessly torn away. The commercial empire of Karmitt began to take shape. Naturally, the once dominant Black family, now in decline, would attract envy as their fortunes unexpectedly revived. The interconnectedness among magical families rendered their interests too delicate to provoke overt hostility towards the Blacks. However, for the wandering wizards, such scruples were absent. The weakened Black family appeared as a tantalizing prize. Numerous individuals coveted the wealth of the Black family, oblivious to the fact that, with the passage of time, Karmitt was steadily maturing, possessing an astounding memory and an almost extraordinary aptitude for learning. The first spell Karmitt mastered was the Killing Curse. Remarkably, after merely 2 attempts, he was able to wield it, and within just a year, he had developed considerable combat prowess. He proactively sought out these wandering wizards. On that fateful day, many lives were lost in the alley, yet some were also subdued. Burl Nelson and Belinda Edwards, now 2 of Karmitt's most capable subordinates, were among those captured during that incident. As his accumulated strength grew, last month Karmitt finally resolved to engage in enterprises befitting a wizard. His first target was the potion trade. However, despite his formidable learning abilities, his lack of renown rendered it difficult to attract customers, and the endeavor proved excessively time-consuming. After some contemplation, Karmitt turned his attention to the magical creature materials business. This choice stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the venture promised substantial profits. Second, Karmitt was soon to attend Hogwarts, which housed the Forbidden Forest, the largest reservoir of magical creature materials. Yet, this decision encroached upon the interests of others. For instance, the Axley family operated the largest magical creature material shop in Diagon Alley. Other pureblood families also engaged in this trade, possessing the power and capability to seize opportunities. The Axley family, however, found themselves at a disadvantage. The Black family, on what grounds could they intervene? Open confrontation would bruise their pride. Thus, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Had it not been for Karmitt's timely discovery, the materials painstakingly acquired by Belinda and others from the Axley family might have been lost. These pure-blood families were playing a perilous game. Shaking his head, Karmitt shed his pajamas and donned a sleek black suit from the nearby hanger. He then opened the door and exited the room. As he reached the staircase, he was met with a barrage of scathing and frantic curses. "Damn it, you worthless fool. What occupies your mind? Oh, I nearly forgot. House elves have no brains. Look at what you have done, you filthy wretch. I have instructed you to prepare white leather shoes for young Karmitt. White, do you comprehend? Are you unable to recognize colors? Damn it, you foolish creature." Karmitt felt a slight headache. That voice was all too familiar. A daily morning occurrence. The commotion emanated from the only animated portrait within the Black family, Walburga Black. A member of the Black lineage for 4 generations, she was also Regulus's mother and Karmitt's grandmother, a woman of irascible temperament and a sharp tongue. In the past, she had scolded Karmitt until he nearly conjured a curse to ignite her, which finally silenced her. Chapter 3. A visit to Malfoy Manor, the banquet. Hearing footsteps from above, Walburga ceased her tirade. "Young Karmitt, are you awake?" Karmitt replied. "Ah, you are a reprimanding creature again." Walburga said, "That imbecile has prepared you black leather shoes. Only white can symbolize your purity and noble heritage. Today, you're to attend a gathering of pure-blood families, and you must present your finest self." Creature, standing nearby, felt aggrieved and dared not speak. Karmitt interjected, "It was I who requested the black shoes." Walburga paused. "Is that so? Black is indeed suitable. It complements your attire today." Karmitt, uninterested in the incessant chatter of the old woman, turned to Creature. "Creature, have you prepared the gift for my aunt?" Creature nodded eagerly. "It is ready, young master." Karmitt accepted the small box from Creature's hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a delicate pair of earrings. Creature added, "Young master, Belinda is already waiting for you. Would you like to see her now?" Karmitt nodded. "Yes, prepare breakfast and have her wait for me in the dining hall." Creature nodded and hurried off to make arrangements. After Creature departed, Karmitt gazed at Walburga's portrait on the wall. "Grandmother, I hope not to hear your incessant prattling and your never-ending curses first thing in the morning." Walburga fell silent. Karmitt chose not to elaborate further and turned towards the dining hall. Inside, Belinda awaited him. Upon seeing Karmitt approach, she promptly knelt. "Good morning, my esteemed master." Karmitt gestured for her to rise. "Please, take a seat." Belinda stood and, once Karmitt was seated, took her place to his right. Without waiting for Karmitt to inquire, Belinda began her report. "Yesterday, our shop's revenue remained stable. With Hogwarts opening approaching, Diagon Alley will soon bustle once again, and our income should increase." Karmitt nodded. "What a magical creature's material shop. Has Axel ceased his troublemaking?" Belinda replied, "Yesterday's incident may have frightened them. Old Axel has not taken any action. However, I suspect he may attempt something at today's gathering, so I advise you to be cautious." Karmitt wiped his mouth and casually tossed the silk handkerchief onto the table. "That should be good news. If he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige him." Belinda remarked, "Indeed, before the master, old Axel is but a jest. If the master required it, he should have perished in his turtle-like manner last night." Karmitt shook his head. "Not yet. He will meet his end, but not now. For the present, he still holds value." Belinda nodded. "As you wish, master. I took stock of our supplies last night. We do not have much and cannot endure prolonged consumption. Should I accompany Byler to seek more sources?" Karmitt replied, "Not for now. Soon, we shall have new supplies and of excellent quality. For the time being, let us use what we have to stabilize our loyal customers. Our immediate priority is to find 2 potion masters to become our regular patrons. This will incite purchases from other wizards." Belinda remarked. "Currently, the renowned potion masters have fixed suppliers. If we wish to entice them, we must offer lower prices, which may provoke enmity from other pure-blood families. There is, however, one individual who lacks a fixed supplier." Karmitt pondered. "You mean Severus Snape?" Belinda nodded. "Precisely. He is the only one without a stable source of ingredients. If we can draw him to our side, his reputation as the youngest potion master will attract many customers." Karmitt said, "Let us discuss this upon my arrival at Hogwarts." "Severus Snape is not one to be easily swayed." Belinda added, "I have yet to congratulate you on your acceptance to Hogwarts. With your presence, I am certain the ever-proud Slytherin will soon welcome their Serpent King." At Malfoy Manor's entrance in Wiltshire, a swirl appeared, and in the next moment, Karmitt materialized in place. This was not Karmitt's first visit to Malfoy Manor. He strode confidently into the estate. His gaze fell upon the familiar platinum figure in the courtyard, Draco Malfoy, his cousin. At that moment, a flying broom lay beside Draco, who wore an expression of hesitation. Karmitt spoke. Hesitation leads to defeat, Draco. I taught you that. If you wish to try, you must do so at the first opportunity. Hearing Karmitt's voice, Draco turned in surprise. Karmitt? You've come. Karmitt nodded. Draco approached him, broom in hand. You're here quite early. Mother mentioned you yesterday. I'll take you inside. She will be delighted to see you. Karmitt nodded again and followed Draco into the manor. Inside, several house elves were busy preparing for the evening's banquet. Narcissa and Lucius sat together, perusing a newspaper. Draco called out, Mother, Father, Karmitt is here. Lucius and Narcissa turned simultaneously. Narcissa stood in surprise. Little Karmitt, you've arrived so early. Come here. Have you eaten yet? Shall we have the house elf prepare some refreshments? Karmitt bowed slightly to Lucius, addressing him with respect. Uncle, Aunt, greetings. Lucius nodded in acknowledgement. Karmitt continued. I hope you have dined well, Aunt. I have brought you a present, a new piece from the black jewelry shop, crafted with muggle diamonds. Narcissa eagerly accepted the gift and opened the box. My heavens, how exquisite, she exclaimed. Lucius glanced over, equally mesmerized by the design of the diamond earrings, yet remarked, Muggles always seem to delight in these trivial pursuits. Karmitt chuckled. You speak the truth, Uncle, but is it not the case that life is incomplete without such indulgences? Enjoyment should be the melody of our existence. Lucius remained non-committal. Narcissa turned to Lucius, then back to Karmitt, asking, Karmitt, what would you like to drink? I shall prepare it for you. Karmitt replied, if you have coffee, that would be splendid. Narcissa cautioned, Dear child, one must not consume too much coffee. I shall fetch you a cup of hot chocolate instead. Karmitt sighed, pondering the necessity of such questioning. Narcissa called to Draco, Little dragon, come lend a hand. Draco, somewhat reluctant, wished to converse with Karmitt a while longer. Karmitt encouraged, You have my gratitude, Draco. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Draco's face. Rest assured, I will prepare for you a delightful cup of hot chocolate. Chapter 4. Lucius and Karmitt. Karmitt smiled at Draco as he followed Narcissa to assist with the refreshments. Meanwhile, Karmitt settled across from Lucius, aware that Lucius had matters to discuss. Indeed, once the mother and son had departed, Lucius, without preamble, addressed him. You were behind the incident in Nocturne Alley, were you not? Karmitt did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. Although Lucius was a staunch advocate for pure blood supremacy and self-interest, he and Karmitt shared a mutual interest. Since the day Narcissa had offered her support to Karmitt, their families had become intertwined in their pursuits. Lucius remarked, Your approach was too aggressive and hasty. It could easily provoke that old fool, Axley. Karmitt countered, Even if I had not acted, he would not spare me. I have encroached upon Axley's interests, or rather, I have infringed upon the interests of many families, thus rendering me unwelcome. Lucius frowned. If you are aware of this, why rush into the affairs of the wizarding world? Your clothing store and cold goods shop are more than sufficient to yield you considerable wealth. You need only to develop steadily, awaiting the opportune moment to reclaim the former wealth of the Black family from the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, as time passes, with Sirius and Bella deceased in Azkaban, their fortunes shall rightfully belong to you, the sole heir of the Black family. What is there to rush for? Karmitt shook his head. It is different. The Blacks are ultimately a pure blood family. Some enterprises rightfully belong to the Black lineage, and I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. As for the other pure blood families, regardless of the choices I make, the outcome remains unchanged. From the moment I was born, I've already infringed upon the interests of many. There are countless individuals who wish to topple the Black family, for they once conspired to devour it. Lucius remarked, Do you wish to declare war? Karmitt waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, the term war is too severe. Rather than declaring war, it would be more appropriate to speak of settling debts. Lucius leaned back on the sofa. You cannot achieve this, Karmitt. You should be well aware of the strength of the pure blood families. Even the Malfoy family persists in the wizarding world because we possess power, wealth, and numerous wizards eager to become our vassals. These individuals are the true strength of the pure blood families. You, Karmitt, are the heir of the Black family. Yet you are ultimately too young. The Black family has declined, and its revival will require considerable time. You are taking too great a step. Karmitt shook his head. I do not have that much time, and I do not believe the pure blood families require such an investment from me at present. I have many matters to attend to. The pure blood families are merely stumbling blocks on my path. Unlike others who would simply move the stones aside, my approach is to grind them into dust, ensuring they will never again impede my progress. Lucius observed Karmitt, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. You are even more arrogant than I had anticipated. Karmitt shrugged. Perhaps. The Axley family will vanish, and it will do so swiftly. Old Axley is aging, and instead of awaiting the Ministry of Magic and other scavengers to divide his wealth, it would be better for me to safeguard it. Lucius fell silent for a moment. What if one day the Malfoy family stand in your way? Karmitt chuckled. Uncle, your words truly pique my curiosity. Draco is my cousin, and you're my uncle. Would you truly obstruct my path? Karmitt fixed his gaze on Lucius, whose expression remained inscrutable. Lucius returned Karmitt's gaze, their eyes locked for what felt like an eternity. After a minute, Lucius smiled. Of course not. We are family, and we shall always remain family. The Malfoy family will be the steadfast ally of the Black family. Ultimately, the Malfoy family will fall into Draco's hands. He has experienced so little, is too naive, and will require your guidance on many principles and skills. Karmitt smiled in return. Certainly, I am more than willing. After all, Draco is my dear cousin. The two shared a harmonious laugh, their camaraderie evident. However, neither contemplated how different the outcome might have been had Lucius's response taken another form. The conversation shifted away from serious topics, delving into trivial matters, and the atmosphere grew remarkably pleasant. Before long, Narcissa returned with Draco in tow. Draco carried a tray, upon which rested 2 cups of coffee and 2 cups of hot chocolate. Narcissa observed the expressions on Karmitt and Lucius's faces, noticing their composed demeanor and lively conversation. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were enjoying their exchange. Karmitt rose from his seat, taking the tray from Draco's hands and placing it on the table. Of course, Uncle, your vast knowledge always brings me new insights during our discussions. Lucius lifted a cup of coffee, inhaling its aroma before taking a sip. Karmitt, you have a way with words. Despite the significant age difference in my position as your elder, I am continually impressed by your talent. If only Draco could learn a bit more from you, I would have far fewer worries. Draco scratched his head, saying, Father, I'm already studying with cousin. But you mentioned he is quite busy and advised me not to disturb him, which is why I haven't seen him in over a month. Narcissa gently patted Draco's head. Hogwarts will soon be in session, and then you will attend with Karmitt and Slytherin. You'll have ample opportunity to learn from him. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes brightened. Cousin, are you really going to Hogwarts too? Karmitt nodded. Yes, I have received my acceptance letter. Draco jumped up, exclaiming, then, Cousin, let us go shopping in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Father said we would go, and I've been looking forward to it for ages. Karmitt glanced at Lucius, who responded, Indeed, we do plan to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. If you haven't purchased your supplies yet, Karmitt, you should join us. Karmitt replied, All right, I shall see you in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Draco cheered, but Lucius rapped the table, admonishing, Draco, mind your posture. Draco complied, returning obediently to his seat. The 4 of them continued sipping their drinks while engaging in light conversation, which lasted until lunchtime. Karmitt remained at Malfoy Manor for a meal. In the afternoon, Narcissa and Lucius departed to prepare for the evening's gala. To put it simply, they want to get ready. Karmitt, naturally charming, was not the only one blessed with such beauty. In Draco's room, Karmitt was engrossed in a tome on spells, while Draco clutched a book of basic enchantments. His face contorted in agony. Cousin, can't we just wait until school starts to learn spells? I can't understand any of this. Without looking up, Karmitt replied. You are aware of the competition for the Slytherin prefect position, right? If you don't master any spells, how can you vie for it? Draco retorted, with you around. Who could possibly compete for the prefect position? Karmitt declared, I have no interest in being prefect. My singular ambition has always been to be the head of Slytherin. Draco paused momentarily, then tossed aside the book and sprang up from the bed. Head boy? Cousin, you intend to contend for head boy in your first year? Camille nodded, casually flipping a page of the book in hand. Draco remarked, I've heard from Mother that the head boy of Slytherin must challenge all Slytherin students for a month, during which any Slytherin may engage the challenger in a duel at any time. Furthermore, no more than 10 may join forces, yet the challenger stand alone. It is said that the head boy system was established during Salazar Slytherin's time, aimed at selecting a true champion to lead the entire house. However, since the inception of this system, Slytherin has never seen a genuine head boy. Even the Dark Lord, although close to the title, could not face 10 peers united against him. Not while at school, at least. Camille interjected, It is not that the Dark Lord was incapable, but rather that, during his school years, he had too few legitimate means at his disposal. He was burdened by many constraints. Draco questioned, Constraints? Why would he be constrained? He is the Dark Lord. Camille set down the book, saying, Draco, no one can act with impunity. Regardless of one's strength, it remains true. The Dark Lord is indeed powerful, yet there exist those he cannot overcome, such as Dumbledore. Besides Dumbledore, the Dark Lord must also consider his reputation. Draco expressed his confusion. Reputation? The Dark Lord? His mind, akin to an almond, struggled to connect these two concepts with the Dark Lord. Camille continued, "Do you suppose that those who initially joined the Death Eaters did so for no reason? Your father and my deranged aunt. What do you think compelled them to join? Perhaps those who joined later did so out of self-preservation or for greater gains. However, the Death Eaters can be traced back to the time of the Dark Lord's schooling. Even then, some chose to follow him. Do you think it was solely due to his prowess?" Draco queried in bewilderment. Was it not? Camille shook his head in exasperation. Draco, did you know that the Dark Lord was considered the finest student at Hogwarts in a century? He was the only one elected as the head boy of the boys' student council in his 5th year. While at school, he managed to establish the precursor to the Death Eaters, attracting many to gather around him and heed his commands. Do you believe this was achievable through mere talent? Draco was left in a daze. Was he truly that remarkable? Camille replied, indeed, if not for the excessive violence and cruelty he later exhibited. He was a profoundly charismatic individual. The reason he never secured the position of head boy was that, during his studies, he was already engrossed in researching dark magic. This led to a situation where he possessed too few legitimate means to stand before others. If he were to seize the position of chief through dark magic, the school would undoubtedly reject him. This was the root of his inability to attain the top position, entirely unrelated to his personal capabilities. In contrast, I am adept in dark magic, yet I can also wield those honorable methods. Draco nodded, somewhat understanding. After listening for a while, he grasped 2 key points. First, the mysterious figure is quite formidable. Second, his cousin surpasses even the mysterious figure. That was sufficient. Why ponder further? The thought of his cousin's superiority over the mysterious figure instantly filled Draco with a sense of pride, his demeanor radiating an air of superiority. Observing this, Karmitt sighed in exasperation. There was no hope. Draco was truly beyond redemption. Educating such a naive scion of a wealthy family was an arduous task. Henceforth, it would be best for him to remain a mere enforcer. Initially, he had hoped for Draco to serve as a deputy, but it seemed that the most suitable choice for this role would be clever young ladies like Hermione and Luna. How delightful girls are, sweet and gentle. It was indeed his own folly to consider Draco for such a position. Foolish Karmitt. He redirected his attention to the book before him. It must be acknowledged that the Malfoy family possessed a considerable collection of books, some of which the Black family lacked. However, Lucius was excessively cautious. He concealed a portion of the materials related to dark magic and disposed of others, with not a single tome documenting dark magic remaining. In this respect, the Black family excelled. From its inception, they placed great importance on such literary works, preserving everything, whether useful or not, within the family archives. Karmitt's current prowess is truly a testament to the collective efforts of his ancestors. Time flowed steadily. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lucius and his wife returned, adorned in pristine formal attire. Narcissa had even styled her hair, sporting a dual-tone color that would once again set a new trend in the wizarding world. Gradually, guests began to arrive at the Malfoy Manor, and the estate grew increasingly lively. In the garden pavilion, Karmitt sat reading, while Draco, as the young master of Malfoy Manor, was required to entertain the offspring of other pure-blood families at the gathering. In simpler terms, he was off to socialize and play. Chapter 6. A slight display of power, and the defenses will crumble. Karmitt sought refuge in the garden for some peace and quiet. Perusing the book in hand, he managed to learn 2 new spells over the course of the afternoon. It must be said, his progress was remarkably swift. Just then, a voice rang out. Look who it is, the head of the Black family hiding away in this place to read. What is this? Is he unaccustomed to grand affairs? Fearing he might soil himself in fright, Karmitt furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed, smiling as he looked at the newcomer. I wonder who it was. It turns out to be Uncle Axley. Have you not ventured to the Black household goods store to procure the newly launched toothpaste? It boasts remarkable efficacy against halitosis. Axley cast a chilling gaze upon Karmitt. I believe I need not make a purchase, for I am not inclined to switch toothpaste. If I become accustomed to one and the store suddenly vanishes, I would be compelled to invest time in adapting to a new brand again. Karmitt chuckled. It seems you're overthinking it, Uncle Axley. The Black family has a long-standing legacy. Both their history and wealth are unparalleled by mere small families. The store is unlikely to disappear at whim. Speaking of which, I recall that the Axley family recently opened an ice cream shop, only to see it fold within a week. I had considered discussing the possibility of acquiring that establishment from you. Old Axley, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed. Damn it, how dare you mention that? He took a couple of steps forward, visibly agitated. Karmitt replied, "Uncle, if you take another step, I may find it difficult to restrain myself. After all, I cannot simply disregard the furious head of the Axley family." Old Axley halted, warily observing Karmitt. Both hailed from pure blood families, with Axley long harboring ambitions to usurp the Black family. Axley was acutely aware of Karmitt's capabilities. The boy before him appeared harmless, yet he was a ferocious beast capable of devouring without leaving a trace. Although he did not comprehend how Karmitt had acquired such strength at a young age, he certainly held a healthy respect for it. Karmitt smirked at Axley's demeanor. "Are you frightened, uncle?" Axley replied coldly, "Karmitt of the Black family, do not become complacent. Our game has only just begun. Some games are beyond your comprehension. If you possess any sense, you should take your current wealth and depart swiftly, the farther the better. In doing so, you might just preserve your life." Karmitt shrugged. "Regrettably, I am rather stingy. Those who have taken from me will be made to return it. If they refuse, I shall break their teeth to retrieve it forcefully." A flicker of murderous intent crossed Axley's eyes. "That depends on whether you possess the capability." With that, he scoffed and turned to leave. Karmitt watched Axley's retreating figure with a smile. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Axley would have long since met his demise. No matter, let him dance for a while longer. A life, that of a pure blood family patriarch, must surely serve its purpose. In comparison to immediate benefits, a moment's patience is not an unbearable concession. Glancing at the time, Karmitt closed the book, packed it away, and made his way toward the banquet hall. By this time, a considerable number of guests had gathered there. At the heart of the hall stood a long table. Beyond the main seat, there are 6 positions on each side, reserved for the 12 pure blood families in attendance today, excluding the Weasley family, which has been unofficially disqualified, and those pure blood families that have become entirely extinct. In the contemporary wizarding world, only these 13 pure blood families remain active. Among these, apart from the Black family, all others have produced Death Eaters, which is quite absurd. Karmitt took his place at the foremost position on the right side. Coincidentally, directly opposite him sat the elderly Axley. Upon seeing Karmitt, a fierce glint flashed in Axley's eyes. "Damn it, your presence even affects my appetite." Karmitt chuckled. "Why don't you leave then? I believe my uncle and the others won't mind having additional guests. After all, Uncle Axley has no descendants. Perhaps he is eager to return and conceive a child. Otherwise, when you pass away, the Axley family will have no chairs left at all. Even if a position has been prepared for you, no one will be able to occupy it." Hearing this, the elderly Axley was instantly unsettled. "What did you just say?" The other members of the pure blood families nearly burst out laughing. The absence of heirs is a perpetual pain for Axley. Not only is there no heir, but he does not even have a wife. In truth, this is a dilemma faced by many pure blood families today, having no successors. Lucius turned to Axley. "Axley, today is a gathering of the Malfoy organization. You have lost your composure." Axley snorted coldly and returned to his seat. Karmitt maintained a smile on his face. Lucius gently tapped his spoon against the cup before him, and the banquet hall fell silent. Lucius stood, raising his goblet. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Malfoy Manor for this pure blood family gathering. Let's raise our glasses in honor of pure blood." Everyone lifted their goblets to pure blood. They then drank in unison. Karmitt took a delicate sip. "Aw, milk." He turned to his side, glancing at Narcissa, who smiled and nodded at him. Karmitt returned the smile. In truth, gatherings of pure blood families are rather tedious. A group of dark wizards discussing topics that revolve solely around business and pure blood. Karmitt found this utterly contemptible. The blessings of their ancestors have blinded them. Pure blood? What a ridiculous conviction. Were it not for the fact that this was a gathering initiated by Malfoy Manor, he would not have attended at all. It was a sheer waste of time. The banquet continued until around 9 in the evening, when the guests began to depart gradually. At the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Narcissa and Draco personally accompanied Karmitt out. Draco, somewhat reluctant, said, "Cousin, why not stay at our house tonight? We can go to Diagon Alley together tomorrow." Karmitt replied, "No, let us meet at Diagon Alley tomorrow. I'll treat you to the new sundae from the Black family." Draco's eyes lit up at the mention of food, then it settled. Karmitt nodded. Narcissa approached Karmitt, adjusting his collar as she softly admonished, "Return directly via apparition. Do not linger outside any longer." As she spoke, she cast a fleeting glance at the coincidentally emerging Axley. Axley huffed dismissively, vanishing from sight in an instant. Narcissa frowned. "Shall I escort you back?" Karmitt shook his head. "No need, Aunt. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Chapter 7. Lucius' Contingency. Karmitt. Narcissa regarded Karmitt, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Little Karmitt, there is no need to push yourself so urgently. The Black family, or rather, all pure blood families, are on the path to decline. You need not bear all this pressure alone. Karmitt paused abruptly, then turned to Narcissa with a smile. I understand it. With a snap of his fingers, he was swiftly engulfed by a swirling vortex and disappeared. Draco, perplexed, looked at Narcissa. Mother, what did you mean by what you said to cousin? Narcissa shook her head. It is nothing. You will understand in due time. However, little Draco, may I ask you to promise me something? Young Draco replied eagerly, of course, mother, what is it? Narcissa leaned slightly, resting a hand on Draco's shoulder, speaking earnestly, if, and I emphasize if, one day you find that the principles you wish to pursue diverge from those of Karmitt, I hope you will take the time to reflect. Consider who is correct. You or Karmitt. He is your cousin, and I hope you will always stand with him. Draco scratched his head. Of course, mother. I shall always stand with my cousin. Narcissa gently kissed Draco on the forehead. Good boy. Now, go. It is time for you to return to your rest. Draco nodded, taking Narcissa's hand as she guided him back to his room. Subsequently, Narcissa made her way to the study, where Lucius was engrossed in a book at his desk. Upon noticing her return, Lucius rose. Has Karmitt departed? Narcissa nodded. Yes, but actually may not relent so easily. Why do you not allow me to assist that child? Lucius replied, it is not that I prohibit you from aiding him, but rather that he does not require your assistance. He has his own plans, and even I cannot discern his true intentions. Thus, we should not complicate matters or disrupt his strategy. Karmitt possesses formidable strength, even more fearsome than the Dark Lord himself. Narcissa sighed. Yet he is but a child, merely 11 years old. To have achieved such power, how much hardship must he have endured? Lucius responded, nevertheless. This is his path. From the moment of his birth, his destiny was sealed. Narcissa inquired, do you believe Karmitt will succumb to darkness? Lucius shook his head. I do not know. He conceals himself too deeply. Though I have watched him grow, I still cannot fathom him. I cannot hastily speculate on his future. Yet I am certain that it shall not be weaker than that of anyone else. Narcissa gazed at her husband. So, is Karmitt your contingency plan? Lucius nodded. The Dark Lord will return. I have a premonition. One day, I shall return as well. I lack the strength to protect you and our son, but Karmitt, will undoubtedly possess that capability. If the Dark Lord truly returns, I trust that with Karmitt's strength, you and our son will remain unharmed. Narcissa, I cannot allow you to be in peril, nor can I let our son face danger. I would willingly offer everything the Malfoy family possesses to ensure your safety. Narcissa leaned against Lucius. I understand, Karmitt is a good boy. He will remember the kindness of others as well as their enmities. He will repay both debts of gratitude and grievances alike. There's no need to worry about me and our son. Karmitt will protect us. And you'll protect us too. We are safe and at ease. Lucius wrapped his arm around Narcissa's shoulders, his grip tightening with an intensity that suggested he feared losing both his beloved wife and cherished son. After Karmitt departed from Malfoy Manor, he did not return to Black Manor. Instead, he found himself on the streets of Nocturne Alley, merging into the shadows by the wall. Villar and Belinda appeared by Karmitt's side. Master, Karmitt nodded. Are you all prepared? Belinda affirmed. All is ready. We can act at any moment. A smile graced Karmitt's lips. Though Axley still holds some significance and cannot die just yet, his foul tongue continues to irk me. Thus, let's teach him a lesson. Villar and Belinda exchanged knowing smiles. I believe this lesson will be quite severe. A glimmer of bloodlust flashed in Billar's eyes. Belinda produced a wand from her robes and offered it to Karmitt. Master, this wand was acquired after slaying a wayward wizard. Karmitt accepted the wand, nodding in acknowledgement. He gave it a gentle shake, sensing the rejection emanating from it. With a cold scoff, he remarked, a mere tool. Do you truly think you can select a wizard? Abruptly, Karmitt infused his magic into the wand, resulting in a sharp crack as a fissure appeared upon its surface, the repelling force vanishing instantly. Those who seek to toast must be prepared to drink the bitter cup. Subsequently, Karmitt held the wand inverted as he strode toward a nearby shop, with Villar and Belinda closely following. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Karmitt lightly tapped the wand against his thigh. Belinda, go knock on the door. We must be polite. Belinda smirked. Of course, master. She approached the shop, raising her wand. Shattered to pieces, a spell erupted from Belinda's wand, obliterating the shop's door. She retreated to Karmitt's side as cries of alarm echoed from within. Who goes there? An attack, defend yourselves. Subsequently, a flurry of spells erupted from within the shop. Bilal and Belinda stood motionless, their lips curling into a faint smirk as they observed the scene inside. Karmitt raised his wand slowly, his index finger delicately tapping the wand as if flicking ash from a cigarette. In the next moment, a barrier manifested from the wand, deflecting all spells that struck it. Bilal remarked, before our master, I never imagined the Iron Shield charm could be wielded in such a manner. Belinda added, I believe even the inventor of the Iron Shield charm would not have envisioned it being cast not upon oneself, but rather placed wherever one desires. Bilal gazed at Karmitt with fervent admiration, his eyes shimmering with zeal. The power of our master is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. If there exists a deity in this world, it must surely be our master. Chapter 8. The Exile Camp, the Arriving Auror. After a wave of spell attacks subsided, 7 or 8 wizards emerged from the shop, wands in hand, their faces etched with caution. The leading wizard froze momentarily upon seeing Karmitt. Karmitt Black. It appears we have not incurred the wrath of the Black family at our exile camp. Why then has the head of the Black family chosen to attack us? Karmitt replied, Oh, is that so? You claim innocence? Do you truly believe that with my control over Nocturne Alley, I would not discover that you have abducted the family members of my subordinates? The leader of the exiles paled, hastily responding, We merely operate for hire, Black. You once stated that all the wandering wizards of Nocturne Alley could operate for a fee, and even if our actions led to your involvement, you would not hold it against us. It is every man for himself. This is the rule of Nocturne Alley. Are you now willing to break the very rules you established? You once proclaimed that these rules were meant to provide a lifeline for all wandering wizards. Karmitt retorted, And yet, you persist in your defiance, believing that your allegiance to the Yaxley family grants you immunity, thinking that I cannot uncover the truth. Moreover, if I set the rules, what consequence is there if I choose to transgress them? Enough talk, let us proceed. As Karmitt's words echoed, Bilal and Belinda charged towards their adversaries, one to the left and one to the right, undeterred by the presence of 7 or 8 wandering wizards despite their numerical disadvantage. With their wands in hand, they unleashed a barrage of green light, casting lethal curses. The leader of the exiles gritted his teeth, declaring, If it is our lives you seek, we shall not submit passively. I shall see if the head of the Black family, who established the rules of Nocturne Alley, is truly as formidable as rumored. By eliminating you, we exiles could ascend as the new rulers of Nocturne Alley. As he spoke, the leader vanished from sight, employing the disillusionment charm, only to reappear behind Karmitt. Black. Karmitt scoffed derisively. You overestimate your own abilities. In the next instant, Karmitt's form vanished, leaving the leader aghast. The disillusionment charm? How can it be so swift? The leader brandished his wand. A spectral silhouette resembling armor enveloped him, the iron armor spell meticulously arranged. Vigilantly, he surveyed his surroundings, wary of an abrupt appearance from Karmitt. Just then, a voice resonated from behind him. It seems you are prepared. The leader swiftly turned around, only to be met by a beam of darkened green light. The iron armor spell he bore shattered instantly, and the green light penetrated his very being. In his final moments, the leader harbored but a singular thought. How could this happen so swiftly? The powers of Bilal and Belinda were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary vagabond sorcerer. They were once the 2 strongest individuals in the alley, only to later be subdued by Karmitt. With their prowess, confronting these vagabond sorcerers was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep. In mere moments, all the vagabond sorcerers lay slain. Belinda lightly tapped her wand, casting the corpses into the shop. Subsequently, she joined Bilal at Karmitt's side. Karmitt regarded his wand, noticing the cracks had deepened, threatening to shatter entirely. He murmured, Let us unleash the final spell of your existence. As the words left his lips, Karmitt raised his wand gently, directing it towards the shop before him. Flames erupted from the tip of the wand, coalescing into a serpentine blaze that surged towards the establishment. Simultaneously, Karmitt's wand began to disintegrate, even the core crumbling to dust. He casually cast the wand into the inferno. Observing the flames, Karmitt declared, Return to rest. The Aurors should be arriving soon. Bilal and Belinda knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Farewell, master. Karmitt activated his disapparation, vanishing from sight. Bilal and Belinda exchanged glances, Bilal commenting, The mastery of dark magic exhibited by our master grows increasingly formidable. Belinda nodded in agreement. Indeed, the killing curse of our master has begun to shift towards the darker spectrum, yet it appears his disposition remains untainted. Bilal shrugged. Who can say? Our master is always so exceptional, so distinct. Belinda urged, Let us depart. The Aurors are drawing near. Bilal replied, I truly hope our master acts against the ministry soon. Slaying Aurors would be far more entertaining than eliminating these worthless foes. The 2 figures simultaneously vanished from the scene. Shortly after their departure, whirlwinds emerged, and the Aurors stepped forth from the vortex. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, glared at the blazing shop before him with a grim expression. Extinguish the flames. The aurors nodded in unison, promptly embedding their wands into the ground. All spells cease. In the next instant, golden barriers materialized, compressing towards the location of the shop. The fierce flames gradually diminished, swiftly extinguished. The aurors hastily entered the shop to gather any useful information. Rufus cursed as he surveyed the nearly obliterated shop. Damn it. This marks the second incident of severe arson within such a short span. Who is it that engages in such wanton slaughter? An auror approached and stated, Director, we have discovered signs of a struggle here. According to our records, this is the stronghold of the exiles. In the shop, there lies a body that has not been completely incinerated. Rufus Scrimgeour furrowed his brow and inquired, The exiles? Do they have any enemies? The auror replied, I am uncertain, but it seems they have been somewhat close to the Axley family. Could it be? The auror hesitated. Rufus urged, Speak. Could it be the Black family behind this? Rufus frowned. First, secure the information and take it back for further investigation. It appears I must pay the Black family a visit. The group of aurors meticulously gathered the evidence before vanishing in a flash of apparition. Returning to the Ministry of Magic, Rufus cast a lingering gaze at the crime scene before also disappearing in a similar manner. Once the aurors had departed, some audacious wandering wizards emerged to seek information. Gazing upon the now desolate shop, they collectively inhaled sharply. Subsequently, they dared not discuss the matter further and dispersed quietly. Those bold enough to act so recklessly in Knockturn Alley, coupled with the familiarity of the method employed, left no doubt in their minds. There was but one individual responsible, the true uncrowned king of Knockturn Alley, Karmitt Black. All wandering wizards in Knockturn Alley shared a consensus. While one might disregard the Ministry of Magic and the aurors, one must heed Black's commands, lest they face the dire consequence of being consumed by vengeful flames. Chapter 9. Setting off to Diagon Alley, the mature catgirl. The following day, Karmitt sat at his table enjoying breakfast when Kreacher hurried in. Young master, the house elf from Malfoy Manor has come to inquire for the 5th time about your departure to Diagon Alley. Karmitt sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Feeling a headache approaching, little Draco was indeed becoming quite bothersome. Go inform that house elf that I shall arrive at Diagon Alley precisely at 9 o'clock. Karmitt instructed, and Kreacher nodded in understanding. Karmitt returned to perusing the Daily Prophet, a publication that rarely contained anything of interest. It was fortunate for the wizarding world that Karmitt existed, for he had assisted the Daily Prophet in securing 2 headline stories. Without his contributions, the publication sales would surely be dismal. Within Malfoy Manor, Lucius observed with exasperation as Draco anxiously counted down minutes. The bread that morning tasted particularly bland, prompting him to give Dobby a few sharp reprimands, which provided him some relief. Narcissa, equally exasperated, said, Draco, Karmitt has already stated he will arrive at Diagon Alley at 9 o'clock. If we go there, we will surely meet him. There is no need for such impatience, is there? Draco retorted, Mother, I feel as if time is crawling by. Could it already be 9 o'clock? Perhaps we should go directly. Narcissa replied, If you finish your breakfast, I suspect it will indeed be 9 by then. Upon hearing these words, Draco inquired, Really? Narcissa nodded, saying, Well then, eat your meal, and once you are finished, we shall depart. At this, Draco ceased his antics and began to munch on the bread. Narcissa gazed at him, feeling a mixture of exasperation and affection. When would he ever grow up? At 9 o'clock sharp, Karmitt arrived at the Black Family Cafe via the fireplace. The staff had already prepared 3 cups of coffee and 1 cup of hot chocolate, notably without an excess of ice. As Karmitt was about to carry the beverages in search of the Lucius family, he heard Draco's voice calling, Cousin, cousin. Taken aback, Karmitt turned to see the 3 members of the Draco family standing at the entrance. Narcissa remarked, Little Draco has led us in a thorough search of every establishment under the Black name. Fortunately, we arrived here at 9. Had you ventured to another shop, we would have had to search again. Detecting the hint of exasperation in Narcissa's tone, Karmitt couldn't help but chuckle. He extended the hot chocolate to Draco, saying, Do give it a try. This new hot chocolate is enhanced with strawberries, and it tastes remarkably different, a delightful creation inspired by the Muggle world. Were it anyone else offering Draco something associated with Muggles, he would have unhesitatingly discarded it. However, since it was Karmitt, Draco took a sip, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. So sweet. Karmitt smiled and handed coffee to Lucius and Narcissa. Aunt, Uncle, do sample this new brew. Today, Diagon Alley is bustling with activity as everyone prepares for the new school year. We can enjoy a cup of coffee before proceeding. Lucius and Narcissa nodded in agreement. The 3 settled by the window, savoring the new coffee. As for Draco, he had discovered his own amusement. Within the cafe, there were several toys from the Muggle world, evidently captivating Draco's interest. Lucius peered through the glass at the scene outside, observing numerous Muggle parents, their faces alight with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Lucius coldly remarked, "I detest this time of year. Diagon Alley is overrun with Muggles and those impure-blooded wizards. They're a blight upon this street." Karmitt had never felt compelled to voice any opinions regarding Lucius's pure-blood ideology. As he had often stated, the notion of pure blood was a mere farce. Nonetheless, Lucius and his kind remained steadfast in their beliefs. Karmitt had no intention of attempting to alter the perspectives of the older generation, as their views were deeply ingrained. He would not engage in such fruitless endeavors. Karmitt adhered to a singular principle, the supremacy of strength. With strength, he could declare who was pure blood and who was half-blood. If he proclaimed that the world should honor pure blood, then it would be so. If he asserted that half-blood was noble, then that too would be acknowledged. All of this was predicated upon strength. As for everything else, Karmitt remained indifferent. Lucius was well aware of Karmitt's stance, and thus refrained from discussing matters of pure blood versus half-blood with him. Karmitt chuckled. "On the contrary, I relish this time of year, for I am able to earn a considerable sum of galleons. And look, my business has returned." As he spoke, a group of four pushed open the door to the shop. A somewhat astonished voice remarked, "I never imagined the wizarding world would have a cafe. How does wizard coffee differ from ours?" Karmitt regarded the newcomers with interest as they entered the shop. Among them were Professor McGonagall and a family of three. His gaze settled on the young girl, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Emma's, enabling him to immediately recognize her identity, Hermione Granger. A remarkable talent. Indeed, intelligent and eager to learn. As for the middle-aged couple, their identity was unmistakable, the Grangers. Lucius also spotted Professor McGonagall and nodded courteously in her direction, to which she responded with a nod of acknowledgement. Being aligned with Dumbledore, it was difficult for McGonagall to harbor any fondness for Lucius. Her attention shifted to Karmitt, and a smile graced her face. Karmitt rose to his feet. "Long time no see, Professor McGonagall. Are you bringing in new students this year?" "Indeed, Mr. Black." McGonagall replied with a smile. "I'm quite excited. I shall soon be your student," Karmitt said enthusiastically. "I know. Your acceptance letter was personally penned by me and sent via owl," McGonagall informed him. Karmitt expressed his surprise. "What an honor it is, Professor." Chapter 10. The Triad of Hermione begins shopping. Karmitt's rapport with Professor McGonagall was quite amicable. She often frequented Diagon Alley and naturally had crossed paths with Karmitt on several occasions. Given that Karmitt possessed the soul of an adult, he understood well that in this world there are no eternal friends or foes, only lasting interests. Hence, he deliberately engaged McGonagall in conversation, the reason being her extensive knowledge, which greatly intrigued him. "Allow me to introduce you," McGonagall said. "These are the Granger couple, and this is their daughter, Hermione Granger, who will soon be your classmate." Karmitt nodded slightly. "Greetings, welcome to my shop, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, and you as well, Hermione." Mr. Granger expressed his surprise. "Is this your establishment?" Karmitt affirmed, "Indeed. To be precise, you may have frequented many of my shops. For instance, the book you hold was purchased from my store. My goodness, you are quite remarkable. Your parents must be extraordinary people as well," Mr. Granger remarked. Karmitt smiled. "I appreciate your kind words. If they were still alive, I believe they would be grateful to you too." Mr. Granger momentarily paused, then quickly responded, "I apologize, I am so sorry. I was unaware." Karmitt reassured him. "It is quite all right, sir. That is all in the past. What would you like to drink? It's my treat for our first meeting." Mr. Granger insisted. "Oh no, that's not necessary. We have exchanged galleons." Karmitt replied with a grin. "Consider this my heartfelt gesture. Moreover, I shall soon become classmates with your daughter. I trust that a few cups of coffee will not be met with refusal to my goodwill." Mr. Granger hesitated slightly. Professor McGonagall remarked, "Listen to Black. He is a fine young man, warm-hearted and kind to all." Mr. Granger replied, "Very well then. I am a dentist, and should you require it, I will be happy to offer you complimentary dental care." Karmitt responded, "That would be splendid. If time permits, I shall pay a visit soon." 3 cups of coffee and 1 cup of hot milk were prepared. Karmitt personally escorted Professor McGonagall to the door before returning to Lucius's side. Lucius looked at Karmitt with a puzzled expression. "From what I know of you, you are not typically one to show such enthusiasm." Karmitt chuckled. "Who knows? Perhaps you do not know me as well as you think." Lucius scrutinized Karmitt. If it were anyone else, that might be plausible. However, admit it, Karmitt, you are an extreme opportunist. Every action you take is motivated by self-interest. It seems that little which has piqued your interest. Does she possess any remarkable talents that you value? Yet, it is evident this is your first encounter with her. What could it be? Karmitt laughed. Uncle, we ought to go shopping. Seeing that Karmitt was unwilling to elaborate, Lucius refrained from pressing further. Though he was curious, he chose not to inquire any further. The group exited the shop, ready to commence today's errands. Professor McGonagall escorted the Granger family to the entrance of Diagon Alley, departing from the Leaky Cauldron before turning to leave. Mr. Granger hailed a taxi, and the family of 3 climbed in. Mr. Granger remarked, "That young man was truly remarkable." Mrs. Granger nodded. "Indeed, he is exceptional, polite, and well-mannered. He seems like a member of the royal aristocracy. What do you think, Hermione?" Hermione Granger crossed her arms defiantly against the car door, her expression one of indignation. As someone who had always lived in the shadow of others, she could not bear her parents praising her contemporaries. This was undoubtedly a child's innate competitive spirit. Hermione huffed, "I don't know." The Granger couple exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces. Mrs. Granger gently wrapped her arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Look, our little Hermione is upset." Hermione huffed in response. Mrs. Granger continued, "Hermione, you must learn to acknowledge the talents of others. That boy is surely the child of a magical family, as Professor McGonagall mentioned. While he is outstanding, I believe our Hermione will surpass him in no time. After all, in the realm of academia, our Hermione has never been outdone, has she?" Upon hearing this, Hermione's face brightened with joy. "I will not be outdone. I shall prove that I am the most formidable." Mrs. Granger playfully tapped Hermione's nose. "Indeed, our little Hermione is the strongest." Thoughts of Karmitt's figure danced in Hermione's mind, her resolve to prove herself growing ever stronger. Little did the academically gifted Hermione know, her days of defeat were just beginning. Outside Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley, the Lucius family, along with Karmitt, stood at the entrance of the wand shop, observing the young wizards inside as they selected their wands. Even they had to wait at the door, not due to any rule, but out of fear of unintended harm. After all, the process of acquiring a wand is fraught with unpredictability. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated storefront, unable to comprehend why old Ollivander refused to renovate his shabby establishment. Karmitt remarked, "An antiquated decor can possess a certain charm, although it seems that Ollivander's wand shop lacks any semblance of decor. Enough, Karmitt. You and Draco can wait here while Narcissa and I procure a pet for each of you. Once you have selected your wands, we shall reconvene at your family's tailor shop. I will arrange for the other magical supplies to be delivered to your estate later," Lucius declared. Karmitt nodded in agreement. "Yes, I shall also arrange for the books to be sent over." After Lucius spoke, he departed with Narcissa. The crowd at the wand shop's entrance was overwhelming, with many muggles present. Lucius found it unbearable. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Wand of Karmitt. Soon, the young wizard inside Ollivander's shop successfully selected his very first wand. With wand in hand, he exited the shop, his face beaming with uncontainable joy, a clear testament to his excitement. Draco scoffed, "How laughable, to be so thrilled over a mere wand." Yet, Karmitt could clearly see the fervor and yearning reflected in Draco's eyes as he gazed at the wand shop. Karmitt could not fathom how someone like Lucius could raise such a proud and haughty son. "Let's proceed inside," Karmitt suggested. Draco eagerly seized upon this invitation. "Indeed, I am in no rush. Were it not for the unworthy company, I would not mind allowing them to choose their wands first." Karmitt chose to ignore Draco's comments and stepped purposefully into the shop. As the wind chimes jingled, Ollivander looked up from his ledger. "Welcome," he greeted. "It has been a while, Mr. Ollivander." Karmitt responded. "Ah, look who it is, Karmitt, the head of the Black family. I am delighted that you are finally able to acquire your first legitimate wand today," Ollivander exclaimed. Karmitt nodded. "Indeed, I still remember the time I came to purchase a wand, and you turned me away. I was quite saddened for a long while after that." Ollivander replied, "You know, Karmitt, that was not my fault. At that age, you were not legally permitted to possess a wand." Karmitt chose not to comment further. After exchanging pleasantries with Karmitt, Ollivander turned his attention to Draco. "With your platinum hair, you must be a Malfoy. Your father and mother both purchased their wands for me. I still vividly recall the moment they first came to acquire theirs." As Ollivander appeared ready to reminisce further, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Karmitt quickly interjected, "All right, Mr. Ollivander, we have other matters to attend to today, and, as you can see, there are numerous first-year students waiting outside. Let us not squander our time." Ollivander, albeit somewhat regretful, replied, "Very well then. Which of you two shall go first?" Karmitt glanced at Draco, who understandingly said, "I will go first." Ollivander inquired, "So, Mr. Malfoy, which is your dominant hand?" Draco raised his right hand. As he did so, a measuring tape magically unfurled and began to measure the length of Draco's arm. Ollivander observed and noted the measurement on a piece of parchment. Subsequently, the tape retracted and ascended to measure Draco's height, which was again recorded by Ollivander. During this time, Karmitt was astonished by the absurdity of it all. Ollivander proceeded to measure Draco's chest, waist, and even his hips. Gazing at the parchment on Ollivander's desk, Karmitt contemplated whether he should simply take it for future tailoring needs. He could not fathom the necessity of measuring one's hips when purchasing a wand. He was nearly unable to contain his urge to reveal the outcome to Ollivander. Fortunately, after the hip measurement, this intricate process finally reached its conclusion. Ollivander stepped over to a nearby shelf and, shortly after, emerged with a box. He slowly opened it, retrieving a wand and presenting it to Draco. 10 inches, made of hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn tail hair. To be honest, I cannot be certain that this wand will choose you, but well, give it a try. Karmitt understood the unspoken implications behind Ollivander's words. The unicorn tail hair symbolized a benevolent aspect. Wizards chosen by wands with such cores were invariably kind-hearted. Conversely, hawthorn wood is complex and intriguing, adept in both healing and curse magic. The combination of these two materials in a wand signifies a particularly intricate synergy. Draco, however, paid no heed to Ollivander's words. His gaze was fixated on the wand before him. He felt as if the wand were calling to him. Draco turned to Karmitt, who nodded encouragingly. Give it a try. I believe this wand resonates with you. Encouraged by Karmitt's words, Draco felt invigorated. To him, his cousin S. words were unequivocally correct, devoid of any errors. He grasped the wand firmly, and in the next moment, a gentle breeze emanated from it, swirling around them. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Remarkable, truly remarkable. My instincts were not mistaken. The Malfoy family has been recognized by a wand crafted with unicorn tail hair. Ollivander regarded Draco, amused by the prospect of the next generation of the Malfoy lineage. Draco gazed at the wand in his hand, his face alight with joy. Karmitt exclaimed, "Congratulations, Draco. You now possess your very own wand." Draco nodded. "Thank you, cousin. You're absolutely right. This wand truly suits me. I adore it." Karmitt smiled. Ollivander then turned his gaze towards Karmitt. "Well then, Karmitt, it is your turn now. You are familiar with the procedure." Karmitt looked at Ollivander and shook his head. "Mr. Ollivander, I believe I need not follow the usual process. What do you think?" Ollivander was taken aback, and then regarded Karmitt with a complex expression. "It appears you have made your choice," he said. Karmitt nodded. "Indeed, I feel it is the most fitting for me, and it rightfully belongs to me." Ollivander replied, "However, you understand the significance of that wand and the destiny it carries. It is ominous, and even you may not fully master it." Karmitt asserted, "Mr. Ollivander, please retrieve it. It awaits me, and I await it." Ollivander sighed. "Very well. It belongs to the Black family, and if you desire it, I shall provide it. Please, keep an eye on the shop for me. I shall return in about 10 minutes." Karmitt nodded. Ollivander stepped out from behind the counter and proceeded towards the shop's exit. Draco inquired, "Where's he going, cousin?" Karmitt replied, "To Gringotts. He needs to fetch my wand." Draco was taken aback. "Gringotts?" Karmitt offered no explanation and simply took a seat on a nearby bench, his face reflecting anticipation, curious about the wand's true power. He had been looking forward to this moment for many years, ever since he learned of the wand's existence. Chapter 12. Another Elder Wand. Ollivander made his way to Gringotts, presenting his token to gain entry into the vault. Before long, he emerged carrying a long box. As he gazed at the box in his hands, he could feel the ominous power contained within, even through the material. Without hesitation, he hurried back to his shop with the box. Lucius, who was at the pet store selecting pets for Draco and Karmitt, happened to glance over and noticed Ollivander. "Why is old Ollivander here?" he mused. Narcissa, meticulously choosing a pet, followed Lucius's gaze and caught sight of the box in Ollivander's hand. She froze in place. Could it be that the child Karmitt requested it? Lucius looked at Narcissa, puzzled. Requested what? Narcissa gazed at the Black family crest on the box. "A wand." Lucius furrowed his brow in confusion. "What wand?" Narcissa replied, "I thought that was merely a legend. No one ever imagined that the wand truly existed. How could Karmitt possibly know of it and have Ollivander retrieve it?" Lucius frowned. "A legend?" Narcissa nodded. "It is a very ancient tale, or rather, the origin of the Black family. You are aware, of course, that the Black family is revered as one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most distinguished lineages." Lucius nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am aware. However, I deem such claims to be mere folly, as the family tree of the Blacks has only been documented from the era of Sirius Black, spanning merely 6 generations to Karmitt." Narcissa interjected, "That is due to the fact that the genealogical records prior to that period have been concealed, accessible only to the members of the Black family." Lucius furrowed his brow. Concealed? Why? Narcissa replied. Out of fear, out of necessity to hide. Lucius, perplexed, queried, hide? At the height of their power, the Black family was regarded as the preeminent family, affluent and formidable. Why would they need to hide? Narcissa responded, I cannot say for certain, and even if I did, I would be unable to divulge it. Perhaps only Karmitt holds the key to the truth. I have merely heard my father mention that within the Black family lies a wand, the very reason they must remain in hiding. This wand is crafted from elderwood. Lucius's eyes widened in shock. Elderwood? No one in the wizarding world is oblivious to what an elder wand signifies. Narcissa affirmed, indeed, elderwood. My father mentioned that the bloodline of the Black family becomes detectable upon grasping that wand. Thus, the ancestors of the Black family entrusted it to the Ollivander family for safekeeping. On one hand, to conceal it, and on the other, to allow the Ollivanders to attempt to resolve the wand's issues. At Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander had returned, placing a box upon the counter. He turned to Karmitt. Karmitt, are you certain? This wand has eluded resolution by my ancestors. It may indeed herald misfortune. Karmitt approached the counter, gazing at the box, and remarked, Isn't that merely a legend? A wand fashioned from the nerves of a basilisk, akin to the Deathly Hallows, which attracted the attention of death during its formation. Indeed. Affirm tale. Ollivander responded. However, the successive heads of the Black family have never contemplated retrieving this wand. Some matters transcend mere legends. Karmitt chuckled, and what of it? Mr. Ollivander, I lack not the courage to confront any challenge or individual, even if they be a deity. Ollivander regarded Karmitt, uncertain whether to label him arrogant or self-assured. But it mattered little to him. As you stated, this wand is rightfully yours. So, Karmitt, shall we unveil it and behold? Karmitt replied, certainly. Ollivander gestured for him to proceed, stepping back 2 paces. Draco, curious, leaned in to glimpse the wand within the box. Karmitt turned to him. Draco, step outside for now. Draco, puzzled, asked why. Karmitt frowned. I said to wait outside for me. Draco acquiesced with a reluctant "oh," though he harbored some displeasure. He would not defy Karmitt's request and exited the shop. Karmitt took a deep breath, then placed his hand upon the box. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged forth from the box, coiling around Karmitt's palm. A faint smile graced Karmitt's lips. How intriguing that such a strong reaction could emanate even through the box. This, in itself, suggested the wand's formidable power, did it not? Without a moment's hesitation, Karmitt opened the box. The moment the lid lifted, an immense surge of magic erupted from within, enveloping Karmitt entirely. The magic entwined around him, prompting a cold snort from Karmitt as he dispelled the energy surrounding him with ease. His gaze fell upon the object within the box, a wand with a distinctly segmented form, resembling a skeletal finger. Its pale hue was shrouded by a subtle, swirling black mist. With the wand's emergence, the temperature in Ollivander's wand shop seemed to plummet several degrees. The boxes housing other wands began to tremble, quaking in fear. Ollivander glanced over, his brow furrowing in concern. Yet, he was unable to attend to the quaking boxes, for his attention was drawn inexorably to the Elder Wand. A true masterpiece. It was long, segmented, and powerful, a convergence of various elements proclaiming to the world its extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore was secretly savoring a mound of cockroach clusters when suddenly his drawer began to shake violently. Upon opening it, he found the Elder Wand quaking fervently, exuding an aura of restless energy. Perplexed, Dumbledore grasped the wand, which continued to tremble in his hand. What could be the cause of this commotion? Was it seeking to attack or to engage in combat? Just then, a portrait behind him spoke up. The Elder Wand. Someone has disturbed it. It must be that audacious Karmitt. Only he would dare. Dumbledore turned to see the name of the portrait subject inscribed in the lower left corner. Phineas Nigellus Black. Chapter 13. Confronting one god with another, a glimmer of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as a name swiftly surfaced in his mind. Karmitt Black. He was well aware of Karmitt, not only as a first-year student at Hogwarts, but also as the one who had resurrected the Black family from the ashes. Adjusting his spectacles, Dumbledore addressed the portrait of Phineas. You are deceased. The current head of the Black family is Karmitt. Whatever he does, you are powerless to intervene. Phineas glared at Dumbledore with palpable disdain. Damn you, Dumbledore. Damn Gryffindor. Dumbledore merely smiled, dismissing Phineas's impotent tirade as he forcefully suppressed the Elder Wand and returned it to the drawer. He then resumed his seat, indulging once more in the delectable cockroach clusters, relishing every bite. Inside Ollivander's shop, Karmitt gazed at the wand before him. He raised his hand and seized the wand. At the moment it touched his palm, a chill enveloped him. He inexplicably sensed that a pair of eyes had opened, fixating on him. Karmitt shook the wand in his hand, disregarding the icy sensation. With a swift motion, he retrieved a silver crucifix from his pocket, and as it emerged, a wave of warmth enveloped Karmitt, banishing the chilling aura entirely. Indeed, this was Karmitt's secret weapon. Legend had it that this wand was a perfect imitation crafted by the ancestors of the Black family after encountering the Deathly Hallows. Yet, how could a mortal truly replicate the essence of death? Consequently, the Grim Reaper turned its gaze upon the imitator. In desperation, the ancestors of the Black family entrusted the wand to the guardianship of Ollivander's forebears, concealing their lineage to ensure the survival of future generations. However, a simple truth remains. If a Grim Reaper exists in this world, then surely other deities must also be present. For instance, in Vatican City, they worship God and the papacy, deriving their power from their faith, a stark contrast to the magic practiced in Britain. Thus, Karmitt made a pilgrimage to the Vatican, where, under the auspices of the papacy, he acquired this crucifix, said to be blessed by the Pope himself. Clearly, Karmitt's approach bore fruit. As he donned the crucifix around his neck, he could almost perceive the astonished and unwilling expression of the Grim Reaper. With a smirk, Karmitt dismissed such thoughts. If deities truly existed, then humans could attain similar strength. Believing this, he was confident that one day he would reach such heights. And when that day came, the Grim Reaper? An immortal Grim Reaper? Why does it have to be called a Grim Reaper? Karmitt gently waved the wand in his hand, and instantly a frigid aura swept through the entirety of Ollivander's wand shop. The boxes on the shelves trembled violently. Ollivander quickly called out, "Enough, Karmitt. Do not continue. You will destroy the other wands." With a flick of his wrist, the aura emanating from the wand dissipated. Karmitt looked at the wand in his hand and declared, "See, Mr. Ollivander, it rightfully belongs to me." Ollivander regarded Karmitt's crucifix with a complex expression. Standing so close, he could ascertain that the chilling sensation he had felt moments ago undoubtedly belonged to the Grim Reaper. Yet, who would have fathomed that Karmitt could devise such a method? Wielding one deity against another? How had the ancestors of the Black family overlooked such a practical solution? Ollivander's heart ached as he observed the Elder Wand in Karmitt's possession. Not only had the ancestors of the Black family failed to conceive this strategy, but Ollivander's own forebears had also faltered. He himself had never dared to study the wand. Ollivander said, "Mr. Black, you must take your leave. There are others waiting behind you." Upon observing Ollivander's demeanor, Karmitt intuitively grasped his thoughts and chuckled. "Very well, Mr. Ollivander. We shall reconvene another time." After uttering this, Karmitt stowed away his wand and proceeded towards the exit. Ollivander, watching Karmitt's retreating figure, sighed once more. The pleasant mood he had initially possessed was thoroughly diminished by Karmitt's presence. At the doorway stood Draco, his countenance still somewhat sullen. Upon spotting Karmitt, he instinctively moved to approach, but then stubbornly remained rooted in place. It was evident that our young master was feeling rather irate at that moment. Karmitt approached him and remarked, "Draco, if you were to don a smile right now, I could have them embroider a dragon emblem on your cuffs with silver thread when I have your garments made." Instantly, Draco's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really?" Karmitt chuckled, realizing that children were indeed easy to please. "Indeed, but should you continue to linger here, it will only prolong your wait for those robes." Draco promptly fell and stepped behind Karmitt, his earlier irritation completely vanishing from his expression. The shops in Diagon Alley were rather peculiar, as they largely operated under a monopoly-like arrangement. For instance, there were two establishments selling clothing: Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, which primarily focused on custom robes, making it the go-to choice for Hogwarts first years, and Gladrag's Wizardwear, offering ready-made garments, including robes and formal attire, with superior materials and more opulent styles, appealing mostly to adult wizards. Both shops coexisted peacefully, each catering to its own clientele without encroaching upon the other's business. A different kind of monopoly, if you will. However, following the establishment of the Black family's clothing shop, Karmitt shattered this monopoly. He set his sights on this market, encompassing the businesses of both Madame Malkin and Gladrags. Although it was somewhat contentious, it must be acknowledged that it proved to be quite lucrative. Consequently, the Black clothing store emerged as the most successful apparel shop in Diagon Alley, renowned for its variety and excellent service. At the entrance, the store manager had been awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing Karmitt and Draco approaching, he promptly welcomed them. "Sir, welcome." Karmitt nodded in acknowledgement. The management personnel of these shops were all hired from the Muggle world, resulting in a substantial financial expenditure by the Ministry of Magic. These Muggles also signed contracts, prohibiting them from disclosing any details about the magical realm. It was thanks to these professional managers that the shops flourished. One could say that the Black family's current success owed much to the assistance of such talents. Chapter 14. Teaching Draco the Art of Charms? The manager ushered Karmitt and Draco into the shop, where a few young wizards were measuring themselves for their clothing orders. The person in charge remarked, "Sir, please proceed to the private room upstairs and wait for a moment. I will arrange for someone to take measurements for you and retrieve the account book." Karmitt responded, "It is acceptable to have someone come to take measurements, but the account book can be omitted." The person in charge was momentarily taken aback. "You do not intend to take a look?" Karmitt smiled. "You are the one in charge. Naturally, I will entrust everything to you. I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, the person in charge felt a warm surge of gratitude within. Instinctively standing upright, he said, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I shall not betray your confidence." Karmitt nodded, then led Draco upstairs to the private room. As soon as they entered, Draco could not contain his curiosity. "Cousin, why do you trust a muggle? You should be reviewing the accounts. Otherwise, what if he steals your money?" Karmitt replied, "Draco, you must not think this way. Do you believe a muggle can deceive a wizard?" Draco was taken aback and instinctively shook his head. Karmitt chuckled, "Indeed, you see clearly that a muggle cannot outsmart a wizard. If I so desired, a single thought would allow me to discern his intentions and view his memories. Given this, what significance does checking the accounts hold? He could never conceal anything from me. Should he embezzle my funds, I would be aware of it. So why bother checking the accounts? Draco, you are the future head of the Malfoy family, and you will become my most capable and trusted ally. I do not wish for you to be like those foolish wizards who can only assist me in battles. I hope you can help manage many matters instead. Therefore, you must learn one essential lesson: how to utilize people. Did you see the reaction of that individual earlier? Because I trust him, he is grateful to me. After all, absolute trust is not something one can easily bestow. For this trust, he will exert himself to assist me. There's an ancient saying in the summer: a soldier dies for his confidant. Only in this manner can they serve you wholeheartedly." Draco felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Karmitt's words, especially when Karmitt expressed his desire for him to assist in many matters. After absorbing Karmitt's teachings, Draco inquired, "But what if he begins to covet your money? What should be done? Shall we eliminate him?" Karmitt replied, "No, Draco. This leads me to the second lesson I wish to impart. If you discover someone encroaching upon your interests, yet the impact of that interest on you is minimal, you can afford to relinquish it." Draco questioned why. "Cousin, do you not always say that everything is for the greater good, for one's own interests? How can one simply give that up?" Karmitt responded, "Because you must make him aware that you have relinquished your interests and do not intend to hold it against him. In doing so, he will feel a sense of guilt. Simultaneously, he will develop a sense of reverence. He will no longer dare to be greedy, fearing that you might discover his actions. However, by sparing him this time, he will also be grateful to you. This is the rationale behind my advice to relinquish interests, to trade trivial gains for someone who will be eternally loyal and respectful to you. If you were in my position, how would you choose?" Draco's eyes sparkled. "Cousin, you are right. We possess ample galleons. Yet what we truly lack are individuals who can be of genuine service to us. If we could exchange some galleons for such capable people, it would be immensely worthwhile." Karmitt nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Draco, do not fixate on trivial gains. Instead, cast your gaze upon the long-term horizon. Many matters are far more deserving of your appreciation than mere petty interests." Draco acknowledged with a nod. "I understand now, cousin. I know what I must do." Karmitt chuckled. "These muggles, they are unable to learn magic. They lack the innate talent for it. Yet they possess a remarkable aptitude for business management. Remember, Draco, to lower your stance, especially in the presence of those who surpass you in certain aspects. Everyone in this world has their strengths, and there is much you can learn from each of them. Arrogance will not elevate you above others. However, if you can capitalize on their strengths and incorporate them into your own, you will surpass all. When you stand atop the pinnacle of success, your past will merely be the path of your growth, and you shall tread upon the aspirations of all. This is true strength, true supremacy." Draco grasped some of Karmitt's words, while the rest he diligently committed to memory, for he understood that his cousin's wisdom was infallible and invaluable. "I will remember, cousin," Draco declared. Karmitt nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Always think thrice before acting. When conversing with others, do not exhibit excessive pride. True nobility is characterized by courtesy, not arrogance." Draco nodded vigorously, absorbing all the wisdom imparted to him. Karmitt gazed at Draco with a smile, contemplating how much more the young Draco had yet to learn. For instance, the advice Karmitt had shared today was, in fact, a subtle form of mastering interpersonal relations. Before long, the manager arrived, accompanied by a tailor to take measurements. Karmitt instructed the tailor to begin with Draco. While the measurements were being taken, Karmitt engaged in conversation with the manager, demonstrating his profound understanding of capitalist principles. He inquired about the manager's circumstances and any challenges he might be facing, and by the end of the dialogue, the manager was nearly moved to tears, on the verge of pledging unwavering loyalty to Karmitt. Once the tailor finished measuring Draco, he proceeded to prepare to measure Karmitt. Although the shop had Karmitt's specific dimensions on file, as he frequently required new garments, wizarding robes are designed to be generously spacious. Moreover, Karmitt was in a phase of rapid growth, changing almost daily. Thus, a new measurement was indeed necessary. Finding himself somewhat bored, Draco suggested to Karmitt that he would like to stroll downstairs for a while and wait for Lucius and Narcissa. Karmitt, of course, had no objections and permitted Draco to roam freely. The tailor took meticulous care in measuring Karmitt's dimensions. After approximately half an hour, all the measurements were finally established. The person in charge then departed with the staff. At that moment, Draco returned. Karmitt noticed that Draco appeared to be in high spirits, seemingly quite excited. Curiously, he inquired, "Draco, what has you so joyful?" Chapter 15. A change in the narrative, Draco's new friend? Draco had been eagerly awaiting Karmitt's inquiry. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, he quickly exclaimed, "Cousin, I believe I've made a friend." Intrigued, Karmitt considered the fact that Draco's contemporaries were predominantly purebloods. It was unusual for Draco to mention a new friendship. "What kind of friend?" Karmitt asked. Draco responded, "While I was downstairs waiting for my parents, I saw someone our age measuring dimensions alone. He had black hair and striking green eyes. I don't know why, but I felt an overwhelming desire to befriend him." At this revelation, Karmitt paused momentarily. Black hair? Green eyes? Could it be Harry Potter? No, it must be Harry Potter. He was the only one who could captivate Draco's interest. Their relationship was fraught with complexity, mutual attraction intertwined with disdain. The convergence of these factors could only lead to Harry Potter. However, why did Draco encounter Harry Potter at this particular moment? Had the narrative shifted? Was it due to his own influence? Karmitt dismissed such thoughts, his curiosity now solely focused on the implications of Draco's connection with Harry Potter. Since his arrival in this world, the story had already begun to alter, and having traversed into this realm, it would be futile not to embrace the change. As Draco spoke of Harry Potter, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, leaving Karmitt momentarily taken aback. "Why are you blushing?" he thought, bemused. Karmitt recalled a well-known faction from his previous life's exploration of the Harry Potter fandom, the Draco and Harry ship. Instinctively, he shifted slightly away from Draco. He hoped this boy wasn't harboring any peculiar sentiments. Clearing his throat, Karmitt asked, and then Draco continued, "I felt compelled to befriend him, so I approached him for a conversation. I took your advice, cousin, and didn't act with arrogance. I greeted him calmly. We talked for a while, and it went remarkably well. I believe we are destined to be friends." Karmitt's expression turned contemplative. Thus, Draco had become Harry Potter's first acquaintance in the magical realm. The reason Harry formed a friendship with Ron was quite simple. Ron was the first friend he encountered. They shared a dormitory and belonged to the same house, undoubtedly with Dumbledore's influence at play. After all, the Weasley family was loyal to Dumbledore's cause. As a savior orchestrated by Dumbledore, Harry naturally had to surround himself with his own kind. However, if Draco were to become the first person known to Harry Potter, and if Karmitt were to employ a bit of cleverness, could this iron triangle, or rather, this savior orchestrated by Dumbledore, potentially lean towards the pure-blood lineage? Karmitt mused that there indeed existed a realm of possibilities. Furthermore, should the savior choose to align with them, numerous advantages could arise. Once again, it is all for the sake of a greater good. This would inevitably place him at odds with Dumbledore and possibly even against Snape and the Elder Cat Lady, which could prove troublesome. Nevertheless, Draco's encounter with Harry Potter was an unforeseen aspect of Karmitt's plans. It was not entirely unfeasible to attempt to manipulate the situation. If one were to truly consider the Potter family, it could potentially be classified among pure-blood families. However, given that the Potter lineage originated from a shampoo business, utilizing a formula acquired from the East, the pure-blood families regarded them as nouveau riche and thus refused to acknowledge their status as purebloods. In a brief moment, Karmitt had already devised a plan to leverage Draco's position. After all, there was no harm in trying. What if it actually succeeded? With this thought in mind, Karmitt inquired, "What is your friend's name?" Draco paused. "I forgot to ask. I'll go inquire now." With that, Draco dashed towards the exit. Karmitt swiftly grasped Draco's arm. "Draco, your demeanor is quite unbecoming of your noble status. I have taught you to remain composed in such situations." Upon hearing this, Draco forced himself to regain his calm. "I apologize, cousin," Karmitt replied, No worries, as long as you do not repeat your past mistakes. You want to find anyone now? You've been upstairs for 10 minutes. Where would you go to locate them? Diagon Alley is quite expansive. Draco appeared anxious. What should we do? Karmitt said in a moment. I will have someone check the identity and address of your friend. If you are willing, with some time remaining before school starts, you could visit him with a gift. Friends require nurturing. Do you understand? Draco's eyes lit up, right? He must have left his address and name when purchasing clothes. Cousin, let us go now. Karmitt did not refuse. After all, there was nothing else to attend to here. The measurements had all been taken. It would be prudent to orchestrate the connection between the Savior and Draco. If possible, forming a new iron triangle with Draco, Harry Potter, and the clever Hermione seemed quite promising, a triangle leaning towards Slytherin. As for Ron, who cared about his fate? Merely a fool. Indeed, Karmitt harbored a strong disdain for Ron. The reasons were plentiful. Karmitt accompanied Draco downstairs, where they fortuitously encountered Lucius and Narcissa, Draco's parents. Draco greeted them. Father, mother, please wait for me. He then hurriedly approached the counter, explaining the situation to the attendant. The attendant glanced at Karmitt, who nodded in acknowledgement. The shop assistant began to assist Draco in his search for the desired item. Lucius, puzzled, inquired, Karmitt, what is the situation with Draco? Karmitt chuckled. He has made a new friend. Perhaps it will bring you a delightful surprise. Lucius was taken aback. A friend? A surprise? He found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Karmitt's cryptic words. Karmitt chose not to elaborate, preferring instead to allow Draco to unveil the news, curious to witness the splendid expression on Lucius's face. Narcissa approached Karmitt, her brow furrowed with concern. Karmitt, what about your want? Karmitt reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, Aunt. I have resolved the matter. Trust me, I will not place myself in jeopardy. Narcissa responded, That is good to hear. As long as you are aware, it is sufficient. By the way, I brought you a gift. As she spoke, Narcissa turned and retrieved a cage from the entrance. Look, Karmitt, I believe it is perfect for you, especially suited for you. Karmitt glanced at the cage, and his expression slightly faltered. Within it was a black cat. Chapter 16. The Black Cat Vanny. A potential escape for Harry Potter? At that moment, the black cat within the cage raised its head and gazed at Karmitt. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable feeling surged within Karmitt. It seemed as though this cat was truly meant for him, as if fate had destined him to have such a black feline companion. The black cat let out a soft meow towards Karmitt, then gently scratched at the cage with its paw. Narcissa remarked in astonishment, Oh, Karmitt, it appears that it likes you as well. Did you see that? When I purchased it, it was fast asleep, but upon seeing you, it reacted so vibrantly. Karmitt replied, Thank you, Aunt, I adore it. E truly do. Narcissa smiled. I'm glad you like it. She then opened the cage, and the black cat stepped out, making its way directly towards Karmitt. He extended his hand, and without hesitation, the cat leaped into his embrace, settling lazily against him. It nudged its head affectionately against Karmitt's arm, purring softly. Karmitt stroked the silky fur, enchanted by its texture. Narcissa said, It doesn't have a name yet. Why not get one? Karmitt pondered for a moment, looking at the black cat in his arms. How about Vanny? Vanny Black? From now on, you shall be a new member of the Black family. The black cat meowed in apparent approval of its new name. Narcissa beamed. What a beautiful name. Congratulations, Karmitt. You have acquired a new companion. And congratulations to you, Vanny, on your new name and home. Vanny nuzzled Karmitt's chest before settling back down comfortably. At that moment, Draco hurried over, exclaiming, Oh, what an adorable little cat. He reached out to pet Vanny, but Vanny meowed and nimbly leaped onto Karmitt's shoulder, glaring at Draco. Narcissa laughed. It seems Vanny is not fond of young Draco. Draco huffed. If it won't let me pet it, then I shan't bother. Karmitt inquired, Well, Draco, have you found out about your new friend? Draco eagerly replied, I have, cousin. You will never guess who it is. Karmitt feigned confusion and asked, Oh, who is it? Draco excitedly exclaimed, Harry. Harry Potter. The expressions of Lucius and Narcissa simultaneously shifted. Karmitt, observing Lucius's reaction, could not help but smirk. Poor Lucius. He must be feeling quite anxious at this moment. Draco continued, I know his address. I intend to visit him, the illustrious Harry Potter. We are friends. Upon hearing this, Lucius immediately grew anxious, stating, No. Draco, taken aback, asked, Why not? Father. Lucius's face turned serious. Unable to articulate his concerns to Draco, he resolved to refuse outright. However, Karmitt interjected, Draco, what your uncle means is that you cannot go empty-handed. You should bring some gifts. It is customary to present gifts when visiting someone. Lucius looked at Karmitt with confusion. Karmitt turned to Narcissa and suggested, Aunt, why don't you take Draco to buy a new gift for his friend? Uncle and I will wait for you here. Narcissa nodded and departed with Draco. The moment they left, Lucius exclaimed, "Karmitt, I need an explanation." Karmitt replied, "Of course, but let us discuss this in the VIP room." Lucius glanced around, noticing curious eyes upon him. After all, his previous reaction had indeed been rather extreme. Following Karmitt into the VIP room and closing the door, Lucius hastily said, "Karmitt, what do you mean? You know who Harry Potter is?" Karmitt nodded. "Of course, that is a name of great renown." Lucius continued, "If you are aware, why would you allow Draco to associate with him? You share my judgment that the Dark Lord is not dead. Should he return, he would not spare Harry Potter by letting Draco interact with him. You are placing him in peril." Karmitt responded, "Indeed, Uncle, I do not merely suspect. I am certain that the Dark Lord is not dead, but he has not returned yet. Has he?" Lucius regarded Karmitt with uncertainty. Karmitt then posed, "Uncle, how much chance do you believe the Dark Lord would have if he were to return?" Hearing this, Lucius gradually calmed down. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, "None at all. Although I hold a strong disdain for Dumbledore, I must concede that as long as Dumbledore is alive, the Dark Lord has no opportunity. He fears Dumbledore due to his power. The Dark Lord lacks confidence in his ability to triumph over him." Karmitt affirmed, "Indeed, Dumbledore can effortlessly use a spell, and with the sacrifice of a mother, he caused Voldemort's downfall. Should he return, he would certainly have no chance whatsoever." Lucius blinked in surprise, his eyes widening in realization. "What do you mean?" Karmitt replied, "Lily Potter, a muggle-born witch, devoid of family or legacy. Although the Potter family possesses some wealth, they lack the profound heritage that would enable them to master the incantation of the killing curse. Do you believe such an ancient spell could be within their grasp? Even the Black and Malfoy families do not possess it." Lucius appeared contemplative. Karmitt remarked, "Therefore, Dumbledore must have a contingency plan. In fact, it is possible that the current state of the Dark Lord is a deliberate scheme by him, aimed at utterly vanquishing the Dark Lord." Lucius furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you have any evidence to support these claims?" Karmitt shrugged, "None, but that does not preclude us from having a backup, does it?" Lucius, still frowning, inquired, "Are you suggesting Draco?" Karmitt continued, "Uncle, I know you well. You hold your sister and Draco dear. You would risk your life to protect them. If that is the case, why not have a contingency plan? Should the Dark Lord return, he will undoubtedly summon you. Given the Dark Lord's current condition, would you truly wish to submit? It is merely a matter of survival. So why not encourage Draco to befriend Harry Potter, regardless of Dumbledore's intentions? Harry Potter is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Otherwise, he would not invest such effort. Thus, if the Dark Lord were to triumph, with you present, your sister and Draco would remain unharmed. Conversely, if the Dark Lord were to fail, Draco's friendship with Harry Potter would similarly safeguard him. This is a dual insurance policy. The safest course of action. What do you think?" Lucius pondered for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow, I shall escort Draco to meet his new friend." Chapter 17. Lucius's unease towards Karmitt. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Karmitt understood that Lucius had acquiesced to his proposal. In truth, it seemed that Lucius had no reason to refuse. Lucius was a discerning man. Intelligent individuals never place all their eggs in one basket. Shortly thereafter, Narcissa returned with Draco. She looked at the two in the drawing room, sipping tea, and said, "I hope you two have reached a consensus." Karmitt nodded, "Of course, Aunt." Narcissa then turned to Lucius. Lucius remarked, "I see you have purchased numerous gifts. Therefore, tomorrow, I shall personally accompany Draco to visit his new friend's home." Narcissa replied, "That is splendid. Karmitt, will you join us for lunch tomorrow?" Karmitt shook his head, "No, Aunt, I have other arrangements in the afternoon." Narcissa nodded, "Very well. If you have the time, do come by. I would like Draco to learn a bit more from you." Karmitt responded, "Certainly." Soon after, they made their way out of the shop. Draco asked, "Cousin, won't you accompany me tomorrow?" Karmitt shook his head. "No, Draco. I hope you enjoy yourself with your friends." Draco smiled, "Of course, cousin. I am certain we will have a delightful time." Karmitt smiled in return. He turned to Lucius, "Uncle, Harry Potter's home is rather complicated. You will understand tomorrow. And in the evening, I shall have Creature deliver some Muggle currency to you. I believe it will help you navigate several challenges." Lucius furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this truly necessary?" Karmitt chuckled, "Uncle, if you wish to retain some leverage, you must set aside your pride. Sacrificing a bit for the greater purpose is not out of the question, is it?" Lucius nodded, conceding, "You are right. However, how do you possess such extensive knowledge regarding Harry Potter?" Karmitt replied with a smile, "After all, he is the savior, dear uncle. I take pleasure in laying groundwork in advance. You should be well aware of my inclinations. Until next time, uncle." With that, Karmitt waved goodbye to Narcissa, who stood nearby, before vanishing from sight. Lucius gazed at the spot where Karmitt had just stood, shaking his head. It is quite unsettling. At such a young age, he harbors so many intricate thoughts. I find myself rather apprehensive of him. Narcissa grasped Lucius's hand, stating, "Regardless, we are still family, are we not?" Lucius nodded in agreement. Narcissa continued, "Well then, I am famished. Let us return home. I hope the house elf has prepared our lunch." Meanwhile, Karmitt did not head directly back to the manor, but instead ventured to Nocturne Alley. This alley is closely connected to Diagon Alley, yet the atmosphere is entirely divergent. Unlike the vibrancy of Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley is permeated with the scent of death and chaos. On the roadside, a vagrant wizard threatened another with his wand, demanding the last remaining galleons. After seizing the money, he menaced the other for a moment before preparing to leave when he unexpectedly spotted Karmitt approaching. The vagrant's expression changed drastically as he quickly lowered his head, too fearful to meet Karmitt's gaze. Karmitt casually glanced at him, choosing not to intervene. Such are the rules of Nocturne Alley. Even if Karmitt were to defeat every vagrant wizard and become the undisputed king of this alley, he would still refrain from interference. After all, in a world governed by survival of the fittest, only the strongest of the vagrants would endure. When the time comes for Karmitt to require their services, they will prove their worth. Karmitt proceeded directly to the gathering place of Belinda and her associates. Nocturne Alley is home to numerous such congregations, where vagrant wizards band together for warmth and protection. Before Karmitt's infamous night of bloodshed in Nocturne Alley, Bilal and Belinda were the leaders of rival factions within this realm, representing the two most formidable powers. Their constant friction eventually led to their subjugation by Karmitt, resulting in a merger that established them as the undeniable rulers of Nocturne Alley. Upon Karmitt's arrival, Belinda and Bilal promptly approached, kneeling alongside others in reverence. "Master," Karmitt gestured dismissively. "Rise, go about your business." "Bilal, Belinda, come with me." Without hesitation, the crowd dispersed, and Belinda and Bilal followed Karmitt inside. Once seated, Belinda immediately presented a cup of hot tea before him. Karmitt inquired, "Has the Ministry of Magic been contacted?" Belinda replied, "Everything has been settled. That incompetent fudge has certainly taken a considerable sum of galleons from you, Master, and will naturally assist you. However, the only concern lies with Azkaban. Aside from the horrors left by the Ministry, there are also Dementors, which the Ministry cannot control. They can only be confined to Azkaban, and if you intend to venture there, handling the Dementors may pose a challenge." Karmitt responded, "The Dementors are of no concern. I possess a method to deal with them." Belinda's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Have you mastered the Patronus charm, Master?" Karmitt shook his head. It was quite absurd. Despite his exceptional talent and remarkable learning ability, he struggled to grasp the Patronus charm. Karmitt continued, "It is not solely the Patronus charm that can confront the Dementors. If everything is arranged, prepare yourselves. In a few days, we shall journey to Azkaban." Belinda and Bilal nodded in agreement. Karmitt then turned his gaze to Bilal. "Is there any news from the Yaxley family?" Bilal replied, "I was just about to report this to you, Master. It is peculiar. After we eliminated the exiles, the Yaxleys seem oblivious to the event, and the entire family remains remarkably tranquil. Old Yaxley continues his affairs without any reaction." Upon hearing this, Karmitt furrowed his brow, continued to monitor them. "In a few days, I will be heading to Hogwarts, and I shall provide a stable supply of materials. At that time, you will all visit the magical supplies shop. I suspect Yaxley might be concealing something significant." Bilal questioned, "Should we not eradicate the danger at its inception, Master?" Chapter 18, The Power of the Elder Wand. Karmitt shook his head. "Bilal, you must understand that only when the Yaxley family takes action can we reap greater benefits. I need to grant him an opportunity, allowing him to perceive it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. My visit to Hogwarts is precisely that opportunity. I aim to provoke him into taking the initiative. This way, I can ensure his complete downfall. An offensive strike lacks the justification that vengeance possesses. Do you understand?" Bilal nodded. "Yes, Master, I comprehend." Karmitt added, "If necessary, bring some rogue wizards to confront Yaxley. Let them perish by his hand." With the most nonchalant tone, Karmitt articulated the coldest intentions. Bilal nodded, "I understand, Master." After returning to the estate and dining, Karmitt descended into the basement of the Black family. Rather than a mere basement, it resembled a dungeon. Pureblood families typically possessed such spaces, especially during the most turbulent periods in the magical realm when they required individuals for dark magic research. As the magical world gradually stabilized, these dungeons fell into disuse. Hogwarts itself contained such chambers. Most pureblood families repurposed their dungeons into basements for clandestine activities. The Black family was no exception. In the basement, Karmitt retrieved his elder wand. Gently caressing the distinctively segmented wand, Karmitt could distinctly sense its formidable power. In truth, although elderwood is exceedingly rare, it is not entirely absent. However, within the realm of magic, there exists but a singular elderwood wand, the Elder Wand, wielded by Dumbledore. This is due to the fact that the elderwood wand is the most difficult wand to master among all. It possesses unimaginable strength, yet scorns wizards who do not match its exceptional prowess. The Elder Wand yields only to a wizard who has defeated its previous master, a characteristic not of the wand itself, but of the elderwood. Thus, wand makers refrain from crafting wands from elderwood, as they would not sell. This brings to mind the audacity of the ancestors of the Black family. Had they merely utilized the elderwood wand in its conventional form, they would not have drawn the attention of death itself. Yet, the forebear of the Black family directly emulated the Elder Wand to create the very wand now held by Karmitt, replicating its shape and length with meticulous precision. The reason death fixated upon the Black family was precisely this. The Black family, in the eyes of death, committed sacrilege. Furthermore, to enhance the wand's power, the ancestor of the Black family, with the might of their lineage, hunted a basilisk. Salazar Slytherin's wand incorporated the basilisk's fawn. Initially, the ancestor of the Black family intended to replicate it, but upon experimentation, the family head discovered the basilisk's nerve was vastly superior. Thus, this wand was born, crafted from elderwood with a core of basilisk nerve. The unique properties of this wand remain shrouded in mystery. Even the ancestor who forged it was marked by death the moment it took form. However, during its creation, a drop of blood was infused into the wand, resulting in a profound affinity with the magical essence of the Black family. Karmitt gracefully waved the wand in his hand, and in the next instant, a dark green beam shot forth, striking the ground. Karmitt let out a soft gasp, then waved the wand again, summoning a burst of flames. With a mere thought, the flames began to contract gradually. The astonishment on Karmitt's face deepened, yet he knew he needed to conduct further experiments. Clapping his hands, he summoned Creature, who appeared by his side. "Young master," Creature addressed him. Karmitt instructed, "Go inform Belinda to bring me 2 individuals." Creature nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Karmitt continued to experiment with spells, testing the hypotheses swirling in his mind, alternating between white and dark magic. Before long, Creature returned, accompanied by Belinda, each holding a stray wizard. They cast the wizards onto the ground. "Master, we just captured these from another camp. Do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can procure more," Belinda inquired. Karmitt replied, "For now, this will suffice." Subsequently, Karmitt approached one of the wandering wizards, wand firmly in hand. The wizard's face was etched with terror. "B.B. Blaze, the great king of Nocturne Alley, I mean you no harm." Karmitt disregarded his pleas, aiming his wand directly at the trembling figure. Cruciatus. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Another wandering wizard, paralyzed with fear, shook uncontrollably like a leaf in a tempest. Belinda remained impassive, even displaying a hint of eagerness. As for Creature, his initial reaction mirrored that of the frightened wizard, but he had since grown accustomed to the grim spectacle. Karmitt stroked his chin thoughtfully before beckoning to Belinda. She instantly grasped his intent, having served under him for many years. Drawing her wand from within her robes, she presented it to Karmitt. He directed the wand at another wandering wizard, Cruciatus. This wizard, too, was not spared the fate of a wretched scream. Karmitt did not relent, casting the Cruciatus curse twice more. The unfortunate wizard was now barely clinging to life, breath shallow and erratic. Karmitt tossed the wand back to Belinda and raised the Elder Wand, invoking 2 lethal spells that extinguished the tormented lives before him. Karmitt gazed at the wand in his hand, an overwhelming elation swelling within him. This wand had proven to be a remarkable boon. Through experimentation, he discerned its unique properties, an extraordinary enhancement to dark magic, amplifying not only its potency, but also refining his mastery over it. For instance, when he had invoked Fiendfire, a flame universally regarded as uncontrollable, he realized its nature varied among practitioners. Gellert Grindelwald's protective fire shield, Albus Dumbledore's conjured flames, and even Voldemort's serpentine fire were testaments to their unparalleled command over this perilous element. While Karmitt frequently wielded Fiendfire, he could not compare to these titans. However, with the Elder Wand's augmentation, his control over the flames had become significantly more proficient. Though still inferior to the 3 masters, he was far more adept than when he lacked a wand. Now, if he so desired, he could tame the Fiendfire. It was no wonder that every wizard required a wand of their own. It truly bestowed a formidable advantage. Previously, he had relied on stolen wands or Belinda's, which had led to her wand seeming to recognize two masters, obediently responding to Karmitt's commands. Chapter 19. Draco's Visit to Harry Potter. Now, Karmitt finally possessed a wand that belonged to him. Yet, the Elder Wand appeared to have a peculiar trait. Its master would be drawn to the owner of the U-Wand. For instance, Dumbledore's initial wand was reportedly a U-Wand, creating an inevitable attraction to Grindelwald, the master of the Elder Wand. This, too, is one of the Elder Wand's characteristics. According to Karmitt's understanding, aside from Dumbledore, it seems that no wizard has ever wielded a Rowanwood wand. Karmitt stowed away the wand and proceeded to dispose of the body. Creature and Belinda nodded in agreement. Karmitt then vanished using apparition. These matters would be handled adeptly by Creature and Belinda, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Karmitt arrived at a room on the top floor, where shelves lined the walls. At the far end of the room stood a large door, currently shut tight. He approached the shelves and casually picked up a book, casting his gaze around the room, filled with curiosity about what lay beyond that door. Unfortunately, the door was constructed from a special material, impervious to spells, requiring 3 keys to unlock it. One key was in Karmitt's possession, bequeathed by his late father. The other 2 keys were held by Bella and Sirius, which explained Karmitt's impending journey to Azkaban. He sensed that the contents of that room might offer him an extraordinary revelation. The following morning at Malfoy Manor, Draco's bed was adorned with several outfits delivered the previous day by Karmitt for his excursion into the Muggle world. At that moment, Draco stood before a mirror, comparing 2 outfits. Narcissa sat nearby, smiling with a hint of exasperation. Draco, I think the silver outfit looks splendid. Karmitt has one just like it. Haven't you always remarked on how handsome he looks in it? Draco replied, but I don't possess the same charm as my cousin. When I wear it, I can't help but compare myself to him, and in that comparison, I feel less appealing. Though Narcissa cherished Draco dearly, she struggled to find comforting words in response to his honesty. For Karmitt's striking features were indeed exceptionally handsome. Perhaps you should wear something more casual? Narcissa suggested. But isn't it customary to dress formally for a first visit? Draco countered. However, if you dress too formally, might that impose undue pressure on your new friends? Besides, casual attire would allow you to explore the Muggle world more freely. After contemplating his mother's words, Draco conceded, I believe you are right, mother. In that case, I shall wear something casual. Could you help me find that outfit my cousin gifted me? Narcissa sighed in relief, grateful to have resolved the dilemma concerning her son. Retrieving the clothes from the wardrobe, Draco quickly changed and eagerly descended the stairs. Downstairs, Lucius was sipping coffee while perusing the Daily Prophet. Draco adjusted his attire before approaching the dining table. Father, Lucius nodded, sit down and have something to eat. I will take you there shortly. Draco let out a sound of acknowledgement. Though anxiety churned within him, he obediently took a seat. His mind was elsewhere as he attempted to eat. Lucius, somewhat helpless, observed the scene, while Narcissa stifled a chuckle beside him. She was genuinely pleased that her son had made a new friend, even if that friend was Harry Potter. Although concerns regarding the Dark Lord lingered, it was evident that Karmitt had already conferred with Lucius. With that assurance, Narcissa placed her complete trust in them. Finally, after Draco had endured a considerable amount of tension, Lucius set aside his newspaper. Let's depart, he announced. Draco sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and hurriedly gathered the prepared gifts. He moved to the fireplace, where Narcissa approached him, adjusting his collar. Have fun, she encouraged. Draco nodded in response, while Lucius instructed, wait for me at the leaky cauldron. Draco affirmed with a nod, and then stepped into the fireplace. Flue powder, activate. As the green flames engulfed him, Narcissa turned to Lucius. Are you certain there won't be any issues? She inquired. Karmitt is correct. We should indeed prepare a contingency plan. Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Lucius assured her. Narcissa nodded, and Lucius vanished with a disapparition. At the leaky cauldron, Draco stood at the entrance, anxiously awaiting his father. Moments later, Lucius arrived, and together they stepped into the Muggle world. A car awaited them outside the pub, a detail that Karmitt had arranged in advance. As a traveler between worlds, Karmitt embraced the Muggle realm, fully aware of the energy and wealth it contained. Thus, he had established a presence not only in the magical world, but also in the Muggle one. In fact, the Muggle world proved more lucrative than the magical one during this era, and Karmitt held assets in that realm as well. The car drove towards number 4, Privet Drive. Throughout the journey, Draco was filled with excitement, eager to meet his new friend and exhilarated by his first venture into the Muggle world. Everything around him appeared novel and intriguing. Soon, the vehicle halted in front of a house. The driver turned and said, "Sir, this is number 4, Privet Drive." Lucius nodded. "Please convey my thanks to Karmitt." The driver replied, "Certainly, sir. I shall return this afternoon to collect young Master Malfoy." Lucius acknowledged him with a nod and then exited the car with Draco. By chance, Draco spotted Harry Potter, who had just been sent out to take out the trash. Harry also noticed Draco, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Draco replied, "I forgot to ask your name yesterday, so I had my cousin look up your address and name. I came specifically to visit you today." Hearing this, Harry felt a surge of happiness. After all, it was the first time someone had come to see him. Moreover, he was Harry Potter's first friend in the magical realm. Lucius, observing Harry, thought to himself, "This is the savior, the one who made the Dark Lord stumble." Draco proudly introduced himself. "By the way, allow me to present myself. I am Draco Malfoy, and this is my father, the head of the Malfoy family." Draco's tone was filled with pride, yet he unfortunately found himself speaking to someone who was entirely unfamiliar with the Malfoy legacy. Chapter 20. Harry Potter nearly became an orphan. Although Harry was oblivious to the significance of magical families, he recognized that Lucius was no ordinary man. The man's demeanor was something Harry had never encountered before. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Harry greeted. Lucius appraised Harry with a scrutinizing gaze. Recalling what Karmitt had mentioned to him, he replied, "Greetings, Harry Potter. You are quite renowned in the magical community. I hope you and Draco will become the best of friends." At that moment, Harry found himself lacking a firm stance. In truth, all of Harry's positions had been instilled in him by others: Ron, Hagrid, Dumbledore. These figures would subtly influence Harry's views once he began his studies. This was precisely what Karmitt had indicated regarding Dumbledore's machinations. The timing of the Weasley family's arrival at the train station was remarkably fortuitous, creating an immediate positive impression on Harry. Subsequently, Ron, sharing a compartment with Harry, spoke at length about the shortcomings of pure-blood families. The encounter with Draco, who approached with a haughty demeanor, seemed like a mere coincidence. However, Karmitt was not convinced. Yet, some occurrences are indeed peculiar. Draco happened upon Harry, who was conveniently alone without Hagrid nearby. Moreover, Draco had just received a lesson from Karmitt, adopting a favorable attitude to win Harry's affection. If all of Karmitt's speculations were accurate, then Dumbledore's plan had already revealed a flaw, all instigated by Karmitt, the butterfly. Draco approached Harry and said, "Harry, I have brought you a gift. Will you invite me to your home?" Upon hearing this, Harry's face lit up with visible joy. No one had ever brought him a gift before. However, his smile quickly faded as he recalled the circumstances of his own home. Lucius furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the situation. What was the matter with this child? He seemed to be lacking in gratitude. Just then a voice rang out, "Damn it, Harry Potter! What are you doing instead of taking out the trash?" At the sound of the voice, Harry's body jolted. Lucius noticed this and turned to see that the person emerging was none other than Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley. Vernon furrowed his brow as he beheld the two individuals accompanying Harry Potter. "Damn it, Harry Potter, where did you meet these two? Are they as peculiar as you?" Upon hearing this, Draco was instantly enraged. "How dare you speak to Harry like that? You filthy muggle. Father, look at him." Indeed, our Draco, the illustrious heir, had once again resorted to calling upon his father. Lucius tightened his grip on his cane, a hint of menace in his demeanor. He intended to teach this insufferable muggle a lesson. As for the ministry's regulations, please, those only pertain to ordinary wizards. They cannot restrain the members of a pure-blood family, particularly one as prominent as the Malfoys. At that moment, a hand rested upon Lucius's hand. He was taken aback. "Cousin?" Draco exclaimed in surprise. As the newcomer was none other than Karmitt. Karmitt turned to Lucius. "Uncle, do not act impulsively. It is easy to eliminate a muggle, but it inevitably leads to complications." "Does it not?" Lucius retorted. "This wretched muggle dares to offend me. He deserves to perish." Karmitt replied, "In the muggle world, there are far simpler ways to resolve issues." As he spoke, Karmitt gestured toward Belinda, who had accompanied him. Belinda understood instantly. Approaching Vernon, she tossed a black card toward him. Vernon paused momentarily before accepting the card. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. The card bore no extraneous details, only the emblem of the Black family and the name Karmitt Black. Yet, Vernon trembled uncontrollably. He hurried to Karmitt, stammering, "I apologize, Mr. Black. I did not realize it was you." Karmitt replied, "You should consider yourself fortunate. You have been granted a reprieve." Vernon quaked like a leaf. Karmitt continued, "Your nephew is a friend of my cousin. I hope they can enjoy a pleasant afternoon together. Don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Vernon nodded vigorously. I understand. He then hurried to Draco and Harry, wearing a sheepish grin. "Harry, bring your friends inside. Let us sample the freshly baked cookies." Draco scoffed. Weren't you just insulting us a moment ago? Draco, reveling in his newfound confidence, smirked. Vernon wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I was blind, I apologize. Sincerely, please forgive me. Draco turned to Harry. Harry, what do you think? Harry, still in a state of astonishment, finally came to his senses upon hearing Draco's question. Oh, thank you, Uncle. Draco, let us go inside. Vernon, hearing Harry's words, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Draco warned, should I ever catch you bullying Harry again, I shall have my cousin deal with you. After being the illustrious heir once more, Draco had acquired a new skill, being the adept cousin. He had truly mastered the art of intimidation. I won't. Harry is my nephew. How could I ever bully him? Shall we go inside? Draco proudly lifted his chin and declared, let us go. Beside him, Harry Potter observed Vernon's demeanor, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. A glance at Karmitt heightened Harry's curiosity to its peak. He understood clearly that it was Karmitt's presence that had transformed the once formidable Vernon into his current state. After Harry and Draco entered, Lucius remarked, is this the extent of your influence in the Muggle world? Karmitt replied, it's not exactly influence. That Muggle is a supervisor at Gronings, a company conveniently owned by the Blacks. Lucius expressed his surprise. I never anticipated that you had established such a foundation in the Muggle realm. Karmitt shrugged. It was quite simple. Belinda used the Cruciatus Curse to control the original owner of the company, who willingly transferred ownership to me. Of course, I provided him with compensation. He should now be traveling the world with his wife and children. Lucius's expression darkened. So, this was how Karmitt conducted affairs in the Muggle world? He could do the same. Chapter 21. The Journey to Azkaban. Mad Bella. Lucius inquired. So, Karmitt, what brings you here? Karmitt responded, nothing much, just concerned about potential issues. Especially considering Harry Potter's relatives can be troublesome. Lucius retorted, you are overthinking it. I can handle it. Karmitt rolled his eyes. Yes, he could manage it. Had it not been for Karmitt's earlier intervention, Harry would have lost yet another relative before even making friends. Despite Harry's disdain for this uncle, they were still family. As Harry matured, he would gradually come to appreciate that bond. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Vernon and his family to leave during the final confrontation. Karmitt refrained from arguing further with Lucius, saying, fine, perhaps I was meddling. Well then, Uncle, I shall take my leave. And you are? Lucius replied, I will return as well. Did you not arrange for someone to escort Draco? Once he has had his fill of fun, just send him back. Karmitt nodded. Subsequently, Lucius vanished with a flick of his wrist, utilizing apparition. Such was the audacity of pure-blood families. Fortunately, Karmitt shared that trait. He and Belinda also operated away. Upon reappearing, they found themselves by the sea. Standing at the shoreline, they could faintly discern a small island shrouded in mist. This island was known as Azkaban, the wizarding prison of the British magical community, guarded by Aurors and Dementors from the Ministry of Magic, along with a Muggle-repelling charm. On the lake's surface, a small boat gradually approached the shore, cutting through the thick fog before coming to a halt. Bilo knelt on one knee. Master! Karmitt nodded and stepped forward. In the next moment, he was standing on the small boat, followed closely by Belinda. Once they were settled, Bilo began to row the boat toward Azkaban. Before long, they reached the shore once again. Having just docked, several Aurors swiftly surrounded them. Wands pointed menacingly at Karmitt. Who goes there? Azkaban prohibits any unauthorized entry. Karmitt stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the Aurors encircling him, his gaze fixed upon the imposing prison. It was a pity that this formidable edifice would soon vanish. The construction of such a grand prison had indeed been quite a costly endeavor. Bilo leaped from the vessel and tossed a rolled parchment to one of the Aurors. This is a document issued by the Ministry of Magic. The Auror received the parchment and unfurled it. The other Aurors remained vigilant, their wands still raised, directed at Karmitt and his companions. After scrutinizing the document for authenticity, the Auror gestured for the others to lower their wands. I'm not certain how you managed to procure such documentation from the Ministry, he remarked, for there has never been a precedent allowing visitation at Azkaban. Inside, it is the Dementors who guard the prisoners. We merely oversee the perimeter. Once you enter Azkaban, we can offer no further assistance. The Dementors do not heed commands and possess no humanity. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Bilo nodded. Indeed, that is precisely our intention. The Auror pondered for a moment before responding. Very well then, proceed at your own risk. Beware of the Dementors. Thank you, we are aware. Bilo replied. Observing that Bilo had successfully negotiated, Karmitt disembarked and ventured into the depths of Azkaban. After the trio had moved a distance away, one Auror queried, Chief, are we truly allowing them entry? Those Dementors will not obey the Ministry's orders. The Auror who had first spoken retorted, that is no longer our concern. The Ministry's directive is for us not to obstruct them. The other Aurors nodded in agreement. The leading Auror watched the trio's retreating figures, speculating about their identities. Having been stationed at Azkaban for an extended period, they were somewhat out of touch with the happenings of the wizarding world. As Karmitt and his companions ventured deeper, the surrounding mist thickened, exuding a faintly chilling aura. Bilal and Belinda drew their wands, waving them with a subtle flourish. Subsequently, 2 wisps of silvery mist materialized. One coalesced beside Belinda, transforming into a rabbit, while the other ascended, morphing into a vulture. These were indeed the patron muses of Bilal and Belinda. Karmitt pondered the perplexity of how these 2 notorious individuals could master the Patronus charm while he could not. Was it that the joyful memories of his past life held no merit in this realm? Yet, he had also contemplated the joyous memories of this world. For instance, during his rampage in Nocturne Alley, such blissful recollections had similarly failed to yield the Patronus charm. It must be said that Karmitt was indeed quite unfortunate. With the emergence of the 2 patron muses, the oppressive chill dissipated significantly. The trio continued their descent into the depths of Azkaban. Amidst the swirling mists, a shadow darted by. Karmitt recognized those figures as Dementors. However, they dared not approach due to the presence of 2 patron muses. This, in fact, spared Karmitt some trouble. Although he had prepared other methods to confront the Dementors, he was reluctant to squander time if he could avoid complications. As he wandered through Azkaban, Karmitt observed the various cells surrounding him. The wizards within were disheveled, their eyes devoid of spirit. Under the kiss of the Dementors, they had long since lost any semblance of vitality. Even upon seeing Karmitt, who strolled outside, they exhibited little reaction. They had become numb. A few newly imprisoned wizards reached out through the bars, pleading for Karmitt's assistance. Yet, they were swiftly rebuked by Beller's wand. Karmitt paid them no heed and continued towards the upper levels of the prison. The top tier housed the most heinous of criminals, including Death Eaters. Methodically, Karmitt searched each cell until he arrived at one particular door. Inside was a woman, disheveled and wild, yet when she occasionally raised her gaze, madness and malice flickered in her eyes. She was Bellatrix Lestrange, a 5th-generation member of the Black family and another of Karmitt's aunts. Standing before her cell, Karmitt remarked, "Goodness, you are quite in a sorry state." Bellatrix slowly lifted her head, then suddenly lunged towards the bars. "Bloodline, I can sense the blood within you. You are of the Black family, the illegitimate child of that despicable traitor Regulus. I have seen you before." Karmitt nodded. "Indeed, you once intended to kill me, but alas, before you could act, you were captured." Chapter 22. The Great Black Dog Attacked Gringotts. A manic smile spread across Bellatrix's face. "Oh, what a pity. I remember it well. It was at your first birthday celebration. Had it not been for that wretched Narcissa, you would have perished." Karmitt replied with a chuckle. "How unfortunate that you did not succeed then. Now you have no chance to do so." Bellatrix emitted an enigmatic cackle. "The great master will return, and you, the son of a traitor, shall die by my hand." Karmitt maintained a smile. "I'll look forward to that day. Now let us discuss business. Where is the key?" Bellatrix paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "So, that is your purpose. You seek the key, but I shall not grant it to you." With that, she retreated to the corner of her cell, defiantly gazing at Karmitt. Karmitt shrugged. "I knew it would not be so simple." As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a subtle gesture. Bellatrix was suddenly lifted into the air, hurtling towards the bars. She showed no fear, only surprise. "I did not expect you to possess such audacity. You are far superior to your pathetic traitor father." "What? Do you wish to torment me? I face the kiss of Dementors daily. Do you truly believe I would cower before you? Although you may be somewhat unwell and your mind not entirely sound, I still acknowledge your willpower," remarked Karmitt. Bella scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Karmitt. "Rather than wasting time tormenting you, I would prefer that you divulge the information yourself." As she spoke, a flicker of blue light danced in Camilla's eyes. In the next moment, Bella's expression froze abruptly. However, she soon regained her composure. "You dare to employ legilimency on me? Do not squander your time. While my understanding of the mind-blocking technique may not rival that of Severus Snape, it is certainly beyond your capabilities to penetrate." Karmitt shook his head. "Indeed, it seems I underestimated you. I did not expect you to have mastered the mind-blocking technique. I assumed your expertise lay solely in dark magic. It appears that some assistance is required." As he spoke, Karmitt deftly flicked his wrist, and the elder wand materialized in his hand. Upon sighting the wand, Bella's eyes widened in shock. "You have retrieved that wand? Damn it, that was a gift I had prepared for my master. If it weren't for that accursed Ollivander's refusal to relinquish it, I would have presented it to him long ago. You, a contemptible illegitimate child, have no right to possess that wand." Karmitt paid no heed to Bella's furious outburst. She was but a fool. Why did the ancestral black family embed blood within their wand? On one hand, it ensured a perfect bond with the members of the black family. On the other, it acted as a safeguard against theft. No one else could wield it, let alone offer it to Voldemort. Did he even comprehend its significance? Karmitt pointed the wand at Bella's forehead, and in an instant, legitimacy was unleashed. Bella's memories unfolded before him like the pages of a book, devoid of any secrets, allowing Karmitt to sift through them at will. Before long, he unearthed the answers he sought. Observing the now limp Bella, Karmitt waved his hand lightly, and she was cast back into the corner. Karmitt stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, it has been hidden in the vault, has it? This complicates matters. Let us proceed to find Sirius, he declared. Master, should we not eliminate her? This wretch has shown you disrespect. Bella interjected. For now, she remains of use. Let her live a while longer. Karmitt replied. Bella nodded, casting a glare ati Bella. From the wand, 2 piercing beams erupted. Bella's agonized scream pierced the air. Karmitt did not intervene as Bella inflicted her torment. Following Bella's memories, they directly arrived at the cell where Sirius was imprisoned. Inside, a large black dog lay on the ground. Upon seeing Karmitt, the dog slowly rose, stretching its body before transforming into Sirius's form. Sirius scrutinized Karmitt. Who are you? Regulus's child? Karmitt nodded. Why are you here? Sirius inquired. You possess a key that you must hand over to me. Karmitt replied. Sirius pondered for a moment. Indeed, I just heard Bella's anguished cries. Was it you who did this? Karmitt inquired. What? Do you intend to avenge her? Sirius shook his head. He then removed a pendant from around his neck, revealing a key. Without hesitation, he handed it to Karmitt. Your father was a hero. Karmitt coldly replied. That does not require your affirmation. Sirius. Sirius momentarily faltered. Karmitt continued. By the way, since you are a member of the Black family, I shall inform you of something. Harry Potter is set to enroll at Hogwarts, and you shall soon receive another surprise. I believe we shall meet again shortly. With that, Karmitt showed no signs of lingering, turning and departing. Upon hearing the news of Harry Potter, Sirius's eyes sparkled momentarily, but that glimmer quickly faded. He was reminded that it was because of him that James and Lily had entrusted their secret keeper to the traitor, Peter Pettigrew, which indirectly led to their demise and left Harry an orphan. What face did he have left to meet Harry? Sirius sighed, transforming back into a black dog and curling up in a corner. Karmitt, accompanied by Belinda and Bilo, made their way toward the outskirts of Azkaban. Belinda asked Master, where's the other key? Karmitt replied, it is in Bella's vault. Belinda's mind raced. After they were captured in Azkaban, their wands were placed in the Ministry of Magic. Master, I can retrieve it for you, then use Polyjuice Potion to directly enter the vault and obtain the key. I shall go now and take a hair from that mongrel. Karmitt raised his hand. No need for such trouble. Belinda halted in her tracks. Karmitt added, just take it directly. If they refuse, then seize it. Initially, Karmitt had considered Belinda's suggestion, but it was evidently too cumbersome. The need to brew Polyjuice Potion and visit the ministry would consume too much time, especially with the school term approaching. He could not afford to waste such precious moments. Thus, it would indeed be simpler to seize it outright. As for Gringotts and Hogwarts being deemed the safest of places, what nonsense. Gringotts had been attacked countless times, and Hogwarts was even more ridiculous. Just look at Harry Potter, who endured daily bruises and scrapes throughout his 7 years. Were it not for his extraordinary luck, the protagonist's aura, and Dumbledore's protection, he would have met his demise long ago. Belinda remarked, attacking Gringotts? Isn't the risk a bit too great? Karmitt chuckled, fear not. There will be someone to draw the fire for us. Chapter 23. Night Raid on Gringotts. Quirrell leads the charge. Bilo and Belinda exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. Yet they refrained from questioning further. In their eyes, their master was omnipotent. Without any turbulence, the trio returned to the magical realm. Upon returning to the estate, Karmitt once again immersed himself in his study, relentlessly pursuing the study of magic, adhering to the principle that learning knows no bounds. Although his current strength is indeed formidable, there remains ample room for improvement. After all, he is still quite young, and much of what he has mastered has yet to reach its limits. Time passes gradually. The moments dedicated to learning slip away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have vanished. Late at night, in Diagon Alley, a profound silence envelopes the surroundings. All the shops have closed, with only the flickering glow of a couple of oil lamps casting a dim yellow light upon the street. In the shadows, Karmitt stands with Beryl and Belinda, a mere few meters from Gringotts. Before long, Belinda spoke. Master, someone is coming. Karmitt looked up to see a figure swiftly approaching Gringotts. unperturbed by the bank's defensive enchantments, unnoticed by the fairies. The intruder slipped directly inside. Beryl and Belinda were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that their master's words were indeed true. Someone had infiltrated Gringotts. Karmitt urged, "Prepare yourselves. It will soon be our turn to act." Beryl and Belinda nodded, instinctively clutching their wands. Although they had taken many lives and were far from innocent, they had never dared to assault Gringotts. The thought had never crossed their minds. Despite the fairies having been subdued by wizards for years, one must acknowledge their prowess. These magical beings are, after all, the favored children of true magic, possessing abilities that wizards must painstakingly practice to achieve, such as wandless and silent spells. Were it not for the ferocity of ancient wizards, the hierarchy of the wizarding world might still be uncertain. And how could I forget? Among those ancient wizards was the ancestor of their very own master. Karmitt gazed at Gringotts, a smirk playing upon his lips, for his choice to assault the bank stemmed from the fact that someone must take the fall. He had arranged for a watchful eye in Diagon Alley. The moment Quirrell appeared, he would be informed. Yes, this is the very Professor Quirrell who became a vessel for Voldemort. Having perused the original text, Karmitt was well aware that Professor Quirrell, under Voldemort's directive, would attempt to assault Gringotts for the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he had awaited this very opportunity. Approximately 20 minutes passed before a commotion erupted within Gringotts. The sounds of bells and frantic shouts filled the air. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the bank, followed closely by several fairies. Karmitt declared, "All right, the guards of Gringotts have been lured out. Let us proceed. Remember, eliminate any obstacles without delay." Beryl and Belinda nodded, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Subsequently, Karmitt led the two companions directly towards Gringotts. The trio did not conceal their presence, opting instead for the main entrance. Within Gringotts, there were of course guards, specifically a cadre of goblin sentinels. However, they had just been diverted by Chilo. The remaining defensive forces were significantly diminished. Otherwise, Karmitt would not have dared to launch an assault on Gringotts. Upon entering, they were immediately confronted. Who goes there? Belinda and Beryl, without a moment's hesitation, brandished their wands and cast 2 killing curses. The 2 goblins collapsed in response. The remaining goblins, witnessing this, were taken aback. That individual has accomplices. Counterattack. Karmitt glanced at his companions. Stop them. The 2 nodded in agreement. With their wands in hand, they unleashed a flurry of spells. While Karmitt pressed onward towards the inner vault, a goblin launched an attack, but before the spell could reach Karmitt, it was intercepted by a protective barrier. Mastering spells beyond the unforgivable curses, Karmitt wielded the shield charm with remarkable skill. Ignoring the assaults, he advanced resolutely. Meanwhile, the goblins behind him found themselves thwarted by Beryl and Belinda, who effectively held their ground. Navigating through the corridors, Karmitt made his way directly to Bella's vault. Upon seeing the dragon tethered by chains nearby, he shook his head. All magical beings, a throng of enslaved goblins, yet they subjugated other creatures. Karmitt paid the dragon no mind and arrived at the entrance to Bella's vault. Having meticulously prepared for this moment beforehand, he surveyed the imposing vault door. With a flick of his wrist, the Elder Wand materialized in his grasp. Shatter! A crimson light erupted from the wand, and the vault door shattered into pieces. Karmitt did not rush inside, instead waving his wand once more. Stasis. He was acutely aware that Bella had placed protective enchantments within the vault. Beyond the Confundus charm used to safeguard the goblet in the original tale, vault owners typically employed additional spells to protect their treasures. Karmitt had no desire for the goblet to be compromised. Surveying the contents of the vault, he produced a pre-prepared bag enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Without concern for the specific items, he began to collect them. After all, this wealth rightfully belonged to the Black family, and Bella was part of that lineage. Claiming these riches as belonging to the Black family posed no ethical dilemma. Should there be any objections, they could voice them to Karmitt's wand. He relished in rational discourse. As Karmitt busied himself with the collection, the goblin sentinels pursuing Chilo received a distress signal from the goblins stationed at Gringotts. Abruptly halting their pursuit, they exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Cursed be it, he has accomplices. We have been deceived. Return quickly. The vault must not be compromised, or those wizards will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to cleanse us goblins once more. A few fairies cast a resentful glance at Chilo, who had vanished into the darkness, before turning their attention towards Gringotts. Chilo, having settled into the shadows, watched the fairies depart, exhaling a breath of relief. He had narrowly escaped death. The words of the fairies echoed in his mind, but he remained oblivious to the identity of his savior. Otherwise, he would have been immensely grateful. Feeling the exhaustion that clung to him after his encounter with the fairies, Voldemort, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress a sigh. Truly a fool, he lamented. Yet it seemed he could not extricate himself from this dire situation. Chapter 24. The legacy of ancient magical runes within Gringotts. The number of fairies continued to swell. Even Byler and Belinda found themselves struggling to maintain their ground, yet neither entertained the thought of retreat. They were resolute in their duty to uphold Karmitt's command and thwart the advance of these fairies. Thus, they would not yield an inch until Karmitt's return. At that moment, the fairies who had pursued earlier returned, their fury ignited upon witnessing Byler and Belinda wreaking havoc in the hall. Enraged, the fairies launched a direct assault with lethal intent. Byler and Belinda exchanged a glance. Belinda remarked, "It seems we are doomed to perish. Be love applied, Alice. We have failed to fulfill our master's command." A fierce glint flashed in Belinda's eyes. "Even in death, we shall delay them further. Come fort, vi les fairies." As she spoke, Belinda and Byler unleashed another pair of deadly curses, striking down two of the fairies instantly. The remaining fairies retaliated against the duo. Despite their remarkable powers, the relentless onslaught began to overwhelm them. Just as they stood on the precipice of demise, a figure emerged, standing resolutely before them. All attacks were absorbed by the barrier conjured by none other than Karmitt. Overjoyed to see their master, the two exclaimed, "Master, we apologize for bringing shame upon you." Karmitt shook his head. "Not at all. You have performed admirably. Now retreat. I shall handle this." Byler and Belinda nodded in understanding. After serving under Karmitt for so long, they recognized that when their master issued a command, their only duty was to obey. Their presence could hinder Karmitt's effectiveness. The fairies, however, were determined not to let the duo escape and launched another wave of attacks. Yet, under Karmitt's protection, these assaults were effortlessly thwarted. The two retreated from Gringotts, swiftly vanishing from the premises using disillusionment. One fairy glared at Karmitt, demanding, "Who are you to dare assault Gringotts?" Karmitt responded with a smirk, "Fairies, a pitiful species." His words ignited the ire of all present. "Bold insolence! How dare you insult us? Kill him!" The fairies, incensed, charged at Karmitt. He merely scoffed before lightly snapping his fingers, conjuring a sudden burst of flames. Subsequently, Karmitt gently exhaled towards the flames. In the next moment, the fires soared into the air, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that lunged towards the fairies. The fairies were taken aback, exclaiming, "Curse it! It's fierce fire! Quickly, take cover!" They scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, Karmitt exited the ancient spirit pavilion, deftly casting several lethal curses to hinder those fairies attempting to pursue him. Once beyond the confines of the pavilion, he too vanished using the art of apparition. Just as one fairy was about to chase after him, she was halted by another fairy's voice. "Do not pursue. First, we must extinguish the fierce fire." The fairies nodded in agreement and collectively cast spells to extinguish the flames. Following this, they began to assess the damages. At that moment, figures appeared outside the ancient spirit pavilion, none other than the belated Aurors. It must be noted that the Aurors wield an undeniable authority. They always arrive after the turmoil has unfolded. Upon returning to his manor, Karmitt commenced rummaging through his bag for necessary items. Before long, he unearthed a golden cup, a key, and a sword. He tucked away the key and scrutinized the sword and the golden cup before him. The sword held little value, merely a counterfeit. However, the golden cup was a Horcrux of Voldemort. Most importantly, it was rumored that the relics left behind by the four great founders possessed unique abilities. For instance, the diadem of Ravenclaw, when worn, enhances intelligence. Gryffindor's sword can shatter any object. Yet, no particular attributes were mentioned concerning Hufflepuff's golden cup or Slytherin's locket. Karmitt found himself intrigued by this enigma. Ironically, the golden cup had now become a Horcrux. This complicated matters for Karmitt. While a fierce fire could eliminate a Horcrux, the cup would be lost. How could he proceed with his research? After much contemplation, Karmitt could not devise a method to extract Voldemort's soul fragment without damage. He simply returned it to the bag, deeming it inactive. It posed no danger at present, as the soul fragment remained in a dormant state. Subsequently, Karmitt approached the iron door at the depths of his study, producing 3 keys. He was eager to uncover what lay within. As he inserted the keys, intricate patterns on the door began to shift slowly, accompanied by the sound of gears clicking and whirring from within. The 3 keys began to rotate along a predetermined path. Gradually, the door creaked open. Inside, an oil lamp ignited spontaneously. Without hesitation, Karmitt stepped through the threshold. The room housed 2 bookshelves, And although it was unclear how long it had been since anyone had cleaned, curiously, there was no sense of disorder. Not even a speck of dust lingered. The walls of the room were adorned with peculiar patterns that shimmered with a faint glow. Karmitt's gaze sharpened. Was this magical runes? A tremor of excitement coursed through his heart. In the realm of wizards, there exists a legend from time long past, so distant that it eludes precise recollection. In the magical domain, a unique doctrine known as the theory of magical runes once flourished. These runes, inscribed through extraordinary means, possess enigmatic powers that enable them to absorb the ambient magical energy and sustain their function. Such runes are said to endure throughout the ages. Their diverse combinations yield varying effects. There are even whispers that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, certain areas are adorned with these runes, which, despite the passage of countless years, remain operational. Among their remarkable abilities is the power to nullify all Muggle technology and to obstruct the use of apparition, both of which are attributed to the magic of these runes. Thus, the mystique surrounding Hogwarts Castle is perpetuated. However, as time progressed, the knowledge of these runes gradually faded from the consciousness of wizards. The study of runes became a lost art. At least in this current era, Karmitt has not heard of any location housing runes or any individual proficient in their use. Chapter 25. The Hogwarts school year begins. Departing from the train station, Karmitt cast his gaze towards the bookshelf in his room, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Could these tomes be manuscripts on magical runes? Eagerly, he seized one from a shelf titled Fundamentals of Runes. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he discovered it was indeed a book on runes. He continued to retrieve additional volumes, all centered around the subject of runes, and could hardly contain his exhilaration at this unexpected fortune. With great anticipation, Karmitt began to peruse the fundamentals of runes, subsequently delving into a meticulous study of its contents. After approximately half an hour, he rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the complexity of the material. It became evident to him why this knowledge had remained confined within the Black family, for none of its ancestors had successfully deciphered or utilized these runes. This subject matter was certainly not within the grasp of the average individual. No wonder it had become a lost art. The intricacies of runes resemble that of a language. For instance, the English alphabet comprises 26 letters, which can be combined to form a multitude of words. In contrast, the foundational runes consist of no fewer than 300 distinct symbols. Just imagine the myriad of possibilities that could arise from combining these 300 different runes. Moreover, unlike the English alphabet, these runes cannot simply be inscribed at will. The angle and pressure of the stroke must be precise, as even the slightest error could yield disastrous consequences. Take, for example, the simple rune for automatic cleaning that Karmitt had curiously stumbled upon in his reading. It was crafted from over 2,000 different rune combinations. Who could possibly grasp such complexity? Were it not for Karmitt's extraordinary photographic memory and keen insight, he would have cast the book aside and sealed the room once more in frustration. Nevertheless, Karmitt, endowed with unique abilities, recognized that while the study of runes is formidable, he possesses the means to comprehend it. Furthermore, within the pages, he had encountered a particularly intriguing rune. The capabilities of this magical rune are quite straightforward, akin to a telephone, capable of imprinting the rune to facilitate communication, even enabling video interaction. This invention holds immense potential. Karmitt has already envisioned numerous applications for it. For a pure-blood family, the most effective means of ascendance lies in monopolizing a business. Should Karmitt successfully decipher this device, it could become the Black family's exclusive means of communication. Furthermore, he could expand its use. For instance, live streaming. Imagine if Dumbledore were to host a live broadcast, complete with a gifting and donation feature. Karmitt dares not imagine the fortune the Black family could amass from such endeavors. Indeed, the magical realm prohibits the emergence of technological products. However, what if this were a technology born of magical runes? Beyond mere profit, this device possesses manifold utilities. Shaking his head, Karmitt expelled his fanciful thoughts from his mind. It is premature to entertain such notions. The study of this rune demands considerable time and effort, even for him. With resolve, Karmitt refocused on the arduous task of mastering the elusive rune, not only for the sake of profit, but also as a potential means of offense. Its uses are undeniably vast. As his studies progressed, Karmitt could not help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of this lost art. Even he felt a bit overwhelmed. As days passed, Karmitt settled into a monotonous routine, studying runes in the morning and practicing spells in the afternoon. The nearly blackened color of his killing curse indicated his unwavering diligence. Meals were delivered to his room by creature. Time flew, and August 31st arrived. Tomorrow marks the commencement of classes at Hogwarts, and today, all young wizards must board the Hogwarts Express to journey to the school, followed by the sorting ceremony and accommodation arrangements. This is a rite of passage that even the scions of pure blood families cannot escape. Karmitt awoke early, surprisingly so, as Draco's raucous antics downstairs had roused him from slumber. He unceremoniously tossed aside Vanny, who was sleeping soundly atop him, and proceeded to wash up. Yawning, he descended the stairs, slightly groggy from staying up late the previous night practicing spells. Upon reaching the ground floor, he heard Walburga's voice. "Oh, my dear Karmitt, you are off to school. You shall undoubtedly be the most splendid Slytherin." Karmitt stifled a yawn and replied, "Grandmother, I believe you need not be so courteous. After all, when I first arrived at the manor, you frequently remarked that I sullied the black lineage. Your current politeness is rather disconcerting." Walburga's expression froze momentarily, but Karmitt paid her no mind, turning his attention to Draco, whose face was alight with excitement. It was unclear whether he was more eager about starting school or about meeting Harry Potter at the train station. Karmitt approached the dining table. Creature brought forth the breakfast. "Draco, where are Aunt and Uncle?" asked Karmitt. Draco replied, "They're taking their time, so I came ahead to find you. They said they would wait for us at the station." Karmitt nodded. "Let us sit and enjoy our meal. There is no rush. It is still quite early." Draco acknowledged with an O and took a seat beside Karmitt. Creature placed the prepared breakfast in front of Draco as well. While eating, Draco recounted the joyful moments spent with Harry Potter over the past few days, much to Karmitt's annoyance. "Draco, do not speak while eating. You will soon see your Harry Potter. If you continue to vex me, I shall toss you out." Upon hearing this, Draco recoiled, refraining from further chatter. Finally, Karmitt could savor this moment of tranquility. After the meal, Karmitt led Draco to the carriage waiting at the door. All formalities had already been attended to during breakfast by Creature and the driver. The carriage set forth toward the train station. Along the way, Karmitt perused a book, having transitioned from fundamentals of magic runes to advanced runes. He had already committed the basic runes to memory, grateful to the deity of transmigration for bestowing upon him an eidetic memory. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the train station. From a distance, Draco spotted Harry Potter standing at the station's entrance, pushing a cart that bore an owl. It was undeniably eye-catching. However, what was remarkable was that many children were present at the station today, causing some passing muggles to ponder whether pet ownership had evolved. Had they taken to owls as pets? Some quick-witted individuals even contemplated starting a pet shop to sell owls, oblivious to the potential profitability of such an endeavor. Chapter 26, Platform 9 3/4, Narcissa's Wisdom. Draco leapt from the carriage and dashed toward Harry Potter. "Harry, have you arrived early?" Harry replied, "Not at all. I just got here a little while ago. Hagrid had something to attend to, so I waited for you here." Draco nodded. During this time spent with Harry, he had learned much about Hagrid from him. Though he held a certain disdain for the half-giant, he found himself softened by Harry's regard. Not quite the right term, but it would suffice. In any case, for Harry's sake, Draco bore no ill will toward Hagrid. Karmitt disembarked, and Draco pulled Harry over. "Harry, this is my cousin from the Black family, Karmitt Black." Harry felt a bit awkward. "Hello, Mr. Black." During this period, not only had Draco learned more about Harry, but Harry had also gleaned many insights into the magical world through Draco. For instance, before him stood a peer who was already a prominent figure, wielding authority over a family within the magical realm. Karmitt nodded slightly, remarking, "Harry Potter, your reputation in the magical realm is quite formidable. It seems at the present day, wizards owe much to you." Harry Potter scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You flatter me too much. I have done nothing at all, and I'm still uncertain about the entire situation. However, Draco and the others claim that I defeated he who must not be named." Karmitt chuckled. "Voldemort. It's perfectly acceptable to utter his name. In fact, there exists a saying in the wizarding world that Voldemort placed a curse on his name. As soon as someone speaks it, he becomes aware. But regardless of whether this is true or not, he is no longer among us, is he? The only ones who still hesitate to speak his name fall into two categories: those taught to do so from a young age, like Draco, and those who continue to fear him." Harry Potter nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude, Mr. Black. If it weren't for you, my uncle." Karmitt interjected, "Oh, it's nothing. After all, you are Draco's friend." He then turned to Draco, saying, "All right, Draco, go fetch your luggage. Your uncle and aunt should be waiting at the station." Draco nodded, and the driver opened the trunk to assist him in retrieving all his belongings. Soon, Draco was wheeling a cart identical to Harry Potter's toward the train station. In contrast, Karmitt had no luggage aside from the cat. Vonnie curled up in his arm. Draco, puzzled, asked, cousin, why don't you have any luggage? Karmitt replied, yesterday, I had creature use all the family owls to send my belongings to Hogwarts. Draco was taken aback. Is that even permissible? Karmitt responded, no one said it wasn't. Draco continued, then why didn't you tell me, cousin? Karmitt stated, I didn't inquire about it. By the way, I placed a wizarding robe in your luggage. Remember to bring it to me when the train nears the station. Draco suddenly felt disheartened. He realized he had been quite foolish. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple solution to this? Karmitt could only think that such a splendid idea was too good to share with Draco. After all, where would he place the wizarding robe? Karmitt, holding Vonnie, followed by Harry Potter and Draco pushing the cart behind him, created an odd scene reminiscent of two servants trailing after a young master. When they arrived at the platform, Karmitt spotted Lucius and Narcissa standing near the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10 from distance. Draco excitedly jogged a few steps forward. Father, mother. Narcissa caressed Draco's head. Karmitt approached as well, greeting Aunt, Uncle. Draco took Narcissa's hand and introduced, Mother, let me present Harry Potter. Harry, this is my mother. Harry Potter promptly said, Hello, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa gazed at Harry Potter with a warm smile, saying, Harry, Draco often speaks of you. I hope that once you both enter Hogwarts, you will enjoy a delightful time of learning together. Harry quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa continued, As this is our first meeting, I do not have much to offer you. I have prepared a set of clothes among Draco's belongings. Once you arrive at the school, he will give them to you. I had Karmitt inform me of your size. I hope you do not mind. Harry was momentarily taken aback, and his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. No, I do not mind at all. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa gently patted Harry's head and asked, My dear child, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Harry replied, I apologize, Mrs. Malfoy. It's just that no one has ever given me a gift before. Narcissa, with a complex expression, remarked, Such a poor child. Do not worry. There will be many gifts in the future. Entering Hogwarts will usher in a new chapter of your life. Harry nodded earnestly, casting a deep glance at Narcissa, as if he wished to etch her image in his memory forever. Very well, the time has come, children. You must make your way to the station. Do you see that pillar before you? Summon your courage and charge through it. You shall enter a brand new world. Harry stared at the wall, somewhat dazed. Draco approached him and said, Harry, let us go together. Together we will step into this new world. Looking at Draco by his side, Harry's gaze grew resolute. He nodded vigorously, and then both of them took a running start, plunging directly into the stone pillar, which completely enveloped them. Karmitt gave Narcissa a thumbs up, exclaiming, Aunt, that was quite impressive. Narcissa chuckled, having observed you and your uncle play with these tricks, one must learn a thing or two. Moreover, before marrying your uncle, I was a black. Karmitt laughed. Indeed, you, the only member of the black family named after a daffodil rather than celestial signs, possess great wisdom. Narcissa playfully flicked Karmitt's forehead. Only you know how to flatter. Now hurry, and take good care of your cousin. I entrust him to you. Karmitt nodded, rest assured, Aunt. Until we meet again during the holidays. Narcissa and Lucius nodded in acknowledgement. Karmitt, cradling Vanny, walked slowly towards the pillar. Compared to the other young wizards, Karmitt appeared remarkably composed. Chapter 27. Times have changed. Ron initiates a provocation. Karmitt felt little, merely sensing a transition in the scenery. He had officially arrived at platform 9 3/4. Not paying heed to the steam engine before him, Karmitt turned his gaze back to the wall he had just traversed. At that moment, he seemed to perceive the power of the magical runes. Karmitt studied the wall intently, finding it quite intriguing, evidently. This platform was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. What captivated Karmitt the most was the fact that the house elf Dobby could indeed seal this passage. Does this not imply that the elf lineage possesses a legacy of magical runes? Even if it is not a complete inheritance, they certainly possess the means to utilize these runes. In light of this, it appears that these seemingly foolish house elves may hold far greater utility. Karmitt took this matter to heart, for he was now on his way to school. Once he finds the time, he shall capture a few elves for further study. Karmitt walked directly towards the train carriage, without the need for a ticket check, as there were no assigned seats. He intended to find a compartment to rest casually, but to his surprise, he spotted Draco as soon as he boarded. Draco stood before a compartment, waving at Karmitt, Cousin, over here. Without hesitation, Karmitt approached Draco. Inside the compartment were only Harry Potter and Draco, the two seated together. Karmitt took a seat opposite them. Just as they settled in, the train began to move slowly. At that moment, the compartment door swung open, revealing a head resembling a red beacon. The newcomer was about to speak when he caught sight of Draco's striking platinum blonde hair. Damn it, that cursed Malfoy! With that mode of address and that shock of red hair, the identity of the intruder was unmistakable. Ron Weasley. Draco's expression shifted instantly, having been conversing with Harry Potter just moments before. Damn, before Draco could finish, Karmitt cleared his throat. Draco's composure swiftly returned. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the impoverished Weasley. What's wrong? Is your father not only unable to afford new robes, but has he also failed to teach you how to speak properly? Upon hearing this, Ron's anger flared. Malfoy, how dare you insult me? Draco retorted, when have I insulted you? Oh, I see now. Your family can't afford new robes, and, evidently, you can't even comprehend the meaning of my words. Ron was taken aback by Draco's sharp tongue, which expertly targeted his vulnerabilities. Little did he know, Draco had received specialized training from Karmitt. In a fit of rage, Ron rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Draco. Unfazed, Draco drew his wand from his robes, pointing it directly at Ron. Seeing the wand, Ron instantly sobered. What do you intend to do? Draco replied with a smirk. You walked right into this. How could I possibly let you off the hook? Such a brute. We are wizards. Do we resort to fists? Surely, you haven't learned a single spell, have you? Truly a Weasley. Such a foolish creature. Just then, a voice rang out. What are you two doing? A figure approached, pulling Ron behind him and blocking the doorway of the compartment. Karmitt glanced at the newcomer, another redhead, albeit with shorter hair, clad in a wizard's robe adorned with the badge of a prefect. With his iconic red hair, the newcomer was unmistakably Percy Weasley. Percy glared at Draco and said, How dare you point your wand at your fellow student? Bullying others even before classes begin. Is it due to your Malfoy lineage? Enraged, Draco retorted, Can't you see? You provoked me first. Percy replied, All I see is you aiming your wand at him. The commotion attracted considerable attention, and the doors of several compartments swung open. The Weasley twins peered out. Fred exclaimed, Look, our prefect brother is making quite a scene again. George added, If possible, I'd prefer you to say he's your brother next time, not ours. I wish to distance myself from him. Fred responded, If our mother hears you, she'll be heartbroken. Despite his insufferable nature, he remains our brother, and that cannot change. George shrugged. You're right. It's truly a tragedy. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Seeing his friend wrongly accused, Harry Potter stood up and declared, I can testify that he insulted Draco first. Mustering all his courage, Harry spoke up, unwilling to stand by while his friend was bullied. Cormac looked at Harry in surprise. How should one articulate it? The bond of youthful friendship is indeed unbreakable. Percy frowned as he glanced at Ron behind him. While he was indeed Ron's brother, he was also the Gryffindor prefect. He valued the prefect's authority more than his brotherly ties. Initially, he had approached the conflict to assert his position, instinctively wanting to protect Ron when he saw him confronting Malfoy. After all, in Malfoy's eyes, the Weasleys were merely impoverished nuisances, while in the Weasleys' view, Malfoys were a detestable lot. However, if Ron was genuinely at fault, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Just then, Ron shouted, He*s lying. They are in cahoots. He*s lying. With those words, Percy found clarity. After all, Ron had inadvertently provided him with justification. No one else had witnessed the incident, so he could easily accuse Malfoy of provocation, as was typical of the Malfoy family. Percy stated, Once we arrive at school, I will report today's events to the professors. Malfoy, you aimed your wand at a fellow student, and I believe the professors will address this matter. Having said that, Percy prepared to leave with Ron. Harry and Draco, feeling anxious, protested. They'd been unjustly accused without an avenue for redress. Harry, especially furious, glared at Ron, who stood smugly behind Percy, his teeth clenched in frustration, unable to comprehend how someone could lie so brazenly. It was evident that Draco had been the one to provoke. Draco, fuming, turned to Cormac and said, Cousin, look at them. Cormac sighed. After all, they were merely children, still unable to contain their emotions. However, he had no intention of letting Ron and Percy off so easily. Did they think they could come to him, chatter for a while, and then just walk away? Was this a game to them? Chapter 28. Ron terrified? The Truth Potion. Karmitt set down the book in his hands and said, Stop right there. You intend to leave like this? Percy halted, turning to face Karmitt, furrowing his brow. Who are you? What do you want? Karmitt disregarded Percy and turned his gaze to Ron. You just said it was Draco who provoked you? Ron looked at Karmitt, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Instinctively, he edged behind Percy. With Percy standing in front, a surge of courage suddenly welled up within Ron. Yes, it was him. Karmitt chuckled. Now you both have different accounts. Even if this escalates to the professors, it could become quite the dilemma. After all, we are in a magical realm. where the most astonishing aspect of magic is its ability to turn the impossible into possible, such as the truth potion. Karmitt produced a small vial from his pocket. What a coincidence. I happen to have a vial of truth potion, a wondrous elixir that compels one to speak the truth. Just 3 drops will unveil all your secrets. Karmitt fixed his gaze on Ron. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Ron was instantly engulfed in panic. No, I don't want that. Percy frowned. Using the truth potion without consent is illegal. Karmitt replied, You're right. Thank you for enlightening me on legal matters. However, I believe it would be prudent to clarify certain issues. With that, Karmitt rose and advanced towards Ron. Witnessing this, Ron was thoroughly alarmed. He clutched Percy, pleading, Brother, help me. Percy observed Ron's distress, his expression darkening. It was evident to him what was unfolding. Yet, he could not allow Karmitt to pour the potion down Ron's throat. Percy drew his wand decisively. Stop. Your actions are illegal. I will restrain you and hand you over to the Ministry of Magic. Surrender the truth potion, and you will face judgment. Karmitt regarded Percy with a cold smirk. Then, with a mere flick of his hand, Percy was sent flying, crashing to the floor of the compartment. His wand rolled away, coming to rest at a distance. Percy was in disbelief. How had he been thrown? Fred and George were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances and discreetly approached Percy, shielding him behind them as they regarded Karmitt with innocuous smiles. Noting the twins, Karmitt smiled back, having no intention of confronting them. He directly approached Ron. Will you drink it yourself, or shall I assist you? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The truth potion can inflict irreversible damage on the brain. Upon hearing this, Ron was horrified, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground, his body leaning back. No, please don't come closer. Karmitt reassured him. It will all be over soon. The sacrifices made for the truth are worthwhile. Terrified, Ron's face was a mess of tears and snot. At that moment, a foul stench permeated the entire carriage. A group of young wizards turned their gaze toward Ron, from beneath whom a pool of liquid slowly seeped out. He had lost control of his bladder. Karmitt was equally astonished. Could he truly be this cowardly? Holding his nose, Karmitt beckoned Draco nearby. Draco, go give him a taste of the truth serum. Though Draco felt a twinge of disdain, he was eager to clear his name. Without hesitation, he accepted the vial from Karmitt's hand. Upon witnessing this, Ron's mental defenses crumbled. No, don't come near me. I admit it. I was the one who insulted him first. I provoked him. Draco, undeterred, intended to continue extracting more secrets, relishing the prospect of embarrassing the Weasley family further. However, before he could make a move, Karmitt snatched the vial away. Draco exclaimed in alarm, Cousin, what are you doing? Karmitt smirked. Did you really believe this was truth serum? Draco was taken aback, as were the others present. Karmitt promptly opened the vial and drank its contents in one gulp. This is the fruit nectar creature prepared for me this morning. The morning nectar has the finest flavor. If you waste it, what shall I drink? Karmitt's mocking gaze fell upon the now dumbfounded Ron. The terror etched on Ron's face faded, replaced by fury. You tricked me, Karmitt replied. Stop whining and go change your pants. Upon hearing this, Ron felt the chill beneath him, glancing at the mocking expressions of those around him. He lowered his head and bolted out of the carriage. The young wizards erupted into laughter, and the louder they laughed, the redder Ron's face became. His resentment towards Karmitt and Draco deepened, and he thought of that bespectacled boy with black hair, whom he also despised. Karmitt tossed the empty vial to Draco, saying, When faced with a problem, use your brain. If you don't, it will rust. With that, Karmitt returned to the compartment. Seeing the excitement had dissipated, the others followed suit. Percy's face alternated between crimson and pale as he picked up his wand, preparing to leave. Just then, Karmitt's voice rang out. Prefect, clean up the mess your brother made, or I won't hesitate to use your face for that purpose. Percy instantly erupted with anger. Fists clenched as he glared at Karmitt's compartment. He then walked to the end of the carriage to find a mop and bucket, beginning to clean the floor. Karmitt's earlier maneuver had made it clear to him that he was no match for him. In a real confrontation, being forced to clean the floor with his face was not beyond the realm of possibility. Fred and George peeked at Percy through the small window of the compartment, both astonished. Fred, did you see Percy's face? It's absolutely livid. George chuckled. Indeed, what a genius. Using fake truth serum. Does this count as a prank? Fred remarked. I feel inspired. George leaned against the door, stroking his chin as he remarked. Do you think this is somewhat inappropriate? After all, he is our brother. Fred nodded in agreement. You are right. What should we do then? George suggested. Once we return to school, we can condemn that genius in our hearts. Fred's eyes lit up. George, you are a genius too. I think that's a splendid idea. The brothers exchanged glances, sharing a conspiratorial grin. Inside the compartment, Draco wore a triumphant expression. Harry, did you see that? That wretched Weasley, he actually scared his cousin into submission. A smile graced Harry Potter's face as well. He found some satisfaction in the moment, having been wronged himself. After all, Harry was merely an 11-year-old boy who also harbored thoughts of revenge. Draco continued, "That insufferable Weasley has utterly humiliated himself. Although only one person in the compartment witnessed his disgrace, such a scandal will undoubtedly spread throughout Hogwarts in no time. Even if it doesn't, I shall ensure it does." Chapter 29. The plot thickens. Miss Granger in search of a toad. Harry Potter remarked, "That person earlier was indeed quite detestable. He instigated the situation, but still attempted to frame us." Draco replied, "The Weasley family is like that. Do you remember when I told you about the 28 pure blood families?" Harry nodded. Draco elaborated, "They are one of those pure blood families, but they're the disgrace among them." Harry observed, "Given that person's demeanor, it is certainly fitting to call them a disgrace." Draco pondered for a moment, then said, "That is not entirely fair. My cousin taught me a valuable lesson. One should not generalize based on a single experience. That Weasley was indeed quite obnoxious. However, it would be unjust to label the entire Weasley family as intolerable. Although I have my grievances with them, my cousin insists there are commendable individuals within the Weasley lineage." Harry nodded. "I see, Draco. I never expected you would still speak in their defense after being wronged." Feeling slightly bashful, Draco scratched his head. "It's all thanks to my cousin. He is quite remarkable and knowledgeable." Harry glanced at Karmitt, who sat across from him engrossed in a book. Feeling a twinge of envy for Draco's admirable cousin. Reflecting on his own cousin, he dismissed the thought. Just as Draco had surmised, the news of Ron's humiliation spread rapidly aboard the Hogwarts Express. After all, young people are drawn to spectacle. Who could resist such entertainment? Thus, before even starting school, Ron had already gained notoriety, albeit for less than favorable reasons. Percy, feeling humiliated as the prefect of Gryffindor and an ambitious individual, was deeply troubled by Ron's actions, believing they would tarnish his reputation. Consequently, he harbored a great deal of resentment towards Ron. As for his disdain for Karmitt, truthfully, Percy lacked the courage to confront someone stronger than himself. The weak often fear the strong, as their very essence is steeped in trepidation. The twins, however, remained unaffected by these developments. They not only escaped the turmoil, but thrived amidst it. The incident involving Ron's mishap with his trousers was initially disseminated by the two of them. They all took it as a source of amusement. The nature of the twins is such that they care for family, yet do not hesitate to indulge in trivialities for a bit of fun. Naturally, they believe it to be harmless, but what of Ron's feelings? Who truly cares about the sentiments of such a petty individual? The train continued its journey towards Hogwarts. The magical world is indeed wondrous. At least for Karmitt, it was astonishing to witness a Muggle steam train traveling at such remarkable speed. Time passed slowly. Just as Karmitt immersed himself in the ocean of magical runes, there was a knock at the compartment door. Subsequently, a furry head peeked in. "Have you seen a toad?" Upon hearing this, Karmitt's attention was piqued. Here it comes, the much-anticipated moment for every reincarnated character. However, Karmitt had already showcased his prowess when dealing with Percy moments ago, rendering the occasion somewhat lackluster. Draco and Harry Potter shook their heads, replying, "No, we haven't seen one." Hermione exclaimed in surprise, intending to leave, but then she spotted Karmitt. Her eyes widened in recognition. "It's you." Karmitt smiled and replied, "Good to see you again, the dentist's little girl." Hermione huffed indignantly. "My name is Hermione Granger, not the dentist's little girl." Karmitt instinctively glanced at Draco. What a typical Malfoy introduction. How has Hermione managed to pick up on this? Draco, puzzled, asked, "Cousin, do you know her?" Karmitt nodded. "Yes, that day in Diagon Alley, while you were playing nearby, Professor McGonagall took Miss Granger and her parents to a cafe." Upon hearing this, Draco realized that needing someone to escort them indicated a Muggle background. His expression quickly turned to one of disdain. Karmitt frowned and shot a glance at Draco, who suddenly recalled that his cousin had little regard for notions of blood purity. He promptly concealed his disdain and turned back to converse with Harry Potter. Hermione glanced back at Neville, saying, "Neville, it seems your toad has wandered off. Since this is the last carriage, why don't we wait until we arrive at Hogwarts and seek assistance then?" Neville nodded. "All right, thank you, Miss Granger." Hermione waved her hand dismissively. "No trouble at all." Then Neville, head bowed, made his way back to his compartment. Meanwhile, Hermione audaciously entered Karmitt's compartment and sat down right beside him. This bold move left not only Draco and Harry Potter taken aback, but even Karmitt himself was slightly bewildered. What was this know-it-all girl up to? Hermione said, "Mr. Black, right? Professor McGonagall mentioned that you possess considerable strength, even without enrollment. You have mastered many spells. I too have learned a few spells before the term begins." Hermione lifted her chin slightly, speaking with a hint of pride. Upon hearing these words, Karmitt understood. This know-it-all young lady was merely acting out of defiance. It must be said, this know-it-all truly possesses a delightful charm. Her current demeanor, however, is rather impolite. Yet, Karmitt comprehended Hermione's intentions. Not only was she feeling obstinate, but she was also grappling with the anxiety of stepping into the unfamiliar realm of magic. Thus, she sought to gauge the abilities of the students in the magical world through Karmitt. One must admit, our know-it-all lady does exhibit a certain cleverness. Beside them, Draco furrowed his brow and remarked, "Miss, you are being rather discourteous. First and foremost, this is our compartment, and we have not invited you in. Furthermore, your proficiency in spells bears no relevance to us. You have already disturbed us, so please take your leave." Hermione turned to Draco and replied, "First, this is a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, and there are no explicit regulations stating that any compartment belongs to a particular individual, as long as one is a freshman. One may take a seat freely. Secondly, I am speaking to him, not to you. Your interjection is also a rather rude behavior." Draco was immediately incensed. Karmitt found the situation amusing. If it were a battle of wits, Draco would find himself utterly outmatched by Hermione. Oh, Draco would falter in physical confrontation as well. Karmitt recalled from the original story that, whether in spells or in hand-to-hand combat, Draco had faced defeat at the hands of the know-it-all on more than one occasion. Poor Draco! In Chapter 30, the initial formation of the new trio began to take shape. Draco's chest heaved dramatically, clearly displaying his immaturity. A child who has never faced adversity behaves in such a manner. Karmitt chuckled. "So, you wish to prove your superiority over me? Or perhaps, you are apprehensive about entering the magical world and wish to ascertain the level of skill among its children?" Karmitt had astutely discerned Hermione's thoughts. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise as she stammered, Who is scared?" Karmitt responded with a smile, "Regardless of whether you are afraid or not, and irrespective of your intentions, you ought to seek Draco rather than me. For if you approach me, you will entirely lose the courage to attend Hogwarts." Hermione furrowed her brow, looking defiantly at Karmitt. Karmitt chuckled, "You do not understand now, but once you enter Hogwarts, you will realize what the name Karmitt Black signifies in the realm of magic. Well then, if you truly wish to engage in a contest, Draco, why not have our Miss Granger demonstrate for a while also allowing Mr. Potter to gain some early insight into a few spells?" Draco's eyes lit up. "Is that possible? Can we use spells now?" Karmitt nodded, "Of course. You are now aboard the Hogwarts Express, which means you have indeed entered Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Draco became exhilarated. Heaven knows, he had longed to showcase his magic in front of Harry Potter. However, he had been residing in the Muggle world alongside Harry, and Draco was concerned that his casual use of magic might attract unwanted attention, leading to complications. The competition between the two children was indeed somewhat lackluster. Karmitt found it rather tedious. Yet he stumbled upon a rather astonishing realization. Miss Know-it-all's innate talent was truly remarkable. She had mastered the same spells even more proficiently than Draco. It is worth noting that Miss Know-it-all had only possessed her wand and spellbooks for no more than half a month. In contrast, Draco, although he had acquired his wand at the same time as Hermione, had already begun memorizing incantations and learning the intricacies of spell casting under Karmitt's guidance. Observing Hermione, Karmitt became increasingly convinced of his assessment. Hermione was undoubtedly a prodigy, a rare talent indeed. Draco was also somewhat taken aback. He was no longer the mindless fool from the original story. After spending considerable time with Karmitt, he had absorbed knowledge and began to think critically. He too pondered Hermione's exceptional abilities, feeling a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was completely engrossed in the magical world, unable to extricate himself. The camaraderie among children developed swiftly. The former Draco would have never entertained the notion of befriending Hermione. However, influenced by Karmitt's presence, Draco perhaps unknowingly found his worldview shifting. He no longer clung to the obsession with blood purity. Instead, he began to value strength and talent, much like Karmitt. Lucius had indeed sensed the transformation within Draco. Yet he found himself in a quandary regarding whether to allow this change to occur. The fixation on pure blood superiority had been instilled in him from a young age. Nonetheless, it was evident that Karmitt's pragmatic approach was far more beneficial. Thus, Lucius ultimately decided to take a hands-off approach, allowing his son to forge his own path, whatever that may entail. The two young wizards revealed their full potential, casting 3 or 4 spells each, astonishing Harry Potter, who was left in awe and filled with an insatiable longing for the magical realm. Ultimately, the two were evenly matched. Hermione turned to Karmitt, who was quietly engrossed in a book, about to speak, When Draco interjected, "You don't truly intend to challenge my cousin, do you?" Hermione replied, "And what of it?" Draco cautioned, "I suggest you gain a deeper understanding of the magical world once you enter Hogwarts before contemplating such a challenge. My cousin is not like us. He has stated that one should never undertake endeavors without assurance, as it may very well cost you your life. You may perceive this as a jest, but I genuinely have your best interests at heart." Upon hearing Draco's words, Hermione hesitated. Draco, noticing her uncertainty, felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that imparting his cousin's wisdom to others was quite gratifying. He felt that he ought to remember more of his cousin's words to share with others later. It would be quite exhilarating. Hermione glanced at Karmitt, mentally noting Draco's remarks, planning to conduct a thorough investigation upon entering Hogwarts. She turned to Draco and inquired, "Did you grow up in a magical world?" Draco nodded. "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, a descendant of the pure-blood Malfoy family, one of the 28 esteemed houses. This is Harry Potter, my cousin, as you already know." Hermione, puzzled, remarked, "The 28 pure-blood families? I believe I encountered that in magical history. They're the most powerful families in the wizarding world. I recall that the Malfoy and Black families are among them." Draco affirmed, "Correct, but the accounts and books are merely one-sided. Once you enter Hogwarts, you will comprehend what it truly means to belong to a pure-blood family." Hermione nodded and then turned her gaze to Harry Potter. "Harry Potter, I'm aware of you. You are mentioned in magical history as the one who ended the era of He Who Must Not Be Named and saved the wizarding world. However, at present, you seem—" Hermione hesitated, "rather ordinary." Harry Potter instantly fell silent, his lips twitching slightly. "I'm uncertain about what transpired back then. I was merely a year old, devoid of any memories." Hermione replied, "Well, you are undoubtedly a celebrity. By the way, I couldn't find any records about the sorting ceremony in Hogwarts history. Do you know how it actually works?" The young ones easily opened up. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Harry shook his head, lacking any knowledge of the magical world. Draco stated, "I heard my parents mention that the sorting ceremony is quite perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in grave danger. And there are even mortality indicators during the sorting at Hogwarts." At this revelation, Karmitt nearly burst out laughing. Truly, the demeanor of these wizards is rather atrocious. How is it that they all share a remarkably uniform stance, revealing nothing about the sorting ceremony? Chapter 31. The terrifying rumors circulating among the new students. Upon hearing Draco's words, Hermione and Harry gasped in shock. Harry swallowed hard. "Death? Mortality indicators?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "That can't be true. No one has ever mentioned that one could die while attending school. If someone were to perish, how would the school explain it to the parents?" Draco replied, "I cannot say. That is what my parents told me." Hermione queried, "Could it be that they are deceiving you?" Draco became agitated. "My parents would never lie to me." Hermione stroked her chin thoughtfully. Observing Draco's unwavering conviction, she felt a surge of concern. Is the magical world truly this perilous? Karmitt, having put down his book at some point, was now intently observing the trio. He seemed to finally grasp why those wizards refrained from disclosing any details about the sorting ceremony. Even Narcissa and Lucius, who dote on Draco, would deceive him. Yet, is this not a process that fortifies their resolve? This magical realm has never been a greenhouse. The ritual of concealing the details of the sorting hat has been in place since the inception of Hogwarts. During a time of such turmoil in the magical world, lacking the courage to face this entrance examination would render one's entry into the realm of magic a mere waste of time. Indeed, it could very well lead to death. This must be the first step into the wizarding world, a heart steadfast enough to endure. Draco glanced at his cousin, Karmitt, suddenly struck by inspiration. Of course, he may be unaware of the sorting's intricacies, but his cousin would surely possess that knowledge. With this thought, Draco hastily inquired, "Cousin, how exactly does the sorting work?" "You must know." Harry Potter and Hermione also looked at Karmitt with eager anticipation. Karmitt chuckled softly. "Ah, the plight of these 3 unfortunate children. Let me ease their minds." He said, "Indeed, I know a bit." Instantly, the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What is it, cousin? Do tell us," urged Draco. Karmitt replied, "It's quite simple, really. You will be divided into groups of 10 and must battle a troll. Based on your performance during the encounter, you will be assigned to the appropriate house." Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. "A troll?" His tone shifted dramatically, his expression betraying utter incredulity. Hermione trembled slightly. Having read countless books, she understood fully what a troll was. Harry Potter scratched his head and asked, what exactly is a troll?" Draco explained, "A magical creature, quite savage. If one lacks the strength to confront them, the outcome is invariably fatal." Harry's eyes widened. Fatal? Draco nodded gravely. Yes. Countless wizards have perished at the hands of trolls. Harry gulped. Hermione exclaimed, they must be mad. We haven't even begun to learn magic, and they expect us to fight a troll? Karmitt reassured them. Fear not. There is generally little danger. The professors will be watching over you, and if any peril arises, they will intervene. His words were delivered with such conviction that Draco and the others had no reason to doubt him. However, a sense of anxiety loomed over the trio, their minds racing with thoughts. Karmitt continued, once you arrive at Hogwarts, you'll have the option to leave. However, doing so will mean forfeiting your chance to enter the magical world entirely. He observed their reactions closely. After a moment, it was Harry Potter who spoke first. I want to leave. I'm not afraid. I don't want to go back. I want to be a wizard, to take control of my own destiny. Harry's face was resolute, a declaration that took Karmitt by surprise. Almost simultaneously, Draco and Hermione echoed his sentiment, their faces steeled with determination, ready to face whatever lay ahead. In that moment, the fervor of youth surged forth. Carmine's attention was entirely focused on the three individuals, oblivious to the two first-year students who happened to pass by outside the door and overheard his words regarding the sorting ceremony. The two freshmen, paralyzed with fear, supported each other as they fled. Soon, a rumor spread among the newcomers. The sorting required them to battle a troll in groups of 10. This information was already confirmed. Some first-years began to seek out their teammates. The older wizards overheard the whispers circulating among the freshmen and exchanged bewildered glances. Whose father had propagated such absurd tales? They shuddered at the thought of what they would have felt had such outrageous news circulated when they first enrolled. In the Twin Stars box, Fred reclined on the bench, shaking with laughter. Good heavens, this is sheer brilliance. Who conceived of this idea? George, equally amused, chimed in, I heard the rumor originated from the black box. Fred exclaimed, I am growing increasingly fond of him. I believe he is a genius, a true genius. We must learn from him. This surely is the greatest prank in Hogwarts history. Did you see the expressions on those first years? They were genuinely terrified. George replied, indeed. Now, all the newcomers are holed up in their boxes, poring over basic spell books, desperate to learn a couple of spells before classes begin. Karmitt swore to Merlin that he had never anticipated this news would spread. His intention was merely to keep an eye on the three and offer a bit of courage to their journey. He never envisioned that it would instill fear in all the newcomers. Meanwhile, Ron secluded himself in a box, having heard the news from outside. At that moment, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself, yet his legs were too weak to rise. He could hardly believe that Fred and George's claims were true. They were indeed expected to face a troll. Ron longed to return home. He no longer wished to attend Hogwarts. After all, it was a troll. For a child raised in the magical realm, the power of a troll could silence a crying infant. Inside the box, the three, resolved, found that their fear had somewhat diminished. Hermione turned to Karmitt and asked, Mr. Black, you seem well-versed in many aspects of Hogwarts. I've read the history. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts. What distinguishes these 4 houses? Could you enlighten me? This pertains to the path I will take. Chapter 32, Planting a Seed in the Heart. Tick-tock. Karmitt glanced at Hermione. He had to admit that her inquiries were far more mature compared to those of her peers. In the original narrative, she had not had the opportunity to explore such matters. Now, seizing the moment, she immediately thought to inquire about issues that would affect her future development. Karmitt replied, you should know that Hogwarts comprises 4 houses. However, in my view, the distinctions among them are not particularly significant. Each house possesses its own unique characteristics. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Among them, Hufflepuff boasts the largest student body. In the wizarding world, it is said that all the ordinary students gravitate towards Hufflepuff. However, this does not imply that Hufflepuff students are inferior. Rather, being ordinary signifies a lack of notable virtues, and consequently, a lack of significant flaws. This cohort, being the most populous, renders Hufflepuff the most united house within Hogwarts, thus constituting the largest segment of its student population. Following closely is Ravenclaw, a house that venerates knowledge and wisdom. Its founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, is heralded as the most astute individual in the magical realm, without contest. Hence, every student from Ravenclaw is academically gifted, perceiving knowledge as their sole pursuit. Consequently, Ravenclaw is also the house with the highest number of female wizards. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Hermione's eyes sparkled. She felt an immediate affinity for this house, recognizing it as particularly suited to her. She relishes learning and considers herself wise, thus deeming Ravenclaw to be her optimal choice. Karmitt continued, turning to Gryffindor and Slytherin next. First, he spoke of Gryffindor, known for its hallmark of bravery, students with courage invariably find their place in Gryffindor. If Hufflepuff comprises the greatest number of wizards, then Gryffindor boasts the pinnacle of wizardry. Numerous renowned wizards hail from Gryffindor. Yet, perhaps due to an excess of courage, Gryffindor students exhibit a pronounced flaw. Their recklessness and boisterousness often impede their ability to focus on their studies. By the way, the two Weasley family members you encountered earlier, the elder one, is actually the head boy of Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, Harry Potter instinctively revealed a look of disdain. Karmitt observed Harry's every reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Harry inquired, "Is Gryffindor the strongest house?" Before Karmitt could respond, Draco interjected, "Certainly not. Slytherin is the strongest." Karmitt chuckled softly. The strength of a house is not what truly matters. Any house can produce powerful wizards. It fundamentally depends on the wizard themselves. Slytherin is arguably the most unique house at Hogwarts, yet it also bears the most notorious reputation. The origins of this reputation trace back to Salazar Slytherin, the house's founder. Salazar held steadfast beliefs regarding blood purity, asserting that only purebloods were worthy of learning magic. Thus, many perceive Slytherin's founding intent as one aimed at recruiting wizards from pureblood families. However, in my view, Slytherin's criteria for admission are not so much based on lineage, but rather on ambition and capability. Harry Potter, perplexed, asked, "Ambition?" Cammy nodded slightly. "Indeed, for instance, if you aspire to possess unparalleled strength, that is ambition. If you desire to amass wealth beyond measure, that too is ambition. Slytherin venerates power, prioritizing objectives over results. Therefore, many of the dark wizards outside are predominantly of Slytherin lineage, for dark magic possesses extraordinary might. Yet, despite Slytherin's tarnished reputation, there exists a saying in the wizarding world: wizards emerging from Slytherin undeniably possess a foundational strength superior to that of the other three houses. Thus, if one seeks power, Slytherin is undoubtedly the finest choice." Draco spoke with a hint of pride. "My father and mother both hail from Slytherin, and hence, their prowess in the magical realm is among the elite. I know many who are Slytherin alumni. Their strength is formidable." Harry Potter exhibited a contemplative expression. After listening to Cammy's exposition, he found himself intrigued by Slytherin. Observing Harry's demeanor, Cammy's lips curled into a slight smile. The seed had been sown. Whether this savior could ultimately become Slytherin's champion remained to be seen. Up until now, aside from them, Harry had only encountered Hagrid, a loyal member of Dumbledore's faction, who harbored no fondness for purebloods and felt similarly about Slytherin. Thus, Hagrid would undoubtedly instill many favorable notions of Gryffindor in Harry, a maneuver orchestrated by Dumbledore. Now, Cammy too was planting a seed in Harry's mind, uncertain if it would take root. Although he spoke more than Hagrid and consciously guided Harry, Hagrid held an advantage as Harry's guide. It now depended solely on Harry's own inclinations. Hermione inquired, "So, can one choose their own house? I mean, what if I feel a house is not suitable for me? Or can I transfer to another house?" Cammy replied, "I regret to inform you that Hogwarts does not permit house transfers, nor can one choose their own house. However, during the sorting ceremony, if you possess a particularly strong inclination toward a specific house, your suggestion might be taken into account." Cammy chuckled. The seeds had already been planted in both of their minds, and he was eager to see if he could shape the savior into a Slytherin. How would Dumbledore respond to such a development? Of course, Cammy had no grand illusions. After all, in his previous life, he had encountered numerous forum posts rife with conspiracy theories regarding Dumbledore. If those theories held any veracity, Dumbledore's machinations were profoundly intricate. To influence matters was no simple task. Nevertheless, time was on his side. Cammy's primary objective in coming to Hogwarts was to immerse himself in the narrative and procure certain benefits. His gaze swept over Hermione, Harry, and Draco. As for the others, they were merely pawns. Chapter 33. Welcome to Hogwarts. Around 5 in the afternoon, as the train let out a deep, resonant whistle, Karmitt knew they were approaching their destination. Hermione exited the compartment to don her robes, while Draco retrieved his and Karmitt's robes from his trunk. Once clad in his robe, Draco eagerly showcased the dragon emblem emblazoned upon it to Harry Potter, for Draco indeed held a profound admiration for dragons. As the train gradually slowed, the platform of Hogwarts came into view beside them. Karmitt gazed out the window, catching a glimpse of the Hogwarts castle perched atop the mountains, majestic and enigmatic, as if a bride awaiting the unveiling of her veil. Karmitt murmured, "Hogwarts, here I come." Within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was meticulously selecting his attire for the evening's banquet. Laid out on the bed were robes that resembled nightgowns. Frankly, to Karmitt's eyes, These garments bore little distinction aside from their colors. Yet, the old wizard had an undeniable fondness for such garments, extravagantly so. At that moment, Dumbledore noticed his elder wand, resting nearby, begin to quiver slightly. He turned to observe. Ah, it seems the children have arrived. Karmitt Black, I wonder what surprises you shall bring to Hogwarts. With a flick of his hand, he calmed the wand's tremors and resumed his joyful task of selecting attire. Casually plucking a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from a nearby pile and popping it into his mouth. On the train, Karmitt's palm rested on the left side of his robe, where his wand quivered gently. Was it sensing the presence of the Elder Wand? Fear not. You shall have your chance to engage with the Elder Wand, but not at this moment. As if understanding Karmitt's reassurance, the Elder Wand gradually settled into tranquility. Once the train came to a halt, a throng of young wizards disembarked into the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively surveying their new environment. At that moment, a towering figure captured the attention of the new students. My goodness, he is extraordinarily tall. Who could this be? Hagrid had long since grown accustomed to such reactions. In truth, as a half-giant, he was considered quite diminutive among giants, even when compared to other half-breeds. Harry Potter, upon spotting Hagrid, exclaimed in delight, Hagrid? Hagrid turned to see Harry, his face breaking into a smile as he winked at him. However, upon noticing Draco beside Harry, Hagrid's brow furrowed in confusion. Why was Harry mingling with the Malfoy heir? Yet, duty called, and he could not linger on questions. He bellowed, first-year students, follow me. The upperclassmen know their way to the castle. The older students laughed and departed, each year possessing its own means of transportation, thus requiring no guidance. Hagrid led the first years towards the direction of the castle, soon arriving at the water's edge. In the water, a fleet of small boats had come to a halt. Hagrid declared, All right, for to a boat, you are free to choose your companions. Hurry aboard. Night is falling, and we must make haste to the castle. The young wizards eagerly sought out familiar faces, some from previous encounters, others from the train ride. Meanwhile, Hermione approached Karmitt and his group, fortuitously gathering four together. Draco and Harry Potter began to row, and one by one, the small boats set off towards Hogwarts Castle. Hermione remarked, I read in the history of Hogwarts that the castle is perched atop a cliff, with the precipice behind and entirely surrounded by the Black Lake on the other side. Is this the Black Lake? Draco exclaimed. The Black Lake? Goodness, I've heard there are water monsters lurking within. At this, Harry Potter jolted. Water monsters? Hermione reassured him. Such tales remain unverified, and besides, aren't you destined for Slytherin? The Slytherin dormitories lie beneath the Black Lake. Perhaps you might catch a glimpse of a creature yourself. Hearing Hermione's words, Draco found her reasoning quite compelling. By the way, which house do you all wish to join? Didn't my cousin mention that during sorting, the students' preferences are considered? Hermione replied, If possible, I would love to be sorted into Ravenclaw. The sea of knowledge there is most suited to me. Draco nodded, agreeing that Ravenclaw was indeed a fitting choice for Hermione. Harry, what about you? Harry Potter shook his head. I haven't decided yet. I'm leaning towards Gryffindor. But I also wish to be as formidable as Mr. Black and perhaps join Slytherin. Draco encouraged, Come to Slytherin and we can share a dormitory. His face was alight with anticipation. Harry scratched his head, hesitating. Karmitt observed their interaction with keen interest, curious to see how Harry Potter would choose. At that moment, it seemed Slytherin had the upper hand. After all, it was a matter of bonds. As Karmitt pondered, their boat glided through a thicket of vegetation, revealing a breathtaking scene ahead. The sky had darkened, and all the newcomers gasped in awe. My goodness, is this Hogwarts? How beautiful! They exclaimed. Is this to be our home for the next 7 years? In that moment, the enigmatic Hogwarts, the sanctum of British wizards and the cradle of countless powerful beings, unveiled its mysterious visage to the young wizards for the first time. In the darkness, Hogwarts Castle shone brightly, its lights outlining the magnificent structure. Although Karmitt did not favor the West, he could not deny the stark contrast in architectural styles between East and West. If Eastern architecture is grand and majestic, then Western architecture embodies a mysterious elegance. While it may not rival the grandeur of the great Eastern nations, it possesses a unique aesthetic charm, particularly evident in the colossal castle that is Hogwarts. Hagrid navigated a small boat alone. Observing the expressions of the young wizards, he smiled and said, Welcome to Hogwarts. The surface of the Black Lake rippled gently with the breeze, and the plants along the shore swayed softly as if to greet the young wizards arriving at Hogwarts. Chapter 34. The eve of the sorting ceremony, new students' wands drawn in unison. Karmitt, wide-eyed, gazed at the magnificent Hogwarts before him. He sensed the magical runes. Ever since he began studying them, he had developed an acute awareness of their presence. He could distinctly feel that within the walls of Hogwarts, numerous runes existed, many of which were profoundly intricate. As the small boat approached the shore, Karmitt was further astounded. The castle's outer walls were adorned with patterns that appeared decorative. Yet Karmitt recognized them as magical runes, complex in nature, far beyond his current understanding of their composition. Indeed, as he had surmised, among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, there must be someone well-versed in the art of runes. He just wondered who that individual might be. Hagrid led the group of awestruck young wizards towards the castle entrance. From a distance, Karmitt spotted Professor McGonagall standing at the doorway. Clad in a flowing robe and a pointed magical hat, she held a parchment rolled in her hand, casually tapping it against the balustrade of the corridor. An aura of authority emanated from her, unmistakably conveying the message, approach with caution. Indeed, our venerable cat lady remained as stern and formidable as ever. Hagrid approached and exchanged greetings with Professor McGonagall. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Hagrid. You may leave the rest to me. Head to the Great Hall now." Hagrid acknowledged her with a nod, winking at Harry Potter as he departed, which made Harry beam with delight. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze swept over the assembly of young wizards, silencing their previous chatter in an instant. Her mere presence commanded respect, rendering the young wizards mute in her wake. One must admit, our esteemed cat lady exuded an impressive aura of authority. Slowly, she began, "Now I welcome you all." Yet before she could finish, a figure suddenly lunged towards her, startling even Karmitt. Who was this audacious individual? The figure dove directly onto the steps before Professor McGonagall, seizing a toad in a dramatic embrace. Neville. Karmitt's lips twitched slightly. Was this a scene that had to unfold? Our dear Mr. Longbottom, though late, had finally arrived. After a brief moment of stunned silence, laughter erupted around them. Professor McGonagall looked at Neville with a touch of exasperation. The formidable atmosphere she had built had been thoroughly disrupted. Neville cautiously lifted his head to meet her gaze, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. His endearingly foolish demeanor made it nearly impossible for Professor McGonagall to harbor any resentment towards this well-meaning boy. With a sigh, Professor McGonagall announced, "All right, now let us proceed to the Great Hall, where you will partake in the most significant ceremony at Hogwarts, marking the commencement of your education, the sorting ceremony." Upon hearing her words, all the young witches and wizards present fell silent. A grave expression adorned each of their faces, accompanied by a hint of apprehension. The young sorcerers withdrew their wands from their robes, clutching them tightly in their hands. At the rear of the group, Ron was filled with anxiety, pondering when they would be given the option to withdraw from school. He longed to return home. Professor McGonagall noticed the reactions of the little wizards. In that fleeting moment, Karmitt caught a glimpse of a smile at the corner of her mouth. The immense rumors circulating on the train could hardly remain concealed. Thus, it was evident that Professor McGonagall and her colleagues had indeed heard them. This year, a rumor had spread on the Hogwarts Express, claiming that new students would have to confront a troll in order to be sorted. They could not ascertain who had disseminated such an obviously false tale. Yet all the first years had chosen to believe it. In response, the professors could only commend, "Well done." Inside the hall, Dumbledore occasionally glanced towards the entrance. Truth be told, he was eager to see Harry Potter. However, what he anticipated most was witnessing the expressions of the new students upon discovering the truth. A group of older students watched the doorway with keen interest, filled with excitement. This year promised to be far more entertaining than in previous years. Karmitt observed the throng of young sorcerers, wands raised defiantly. He was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had this year's Hogwarts been altered due to his mere presence? The originator of the rumor had no inkling that it had spread among the first years. It was utterly absurd. Hermione, Draco, and Harry noticed the reactions of their peers, and a chill ran through them. Simultaneously, Harry and Hermione shared a thought. Is this what the magical world is like? These individuals clearly understood the nature of the sorting ceremony and were well prepared. Meanwhile, Draco was contemplating how to pen a letter to his mother, lamenting his father's concealment of the truth regarding the sorting ceremony. It was evident that others were aware and ready, while he had only just learned the truth from his cousin on the way there. Had he not lost his advantage? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Draco too drew his wand. Karmitt scanned the crowd, hoping that when they eventually learned the truth, they might maintain their composure. The young witches and wizards cautiously followed Professor McGonagall to the entrance of the Great Hall. As the grand doors slowly opened, their hearts raced, teetering at the edge of their throats. It was uncertain who moved first, but one student raised their wand, pointing it towards the interior. It was as if a chain reaction ensued, with all the young sorcerers lifting their wands in unison, their faces etched with panic. Karmitt nearly succumbed to laughter at the sight. As the doors swung wide open, the hall erupted in laughter from all the upperclassmen. My goodness, did you witness that? The reactions of these younger students. Look at that little boy, his legs are trembling. It's utterly hilarious. Who could have spread such a rumor to frighten them so? The group of new students stood there, utterly bewildered. But where are the giants? What are they laughing about? At that moment, Dumbledore rose and tapped his cup gently. All right. It seems someone has played a rather elaborate prank on our newcomers. You've been misled, children. Come forth. The sorting ceremony is not as terrifying as you might imagine. With these words, the little wizards quickly realized they had been duped. Every gaze turned in unison towards the source of their misinformation. One looked at another, and then another. Eventually, their eyes settled on the two young wizards who had spread the rumors. Those two, in turn, directed their gaze towards Karmitt. Hermione and her companions also glared at Karmitt with gritted teeth. In that moment, all the young wizards focused their attention on Karmitt. Even though he was accustomed to storms and tempests, Karmitt couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 35. The sorting ceremony begins. Snape's favorability won. Yet Karmitt, being a person of considerable experience, was not easily shaken. As the head of the Black family and the undisputed king of Nocturne Alley, he was someone who could seize opportunities even among pure-blood families. Thus, it was no surprise that Karmitt remained unfazed. He strode into the great hall with a composed demeanor, disregarding all gazes, each step resolute, as if he were embarking on a significant mission. The other young wizards quickly followed suit, transforming an awkward moment into mere memory for our young Mr. Black. Karmitt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was absurd. He never anticipated that this outrageous rumor would stem from his own actions. He had merely intended to provide Draco and his friends with a simple exercise in mental fortitude. How had it escalated into something so intense for the entire first-year cohort? Professor McGonagall stood on a platform, where a chair was placed alongside a pedestal bearing the sorting hat. Intrigued by the hat's striking features, Karmitt found himself captivated. How did Gryffindor manage to create such a thing? He resolved to investigate it further when time permitted. It seemed the sorting hat sensed his scrutiny, as it slowly opened its eyes and gazed back at him. What are you looking at, young one? The voice of the sorting hat echoed in Karmitt's mind. He was taken aback. Dumbledore, seated at the teacher's table, glanced at the sorting hat before shifting his gaze to Karmitt. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his face, and he withdrew his gaze. Karmitt noticed the smile on Dumbledore's face, and a shiver ran down his spine. In that instant, he felt as though he had been seen through entirely. An instinctive wariness surged within him. The strongest of dark wizards truly deserved such a title. Dumbledore's formidable power is indeed quite extraordinary. Karmitt had initially believed that his current strength was sufficient. However, when Dumbledore cast his gaze upon him moments ago, he found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. This was utterly astounding. Such strength is rather exaggerated. Wouldn't you agree? Professor McGonagall observed that all the young wizards had gathered around and cleared her throat, announcing, "Now, we shall proceed with the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, step forward, place the sorting hat upon your head, and it will reveal the most suitable house for you." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment. Hermione whispered, "Is it really just that hat? Seems rather hasty, doesn't it?" Harry Potter gazed curiously at the sorting hat. Draco remarked, "Perhaps that hat possesses some extraordinary qualities." The other young wizards engaged in murmurs, many voices expressing skepticism. After all, allowing a mere hat to determine one's future seems excessively rash. Professor McGonagall opened the parchment and announced the first name, Hannah Abbott. Karmitt nearly applauded, bowing in utmost reverence to the illustrious Hat King. As the saying goes, the ever-changing traverser, the steadfast Hannah Abbott. As the unquestioned Hat King of Hogwarts in 91, one could be unfamiliar with Harry Potter, but one must certainly know of Hannah Abbott. Just a jest. Hannah Abbott approached the stage with a face full of trepidation. Professor McGonagall endeavored to appear gentler, saying, "Child, there's no need to be nervous. It will be over quickly." Yet upon hearing this, Karmitt clearly observed Hannah's body tremble slightly. Evidently, our elder cat lady is not adept at offering comfort. Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat and gently placed it upon Hannah Abbott's head. The hat feigned contemplation for a moment before proclaiming, "Hufflepuff." Instantly, the tension melted from Hannah's face. Applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Professor McGonagall smiled, saying, "All right, go join your table and await the commencement of the feast." Hannah nodded, her face aglow with happiness as she dashed towards the table. Observing this, the other students realized that the sorting ceremony posed no danger, and their hearts eased. After 2 or 3 more names were called, Professor McGonagall announced, "Karmitt Black." Without hesitation, Karmitt strode towards the stage, and the hall fell silent. He is Karmitt, the head of the Black family. It is truly terrifying for one so young to preside over a pure-blood lineage. Moreover, I have heard that he has even unified nocturnality. His power is indeed formidable. Karmitt's reputation is rather grand, especially in the current magical realm. Perhaps the only ones in this hall unfamiliar with the name Karmitt are the first-year Muggle-born wizards. Even the older students from Muggle families have long since heard of Karmitt. After all, the business of the Blacks encompasses a vast array of enterprises. Everyone here has, in one way or another, patronized the establishments of the Black family. On the podium, Snape's gaze, as venomous as a serpent, fell upon Karmitt. Our esteemed Professor Snape has indeed had extensive dealings with the Black family. Bella, a former associate during his time as a Death Eater, a madwoman with whom he shares a decidedly poor rapport. As for Sirius, once a bully among his peers. It is no surprise that Snape harbors no fondness for him either. In summary, Snape holds not a shred of goodwill towards the Black family. Karmitt gazed at the sorting hat before him, pondering whether he should take a cue from those who had traversed time before him and give this object a good wash. However, it seemed unnecessary. Unlike what is depicted in various novels and adaptations, the sorting hat was not dirty. Upon closer inspection, Karmitt discovered traces of magical runes upon it. Runes he recognized, akin to those in the Black family's hidden chamber, specifically self-cleaning runes. Professor McGonagall inquired, "What is it, Mr. Black? Is there an issue?" Karmitt smiled and shook his head. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I merely had a sudden thought. Do you believe the sorting hat is capable of making mistakes?" McGonagall appeared taken aback. "Mr. Black, do you have a profound insight to share?" Karmitt replied, "I beg your pardon, Professor McGonagall. I am simply a bit concerned, as the sorting hat once misallocated a disgrace of our Black family to the wrong house. I hope it does not repeat such an error." Upon hearing this, McGonagall's expression shifted momentarily. Out of the corner of his eye, Karmitt glanced at Snape, and indeed, Snape's gaze seemed to soften for an instant. Karmitt's heart swelled with joy. His intuition had proven correct. Chapter 36. How can one threaten the sorting hat? As a former bully, Snape's disdain for Sirius was palpable. Karmitt's arrival at Hogwarts had Snape as one of his objectives. Thus, Karmitt needed to cultivate some goodwill. What better way to foster positive feelings than to align one's self with another? Though Snape is not a superficial man, subtle shifts in perception can still yield beneficial results. Karmitt was acutely aware that his beginning was far from auspicious. After all, fostering goodwill with Snape, given the Black family's history, would be quite the challenge. Therefore, it would be prudent to leverage individuals whom Karmitt deemed innocuous to create some value. Professor McGonagall stated, "I believe you will be sorted into the house of your choice." Mr. Black, her expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. However, Karmitt understood that he had likely displeased Professor McGonagall. Still, he had anticipated this outcome. Compared to Snape, it would be easier to win McGonagall's favor. Thus, Karmitt had spoken casually, fully prepared for the situation at hand. He had meticulously considered what to say and even rehearsed it in advance. Karmitt remarked, "Professor McGonagall is indeed correct." He then promptly took a seat on the stool. The sorting hat was placed atop his head. 1 minute passed, then 2, and soon 5. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and glanced at the sorting hat. Could it possibly be malfunctioning? The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, with young wizards exchanging puzzled glances. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, who smiled gently and shook his head. How amusing. Meanwhile, within Karmitt's mind, he was engaged in a dialogue with the sorting hat. "Damn it, could you please lift that insufferable mental barrier of yours?" he thought. "So, is it merely through legilimency that you perform the sorting?" The sorting hat responded, "You possess quite a bit of knowledge. How is it that a mere first-year wizard wields such advanced mental defenses? Now, remove them and let me glimpse your true essence, so that I may determine your house." Karmitt replied, "That is impossible. I might just assign you to Hufflepuff, where the lineage of the Black family would be relegated to the most unremarkable house. The thought alone brings me joy, imagining that portrait in the headmaster's office, that insufferable fellow, going absolutely mad." Karmitt chuckled. "Of course, that is your prerogative. However, you had better pray that Dumbledore remains in the headmaster's office to oversee you, or I will incinerate you." The sorting hat scoffed, "Child, do not boast. You think you can burn me? I was crafted by the illustrious Gryffindor." Karmitt responded, "The materials you are made of indeed leave me perplexed. However, what if I were to erase all the magical runes within you?" "No, that would be unfeasible, as they were indeed created by the great Gryffindor. But what if I were to add a few strokes of my own? The consequences would be dire." The sorting hat became agitated. "Damn it, how could you possibly comprehend runes? You can actually perceive them? Ah, the Black family does have a lineage of runes, but you could never master it. Stop boasting, boy. Karmitt relaxed some of his mental defenses, revealing snippets of his knowledge regarding runes. The Sorting Hat was taken aback. How is this possible? Is there truly a field of neurology? What manner of creature are you? Karmitt pressed, so, tell me, what house do I belong to? The Sorting Hat paused for a few seconds. Where do you wish to go? Slytherin, he declared. Very well, as you wish, replied the Sorting Hat. Wait, I want you to assign another individual to Slytherin. The Sorting Hat cautioned, do not push your luck, lad. Karmitt countered, I might be able to repair the runes that automatically absorb magical energy within you, thus alleviating your need to spend most of your time sleeping to replenish your magic. The Sorting Hat fell silent once more. Who do you wish to join Slytherin? Amid the curious gazes of the young wizards, the Sorting Hat finally shouted, Slytherin. Instantly, the long table of Slytherin erupted in cheers. I knew it. Black must belong to Slytherin. We have become classmates with Black. My father mentioned that Blake would be enrolling this year, urging me to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yet, I harbored concerns that he might choose another institution. How could that be? Blake, one of the pure-blooded 28 families, is destined to belong to Slytherin. Not necessarily, for the individual imprisoned in Azkaban was, after all, a Gryffindor. Wasn't he? Let's not speak of that person. He is a disgrace to the Black family. If Karmitt Black were to hear of this, you might find yourself in trouble. The young wizards engaged in animated discussions. Karmitt cast a glance at Draco, Harry Potter, and Hermione before making his way toward the Slytherin table. Once seated, he glanced at the staff table, where Dumbledore regarded him with a thoughtful expression. A glimmer of insight flashed in Karmitt's eyes, as it appeared Dumbledore had indeed taken notice. This could serve to validate a notion he had been contemplating. At that moment, Dumbledore's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze toward Karmitt imbued with a hint of inquiry. While others were oblivious to Karmitt's exchange with the Sorting Hat, he was acutely aware of it. Dumbledore had heard the conditions Karmitt proposed. Contemplating within, he mused, is it friendship that prompts him to wish to join his companions in a single house? Or does he harbor other intentions? Karmitt, what thoughts occupy your mind? Karmitt withdrew his gaze from Dumbledore and exchanged pleasantries with his fellow students before settling in to observe the continuation of the sorting ceremony. After 2 more names were called, Professor McGonagall paused momentarily as she perused the parchment in her hands, then proclaimed, Harry Potter. Instantly, the hall erupted in commotion. It was indeed true. Harry Potter was truly enrolling at Hogwarts. He was the one who vanquished the being whose name must not be spoken. The savior, Harry Potter. Curiosity arose regarding which house he would be assigned. It could either be Gryffindor or Slytherin. I believe Gryffindor stand a greater chance. I concur that Gryffindor seems more likely, considering Slytherin has a rather dark reputation. At that moment, all the young wizards felt that Harry Potter belonged in Gryffindor, for the essence of savior was unmistakably evident. The professors at the staff table shared similar sentiments. Chapter 37. The final belonging of Harry Potter and Hermione's mutters. Harry Potter, acutely aware of the stir he had caused, felt a wave of apprehension as he took his seat. The Sorting Hat gently settled atop his head, eyeing him with curiosity. Let me see who you truly are. To have garnered the attention of both that boy and Dumbledore. As the Sorting Hat delved into Harry's memories, it soon realized, I see, this is quite a challenge. Excluding Hufflepuff, the other 3 houses seem to suit you well. Your thirst for knowledge aligns you closely with Ravenclaw. Simultaneously, your desire for power makes Slytherin an undeniable choice. However, your heart also harbors courage, making Gryffindor a fitting place for you. However, as for Ravenclaw, let us set that aside. The choice lies between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The Sorting Hat murmurs incessantly. Harry Potter shakes his head repeatedly, his eyes rolling upward in curiosity. This novel experience has piqued young Potter's interest immensely. Dumbledore observes the Sorting Hat, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes. Karmitt takes note of this. How brazen to engage in such antics. The Sorting Hat has caught wind of Dumbledore's voice. Let it go to Gryffindor, it declares. He is equally suited for both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Dumbledore retorts, I'm aware of your dealings with that child. Do you truly believe he can mend the magical marks left by Gryffindor? The Sorting Hat responds, you may not, but do not presume others cannot. He has already begun to learn the intricacies of magic. Give him time, and he shall master it. Dumbledore pauses for a moment, then states, in that case, let the child choose for himself. The Sorting Hat agrees. Very well, let him decide. Dumbledore's voice softens, a smile gracing his lips. He believes that by allowing Harry Potter to make his own choice, he will undoubtedly opt for Gryffindor. After all, he has made extensive preparations, with Hagrid and Ron both guiding Harry towards Gryffindor. Alas, he remains unaware that on the train, Ron and Harry had already crossed paths, and their initial encounter had not been particularly pleasant. Dumbledore is filled with confidence. At this moment, the Sorting Hat speaks again. Difficult choice. Which house do you prefer? Gryffindor or Slytherin? Harry Potter hesitates before replying, I wish to join Slytherin. Unbeknownst to him, he lacks the ability to communicate with the Sorting Hat as Dumbledore and Karmitt do, so he states his preference outright. Once Harry has finished speaking, Professor McGonagall, seated closest to him, is momentarily taken aback. On the staff table, Snape and Dumbledore are equally stunned. The young wizards exchange bewildered glances. He wants to join Slytherin? Why not Gryffindor? Shouldn't the focus now be on why he has chosen a house at all? Karmitt smirks, especially upon observing the slightly dazed old bee. It seems this idle game has not been in vain. Indeed, it has borne fruit. The Sorting Hat clears its throat. In that case, Slytherin. A smile spreads across Harry Potter's face as he joyfully leaps from his chair, rushing towards Draco. Professor McGonagall gazes at the Sorting Hat in her hands, sighing repeatedly. As Dumbledore's confidant, how could she not be aware of the plan to nurture Harry Potter? Yet, it is precisely this knowledge that makes her find the situation absurd. How could it be that Harry Potter has ended up in Slytherin? Is this even right? Snape, observing Harry Potter, feels a twinge of unease. Harry Potter has become a student of his house. How can he possibly act against him? Yet suddenly, Snape's eyes brighten. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible to act against him after all. At this moment, the students at the Slytherin long table exchanged bewildered glances. Harry Potter in Slytherin? Just then, Cormac began to applaud, prompting the other Slytherin students to join in enthusiastically. At the back of the first-year crowd, Ron, relieved to know he wouldn't have to face a troll, had abandoned his thoughts of dropping out, his mind now fixed on redeeming himself. However, upon hearing the name Harry Potter, he was instantly taken aback. Before arriving at Hogwarts, his mother had informed him that Harry Potter would also be enrolling. At that moment, he had dreamed of befriending Harry Potter. After all, having a savior as a friend would be quite impressive. Yet, he never anticipated that the very person he wished to confront would turn out to be the savior himself. Not to mention, the other individual in question was Cormac McLaggen. Living in a magical world, Ron was well aware of the formidable reputation of the McLaggen family. He clearly understood how powerful and fearsome they were. Consequently, he had unwittingly provoked the two individuals he ought to have avoided the most. Upon hearing that Harry Potter had entered Slytherin, Ron felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, he was wicked. Even if he was Harry Potter, he could not be a good person. Otherwise, why would he end up in Slytherin? They bullied me, so I must be in the right. This is the nature of the weak, always eager to shift the blame onto others while seeking a grandiose justification for themselves. Harry Potter approached the long table with purpose, taking a seat beside Cormac. Mr. McLaggen, we're in the same house. Cormac remarked with a smile. Indeed, congratulations, Harry. You have chosen the right path. Harry nodded, replying, Thank you, Mr. McLaggen. If it weren't for the information you shared with me, I wouldn't have known where to go. I, too, believe this is indeed the correct path. Cormac chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. This was amusing, exceedingly amusing. The savior belonging to Slytherin was undeniably the greatest source of entertainment. Cormac himself had not anticipated that this could truly come to fruition. Following the brief uproar initiated by Harry Potter, it was soon time for the next of Cormac's test subjects. Professor McGonagall glanced at the name on the scroll, Hermione Granger. Hermione felt a flutter of nerves, recalling Harry's parting words about the Sorting Hat being receptive to the opinions of young witches and wizards. She encouraged herself before taking a seat on the bench. The Sorting Hat was placed upon her head, and Hermione began to murmur, I want to go to Ravenclaw. I want to go to Ravenclaw. Her incessant chatter left the Sorting Hat somewhat bewildered. Now, young lady, hold on a moment. If you wish to join Ravenclaw, you must first allow me to assess whether you are suited for Ravenclaw. Immersed in her own thoughts, Hermione was startled when the Sorting Hat suddenly spoke. Oh, all right, let us see. Chapter 38, The Sorting Hat's Greatest Challenge. The Sorting Hat found itself utterly speechless. It felt it was facing the most significant challenge of its career. What on earth was the matter with this year's new students? Threatened, tempted, and faced with the scrutiny of two individuals urging a decision, she now encountered another chatterbox who had already determined her desired house. Is this reasonable? Does she truly believe the Sorting Hat is easily swayed? The Sorting Hat had anticipated her fate. Had she been at all ordinary, she would have undoubtedly been placed in Hufflepuff. However, as Hermione's memories unfolded, the Sorting Hat was taken aback. What a prodigious scholar she was, having dedicated her entire life to learning, accumulating accolades in the Muggle world. Even before the term began, she had embarked on self-study, diligently memorizing the tedious subject of magical history, managing to commit a significant portion of the textbook to memory. Although the Sorting Hat yearned to assign Hermione to Hufflepuff to assert its authority, it had to concede that this young witch was undeniably a quintessential Ravenclaw. Of course, disregarding Hermione's preferences, it could have easily sorted her into Gryffindor, given its origins within that house and its natural inclination towards Gryffindor. It yearned to place all geniuses in Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat pondered whether to acquiesce to the young witch South wishes and place her in Ravenclaw, or to lean towards Gryffindor. After a moment's contemplation, the Sorting Hat declared Ravenclaw. Indeed, it ultimately decided to honor Hermione's choice. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's proclamation, Hermione joyfully removed the hat and dashed towards the Ravenclaw table, eliciting another round of applause. Her smile remained radiant throughout the remainder of the sorting ceremony, which lacked any particularly noteworthy individuals. Draco, predictably, was sorted into Slytherin. Afterward, he was already seated beside Harry Potter, and the two appeared to be engrossed in animated conversation, clearly enjoying each other's company. As for Ron Weasley, he was placed in Gryffindor, joining the ranks of all Weasleys, as if that surname had been indelibly marked with the Gryffindor emblem. Naturally, this did not capture Karmitt's attention. He was more curious about how Dumbledore would orchestrate the forthcoming spectacle, which promised to be quite entertaining. Once all students had been sorted, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. Before we commence the feast, I must announce a few important guidelines for the new term. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. Secondly, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that if you wish to avoid a most unpleasant fate, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. With that, he declared, now, let the feast begin. As Dumbledore gently clapped his hands, an array of sumptuous dishes materialized upon the long tables. The young witches and wizards, having gone a day without sustenance, were positively ravenous. At the sight of such a lavish banquet, their eyes sparkled with delight. Seated along the long table, the young sorcerers chatted and dined, creating a lively atmosphere that distinctly reflected the characteristics of the four houses. The students of Gryffindor indulged in their meals with great abandon, Ron Weasley, in particular, clutching a chicken leg in each hand, devouring his food like a glutton. The other Gryffindor students, while somewhat more refined in their eating habits, were not far behind, and their long table was undoubtedly the loudest in the hall. They conversed animatedly while eating, leaving one to fear they might inadvertently spray their food. Following them were the Hufflepuffs, who were rather unremarkable in comparison. As for the Ravenclaws, their distinctiveness shone through, predominantly composed of witches. They displayed a graceful manner in their dining. Their discussions revolved largely around the books they had read during the holidays or reviewing last year's final exams. Hermione, listening intently to the upperclassmen, felt as if she had entered paradise. She adored this atmosphere immensely. Finally, there was Slytherin, whose table was markedly quieter than the others. Even when voices were raised, they were hushed. Their dining etiquette exuded elegance, and even the first-year wizards followed suit. If Gryffindor's table resembled a gathering of country bumpkins, Slytherin's students appeared as if they were of noble lineage. Karmitt meticulously cut his meat with a knife and fork, savoring each bite. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy such a meticulous manner of dining. It felt tedious. Yet, it had become a habit. At the faculty table, the professors engaged in conversation. Harry Potter leaned in and whispered, Draco, who is that professor? Draco dabbed his mouth with a napkin and followed Harry's gaze. That's Professor Snape, our head of Slytherin House and the potions master, the youngest potion master in the magical world. Many pureblood families have sought to align with him, but all have failed. Harry expressed his astonishment. Is he really that impressive? Draco nodded, of course. According to my mother, my cousin has intentions of courting him now that he is at Hogwarts. Harry glanced at Karmitt, instinctively touching the scar on his forehead. Karmitt noticed this gesture and understood. It was likely Snape's dark mark that was stirring the power of Voldemort within Harry's scar. One could say that Harry's ability might even serve to identify Death Eaters. Hogwarts undeniably excelled in providing young wizards with awe-inspiring experiences. Just as the feast reached its midpoint, ghosts suddenly appeared around the hall. This spectacle left many inexperienced young wizards utterly astonished. The upperclassmen seized the opportunity to enlighten these novices. Karmitt, too, was intrigued by these apparitions, or more precisely, the reason for their existence. It is well known that the ghosts of Hogwarts are a fascinating phenomenon, and to this day, Karmitt remained unaware of the conditions that led to their formation. His curiosity about these spirits was quite pronounced. To be precise, Karmitt harbors a profound curiosity for all knowledge that lies beyond his understanding. Indeed, he is also quite suited for Ravenclaw. for his unwavering pursuit of knowledge mirrors the very essence of the house. Following the conclusion of the banquet, the heads of each house escorted their respective students from hall. At the entrance, the students of the 4 houses were divided into 2 groups. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's common rooms resided on the top floor, while Slytherin and Hufflepuff's were located in the basement. Chapter 39. The Throne of the Common Room and the 7 Chairs. Leading the first-year Slytherin students was Marcus Flint. Indeed, he is the rather unattractive, buck-toothed captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team from the original series. Harry Potter lowered his voice and inquired of Draco beside him. "Draco, is that our head of house? But why does he not bear the head of house badge?" Draco replied, "No, he's a 5th-year prefect. Slytherin is different from the other houses. You will understand shortly." Harry merely acknowledged this with a sound of understanding and refrained from further questions. Under Marcus's guidance, the young Slytherins made their way to the dim and damp basement. Karmitt found himself at a loss for words. Admittedly, the serpent serves as Slytherin's totem, and the students are commonly referred to as little snakes. Yet, who decreed that snakes prefer dark and humid environments? What misguided soul decided to situate the common room in such a place? While Hufflepuff common room in the basement is understandable due to its proximity to the kitchen, after all, their specialty lies in culinary magic. What justification exists for Slytherin's residence in such a location? Were the Badgers aware of Karmitt's thoughts, they would surely scold him, for they too do not relish living in the basement. Marcus led the group before a wall that appeared damp and uninviting. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would fail to notice the concealed stone door hidden within the stony facade. Addressing the door, Marcus proclaimed, "Pure blood," and the stone door gradually creaked open. Turning to the assembled students, he instructed them to commit the password to memory, explaining that it would change every fortnight. With a new password posted on the common room notice board for a week, he advised them to keep a vigilant eye on the board. For should they forget the password one day, they would find themselves unable to enter, and that would be their own misfortune. With that, Marcus strode into the common room. Upon entering, they found themselves in a long, narrow corridor, constructed entirely of stone. The young wizards followed the passage inward, and upon exiting, they instinctively gasped in awe. Even Karmitt was taken aback. Compared to the external environment, Slytherin's common room exceeded Karmitt's expectations. A lush green carpet adorned the floor, and a roaring fire in the hearth radiated warmth, dispelling all dampness and chill. Above them, a green translucent canopy, composed of an unknown material, hung overhead. It resembled glass. Yet it was evident that ordinary glass could not withstand such immense pressure underwater, unless it were crafted by the finest artisans of the summer. Through the transparent cover, one could occasionally glimpse the creatures swimming in the dark lake, an air of mystery enveloping the scene. The entire hall was circular in shape, and opposite the fireplace stood a chair. This chair, adorned in a striking shade of emerald green, featured an imposing serpent's head atop its backrest. The serpent flicking its tongue while its eyes glimmered like 2 emeralds, lending it an almost lifelike quality. Flanking the chair were 7 others, each marked with a number from 1 to 7, encircling the lounge in a perfect embrace. The young wizards gazed in awe at the sight before them, while Harry Potter found everything to be extraordinarily novel. Thus, he sought the assistance of a nearby NPC once more. "Draco, what is the purpose of these chairs?" Draco replied, "Those are the seats of the house prefects, the strongest individuals from each year in Slytherin. This is what sets Slytherin apart from the other houses. We value strength above all." Harry inquired, "And what about the largest chair, the one with the serpent sculpture? Is that also for the house prefect?" Draco shook his head. "No. Harry, that is the position of the head, the true serpent king of Slytherin, and it will eventually be occupied by my cousin." As he spoke, Draco cast a glance at Karmitt. At that moment, Karmitt was intently observing the grand chair, intrigued. To be honest, he found himself more satisfied with Slytherin's unique nurturing of power than with the educational methods of the other houses. Moreover, he sensed the power of magical runes emanating from those chairs, though he could not discern their exact nature. Just then, a voice resonated through the hall. "Thank you for your hard work. Marcus, please take your seat." As the voice echoed, green smoke descended, enveloping the chairs, and Marcus vanished from sight, reappearing atop the chair numbered 5. Karmitt's pupils narrowed slightly. Was that apparition? No, there was no sense of spatial fluctuation. So, this must be the purpose of the magical runes on these chairs. One must admit, Slytherin truly excels at the art of presentation. Karmitt's gaze settled on the occupant of the chair marked 7. The individual seated there stood up. "Welcome to Slytherin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gemma Farley, the house prefect for 7th year. Some of you may already be acquainted with the rules governing the house prefect, while others may not. So allow me to elucidate. Slytherin, unlike other houses, venerates strength. We revere the powerful. Thus, we do not have traditional prefects. We only have house prefects and the head. Let me explain the rules for becoming a house prefect. In Slytherin, the selection is straightforward. You simply need to prove that you are the strongest in your year. We place little value on anything else. As long as you possess strength, you may become a house prefect. Do you see that chair? Gemma Folly pointed towards the vacant chair numbered 1. Chapter 40. The Challenge of the House Prefects and the Throne Challenge. A group of young wizards turned their gazes in that direction. That is the chair representing the first-year house prefect. Gemma Folly proclaimed, as you have just witnessed, the use of apparition is forbidden within Hogwarts. However, once you occupy the chair of the house prefect, you may harness its power to apparate throughout the entire Slytherin territory, even if you have not yet mastered the art of apparition. Of course, the chair's functions are not so straightforward. There are other applications that you will uncover once you become the house prefect. In addition to the prefect, Slytherin also has a head system. In truth, I believe this system does not require much introduction, for I doubt anyone possesses the capability to achieve it. Gemma Folly rose and approached the grandest throne nearby. A flicker of longing crossed his eyes as he gazed upon the throne, but it was quickly suppressed. The rules for ascending to the throne are quite simple. Just as the prefect is the strongest of the year to sit upon the throne, you must be the strongest in all of Slytherin. You will be challenged by no more than 10 Slytherin students, with the duration lasting 1 month. During this time, you may face challenges at any moment. Moreover, your objective is not merely to endure against these individuals, but to defeat each and every one of them. Remember, you must conquer them all, and after a month, you will face the combined assault of all the house prefects. Defeat every prefect, and the throne shall belong to you, making you the true king of Slytherin, the head. Please note that the head challenge only accepts challengers from students in the 5th year or below. Furthermore, each individual is granted only one opportunity to initiate a challenge. Upon hearing this, the young wizards were momentarily taken aback. My goodness, is this truly something a person can accomplish? Facing 10 opponents, especially those in the upper years, poses a daunting challenge. This is Slytherin, indeed. While I have heard of the head challenge system, I never anticipated it to be so formidable. Gemma Folly continued, therefore, I urge you to assess your capabilities. The Slytherin head challenge, while not fatal, will not hold back. Now that I have clarified the rules, I shall leave the remainder of the time to you, new students. The first-year house prefect challenge commences now. With a wave of his hand, a surge of green light emanated from beneath each seat. The green light converged, forming a dual platform. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore donned his pajamas. Sensing the commotion, he contemplated whether to observe this traditional Slytherin event. Should he take a look? He thought of Karmitt and ultimately decided to witness the spectacle. In previous years, it had been rather dull, but perhaps this year would hold some excitement. The heads of the 4 houses had also gathered in the Slytherin common room. However, they found themselves in a concealed chamber above the fireplace. Professor Flitwick remarked, "It is once again time for the annual Slytherin event. This year seems to lack any suspense, particularly with that child present." Professor Sprout added, "Indeed, Diagon Alley is abuzz with the name of that child, the Black family. Remarkable." Professor McGonagall cautioned, "Let us not be complacent. Have we forgotten the trouble that child caused when he arrived 4 years ago? I believe these rules ought to be abolished. Harmony should prevail among students." Professor Snape remained in the shadows, silent. Just then, Dumbledore arrived, coincidentally overhearing McGonagall's words. He chuckled. "Minerva, this is a tradition that Slytherin has upheld for a millennium. Rest assured, with you all present, there will be no issues." McGonagall sighed, choosing not to respond, as she was merely venting her frustrations. Gemma Farley settled back in her seat, casting an intrigued glance at the gathering of young wizards. The young wizards exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move. Gemma glanced at a girl beside her, who was casually crossing her legs, her eyes surveying the other young wizards. Gemma remarked, "Arabella, it appears this year lacks any excitement." Arabella shot a glance at Gemma. "This year seems almost devoid of suspense. I wonder what the purpose of this time-wasting is. We might as well commence the head student rankings." "Gemma, it seems our positions are set to be reversed." Gemma laughed. "You are quite confident. I anticipate it. However, the person you refer to must be him, Karmitt Black." Arabella replied, "At just 11 years old, he has managed to elevate the Black family from the depths. Even during my holiday in Germany, I heard tales of his legend." Gemma inquired, "Do you think he will initiate the head student challenge?" Arabella paused momentarily. "I am uncertain. If he does not initiate it, I shall certainly challenge for the head position next year." Gemma's eyes sparkled. Why not initiate it this year? While I'm still here, I would relish the opportunity to join forces against you. After all, you did besiege me 2 years ago. I seek retribution. Arabella remained silent, though reluctant to admit it. She indeed harbored some trepidation regarding Gemma's prowess. Karmitt observed the 6 seated individuals with keen interest. Among the hidden head students, 3 males and 3 females. The 3 males seemed inconsequential. However, the 3 female head students possessed extraordinary abilities. In particular, the one seated on the 4th chair, Karmitt sensed her strength was formidable, rivaling that of the wild dogs in Nocturne Alley. Such power, surprisingly occupying the 2nd position beneath the throne, was something Gemma had not mentioned. The ranking among the hidden head students was determined by competition. The closer one was to the throne, the greater their strength. The 4th-year hidden head student held the 2nd position, while Gemma held the 1st. This only heightened Karmitt's interest in Gemma's capabilities. A group of 1st-year freshmen fell into silence for approximately 5 to 6 minutes. At last, one figure leaped onto the stage. I don't know what you all are mumbling about, but since no one else is stepping forward, I shall take the initiative. I, Pansy Parkinson, aim to be the head of the 1st-year house. Chapter 41. Pansy defends the stage, the contest for 1st-year head. With a gentle wave of her wand, Pansy positioned it at her side. She certainly appeared the part. Gemma Farley remarked, this young witch has some intrigue, though I wonder about her prowess. Nearby, the 2nd-year head, Dickon Snot, commented, influenced by that black fellow, pureblood families have placed significant emphasis on the education of their offspring in recent years, initiating their magical studies from a young age. Even if they cannot perform magic, they are made to memorize incantations and learn casting techniques. Gemma Farley inquired, so, is that why you were able to cast spells as a freshman last year? Dickens Snot nodded in affirmation, precisely. Hence, the quality of new students in Slytherin has been steadily rising in recent years. Gemma Farley nodded thoughtfully. Purebloods, how fascinating. The other heads exchanged glances with Gemma Farley, but remained silent. It was indeed a source of shame. Among the 6 heads present, only Gemma Farley did not belong to any of the 28 pureblood families, yet she was undeniably the strongest. Pansy Parkinson's eyes swept across the crowd of freshmen before settling on Karmitt Black. Karmitt, are you not coming? This position of head should rightfully be yours. But since no one else is stepping up, I shall take the liberty of claiming it for you. The Parkinson family enjoyed a close relationship with the Malfoy family. Thus Pansy had practically grown up alongside Draco. She was naturally well acquainted with Karmitt's capabilities. The other young wizards also turned their gazes toward Karmitt. They were well aware of his strength, which was precisely why they remained motionless. They understood that regardless of how fiercely they vied for the position, the outcome would be inevitable once Karmitt made his appearance. Karmitt declared, I will not contend for the position of head. You may rely on your own merits. Upon hearing this, a stunned silence enveloped the room. The heads of the 4 houses and even Dumbledore were taken aback. Professor McGonagall remarked, can it be that Black has no intention of vying for the head? Professor Sprout added, if he opts out of the contest, the outcome becomes quite uncertain. Dumbledore regarded Karmitt thoughtfully for a moment. This child seems to harbor greater ambitions. His gaze shifted toward the Slytherin throne. Several heads instinctively followed his gaze toward the throne. The heads exchanged knowing glances. The 3rd-year head, Elena Rosier, stated, it appears he desires the position of prefect. Marcus Flint scoffed. I find it hard to believe he possesses such strength. No matter how formidable he is, can he withstand the onslaught of 10 adversaries without resorting to dark magic? Or perhaps even on a daily basis? Arabella Christian shot Marcus a sidelong glance. Fool, your limitations do not dictate the capabilities of others. Silence. Go away. Marcus's expression instantly turned icy. However, he dared not retort, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the woman before him, hailing from a pure-blood family in Germany. Rumor had it that she was not admitted to Durmstrang because all the students vehemently opposed her due to her fearsome reputation. Moreover, she was an extreme combat fanatic. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Pansy felt a wave of confusion wash over her, but her eyes soon sparkled with realization. If Karmitt was not participating, did that not mean she had a chance? Just then, a voice rang out. I challenge you, Parkinson. The position of the prefect is not one you can hold. As the words hung in the air, a formidable girl ascended the stage. Pansy's expression turned grave. Millicent Bulstrode. Millicent declared, you were never my match since childhood, and that remains unchanged. Harry Potter leaned in close to Draco and whispered, Draco, is she also a scion of a pureblood family? She seems formidable. Draco replied, a she-wolf? A black bear? Harry nodded in agreement. Your assessment aligns with ours. Yes, she hails from the Bulstrode family. We grew up together, but she seems to have grown at an alarming rate, towering and robust. Before mastering spells, we often found ourselves at her mercy. Pansy had long been her archrival, and this would surely be an entertaining spectacle. Pansy retorted coldly. Do you think we're back in the times when no one wielded wands? Can you flaunt your bear-like physique? We are wizards, and before the spells I command, you are but a joke. Millicent replied, do you think you're the only one who can cast spells? Allow me to enlighten you. A defeated foe is forever a defeated foe. As she spoke, Millicent flicked her wand. Disarm. Pansy gasped and swiftly rolled aside to evade the attack. Despicable. Millicent sneered. Aren't you the one who idolizes black? He once proclaimed that victory is all that matters. The process is written by the conquerors. Karmitt couldn't help but smirk. These unfortunate souls could remember such trivialities with remarkable clarity. Pansy declared, you are correct. Therefore, you shall concede. Bind her. Before Millicent could react, two vines emerged from the ground, ensnaring her legs. A look of panic crossed Millicent's face. When did this happen? Pansy rose, shouting disarm. Millicent's wand flew through the air, landing in Pansy's grasp. You foolish dimwit. As a devotee of Mr. Black, I shall certainly remember his words. Karmitt glanced at Pansy. Intrigued, this little girl had made considerable progress during this time. Millicent despondently exited the stage. In the first match, Pansy emerged victorious. Pansy surveyed the crowd. Who else wishes to challenge me? Harry nudged Draco with his shoulder. Draco, want you step up? Draco remarked, there's no rush. My cousin has always said that one should not act unless they possess complete assurance. Pansy, that mad girl, clearly shows no signs of fatigue. We should wait a while longer. Harry Potter paused, taken aback. But if you continue like this, won't people say that your victory is unearned? Draco chuckled. Harry, you still fail to comprehend the essence of this world. My cousin has stated that in this realm, only victory and defeat hold significance. As Pansy said, history is forever penned by the victors. The triumphant can embellish their narratives as they wish, while the words of the vanquished are disregarded entirely. Chapter 42. Head of the House Draco, the chief challenge commences. Upon hearing Draco's words, a contemplative expression crossed Harry Potter's face. Karmitt, standing nearby, regarded Draco with admiration. Indeed, this was the way to instill ideology into Harry Potter, to transform him into a true serpent, cleansing him of all the foolish traits of lions. Pansy surveyed the crowd. What's this? Is no one stepping up? Or are you all merely waiting to take advantage later? Draco, what's the matter? Are you afraid to participate? Draco smiled and shrugged. Pansy laughed. Draco, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions, but you've forgotten that the head of house challenge has a time constraint. If no one challenges me within 5 minutes, the victory will be mine. Draco furrowed his brow at this realization. It indeed seemed to be the case. He turned to a figure in the crowd, who immediately understood Draco's intent and promptly stepped onto the stage. Pansy, I challenge you. Pansy frowned. Theodore not. You are well aware that you are no match for me. Are you here merely to aid Draco in wearing me down? Theodore replied. Who knows? Perhaps. As he spoke, Theodore launched his attack. Gemma Farley glanced at the second-year head. Dickens, is that your brother? Dickens nodded. Yes, indeed. Gemma acknowledged. His skills are commendable. It seems he has not diminished since your first year. Dickens remarked, they have been closely following that esteemed Black since childhood, so they've certainly learned a thing or two. Gemma inquired, then why did you not follow along? Dickens shrugged. Clearly, I'm a year older. Gemma smiled, her curiosity regarding Karmitt intensifying. The battle on the stage continued for a while. Ultimately, Theodore was defeated. However, he showed no signs of discouragement. His intention was solely to exhaust Pansy. Indeed, her breathing grew slightly heavier, indicating that her encounter with Theodore had taken a toll on her stamina. Pansy cast a glance towards Draco. Aren't you coming up yet? Draco observed Pansy's condition, hesitating internally about whether he should step forward. According to his cousin's advice, what if his opponent resorted to underhanded tactics? It seemed unwise for him to take the risk. Just as Draco was in doubt, another figure ascended the stage before him. Draco's brow furrowed instantly. Daphne Greengrass. Pansy regarded the newcomer with a face full of caution. You, too, aspire to be the head of Slytherin? Daphne declared. Only those of the most esteemed bloodline can attain this position. Undoubtedly, the Greengrass family possesses the most noble lineage. Parkinson, a family devoid of history and heritage, is unworthy of aspiring to such a role. Pansy was instantly incensed. You deranged woman obsessed with bloodlines. Harry Potter's curiosity piqued. Draco, who is that person? Why does it seem that you all harbor such disdain for her? Draco replied, a lunatic, a member of the Greengrass family. the only lineage in a magical world that rivals the Black family in terms of storied heritage. She is mentally unstable. Keep your distance from her, as her madness is contagious. She has always been fixated on bloodlines. Even more absurd than our Malfoy family. She used to be Pansy's follower. But after being influenced by her cousin, the rest of us have come to value strength over blood. Yet she remains obsessed with lineage, acting like a fool. Consequently, she fell out with Pansy and even sought to dominate her. Harry exclaimed, "The pure blood circle is truly chaotic." Draco felt a pang of regret. It was indeed as his cousin had said. Hesitation leads to defeat. His moment of doubt allowed this madwoman to take the lead. Though they all claimed Daphne was insane, none dared to say she was weak. Among the younger generation, if Karmitt were to be considered the unrivaled champion, then Daphne was undoubtedly the second strongest beneath him. At least within their circle. The outcome was painfully clear. Pansy had lost. Daphne stood proudly on the stage, her demeanor one of arrogance. If you lack skill, then practice more. Pansy nearly choked on her rage, nearly succumbing to internal injury. If not for her immense exhaustion, how could this madwoman strut about so boldly? With that thought, Pansy couldn't help but cast a glare at Draco. It was all his fault. Daphne paid her no mind and turned her attention to Draco. "Malfoy, step up. Today I shall prove that I am the foremost among those beneath the Blacks." Draco's expression darkened. "If you wish to lose disgracefully, I shall oblige." He ascended the platform, his wand materializing in his hand. The two exchanged glances, and in the next instant, as if in agreement, they each cast their spells simultaneously. "Disarm you! Disarm you!" Two identical incantations shot forth from their wands, colliding in midair and dissipating instantly. They did not cease their onslaught, but continued to unleash spells. Draco, who followed Karmitt daily, may have appeared foolish at times, but his current strength was indeed formidable. As for Daphne, she surprised Karmitt. Her prowess, once merely a follower of Pansy, was unexpectedly strong. Nonetheless, Karmitt had no doubt about the outcome of this duel. While Daphne was indeed powerful, did anyone truly believe Draco stood idly by while in Karmitt's presence? The outcome, as predicted by Gemma Fally, was indeed realized. Draco emerged victorious, albeit not without effort. His prowess drew the attention and respect of even the other several Hidden House leaders, who acknowledged his strength. The heads of houses offered their commendations. Observing the absence of challengers, Gemma Fally proclaimed, "It appears the Hidden House leader for the first year has been determined. Congratulations, Draco Malfoy." With a slight smile, Draco ascended to his designated seat as the Hidden House leader. Upon Draco's seating, a simultaneous flash of green light erupted from the 7 Hidden House chairs, converging into the center and coalescing into a serpentine ethereal form, signaling the conclusion of the competition for the title of Hidden House leader. Gemma Fally rose and stated, "Well, although the likelihood may be slim, we must adhere to the necessary protocols. Is there anyone willing to issue a challenge for the title of chief?" At Gemma Fally's words, all eyes turned toward Karmitt. The assembly of Hidden House leaders also regarded him with interest. Karmitt smiled and strode directly toward the grand throne. Reaching the throne, he placed his hand upon the serpent's head and, without hesitation, seated himself upon it. Instantly, the throne seemed to come alive. The serpentine sculpture slithered, and beams of green light shot forth from beneath the throne. The eyes of the serpent sculpture glowed red as it began to speak. Slytherin's chief challenge has officially commenced. Chapter 43. The ranking contest for house leaders. Draco bows instantly. In a concealed chamber, Professor Sprout exclaimed in astonishment. "That child is truly aiming for the title of chief." Professor Flitwick regarded Karmitt with admiration. Indeed, a young person should aspire in such a manner. Interestingly, the last chief challenge was initiated by that girl, Gemma Fally, but alas, she fell before the combined might of all the Hidden House leaders and could not surpass the final hurdle. Professor McGonagall remarked, "The exclusive chief system of Slytherin. If it were Black in his 4th year, I believe he could achieve it, but now, is it not too soon?" Dumbledore interjected, "Minerva, some prodigies in this world cannot be measured by age. I am already looking forward to the spectacle. However, the real entertainment will commence tomorrow. I must retire for the night." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed. The heads of houses exchanged glances before they too began to leave. Snape observed Karmitt below, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment. With a flick of his robe, he departed with the grace of a great bat taking flight. Gemma Fally cast a complex glance at Karmitt. "I knew you would initiate the chief challenge." Karmitt replied, "My initial goal was always the chief." Gemma Fally nodded. "I had an inkling. I have faltered, yet I hope for your success. Slytherin has long been without a chief. Turning to address the Slytherin students, Gemma Fally announced, "The chief challenge will commence anew. Starting tomorrow, the throne will select no more than 10 students each day to challenge Karmitt Black in duels. These 10 may engage in combat individually or as a team, contingent upon the throne's assessment of Karmitt's capabilities. Thus, it is hoped that all students are well prepared to be selected by the throne, which serves as a testament to your prowess." A multitude of Slytherin students gazed intently at Karmitt seated upon the throne. Some of the upperclassmen, having experienced the chief challenge initiated by Gemma Fally, recalled that unfortunate event where she ultimately faltered against a coalition of the hidden prefects. Nonetheless, her strength garnered universal respect. Gemma Fally announced, "Now, we shall commence our final activity, the hidden prefect ranking competition. The 7 hidden prefects may freely challenge those ranked above them to determine your positions. As always, in Slytherin, strength reigns supreme. We will begin with the first-year hidden prefects. Draco Malfoy, you currently hold the 7th position among the hidden prefects, the lowest rank. Will you initiate a challenge?" Draco surveyed the other hidden prefects, his closest rival being the second-year prefect, Dickens Knott, who ranked 6th. After a moment's contemplation, Draco declared, "I wish to challenge Prefect Knott." Gemma Fally nodded in approval. "Excellent. Each first-year hidden prefect will have the opportunity to challenge once. But I believe Knott will demonstrate the disparity in your abilities. Your seat should guide you on how to issue a challenge. You may begin." Draco nodded and then communicated with his seat. A green light illuminated from his chair, directing towards Dickens Knott's seat, which similarly radiated a green glow. In the next instant, both their forms materialized upon the dueling platform, and the clash began. In merely 3 exchanges, Draco's wand was disarmed, leaving him in a state of disbelief. How could he be this formidable? Draco found himself utterly defenseless. Karmitt felt a twinge of surprise. This Slytherin was proving to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. Was Draco truly lacking in skill? Compared to Karmitt, he certainly was. However, in relation to his peers, even those a year or 2 his senior, he was not without the potential to retaliate. Yet, before the second year, not of the Knott family, Draco was rendered powerless. The caliber of these hidden prefects exceeded Karmitt's expectations, which only heightened his interest. Karmitt's gaze towards the other hidden prefects now brimmed with admiration. "These are all my subordinates." Following Draco, the other hidden prefects remained still, their attention shifting to Arabella, ranked 2nd, and Gemma Fally, the 1st. They understood that the hidden prefect rankings typically remain unchanged, following the progression of their respective years. Arabella, an anomaly as a 4th-year prefect, had ascended to the 2nd position. To be precise, she had stood out even in her 3rd year, then ranking 3rd behind Gemma Fally and the recently graduated 7th-year prefect. Each year, Arabella challenged Gemma Fally. From the moment Arabella entered school and secured the position of 1st-year prefect, it has become an annual spectacle. The 4th-grade students cheered, "Prefect, give it your all." The status of the prefect is closely tied to their peers. In the case of the 4th grade, Arabella is formidable enough that even students from the 5th and 6th grades instinctively show deference upon encountering them. This is Slytherin, a haven for the strong. Meanwhile, a group of 7th graders gathered together, speculating, "How long do you think this match will last?" I recall last year, Arabella narrowly lost. Our prefect, 1T falter. Will they? Arabella's strength has escalated rather rapidly. Surely, it won't end in disaster? You worry too much. Prefect Gemma is invincible. Let's not forget, back in our 1st year, she successfully challenged the then 3rd-year prefect. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of that year's 7th grade prefect, our prefect would have claimed the top position. Other 7th graders nodded in agreement. The same magical prowess exhibited by Gemma Fally and Arabella now graced the arena. With a smile, Gemma Fally remarked, "It seems your visit home has equipped you even better." Arabella responded confidently, "The first seat will change hands today. I look forward to it." Gemma Fally replied. With a flick of her wrist, a wand materialized in Arabella's hand. Shattered to pieces. Indeed, the prefect's tournament allows the use of dark magic, provided one refrains from employing the unforgivable curses. This is an internal affair of Slytherin, where the use of dark magic goes unchecked. After all, who among the upper years does not possess a couple of dark spells? It is merely that these prefects have mastered them to a greater extent. The chief challenge can also invoke dark magic, adhering to the same stipulation. The unforgivable curses are off limits. The infamous Mr. No-Nos failed to claim the chief title due to his singular focus on the killing curse. Chapter 44. The first class, points deducted though late. Gemma Fally, wand in hand, had summoned it without notice. As she waved her wand, a layer of armor materialized before her. Karmitt's eyes sparkled with recognition. the silent armor charm, and, judging by Gemma's demeanor, she likely held back more. Karmitt smirked. Slytherin was becoming increasingly intriguing. After a brief exchange of tentative strikes, both unleashed their full power. Spells flew in rapid succession from their wands, with the tide of offense and defense continually shifting. To Karmitt's astonishment, the strength of these two was nearing that of Belinda. Arabella's wand danced with remarkable speed, her relentless barrage directed at Gemma. Gemma adeptly countered each assault, occasionally striking back. To the untrained eye, it appeared that Arabella held the upper hand. However, in Karmitt's perception, Arabella was already on the losing end of this duel. Leaning back in his throne with his legs crossed, Karmitt found himself increasingly intrigued by Gemma Farley. It seemed she possessed hidden depths of power. Though the two appeared evenly matched, with Arabella seemingly in control, the reality was far more complex. In truth, Gemma Farley exuded an air of calm, each counterattack appearing to be merely an effort to avoid drawing attention. After exchanging blows for a while, Arabella's spellcasting coherence had noticeably diminished, indicating that she had reached her limits. In the next moment, Gemma seized the opportunity, declaring, "Disarm." A beam of red light shot forth, sending Arabella's wand flying from her grasp. Furrowing her brow, Arabella conceded, "I have lost." Without hesitation, she turned and made her way back to the dormitory. Gemma, unbothered, announced, "Well then, the event concludes here. The positions of the house leaders remain unchanged. You may all return and rest." Preparing for the first day of the new term at Hogwarts, Karmitt rose from his seat, and the throne behind him automatically retreated to the wall. As the other house leaders stood, their seats followed suit. Subsequently, the young wizards began to seek their respective dormitories. Karmitt's words led him to the private quarters of the house leaders. This dormitory was not taken by Karmitt, but was willingly exchanged by Draco. According to Draco, such a single room should rightfully be occupied by Karmitt. However, Karmitt was acutely aware that his true intention was to share a dormitory with Harry Potter. He refrained from elaborating, having initially planned to seek out a single dormitory from one of the house leaders later that evening. In Slytherin, strength was revered, and such actions were not expressly forbidden. It was simply uncommon. Nonetheless, Draco's voluntary relinquishment of the room spared Karmitt considerable inconvenience. This arrangement was only temporary, as in a month's time, he would transition to the head's quarters. Upon returning to the dormitory, a dark shadow lunged toward Karmitt. He extended his arms to embrace it. It was Vani. He gently ruffled her fur, eliciting a purring sound from her. "All right, go rest now. Tomorrow I can take you with me. Today's sorting ceremony makes it inconvenient," he said. Vani meowed in response, and then leapt from his arms to the bed, curling up in a soft spot and closing her eyes, soon succumbing to gentle snores. Karmitt paid her no mind, washing up before lying down. Now that he had arrived at Hogwarts, it was time to dedicate himself to his studies. Although his abilities had grown considerably, they were still insufficient. He needed to strive even harder. The following day, September 1st, marked the commencement of classes at Hogwarts. A throng of first-year students made their way to the Transfiguration classroom on the ground floor. Leading the procession was Karmitt, closely followed by a cadre of young Slytherins. Despite Draco being the first-year house leader, it seemed the young Slytherins collectively accepted Karmitt as the true leader, with Draco serving as his assistant. Karmitt found himself resigned to this dynamic. As he merely attended class, the young Slytherins naturally trailed behind him, leaving him with little recourse. Holding Vani, he walked through the corridor toward the Transfiguration classroom on the first floor. Thus, the group of young serpents did not experience the notion of being lost, for they did not need to navigate the flexible, winding staircases. The first lesson in Transfiguration was to be attended alongside Gryffindor, which undoubtedly irked the young serpents. However, such was the nature of Hogwarts' curriculum. Most classes were conducted with two houses together. Notably, Slytherin and Gryffindor were the two houses that collaborated the most. Upon entering the classroom, Karmitt immediately spotted a feline figure lounging atop the desk. Our venerable cat lady was engaged in her fishing enforcement. Karmitt found a seat, with Draco and Harry Potter settling beside him, and the other young serpents gradually took their places, seizing the opportunity in the absence of the professor. The children began to chatter. Karmitt frowned. "Draco, please quiet them down." Draco nodded, rising to his feet. Silence. Everyone should read and prepare quietly. No talking. This was the essence of the head of House's role. Slytherin's adherence to rules stemmed significantly from the presence of its head. With one head for each year, the young serpents were managed in a more orderly fashion. Before long, a boisterous crowd of Gryffindor lions arrived, and the classroom transformed into a chaotic marketplace. Even as the class bell rang, the young lions continued their raucous antics. To Kammitt's surprise, Ron managed to arrive on time. Indeed, without the savior, Calamity would always be a step behind everyone else. It seemed that Draco would bear the brunt of these calamities in the future. With that thought, Karmitt cast a sympathetic glance at Draco. Amidst the jubilant uproar of the young lions, a particularly restless one had even left his seat to frolic. Suddenly, the venerable cat lady leapt from the podium, transforming into human form mid-air. The young wizards were left in astonishment. Ron instinctively exclaimed, "Cool." The cat lady turned her gaze toward Ron. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley, but did you not hear the class bell ringing just moments ago? Why the continued noise?" Her piercing gaze swept across the Gryffindor lions, who immediately shrank back in trepidation. In a cold tone, she declared, "Gryffindor loses 5 points. For all of you. As for Slytherin, due to your silence and adherence to rules, you shall earn 5 points for your house." Upon hearing this, the young serpents beamed with delight. Points were one thing, but the deduction from Gryffindor was truly satisfying. Chapter 45. Karmitt gains new insights into magic. The young lions wore expressions of despair. It was merely the first lesson, and they had already lost 5 points. Indeed, to call Professor McGonagall stern would be a mere understatement. Her demeanor was almost unyielding. Professor McGonagall announced, "Now, before we begin, there are a few important points I must address. First, transfiguration is wondrous, yet equally perilous. Thus, while your transfiguration skills may be practiced, it is imperative that they not be directed towards any individual. Furthermore, transfiguration cannot be employed for unearned gains or conjured from nothing. Therefore, do not harbor illusions of profiting from this art." The young wizards nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall, witnessing their compliance, smiled approvingly. Subsequently, she approached the lectern, gently tapping her wand upon it. Transfiguration. As the incantation escaped her lips, the lectern transformed into a pig. Upon landing, the pig grunted a couple of times and began to wander the corridor. Each young wizard gazed in astonishment. After a brief exploration, the pig returned to the lectern, reverting back to its original form, eliciting gasps of wonder from the students. Karmitt, stroking his chin, felt a twinge of envy at such a display of skill. Indeed, his jealousy was palpable, for he struggled to master transfiguration, much like the Patronus charm. Despite numerous attempts, he remained baffled by his inability to grasp it. After all, Karmitt had always been a self-taught wizard, and his arrival at Hogwarts was an earnest pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. Professor McGonagall declared, "Now, you have all witnessed transfiguration. Before you attempt it yourselves, you must first practice the incantation." She urged, "Repeat after me. Transfiguration." The young wizards echoed her words several times. Next, remember to combine the incantation with the appropriate wand movement. It is a swift flick. Professor McGonagall then guided them through the necessary gestures. Karmitt diligently followed suit. Scanning the classroom, Professor McGonagall's gaze landed on Karmitt. "A commendable execution, Mr. Blake. Your proficiency in transfiguration must be noteworthy. Slytherin earns 5 points." Karmitt yearned to clarify his lack of skill in transfiguration, but it was clear that Professor McGonagall had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Instead, she clapped her hands. "Now, can you all see the matchstick before you? Your task today is to transform it into a silver needle. The first to succeed will earn 5 points for their house." With that, the young wizards were filled with determination, particularly the Gryffindor students, who had just lost 5 points and were eager to regain them. They began to wave their wands, the incantations echoing throughout the classroom. Karmitt did the same, directing his spell at the matchstick. However, the matchstick remained unchanged. Karmitt furrowed his brow, frustrated by his lack of progress. What was the issue? Noticing Karmitt's precise wand movements, Professor McGonagall paid him particular attention, curious to assess his level of transfiguration skills. To her astonishment, she observed that his movements and incantation were flawless. The standards were utterly absurd. However, transfiguration proved ineffective. Professor McGonagall approached Karmitt. "It seems you are encountering some difficulties?" Indeed, Professor McGonagall was curious as to why such a precise action, devoid of any errors, had resulted in Karmitt's failure to transform. Karmitt shrugged. "As you can see, Professor, I have always struggled with transfiguration. Other spells come easily to me, but despite my extensive self-study in transfiguration, I have never succeeded in casting it." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. "To be honest, Mr. Black, I have not encountered a situation quite like yours. Could you attempt to cast the spell once more?" Karmitt nodded and, with a flick of his wand, recited the incantation. Yet again, nothing happened. This commotion drew the attention of other young wizards, who turned to observe. The pure-blooded Slytherins regarded Karmitt with astonishment, surprised to discover that he, too, was incapable of certain spells. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students found their eyes alight with interest, especially Ron. Malicious thoughts raced through his mind. So even the wicked black struggles with something. I must transform successfully and earn points. That way, everyone will forget about what happened on the train, and I shall become a hero, the one who scores for Gryffindor. Since last night, Ron's infamous name had spread throughout Hogwarts, the boy who wet his pants. Indeed, this was his moniker. Thus, Ron desperately sought an opportunity to redeem himself. Professor McGonagall observed Karmitt's actions and remarked, "Mr. Black, your casting speed is rather hasty. At such a rapid pace, do you have time to solidify your intent?" Karmitt paused. Solidify intent? Professor McGonagall looked at him curiously. Of course, all spells operate under this principle. To achieve the desired effect, you must firmly believe in your heart that your spell can create that effect. This was the first time Karmitt had heard such a notion, as his other spells had never required such conviction. However, the other young wizards appeared to accept this as common knowledge within the magical realm, except for those children raised in the Muggle world. Professor McGonagall continued, "Now, try again, but this time, take it slower. Steady your heart. Envision repeatedly in your mind what you want this matchstick to transform into." Karmitt nodded, preparing to heed Professor McGonagall's advice, constructing an image of a golden needle, along with its design and patterns in his mind. While Karmitt was deep in thought, Ron suddenly exclaimed from the back row, "I did it." He then held up a bizarre hybrid of a needle for Professor McGonagall to see. She glanced at it, not bad. But if you could transform the lower part of the matchstick into a silver needle as well, that would be splendid. A chorus of laughter erupted among the young wizards as they regarded the peculiar object in Ron's hand, half needle and half matchstick. Ron felt a rush of emotions, his face alternating between shades of red and white. Professor McGonagall continued, "However, significant progress has been made. Do give it another try. Ron can only take a seat." Just then, the incantation from Karmitt echoed through the room. Transfiguration. In Chapter 46, the Hogwarts Transformation Project, seeking help from Flitwick. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the matchstick before Karmitt began to metamorphose. Starting from the bottom, strands of golden light enveloped the original wooden material of the matchstick. In the blink of an eye, a golden needle emerged on the desk, adorned with exquisite patterns that spiraled upward from the base, ultimately converging at the tip. Beautiful and splendid. This was the immediate reaction of everyone witnessing the golden needle. Even Karmitt was somewhat bewildered. It truly worked. Had he previously misunderstood the principles of spellcasting? He vaguely recalled from the original text that it was said that to successfully cast a spell, one must have a clear intention of its purpose in mind. For instance, when casting the killing curse, one must be resolute in the desire to take a life, leading to successful execution. However, Karmitt had never entertained such thoughts. He had always simply cast spells without contemplation. If transfiguration operated in this manner, could it be that the Patronus charm follows a similar principle? Karmitt seemed to grasp the rules of spellcasting. Yet, further experimentation was necessary. Professor McGonagall picked up Karmitt's needle from the desk and observed it with astonishment. "Mr. Black, you have truly surprised me. Your transfiguration skills are on par with anyone's. All that remains for you is experience and speed in casting. I believe that, given your talent, you will swiftly overcome these shortcomings." Karmitt nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Without your guidance, I fear I would still be struggling with transfiguration." Professor McGonagall smiled. "I am your professor, am I not? It is my duty to teach you. I sense you have many lingering questions, and I believe you should speak with Professor Flitwick. He is an expert in spellcasting, and I am certain he will clarify your doubts." Karmitt nodded. "I will, Professor." Professor McGonagall placed the needle back on the desk and declared, "Well then, Slytherin earns 5 points. Congratulations, Mr. Black." At the back of the classroom, Ron was grinding his teeth in frustration. It was him again, that accursed Black, the wicked Slytherin. So close yet so far. Ron glared at the silver needle, now reduced to a matchstick head, his teeth clenched in anger. The first morning at Hogwarts was spent in Transfiguration class. One must admit, the curriculum at Hogwarts was rather relaxed, especially with many classes occupying either the entire morning or afternoon. The most crucial aspect was that casting spells was infinitely more engaging than rote memorization of vocabulary or the study of mathematics and science. After class, Karmitt glanced at the time, noting that there was still a while until lunch. He decided to heed Professor McGonagall's advice and pay a visit to Professor Flitwick, intending to ascertain the nature of his spell work. He felt no apprehension about revealing any anomalies to Professor Flitwick, for one could certainly question Dumbledore's character. Yet one must never doubt that the four esteemed heads of Hogwarts harbor even the slightest ill will towards their students. Each of the four heads, even our beloved Professor S, would demonstrate what it means to be the youngest master of potions and the legacy of a former Death Eater should any of their students find themselves in peril. Professor Flitwick's office was located at the highest point of the castle, on the 8th floor. Thus, Karmitt was inevitably destined to contend with the capricious staircases. Observing the stairs seemingly in a frenzy, shifting positions erratically, Karmitt felt a sense of exasperation. Were these stairs afflicted with some form of hyperactivity? Fixating on the intricate patterns of the banister, Karmitt resolved that one day, once he had mastered these magical runes, he would transform the stairs into obedient little kittens. Much like Vani. Vani, nestled in Karmitt's arms, appeared to sense his musings and nuzzled against his chest before resuming her peaceful slumber. After waiting a few minutes for the stairs to settle down completely, Karmitt ascended the staircase. Before long, he arrived at the 8th floor, his face slightly flushed from exertion. Who could have conceived such a ludicrous design for Hogwarts? Had they never considered installing an elevator on the 8th floor? It was utterly absurd. Elevators had been in use since Grindelwald's era, yet Hogwarts had remained unchanged. Progress, it seemed, was not a priority here. Karmitt thought it prudent to discuss the potential renovation of Hogwarts with Dumbledore. If he could secure the contract, the profits would surely be substantial. At the door to Professor Flitwick's office, Karmitt raised his hand and knocked. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Professor Flitwick perched on a chair, leaning over his desk, engrossed in some writing. Upon spotting Karmitt, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Mr. Black? Shouldn't you be at lunch? What brings you here? Karmitt replied, Yes, Professor, I believe I have encountered some difficulties. And, as the champion of the Hogwarts Duel Club and the foremost expert on spells in the British magical community, I can think of no one better suited to assist me than you. Upon hearing this, Flitwick's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He leaped from his chair and warmly welcomed Karmitt. You, my dear boy, are quite knowledgeable. Those are ancient tales, hardly worth mentioning. Come, sit down. I am eager to hear about your perplexities. Karmitt's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, in this world, no one could escape the intricacies of social relations. Just listen to him. He had addressed Flitwick as Professor, while only recently, Flitwick had referred to him simply as Black. Friviv gestured for Karmitt to take a seat on the sofa. With a snap of his fingers, 2 cups of steaming tea materialized on the table. Karmitt was momentarily taken aback. Professor Friviv, with an air of pride, remarked, These were brought by my house elves. As you know, I possess a lineage of magical descent, which allows me to maintain a cordial relationship with them. If you wish, I could take you to the kitchen at some point to introduce you. Once you convey your request to them, your life will be much more convenient. Karmitt nodded. That would be very kind of you, Professor. I believe this would indeed make things easier for me. Friviv continued, Now, do tell me, what is troubling you? Karmitt replied, Well, Professor, I just attended Professor McGonagall's class, and she mentioned that when casting a spell, one must firmly believe in the effect that the spell will produce. For instance, if I wish to cast a transfiguration spell, I need to be resolute in my thoughts, assuring myself that my magic can indeed transform. Professor Friviv nodded precisely. All spells operate on this principle. It is fundamental knowledge. Karmitt countered, however, when I use other spells, this does not seem to apply. Chapter 47. The Foundation of Strength? Special Abilities. Hearing Karmitt's statement, Professor Friviv was momentarily stunned. I beg your pardon, Karmitt, but I do not quite grasp your meaning. Could you reiterate? Karmitt explained. What I mean is, for example, when I cast a disarming charm, I must possess a firm conviction that this spell can disarm my opponent. Yet, in reality, I find it unnecessary. I can simply cast the spell normally. Professor Friviv leapt from the sofa, scrutinizing Karmitt with utmost seriousness. Are you truly speaking the truth, Karmitt? Karmitt, witnessing the professor's intense reaction, felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether he might possess some extraordinary trait. Yes, Professor, he affirmed. Friviv inquired, Would you mind demonstrating your spell for me? Karmitt hesitated here. Friviv replied, Let us do this. You may attack me. Karmitt appeared uncertain. Friviv assured him, Do not worry. You will not harm me. Just cast a simple disarming charm. Surely, you can perform it silently and without a wand? Karmitt nodded. Friviv retrieved his wand from within his robes. Come now, Karmitt, let me witness your magic. Upon hearing this, Karmitt proceeded without hesitation. With a snap of his fingers, Friviv's wand soared into the air and fell to the ground. Friviv gazed at Karmitt in amazement. How intriguing, Karmitt. You seem to learn spells at an extraordinary pace. Moreover, you master them with remarkable speed and can cast them silently in the shortest time possible. Karmitt was taken aback. Indeed, Professor, somewhat perplexed. Karmitt pondered over this development since his arrival. Friv stated, "Then it is indeed as I suspected, Karmitt. You have reminded me of certain rumor." Karmitt inquired, "What rumor?" Friv remarked, "Before I impart my knowledge to you, I must first highlight the extraordinary nature of your abilities. It is well known that the casting of a spell necessitates 4 elements: the incantation, the wand, the method of casting, and most crucially, an unwavering heart. Otherwise, the spell is destined to fail. This is common knowledge. Among these elements, the wand serves to amplify the spell and facilitate the casting technique. However, in essence, all these components, be it the incantation, the wand, or the casting method, ultimately aim to achieve one singular objective: a resolute heart. For instance, the disarmament spell you just cast requires a specific incantation to disarm your weapon. When you utter this incantation, you must focus on its intended effect. This is true for everyone. The method of casting allows you to guide the wand in a particular manner, thereby enabling your mind to automatically conjure the spell's effects. Do you grasp my meaning?" Karmitt nodded, finding Frivy's explanation quite comprehensible. In simpler terms, it is through the incantation and the specific method of casting that a wizard's attention is concentrated. Even if your mind wanders, once you have invoked your spell and casting technique, it will draw your thoughts back, enabling you to concentrate more steadfastly on your spell and achieve successful casting. Professor Frivy continued, "The concept of silent and wandless magic implies a wizard possesses a profound understanding of spells, allowing them to cast without external assistance, firmly grounding their heart to release the spell. The success of a spell hinges upon the heart. This is the most potent force. You must envision the effects of your spell. The more resolute you are, the more effectively the spell will manifest its inherent power." Karmitt instantly comprehended this notion. Was it not akin to his own mental prowess? In the world he traversed before, countless individuals had enriched Hogwarts' magical framework. Unlike the magic depicted in fantasy novels, the magical system at Hogwarts is refreshingly novel. It mirrors his mental power. He simply wills a being to perish, and thus the killing curse succeeds. He envisions an object levitating, and the levitation spell triumphs. The principle is the same. Frivy then stated, "However, there exist certain prodigies in this world who can bypass this process entirely. They often do not need to contemplate. The mere stirrings of their thoughts suffice to replace the need for a resolute heart. Consider fairies and other magical beings." Karmitt furrowed his brow. "But what relevance does this hold for me? Clearly, I am but a human." Frivy shook his head. "Who says that humans are incapable of such abilities? If magical creatures possess this power, why should humans be excluded? It is said that the 4 founders of Hogwarts all possess this ability, endowing their spells with greater potency and efficacy than those of others. Moreover, based on my conjecture, both Dumbledore and that enigmatic figure from Nimengard may also possess such capabilities. This could explain their formidable strength and the immense power of their spells, far surpassing that of others. Karmitt, in other words, you possess the potential to become a true powerhouse. However, despite my lineage of fairies, I lack this ability, which is why my research into it remains incomplete. In the realm of magic, there are speculations about this capacity, yet no one has been able to validate it. Therefore, to uncover the true nature of your abilities, Karmitt, you must embark on your own exploration and study. I cannot assist you in this regard. Based on your previous struggles with transfiguration, which you eventually mastered through contemplation, I surmise that your powers may not yet be fully realized." Upon leaving Professor Flibby's office, Karmitt felt somewhat dazed. So this is how it is? He had always considered the formidable strength of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort to be exceedingly extraordinary, even unreasonable. Is it due to this unique ability? What exactly is this power? And from whence does it originate? Karmitt was utterly perplexed. Yet he grasped one thing. He too might possess the potential to become equally formidable. But how does one cultivate and explore this ability? As Karmitt pondered, he found himself in the Great Hall, seemingly on the brink of discovering a shortcut to strength. After dining, he intended to seek a quiet place to delve into his extraordinary capacity. Just as he was about to depart, an unexpected event occurred in the hall. The banner above the Slytherin table suddenly radiated a vibrant green light. Subsequently, all the green luminescence converged, revealing a grand serpent-headed throne. This sudden turn of events left all the young wizards in a state of astonishment. On the faculty dais, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intensity. It is about to commence. Once the serpent throne had fully materialized, it began to speak. The first battle of the Headmaster's Challenge. Begin. Chapter 48. The Headmaster's Challenge. The first battle with full participation. Upon hearing these words, students from other houses exchanged bewildered glances. A contest for the headmaster? What is that? Is a new event at Hogwarts? Uncertain whispers filled the air, with some pureblood students from other houses stepping forward to elucidate the Slytherin headmaster challenge system. This was not a well-kept secret. However, many half-blood and muggle-born wizards showed little interest in such news. After all, the reputation of Slytherin was well understood by those who mattered. How could anyone bother to learn about Slytherin? Such knowledge primarily circulated within pureblood families, as many had aspired to be the true headmaster of Slytherin at one point, only to later realize the daunting challenges involved. As the crowd engaged in conversation, 10 beams of green light shot forth from the throne, descending upon the Slytherin students. These students were not all present in the Great Hall. Some were in their dormitories, others in the library by the Black Lake, or even sharing tender moments with their girlfriends. Yet the instant the green light enveloped them, they all stood upright in unison. I have been chosen. It appears that we are the first to face the initial challenge, though it remains uncertain how many will participate in this first round. Gemma Folly gazed upon the throne suspended in the center of the hall, her pupils narrowing slightly. Is the first round truly a full-scale battle of 10? It seems the prowess of this Blake is exceedingly formidable, as the throne has managed to amass such strength right from the start. Once the 10 beams of light had secured their targets, the serpent-headed sculpture atop the throne ignited with red brilliance, followed by a singular, more radiant green beam that struck directly at Karmitt. In that moment, the long tables in the hall automatically parted, revealing an arena that emerged at the center. Karmitt was drawn by the green light, landing squarely upon the arena. Subsequently, the other 10 beams of green light coalesced, revealing 10 figures upon the stage. Gemma Folly observed, "Are they all fourth-year students?" The competition begins with a full assembly of 10 fourth-year students, reflecting on her own initial challenge, which had merely consisted of 3 second-year students. She realized that in the throne's estimation, Karmitt's strength far surpassed hers. As the 10 descended, they regarded Karmitt with not a trace of disdain, only vigilance. Those who enter Slytherin, even if not pure-blooded, have heard the legends surrounding Karmitt. The power of the individual before them is indeed terrifying. The 10 exchanged glances and drew their wands. Karmitt looked upon them with an unperturbed expression, showing no signs of urgency in the face of such formidable foes. Just then, the green light enveloping them dissipated. In the next heartbeat, without a moment's hesitation, the 10 launched their assault on Karmitt. Each summoned their most potent spells, unleashing them towards him. Among the incantations, a chilling cry of shatter to pieces could be discerned. At the faculty's seating, Professor McGonagall stood ready to intervene. Dumbledore remarked, "Minerva, do not be anxious. This is not our first encounter with such events, is it? If true danger arises, the throne will safeguard Karmitt." McGonagall nodded. She was well aware of this, yet her concern for her students was ingrained in her very being, leading to an instinctive tension. As 10 spells surged forth, onlookers believed without doubt that Karmitt would surely be defeated. After all, the onslaught from these 10 was swift. Karmitt hadn't even had the time to draw his wand. At the Gryffindor table, Ron struggled to suppress his laughter, reveling in the spectacle. The head boy, that wretched Blake, does not deserve such a title. It would be best if he were utterly obliterated under this barrage. Ron is precisely this way. He may forget kindness, but he will remember any slight against him for a lifetime. The dazzling effects of the spells obscured the scene within. As the brilliance gradually faded, the specially summoned Arabella and Gemma Folly's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? For there stood Karmitt, unwavering in his original position. With a graceful lift of his right hand, a shimmering illusion of armor positioned itself before him. All the spells that had just been cast fell upon it, leaving Karmitt utterly unscathed. Arabella murmured, "A silent and unyielding iron armor charm? This is rather extraordinary. At such a young age, has he achieved such mastery?" Gemma Folly's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Karmitt, instinctively licking her lips. "What is your true limit?" The 10 students engaged in combat with Karmitt were momentarily taken aback. This must be a joke. That was 10 spells. Not a single one affected him. He didn't even draw his wand. Karmitt smirked. "You truly have no sense of martial ethics. Launching an attack without hesitation. Fortunately, my reflexes are quicker than yours." A Slytherin student exclaimed, "Impossible. With 10 of us working together, even a 7th-year student couldn't withstand it. How can he treat it so lightly?" Again, as he spoke, the student flicked his wand, casting Stupefy. A beam of light shot toward Karmitt. Just before it made contact, Karmitt waved his arm, and the spell rebounded, striking the student and sending him flying. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with insight. It appears that Mr. Black's mastery of spells far surpasses that of these students. To execute such a counter requires a level of spellcasting that is significantly superior to the opponent's. Dumbledore and his peers could achieve this with weaker foes. Yet here we find Karmitt in his first year, facing fourth-year students, as if the roles of strength and weakness have been reversed. Karmitt glanced at the group. "I shan't waste any more time with you." As he spoke, he pointed at one of the students. Before the student could react, a spell shot forth from Karmitt's fingertip, knocking him out cold. The others, despite their attempts to resist, appeared laughable before Karmitt's prowess. The duel lasted less than 5 minutes, and all 10 students were cast down from the platform. After their defeat, the stage gradually faded, and the throne vanished simultaneously. Karmitt surveyed the astonished young wizards and, without uttering a word, turned to leave the great hall. Once Karmitt departed, the hall erupted with astonishment. "My goodness, he is incredibly powerful. Is this truly black? His strength is terrifying." Casting spells silently and without a wand, those 10 fourth-year seniors didn't even earn the right to make him draw his wand. Chapter 49, Karmitt's Discovery. Supported solely by talent, Ron watched Karmitt leave with an air of nonchalance, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Why? Why does that wretched black possess such formidable strength while I do not? This was Ron's nature. He never contemplated the reasons behind circumstances, only harboring envy towards others, which left him consumed with resentment. One could only say that refuse rightfully belongs in the refuse heap. The 10 Slytherins, who had been almost instantaneously defeated by Karmitt, now exchanged bewildered glances. Did we lose? Unbelievable. Even my father cannot cast such a formidable iron armor charm. Our collective assault of 10 was effortlessly neutralized. This is simply outrageous. Is this the power of the sole heir of the first pureblood family? We, 10 in number, couldn't even compel him to draw his wand. A few shook their heads in helpless laughter. Jimafari observed the 10 individuals who were beginning to question their own existence and remarked, "It is not that you are weak. Rather, he is astonishingly strong. We, Slytherin, are on the brink of welcoming a true champion." One student, defeated by Karmitt, interjected, "A champion? Is that truly feasible? He has merely triumphed over us 10. Jimafari chuckled. "Yet, you 10 are the strongest among the fourth years, aside from Arabella, are you not? You should be well aware of the strength you possess when united." Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. Jimafari continued. "He has already surged ahead by a considerable margin. It all hinges on the final day, when all the hidden heads will join forces to see if they can withstand him." The 10 remained silent. Jimafari added with a grin, "Come now, why the silence? A champion in Slytherin is surely a boon for us. We could possess a true Serpent King. Trust me, if he ascends to the position, it will bring us only benefits, not drawbacks." The eyes of the 10 brightened. One among them asked, "Then, Jimafari, will you go easy on him?" Jimafari replied with a smile, "Of course not. Not just I, but no one will take it easy, for we are Slytherin. Power is our passport." With that, Jimafari turned and exited the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Karmitt had once again arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Gazing at the tapestry depicting the giant thrashing the hapless Baron, Karmitt recalled the records from the original text. This should be the place. Henceforth, he would need to pace back and forth 3 times, contemplating his requirements. Karmitt silently chanted within himself, seeking a location robust enough to test his spells. After pacing back and forth thrice, a stone door embedded within the wall materialized before him. Karmitt nodded. Indeed, the room of requirement proves to be quite convenient. He pushed the door open. Inside lay an expansive space, at the far end of which were several tin figures. Ostensibly, they appeared to be made of tin. However, their exterior was enveloped in a metal that minimized magical impact. It was said that during the era of King Arthur, his core army was equipped with this very metal. Karmitt approached one of the metallic figures and scrutinized it closely. As he suspected, the surface of the tin figure bore intricate, concealed patterns. These patterns were magical runes. Karmitt was now almost certain that the original 4 giants had someone among them who mastered these runes. It was even possible that all 4 possessed such knowledge. He was intrigued by the prospect of whether any legacy of these runes remained. When time permits, I may venture to test whether the House of All Wishes can transform into a place for practicing magical runes. Perhaps unexpected discoveries await. However, the pressing matter at hand is to experiment with my spells. With this thought in mind, Karmitt drew his wand and aimed it at a Tin Man. He then cast a silent spell, causing the Tin Man to be propelled several meters before crashing to the ground. Karmitt meticulously noted the distance the Tin Man had flown. He then pointed his wand at another Tin Man, this time concentrating intently. "I must incapacitate it. I must incapacitate it." Karmitt repeated this mantra in his mind. adjusting his focus to its optimal state. To ensure no misstep occurred, he pronounced the incantation, Stupefy. A spell shot forth from Karmitt's wand. In the next instant, the Tin Man was sent flying against the wall with a heavy thud before sliding down to the floor. Karmitt's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be effective? In a state of complete concentration, the power of his spell had at least doubled. He even sensed that there was room for further improvement. As Karmitt gazed at his wand and then at the toppled Tin Man, a smile crept across his face. So this was the source of Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald's formidable strength? Now, Karmitt too had grasped this ability. Yet, he knew that his development of such a unique power could never compare to that of the three. Thus, aside from the need for practice, he must also seek guidance. After pondering for a moment, Karmitt formulated a rough plan. Voldemort would be relatively easy to deal with, considering he was currently residing within Quirrell. A few soul fragment cuts had left his mind rather muddled, making him susceptible to deception. As for Grindelwald, he remained at Nurmengard, which was manageable. However, Dumbledore, seemingly the simplest and most accessible, was the one Karmitt least desired to approach. After all, the old BS cunning intellect was not something Karmitt felt he could outmaneuver. With a lifetime of experience, Dumbledore's age would dwarf Karmitt's by several decades. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a person, Karmitt did not believe that being a time traveler rendered him invincible. Shaking his head, Karmitt decided to abandon the thought. He would take it one step at a time. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. For now, he would rely on his own practice, striving to reach the point where, as Flitwick said, once the spell is cast, his resolve is already firm. That would signify his success. Previously, his spell casting had merely been an exercise in futility. Karmitt waved his wand, casting the levitation charm, and summoned the two Tin Men back to his side. He realized that not only combat spells, but even fundamental charms like levitation had improved in effectiveness. Indeed, he had previously relied solely on talent. Strictly speaking, he had not truly mastered these spells. Karmitt stood before two tin figures, diligently practicing spells, a task that indeed proved to be a formidable undertaking. Engrossed in his incantations, he completely lost track of time. When he finally ceased his efforts, a sudden realization struck him. He was running late, and to make matters worse, it was potion class. Chapter 50. The Unavoidable Triple Inquiry, even in Slytherin. The portraits of Hogwarts could swear they had never witnessed a young wizard sprinting through the corridors with such fervor. Child, slow down. There are no werewolves chasing you. Indeed, young wizard, what will you do if you collide with someone? Karmitt paid no heed to the portraits. True, there were no werewolves in pursuit, yet it was evident that something far more fearsome awaited him in the potion classroom. However, whether it was the stairs playing tricks or his rising anxiety, the more he hurried, the more the stairs seemed to twist and turn chaotically. Frustration darkened Karmitt's expression. Gritting his teeth, he leapt from the corridor, plunging straight down through the tumultuous staircase. The portraits gasped in alarm. Goodness, this child has lost his mind. He'll surely become a pancake. At this height, it won't be a pancake, it'll be mincemeat. The audacity of today's young wizards is astounding. Merlin, help us. What shall we do? Yet, just as Karmitt was about to hit the ground, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, his body halted mid-air, then wobbled before gently settling on the floor. Continuing his brisk pace towards the dungeon, he proved that the levitation charm need not be employed solely on living beings. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Karmitt dashed into the dungeon. With a potion, classroom awaited. He pushed the door open, but before he could utter a word, a chilling gaze pierced through him. Look who it is, the ever-dramatic Mr. Black. Karmitt thought to himself, impressive, indeed, with that sardonic tone. Truly, Snape is formidable. Apologies, Professor. I was held up by some matters, Karmitt said, emphasizing Professor to regain Snape's attention. Snape's icy glare shifted slightly as he responded. Do I need to invite you in? Karmitt dared not linger on pleasantries and promptly took a seat. Of course, he did not choose just any spot. He selected one he deemed absolutely secure. Firstly, it was situated far from Mr. Neville Longbottom, and distancing himself from Longbottom also meant keeping away from his deskmate, Mr. Seamus Finnegan, a misfortunate soul and a notorious troublemaker. Secondly, he was also quite distant from Harry Potter and Draco, and even further from that inept Ron. In conclusion, this was undoubtedly a place of favorable fortune. It is to be expected that after today's lesson, this place shall become a fierce battleground. Most significantly, he has yet to acquire a desk partner. This is perhaps the most fortunate circumstance, as it implies that he need not be wary of a potentially troublesome companion. Snape cast a cold glance at Karmitt, and, subsequently, his frigid gaze swept over the assembly. He felt a surge of discontent, and such discontent signified that someone was destined to face misfortune. Instinctively, Snape's eyes shifted towards Harry Potter. In truth, Snape had no intention of making things difficult for Harry today, considering the reputation of Slytherin. However, Harry seemed intent on seeking his own doom. There he was, leaning over his desk, scribbling something incomprehensible. Snape's eyes instantly turned icy. It appeared that some individuals, basking in their notoriety, believed they could forego attending my class or consider their mastery of potion-making to be unparalleled. Upon uttering this thought, the gaze of the classroom divided into two factions, one directed at Karmitt, the other at Harry Potter. Karmitt's lips twitched slightly. If you wish to address Harry, then do so directly. Why utter such easily misconstrued statements that have no bearing on him? Draco promptly nudged Harry with his elbow. Harry, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend the situation when Snape, who had been at the lectern, swiftly approached him. To be frank, Karmitt was taken aback by how quickly Snape moved. It was astonishing, almost like a flash, and the most alarming aspect was the utter silence accompanying his speed. Karmitt suspected that our esteemed professor had employed some form of magic. Snape arrived at Harry's side and abruptly snatched the notebook from in front of him. Harry jumped in surprise, instinctively raising his head, only to lock eyes with Snape. The moment Snape beheld those emerald green orbs, he appeared momentarily entranced. At that juncture, "Har Cotius utred, iam sui, professor." Upon hearing Harry's voice, Karmitt immediately sensed trouble. Indeed, the savior was courting disaster, and there was no stopping it. If Snape were to gaze upon those eyes a moment longer, Karmitt was certain that our esteemed professor would succumb to nostalgia and grant Harry clemency. Alas, he spoke. As anticipated, the moment Harry spoke, Snape's attention was abruptly yanked back to reality. He beheld Harry's countenance, devoid of any pretense of disdain. Indeed, our esteemed professor was refreshingly candid. Were it not for those captivating eyes, Karmitt would harbor doubts about whether Snape might unleash a swift spell. Snape forcefully slammed the notebook onto the desk. "Now, the illustrious Harry Potter, enlighten me. What shall I obtain when daffodil bulb powder is combined with wormwood stem liquid?" Karmitt sighed inwardly, for the familiar triad of questions had indeed returned. In truth, the inquiries posed by our esteemed professor were always quite deliberate. For instance, regarding the first inquiry, the language of the daffodil symbolizes love, while that of the mugwort signifies suffering, suggesting that Snape speaks of his own tormented affection. As for the second question, the gallstone serves as an antidote. Connecting it to the previous query, it implies that Snape is pondering how to alleviate his profound anguish. Lastly, the aconite embodies malice. Although the two varieties share different names, their meanings remain consistent. Snape, while ostensibly questioning Harry, truly seeks to convey to another pair of emerald eyes his heartfelt apologies, affirming that he will eternally cherish her, regardless of the malevolence surrounding him. What a deeply passionate Professor Snape. Alas, our Harry Potter has never been one to disappoint anyone. He remains oblivious to all three questions. Snape gazes at Harry with derision. Or more accurately, he directs his scorn at that face, which mirrors James Potter's youthful visage. It seems he is not merely attacking Harry, but rather targeting James Potter himself. Clearly, fame does not equate to everything. Although I struggle to comprehend how one so filled with foolishness, whose intellect scarcely surpasses that of Troll, managed to be sorted into Slytherin to preserve the house's dignity, I expect you to visit my office every afternoon after class starting today. Snape sneers, then glides back to the podium. Karmitt's eyes instantly brighten. Oh, a new game? It remains uncertain whether it is mere torment or a special favor. Chapter 51. Gryffindor loses 5 points on repeat. Karmitt leans towards the latter. In fact, in the original text, Snape often extended special privileges to Harry. One could only say that favoritism is starkly evident. Despite his disdain, there remains an unmistakable preference. What a paradoxical individual he is. Snape returns to the podium and begins to elucidate the fundamentals of potion making. Setting aside any judgments about Snape's character, his reservoir of knowledge is indeed unparalleled, leaving most potion masters in awe. As Karmitt had heard before his time travel, the educators encountered at esteemed institutions may very well be the most remarkable individuals one will ever meet. This adage holds true for Hogwarts as well, and is exceedingly applicable. As the sole magical institution in Britain, Hogwarts boasts an extraordinarily formidable faculty. Take, for instance, the four house heads. The head of Gryffindor, Minerva McGonagall, is an acknowledged master of transfiguration and one of the judges of the Merlin Order's Medal Selection Committee. Any project concerning transfiguration submitted to the Merlin Order must be reviewed by Professor McGonagall, a testament to her esteemed standing. Severus Snape, a world-renowned master of potions, holds the title of the youngest potion master, in contrast to other potion masters who often reach centenarian status. Snape's youth signifies that he has ample time to explore new concoctions. Thus, in Karmitt's perspective, Snape's title as a master of potions carries significant weight. As for the head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick, do not be deceived by his jovial demeanor. He possesses a remarkable intellect. However, that seemingly insignificant title of Hogwarts Duel Champion is, in fact, the most prestigious accolade. This particular Hogwarts Duel Tournament was open to the entire wizarding world. To put it plainly, if we were to discuss mastery and control over spells, the mere presence of Flitwick would compel even Dumbledore to yield. It is important to note that this is not a matter of combat prowess, but rather a testament to the sheer quantity of spells mastered and the depth of knowledge possessed about them. Then there is Professor Sprout, who appears quite rotund and unwieldy, seemingly devoid of any combat capability. She resembles the portrait of the fat lady that guards the entrance to Gryffindor. Her practical combat abilities remain a mystery. However, when it comes to the cultivation of magical plants, Sprout can proudly declare herself the best in the world. The venomous Tentacula is unique among plants for possessing characteristics akin to magical creatures. Legend has it that in ancient times, the venomous Tentacula was employed as a guardian at the entrances of certain magical creature species. Known for its extremely irritable temperament, it would lash out at anyone who approached. Unfortunately, the methods of cultivation have been lost to time, and in the contemporary magical world, there exists but one individual capable of nurturing and caring for the venomous Tentacula, Professor Sprout. You may critique the four house heads from any angle, yet you must never question their strength, such as Hogwarts. Thus, when Snape lectures, even Cormac McLaggen listens with utmost seriousness. In this particular class, he refrained from teaching potion brewing techniques, for one must take life step by step. Instead, Snape instructed the young wizards on a method for purifying a substance known as the stinging nettle. After a thorough explanation, Snape personally demonstrated the technique for the students. He then gestured for them to embark on their own experiments. Cormac picked up the stinging nettle from the table, recalling Snape's method. Although he had attempted potion brewing before, he had merely followed instructions and lacked mastery over many techniques. After all, this knowledge is the most valuable treasure of a potion master. Therefore, what Snape imparted was immensely beneficial to him. As Cormac reflected on Snape's method, he placed the stinging nettle into the cauldron and carefully adjusted the flame. The purification of the stinging nettle is quite fundamental, primarily testing one's ability to control the heat. The outer layer of the stinging nettle is quite tough, necessitating a fierce flame for initial purification. However, once the stinging nettle begins to dissolve, the flame must be immediately reduced, followed by the incineration of the outer protective layer. Subsequently, one must switch to medium heat to eliminate impurities. Snape chose to begin the first lesson with the extraction of the stinging nettle precisely to help the young wizards acclimate to adjusting the heat. Cormac, possessing an excellent memory, envisioned Snape's technique while manipulating the heat. Before long, the stinging nettle within the cauldron vanished, leaving behind a small amount of green liquid. Cormac extinguished the flame and gazed at the stinging nettle juice in the cauldron, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, to learn such things, one requires a commendable teacher. Had he not emulated Snape's technique, achieving such ease would have been truly impossible. Snape approached Cormac's side. Gazing into the cauldron of Karmitt, he remarked, "Not too shabby. Slytherin, 10 points awarded." Karmitt chuckled in response. "Thank you, Professor." Snape snorted derisively and moved to another table. Ron, witnessing Karmitt's success, seethed with bitterness. Blasted again him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ron's grip faltered. What should have been a gentle simmer turned into a vigorous boil as he inadvertently turned the heat to medium. His desk partner exclaimed, "Weasley, extinguish the fire." Startled, Ron instinctively adjusted the flames, but mistakenly turned them the wrong way. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from the cauldron, singeing Ron's eyebrows and hair. He shrieked in alarm. Snape barked, "Idiot," and swiftly approached Ron's side, extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wrist. Ron's eyebrows were completely singed off, and the front of his hair was left bald, his face smeared with soot. Snape's voice turned icy. "Are your ears merely decorative? You foolish boy, have you forgotten what I said? Or do you wish to showcase your individuality, Weasley?" Ron's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between pale and red. Yet, in the darkness of his humiliation, no one could discern his shame. Snape coldly declared, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Ron's heart raced at this pronouncement. This is unjust. It's merely my first encounter with potions. Mistakes are to be expected. They've made mistakes too. He gestured towards Draco and Harry's table, where the two had just incinerated a sprig of nettles and were now preparing to add another to their cauldron. Upon hearing Ron's words, anger flared on Harry's face. How can he be this way? Draco retorted. It is indeed rather amusing. Perhaps this is why my father despises the Weasleys. Harry exclaimed. He is going to deduct points from us. Draco laughed. Deduct points? Harry, you know nothing of Professor Snape. Just wait and see. It will be quite the spectacle. All of the Slytherin snakes grinned at Ron, as though he were a mere jester. Chapter 52. Husband and wife were once birds of feather. Karmitt's experiment. Snape turned to Draco. Tell me, Malfoy, what do you have to say regarding Weasley's comments? Draco replied with a smile. Of course, Headmaster. While it is true that Harry and I failed, we remembered your earlier instructions. We promptly extinguished the cauldron and cleaned it thoroughly. We intend to try again with a new sprig of nettles and have meticulously recorded the reasons for our previous failure. As he spoke, Draco presented a notebook. Snape glanced down to find detailed notes on the issues encountered by Harry and Draco while refining the nettles, along with precise timings and changes in conditions. It was exceedingly thorough. Draco cast a mocking glance at Ron, who was utterly bewildered. Is this how it's done? Ron thought. Although Draco had been following Karmitt for quite some time, in Karmitt's eyes, he still appeared rather dim-witted. However, one must concede that our dear Professor Snape has indeed made significant strides. With a satisfied gaze upon Draco, Snape declared, Excellent, very earnest, for your diligence. Slytherin earns 5 points. He then abruptly turned to Ron Weasley. As for you, Ron Weasley, belittling your classmates, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Ron leapt to his feet, exclaiming, On what grounds? To this, Snape not only remained unperturbed, but even allowed a smile to grace his lips. Questioning a professor, Gryffindor loses another 5 points. Ron attempted to protest, but his desk mate swiftly pulled him back into his seat. Silence, Weasley. How many more points do you wish to see Gryffindor lose? His companion demanded, seething with anger. Ron opened his mouth to explain, but upon glancing around, he saw the furious glares of all his fellow Gryffindors, and he fell silent. Snape's eyes flickered with evident disappointment. As the potion class progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, punctuated only by the relentless chant of Gryffindor losing points. The faces of the young lions turned dark, yet they found themselves powerless, for Snape's justifications for point deductions were irrefutable. Meanwhile, the Slytherins wore expressions of delight throughout the lesson. Harry Potter, too, was in high spirits, having banished the earlier trials posed by Snape from his mind. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. How splendid this professor is! Whether it was Draco's influence or Ron's lamentable performance, Harry found himself devoid of any fondness for Gryffindor. A savior belonging to Slytherin was gradually taking form. When the class finally ended, Gryffindor had incurred a loss of 50 points, while Slytherin had gained 30. Besides the contributions from Cormac and Draco, our beloved Professor Snape had also added points through reasons that appeared normal, yet were anything but. In truth, our Professor Snape is quite conscientious. If such authority were bestowed upon Cormac, he would fill the hourglass in mere moments. As potion class concluded, all Gryffindor students exhaled in relief. At last, the ordeal was over. The Slytherin serpents, however, felt a lingering desire for more. The phrase Gryffindor loses 5 points was music to their ears, with some Slytherins even fantasizing about altering the school song to incorporate it, which would be utterly delightful. In the great hall, all the young wizards gathered once more. As it was time for the evening feast, at the Gryffindor table, tales of Ron's misadventures had spread far and wide, with his fellow lions expressing their grievances. Ron had once again become the embodiment of disdain. The feast itself was rather uneventful, devoid of any notable occurrences. After the meal, Harry Potter bid farewell to Draco, for he was bound for Professor Snape's office. Each step Harry took felt heavy, and Draco's face reflected deep concern. Looking at Karmitt beside him, Draco inquired, Cousin, do you think Harry will return? Karmitt rolled his eyes, replying, If you're worried, you can accompany him. Draco instinctively shivered. I believe I should trust Harry. With that, he dashed toward the common room. Karmitt rolled his eyes again, reflecting on the saying that couples are like birds of a feather, often flying apart in times of peril. However, he realized that this phrase might not apply here. Never mind, it was merely a detail, not worth dwelling upon. Embracing Vani, Karmitt chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead ventured to the 4th floor of the castle, searching the corridor. Soon, an oddly shaped statue came into view, a one-eyed witch. Karmitt recalled the storyline. This must be it. Subsequently, he withdrew his wand and gently tapped the statue. Separate, he commanded. In an instant, the statue split in two, revealing a passageway before him. A smile crept upon Karmitt's lips. Evidently, his memory had not waned. He strode into the passage, his wand illuminating the path ahead. Before long, he noticed a faint light emerging in the distance. Karmitt gradually vanished, activating the disillusionment charm. As he stepped out of the passage and pushed open the door, he found himself in Hogsmeade. Without pausing, he disapparated, reappearing at the hideout of Belinda and her companions in Nocturne Alley. Karmitt's sudden appearance startled Belinda, who instinctively drew her wand. Who goes there? However, upon recognizing Karmitt's face, she quickly knelt. My apologies, Master. I did not realize it was you. Karmitt waved his hand dismissively. No matter, it's unimportant. Fetch me 2 individuals. I require them for an experiment. Belinda nodded and promptly departed. In no time, she returned, dragging in 2 unconscious dark wizards. In the underground chamber of the hideout, Belinda unceremoniously dropped them to the ground and stood silently to the side. Karmitt then drew his wand, aiming it at one of the captives. A dark green light shot forth from his wand. The dark wizard departed in a state of utmost tranquility, devoid of any anguish. Karmitt then directed his wand at the other individual, adjusting his mindset. I intend to kill him. With this resolution, he unleashed the same killing curse. Karmitt keenly sensed the subtle changes. The curse's potency had indeed intensified, yet that was not the crux of the matter. His journey was not merely to test the spell's strength, but to explore the mindset. It is well known that frequent usage of the killing curse can alter one's mental state. Just like dear Mr. Noseless, who devoted his life to mastering the killing curse, ultimately becoming a tyrant. Transforming from an exceptionally gifted Slytherin into such a dismal state can be attributed, on one hand, to his overwhelming ambition and obsession with immortality, leading him to sever his soul and create Horcruxes, thereby distorting his mind. Additionally, the influence of the killing curse plays a significant role. The 3 unforgivable curses are deemed as such not merely for their effects, but for the profound impact they impose on one's psyche. The constant contemplation of murder and torment can severely impair one's mental health. Karmitt has previously employed the killing curse effortlessly, driven by a mere thought of it. He has come to realize that solidifying one's intent can amplify the curse's potency. Naturally, he felt compelled to experiment further. However, this endeavor left him more bewildered. He sensed that he might be grappling with some underlying issue. Initially, he believed his ability to cast spells without extensive contemplation stemmed from a unique talent mentioned by Frivy. Yet, it now appears that while such abilities exist, they may not be the primary factor influencing his actions. Even when resolutely casting the killing curse, he felt no particular sensation within. Was this indifference towards life the cause? Karmitt was uncertain, but he could ascertain one truth. He seemed somewhat different from others. Most critically, he could not discern why he was different. An inexplicable thought from Frivy crossed his mind. Could he truly be something other than human? He promptly shook his head, dismissing such fanciful ideas. After all, he had been born through the womb of his mother. It was evident that he was human. Yet, he found it curious that he seemed to have forgotten what his mother looked like. Time, after all, had passed rather swiftly. Beside him, Belinda noticed Karmitt lost in thought, and, after a brief hesitation, inquired, Master, do you require me to fetch someone? Unaware of her master's peculiar experiments, she had grown accustomed to his whims. However, she could distinctly sense that the killing curse he unleashed was markedly different from her own. Its power was exceedingly formidable. Karmitt shook his head. No need. Instead, tell me about the happenings over the past few days. Has Axelis made any moves since my arrival at Hogwarts? Belinda replied, Not yet. Perhaps it's because you have just entered Hogwarts, and Axelis is still in the preparatory phase. Karmitt nodded. Keep a close watch on them. I suspect Axelis is gearing up for something significant. I find myself eagerly anticipating it. Belinda chuckled. No matter how grand their plans, they will ultimately fall into your hands. Master, Karmitt concluded, very well, I must return to Hogwarts. I have initiated a challenge in Slytherin, and if Axelis has not acted within a month, I shall compel them to do so. Otherwise, it would adversely affect our subsequent plans. Belinda nodded, yes, Master. Karmitt then vanished from his location, reappearing in Hogsmeade. After casting the disillusionment charm, he made his way to Honeydukes, returning to Hogwarts through the secret passage. Just as he emerged from behind the statue, Vanny in his arms gently scratched his chest. Karmitt's expression shifted slightly. In that moment, his wand slipped from his sleeve and into his hand. Immediately, he conjured the shield charm to protect himself. Just as the shield charm took form, a spell collided with it, causing it to tremble slightly. Without hesitation, Karmitt waved his wand, sending a burst of red light arcing into the darkness. In the shadows, the red light was deflected, Then, a burst of flame shot toward Karmitt. Thanks to the earlier flash of red light, he had discerned the identity of his assailant. Deflecting the flames, Karmitt remarked, "Headmaster, your method of greeting is rather unique." From the darkness, Snape emerged, his shadowy gaze fixed upon Karmitt. "If I am not mistaken, you should be in your dormitory at this hour, Mr. Black." Karmitt replied, "The stars are particularly beautiful tonight, so I decided to stargaze." A sardonic smile crept across Snape's face. "Stargazing in Hogmeade, are we?" "Mr. Black, save your cleverness. After many years at Hogwarts, I am well aware of its secret passages." Karmitt shrugged. "Of course, I have never doubted the headmaster. So, what do you intend to do? Deduct points? Or perhaps impose a detention?" Upon hearing this, Snape's countenance darkened. "This is the second time today you have threatened me with point deductions, Mr. Black. Do you truly believe I am powerless to deal with you?" Karmitt responded, "Headmaster, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wish to express that for young wizards, nighttime excursions are hardly uncommon. Are they? Moreover, I know you despise the Black family, or at least certain members of it. However, it is evident that they have been disowned by the family, and I share your disdain for them. As it stands, I am the last remaining member of the Black family, and I am your student." After a moment of scrutiny, Snape replied, "You are quite clever, but intelligence alone cannot be your foundation for survival." Karmitt smiled. "Indeed, which is why you tested me just now. I must admit, I did not expect you to come seeking to test me due to my father, Regulus Black, did I? Yes, you were colleagues in the past. However, I always assumed that Death Eaters would harbor animosity towards my father, considering him a traitor. It seems, however, that this is not entirely the case. So, Headmaster, what is your stance?" As soon as Karmitt finished speaking, Snape was suddenly before him, his wand pointed at Karmitt's throat. "You know far more than I had anticipated. However, have you ever heard the saying that knowing too much is often not a blessing? It could very well be the end of you." Karmitt bore a slight smile, his face betraying not a hint of panic, but instead radiating an air of calm. The students were enlightened. "I will forever cherish the words of the headmaster," he mused. "But I believe it is time for me to retire for the evening, as I have lessons to attend tomorrow." Chapter 54. The most unpopular headmaster since Hogwarts' inception. Snape and Karmitt locked eyes for approximately 2 minutes. Snape sheathed his wand and coldly remarked, "If you cause Slytherin to lose points, you are fully aware of the consequences." Karmitt replied with a grin, "Of course. I imagine the house cup will remain out of Slytherin's reach for at least 7 years." Snape let out a disdainful huff before turning to leave. Karmitt called after him, "Headmaster, our objectives should align. Additionally, as your student, should there be anything you find inconvenient to undertake, feel free to seek my assistance. Of course, all gifts shall be appropriately priced." Snape's pace did not falter as he continued onward, and Karmitt paid him no mind. Snape was not easily swayed. To put it plainly, given Snape's character, all who traversed to Hogwarts faced 2 possible outcomes. The first, your ancestors enjoyed a particularly good rapport with Snape, which would earn you his favor. The second, your lineage had a notably poor relationship with Snape, in which case, please refer to Harry Potter. Attempting to win Snape over through alternative means, or to sway him, was futile. Could anyone outshine Snape? Karmitt possessed formidable strength, yet in the realm of potions, even 100 Karmitts would pale in comparison to Snape's remarkable talent. Thus, to think one could impress Snape solely through personal merit was but a dream. Do you comprehend the value of a master of potions? Hence, one of Karmitt's objectives in arriving at Hogwarts was to devise an extensive strategy to navigate Snape's intricacies. Intricately interwoven, this was not solely motivated by self-interest, but also stemmed from Karmitt's admiration for Snape as an individual. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmitt was astonished to discover an ornate frame had mysteriously appeared on his wall. Within it was a rather irksome, curly-haired middle-aged man, seemingly dozing off. Karmitt glanced at the name inscribed at the bottom right of the frame. No wonder he appeared so detestable. It was his ancestor, Phineas Nigellus Black, the only headmaster of Hogwarts hailing from Slytherin. He was infamously regarded as the most disliked headmaster since the school's establishment. Without exception, he was also Karmitt's great-great-great-grandfather. Seated on his bed with Vanny in his lap, Karmitt stroked her soft fur. The drowsy Phineas opened his eyes in a daze upon noticing Karmitt and was taken aback. "When did you arrive?" Karmitt replied, "This is my room. My presence here is hardly questionable. But pray tell, how did you come to be here?" Phineas was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? I am your ancestor, and this is how you address me? Where is your decorum?" Karmitt retorted, "So, are you planning to expel me from the Black family?" Phineas fell silent. Despite merely being a portrait at that moment, he was well versed in the affairs of the magical realm, After all, he could traverse between frames and was acutely aware of the current state of the Black family. Setting aside the fact that Karmitt was the current head of the family, he was indeed the last remaining member, leaving Phineas utterly powerless against him. Karmitt continued, "It appears you have no intention of casting me out, which clarifies your purpose here. It's getting late, and I too must rest." Phineas clenched his teeth, declaring, "You are more detestable than that's serious." To which Karmitt responded, "Oh, and what of it?" Phineas found himself at a loss against Karmitt. Sighing, he admitted, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to see you, for you are the last of the Blacks." Karmitt replied, "If it weren't for your penchant for expelling members from the family tree, there would still be numerous Blacks remaining." Phineas felt a twinge of helplessness. How was it that this lad was so obstinate and always spoke with barbs? Phineas inquired, "That wand, is it in your possession?" Karmitt replied, "You have wasted yet another moment." Phineas chose to disregard Karmitt's words, stating, "You are aware of what that wand signifies. It will bring you misfortune. For the sake of the Black legacy, I implore you to return it." Karmitt placed Vanny aside and then retrieved the wand, gently caressing its shaft. "Do you know," he began, "the notion I despise most is yours, self-proclaimed as powerful, yet in truth you are timid. You tout your omnipotence, yet lack the slightest courage. It is truly lamentable. No wonder the Blacks have fallen into such despair." Phineas retorted, "Do not forget, you are also a Black." Karmitt nodded, "I do not deny that. But you must understand, it is not I who needs the surname Black. Rather, it is the Black family that requires me. If dead, stay properly hung upon the wall, and do not dare to lecture me. Watch from your perch as this family, under my leadership, reaches new heights. What you could not achieve, I shall accomplish. What you dare not do, I will undertake. You will witness the day of the Blacks' resurgence, and on that day, the Blacks will not be merely one of the 28 pure blood families, but the singular Black, my Black, Karmitt's Black." Phineas stared wide-eyed at Karmitt, exclaiming, "Your ambition terrifies me." Karmitt chuckled, "Ambition? Slytherin has never lacked ambition. You, a Hogwarts headmaster hailing from Slytherin, are frightened by ambition. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not reappear before me unless you can bring your worth. Do not presume that I will respect you due to our bloodline. You should well understand that it holds no significance for me." Phineas furrowed his brow as he regarded Karmitt. Their encounter unfolded in a manner starkly different from his expectations. After a moment of silence, Phineas inquired, "What value do you seek?" He displayed a hint of vulnerability, having realized that this descendant of the Black family was indeed rather extraordinary. Perhaps only a Black of such caliber could truly restore the family's former brilliance. Karmitt responded, "You have served as the headmaster of Hogwarts, and I wish to know whether there exists a legacy of magical runes within its walls." Phineas paused, momentarily taken aback. "Magical runes?" he echoed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you studying runes? Is there truly anyone who would pursue such a subject?" Clearly, Phineas himself had dabbled in the study of runes, as it was a part of the Black family's heritage. However, he found the intricacies of it beyond his grasp and could hardly fathom anyone being so audacious as to delve into such a complex field. The depth of knowledge required surpassed even the cumulative history of magic taught over 7 years at Hogwarts. Chapter 55. The wings of the butterfly flutter once more. Phineas remarked, "The study of runes is a distant memory for us. Hence I cannot ascertain whether Hogwarts possesses a lineage of such knowledge. In my time, and even in the years preceding it, there was no one who mastered the art of runes. You're the first individual I have encountered who is engaged in this study." Karmitt replied, "The Black family's legacy of magical runes must be quite ancient. Has no one attempted to learn them?" Phineas responded, "Indeed, every generation of the Black family head has endeavored to study them. The art of runes is undeniably intricate, yet it also harbors wondrous applications, potentially wielding far greater power than spells when utilized effectively. Yet, no one has succeeded in mastering them. Of course, throughout the long lineage of the Black family, there have been a few exceptional individuals like yourself. They have managed to retain the knowledge of runes. But whenever they attempted to inscribe them, they invariably failed at the moment of manifestation. The precise reason eludes me. According to a long-held family legend, it seems that runes are intertwined with something quite unique, which may account for their obscurity. As for the specifics, I'm not well versed. I believe only you, as a student of runes, can uncover the truth." Karmitt nodded. "It appears, then, that you hold little value to me." Phineas was momentarily speechless, then gave a wry smile. Indeed, he felt as though he had become a mere jest. In the presence of a family descendant, he found himself devoid of any worth. Karmitt declared, "In the spirit of our shared surname, upon my return to the ancestral home, I shall arrange for a frame to be dedicated to you." Phineas's eyes brightened. He yearned to revisit the old black residence. Karmitt chose not to elaborate further, gently placing Vanny by the pillow before lying down. "I am not accustomed to being watched while I sleep, although, strictly speaking, you can no longer be considered human." Phineas comprehended Karmitt's meaning. With a wry smile, he shook his head and then vanished into the frame. Karmitt adjusted his pillow. Phineas, indeed, held some intrigue. Perhaps he still possessed a modicum of worth. As the saying goes, a mature Slytherin never engages in actions devoid of significance. The following day, as Karmitt arose and attended to his morning rituals, he was greeted by a cacophony emanating from the communal lounge below. After completing his grooming, he descended the stairs. Draco hurried over, exclaiming, cousin, we have flying lessons." It dawned on Karmitt then that the first class of the day was indeed flying lessons. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Harry Potter. In the original narrative, Harry was provoked by Draco, soared into the sky, and subsequently caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, becoming the Gryffindor Seeker. However, in this iteration, Harry had been sorted into Slytherin. Such a plot twist was simply unfathomable. Surely, one could not allow a Slytherin to serve as a Gryffindor Seeker. Was that not a blatant act of collusion? As Karmitt ambled towards the field designated for flying lessons, he pondered a pressing question. It was already the second day of term, yet Dumbledore appeared to have made no response. Harry Potter's sorting into Slytherin must have significantly impacted Dumbledore's calculations. He should not be so composed. From a moment of the sorting ceremony, when Dumbledore employed his external machinations, Karmitt had been certain of one thing. Dumbledore's schemes concerning Harry Potter were far from trivial. Even orchestrating Harry's role as Seeker could very well be part of Dumbledore's grand design. In the original narrative, appointing Harry as Seeker was an excellent means of accruing prestige for him. The youngest Seeker prior to Harry had no precedent. Even if Gryffindor was in dire need of a Seeker, they ought not to breach school regulations. Karmitt could hardly believe that Dumbledore had no hand in this arrangement. After all, no matter how talented Harry might be, he was still a first-year student, and many upperclassmen could fly better than he. Thus, Karmitt conjectured that this must have been orchestrated by Dumbledore, with the clear objective of enhancing Harry's reputation. The gradual imposition of hardships upon Harry was surely aimed at elevating his esteem to its zenith, enabling him to rally the student body in the defense of Hogwarts. If Karmitt's assumptions were accurate, then this old wizard's machinations were indeed formidable. Yet now, with Harry in Slytherin, how Dumbledore would proceed was entirely inscrutable to Karmitt. This was the peril of altering the narrative. The plot was slipping beyond Karmitt's control. His interest in the storyline was minimal. What truly captivated Karmitt was the potential benefits he could glean amidst the unfolding events. Moreover, he harbored a concern that the old wizard had ensnared him in his own schemes. To be candid, Karmitt could only speculate regarding Dumbledore's intentions at this juncture. He was uncertain whether he was overthinking or if it was merely a coincidence. If it truly was a coincidence, Karmitt felt that the world must indeed be somewhat peculiar. Upon arriving at the venue for the flying class, he was astonished to find a heap of magical brooms resting on the ground. Surprisingly, this first flying lesson was not being held alongside Gryffindor. Was his butterfly's wings truly that expansive? Observing the little eagles from Ravenclaw already waiting on the field, Draco exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! Finally, we won't have to attend class with that foolish pride of lions." Karmitt remained silent, pondering the matter of house divisions. However, he was presently occupied by a singular thought, and whether it aligned with his expectations would depend on the subsequent class arrangements. From a distance, Hermione spotted Karmitt and his companions and hurried over. "Good morning. How was your day yesterday?" she inquired. Harry Potter and Draco nodded in acknowledgement. Harry asked, "How about you? Are you enjoying your time in Ravenclaw?" Upon mentioning Ravenclaw, Hermione could hardly contain her enthusiasm. "Oh my, you cannot imagine. It's like a paradise. The common room even has a library. Unfortunately, we have to sleep at night. Otherwise, I could easily spend the entire night there." Hearing this, even Karmitt found Hermione's fervor remarkable. Just how much did she love studying? Had he been half as diligent before his transmigration? Attending a top university would have been a mere formality, and in a place like Britain, a Western nation, if Hermione were in Greater China, she would truly be in paradise. Such a person is best suited for the fiercely competitive environment of Greater China. Chapter 56, The Dull Flying Lesson. In anticipation of the first flying class, both the strength-valuing Slytherins and the rational Ravenclaws were exceedingly excited. As the saying goes, every human harbors a dream of soaring through the skies. To realize this dream, airplanes and hot air balloons have emerged. The wizarding world is no different. Although many young wizards from wizarding families had previously experienced the joy of flying, it was entirely different from flying solo. Harry Potter gazed at the worn brooms lined up on the ground. Despite their shabby appearance, he felt a sense of longing. "Draco, have you ever ridden a flying broom?" Draco replied, "Of course. However, my father doesn't allow me to fly too much. After all, it could be somewhat perilous." Harry expressed his envy. "How lucky you are. I've never been up in the sky." Draco patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, "Harry, the world of wizards has merely unveiled a corner to you. I believe you will have many new and exciting experiences in the future. If you enjoy flying, come to my house during the holidays. My brooms are far superior to these." He gestured at the dilapidated brooms. Harry's eyes brightened. "Really? Is that possible?" Draco replied, "Of course. You're my friend." The two exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Soon after, the short-haired Romanda, Hooch, strode forward with remarkable grace, though, to be honest, it was more of a brisk enthusiasm. Upon seeing the professor's arrival, all the young wizards lined up neatly. Mrs. Hooch nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. From each of you, I can sense a vibrant energy. It appears you are all ready to embark on your very first flying lesson." The young wizards gazed at Mrs. Hooch with palpable excitement. She smiled and remarked, "When I first encountered flying lessons, I was just like you." As she spoke, Mrs. Hooch waved her wand, causing all the brooms to levitate and then land on the ground. "All right, I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. Now, step forward 2 paces and stand to the left of your broom." The young wizards hurriedly complied, with Karmitt not seeking any special treatment, obediently taking his place. "Mrs. Hooch continued, before we commence your inaugural flight, there are a few essential points I must convey." She elaborated extensively, and the young wizards grew increasingly impatient. Finally, Mrs. Hooch instructed, "Now extend your right hand and place it above the broom, then utter up." Demonstrating first, the broom soared into her hand. Subsequently, it was the young wizard's turn to attempt. Harry Potter, brimming with eagerness, shouted up. In an instant, the broom leapt into Harry's grasp, eliciting astonished glances from his peers. Harry gazed at the broom in his hands, unable to conceal his delight. The next broom to rise was Draco's. He exchanged a glance with Harry before a smile broke across his face. This smile sparked a twinge of discontent in Hermione. Why was her broom not responding? Changing her tone, she called out several times, yet the broom remained stubbornly still. Mrs. Hooch advised, "Children, do not be so rigid. Infuse your words with emotion. You're calling to the broom. Do not regard it merely as an object. It is a magical item, and all magical objects possess their own consciousness." Hermione frowned, then called out once more. The broom obeyed, soaring into her hand, and a smile graced her face as well. Meanwhile, Karmitt was curious about his own flying aptitude. In truth, he had never ridden one before. His initiation had been through apparition. Due to his physical condition, he had faced considerable challenges, yet gradually adapted. Compared to the convenience of apparition, flying on a broom felt quite foreign to him. As Karmitt raised his hand, intending to speak, the next moment, the broom unexpectedly flew directly into his grasp. Taken aback, he noticed Mrs. Hooch observing this scene with a glimmer of surprise. Approaching Karmitt, she remarked, "Mr. Black, it seems you possess a unique talent for flying." Karmitt chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Hoochie. Perhaps it is this magical broom that has taken a particular liking to me." Mrs. Hoochie smiled in response. "I appreciate your sense of humor." She cast a glance over the young wizards and noticed that their brooms had already lifted off the ground. Nodding in satisfaction, she declared, "Now mount your brooms." The flying lesson soon came to an end, leaving the young wizards with a lingering desire for more. Each of them had experienced the sensation of soaring through the air, albeit not at any significant height. It could hardly be considered flying. Rather, it was more akin to floating. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to excite the young wizards for quite some time. Karmitt, however, found the experience rather mundane. The enchanted broom was indeed different from what he had anticipated. He had always imagined it would be uncomfortable, but it turned out that there was a charm on it, making it feel much like sitting on a bicycle seat. While it wasn't particularly comfortable, it was far from the discomfort he had envisioned. Moreover, not attending class with Gryffindor certainly meant there were no unusual incidents, especially since the talented students had all gone to Gryffindor. Karmitt felt relieved that this was a real world. Had it been a novel, this chapter would undoubtedly have been exceedingly dull. Perhaps considering the young wizard's yearning for flight. The upper years only had a half-morning flying lesson, whereas the first flying lesson for the younger wizards lasted the entire morning. In the Great Hall, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw young wizards were animatedly discussing their experiences from the flying lesson, each brimming with excitement. As for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, they had spent the morning in herbology class. For the Hufflepuff Badgers, the greenhouse was akin to another paradise. However, the Gryffindor students were not quite as fortunate. After all, there were many magical plants in the wizarding world that had a tendency to bite, especially the foolish lions, who always seemed to find themselves in bizarre predicaments. For instance, Karmitt vaguely overheard the badgers discussing how their dear Professor Longbottom had nearly been bitten by a plant that morning, causing him to faint on the spot. Unfortunately, Karmitt missed out on this amusing spectacle. After lunch, the young wizards lingered, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the next event, the Slytherin Chief Competition. The process was identical to the previous day, with the only difference being Karmitt's 10 opponents. Today, the chosen contenders were 10 fifth-year students. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the 10 immediately launched their attacks. Yet, they still could not shake Karmitt's formidable shield charm, as he sent them flying out of the arena one by one. Chapter 57. Karmitt's initial experience with magical patterns. After the battle, the crowd gradually dispersed, each person now possessing a new topic of conversation. Just where was Karmitt Black's limit? Naturally, their discussions would yield no definitive answers. After easily dispatching his opponents, Karmitt returned to the room of requirement. Upon articulating his desires in the corridor, he looked at the wall with eager anticipation. However, after approximately a minute, the wall remained unresponsive. Karmitt furrowed his brow. Could it be that he was mistaken? Just then, a series of cracking sounds suddenly emanated from the wall. Subsequently, a door appeared, markedly different from any he had encountered the day prior. Karmitt's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly pushed open the door. Inside was a modestly sized room, sparsely furnished with only a solitary table. Upon the table lay a carving knife and a stack of wooden boards. Karmitt frowned. Was this not the place he sought? Earlier, in the corridor, he had been looking for a space to practice the art of magical runes. According to his conjecture, if Hogwarts possessed a legacy of runes, and even the headmaster, Phineas, had failed to uncover it, it could only be within the room of requirement. Yet, it appeared that was not the case. Karmitt approached the table, gazing at the carving knife and wooden boards. He shook his head. Never mind. If he could not find what he sought, he would not pursue it further. The collection at the Black residence would suffice for now. Since he was there, he might as well attempt to carve a rune. His time spent studying runes had not been short, and with his excellent memory, he had grasped the fundamentals quite well, though he had yet to carve one himself. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to explore the nuances of runes. Karmitt seated himself upon a chair, then picked up a wooden board from the side. Grasping the carving knife, he contemplated for a moment. He intended to carve a simple rune, one with a singular purpose, to generate warmth. Its function was rather rudimentary, merely to impart a slight heat upon touch, nothing more. The simplicity of its design stemmed from the fact that it was merely a combination of two basic rune lines. As this was Karmitt's first attempt, he certainly would not complicate matters. With the carving knife in hand, he cautiously began his work. The process unfolded smoothly as he meticulously sketched the rune upon the wooden board, guided by the knowledge ingrained in his mind. However, just as he was about to complete the final stroke, his hand faltered momentarily. To his dismay, the meticulously drawn lines on the board dissipated before his eyes. Karmitt frowned. Had he applied too much pressure? Undeterred, he resolved to try again, this time with even greater caution. With each careful stroke, Karmitt finally approached the last line, fully concentrating as he pressed down the blade, deepening the incision. The carving knife glided across the wood, and with the final stroke, Karmitt completed the rune. In that instant, as the rune took form, a warm sensation coursed through his arm, merging into the wooden board. The board began to emanate heat. Karmitt gazed at his arm in bewilderment. What just transpired? He cast the wooden board aside and picked up another, employing the same carving technique. As the rune began to materialize once more, Karmitt remained intensely attuned to his body's response. A warm current re-emerged on his arm, fleeting yet distinctly perceived by Karmitt. Gazing at the magical rune in his hand, a contemplative expression crossed his face. What could this warm current signify? He recalled Phineas's words. Those who studied magical runes in the past, like Black, would invariably fail at the moment the rune took form. Yet, he succeeded in his own inscriptions. Was this warm current the reason behind it? After pondering for a considerable time, without yielding any results, he reluctantly abandoned his thoughts, realizing he lacked sufficient information. He needed to seek someone knowledgeable about magical runes. At that moment, a particular individual came to mind. Perhaps this person was not entirely versed in magical runes, yet he should possess some knowledge regarding their principles. Vince Gaspard, the professor of magical history at Hogwarts, a ghostly instructor who had been teaching since the school's inception. Undoubtedly, he was the one with the most insight into the past of this institution. Conveniently, his afternoon class was dedicated to the history of magic. Karmitt believed this spectral professor might hold some pertinent information. Karmitt carefully stored away the 2 rune-etched wooden boards he had prepared and glanced at the time before departing from the room of requirement, making his way directly to the second-floor magical history classroom. Upon entering, he found a classroom sparsely populated, with only a few first-year Ravenclaw students scattered about, engrossed in their writing. This lesson was shared between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Hermione was also among the students present. Karmitt's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed his hypothesis was being confirmed. How intriguing. Fixing his gaze upon Hermione, he pondered briefly before approaching her. Noticing his arrival, Hermione appeared puzzled. "Why are you here so early?" she inquired. "I saw that class was about to commence, so I came over," Karmitt replied. Hermione nodded. "I thought you and T be interested in magical history." "Indeed, but alas, exams must be taken," he responded. "By the way, Hermione, has your family always lived in London?" Setting down her quill, Hermione replied, "I believe so. Why do you ask?" Karmitt shook his head. "Oh, it's nothing, just a curious inquiry." Hermione continued, "My family has likely been in London for quite some time, though I recall my father mentioning that our lineage is rather old. My great-great-grandfather seems to have experienced some notable events, but I'm not entirely sure of the details." A glimmer of insight flickered in Karmitt's eyes, but he chose not to delve further into that topic. As more young witches and wizards began to fill the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Professor Binns-Gaspert glided into the room right on time. Indeed, he glided, emerging directly from the wall. Hermione gasped, "Goodness. I thought the ghostly professor mentioned in Hogwarts history was merely a nickname. He truly is a ghost." Karmitt chuckled softly. Professor Binns-Gaspert landed at the lectern without any preamble and commenced the lesson without delay. It was said to be a lecture, yet in Karmitt's eyes, it was merely reading, devoid of inflection, reciting a monotonous account. It resembled the nights of childhood when one could not sleep and parents would read stories aloud. Although the storyteller lacked emotional resonance, the hypnotic effect remained unchanged. The serpents of Slytherin had already begun to drift into slumber. In Chapter 58, seeking Professor Binns' assistance, the gift of magical runes, Draco had even begun to blow bubbles from his nose. Harry Potter held on for a while, but ultimately succumbed, his head tilting as he fell asleep. Even the diligent Ravenclaws found themselves overwhelmed, a multitude of little eagles succumbing to the lullaby, far more effective than any soothing melody. Hermione struggled to remain alert, jotting down notes. In this regard, Karmitt held a certain admiration for her. It was only natural for the know-it-all to excel academically. He himself was beginning to falter. The history of magic class was perhaps the longest, yet could also be the swiftest, as young wizards often found themselves napping through an entire lecture. When the bell rang, a collective sigh of relief escaped the young wizards as they hastened to leave the history of magic classroom, seemingly fearful that if they lingered, the hypnotic tune would resume. As Hermione packed her things, she commiserated with Draco and Harry nearby. "Goodness, I always thought mathematics was the most tedious subject. But it seems there are true masters of boredom." Draco remarked, "I can hardly endure this history of magic class. It is sheer torture." Harry nodded in vigorous agreement. At that moment, Draco noticed his cousin approaching the podium. Karmitt saw Professor Binns about to float away and quickly called out, "Please wait, Professor." Professor Binns turned to look. "Is there a problem?" Karmitt replied, "Indeed, there are some questions troubling me, and if you have the time, I would like to inquire." Professor Binns regarded Karmitt. "Interesting. You're the first little wizard to ask me questions after class. What is your name?" Karmitt answered, "Karmitt Black." Professor Binns exclaimed, "Black? Is it the same Black I am aware of?" Karmitt responded, "There should only be one Black in the magical realm." Professor Binns nodded, "Very well, Mr. Black. What is your question?" Karmitt inquired, "My question pertains to magical runes." Professor Binns furrowed his brow. "Magical runes? Ah, yes, your family, the Blacks, have a legacy of runes. Are you asking me why the engraving of runes cannot be accomplished?" Taken aback, Karmitt asked, "Professor, why do you think so?" Professor Binns replied, "Because, long ago, a member of your Black family posed this very question to me. However, he asked it during class, likely in an attempt to distract me from my dull lecture." Karmitt queried, "So, Professor Binns, what is your answer to this question?" Professor Binns stated, "The answer is quite simple. Magical runes require a very special gift. Some may believe that the creation of magic runes merely requires memorization and replication. Yet, in truth, the art of rune crafting is profoundly reliant on innate talent. This is precisely why it has become a lost discipline. If you have come for this knowledge, I believe I've already imparted the answer. Do not squander your time on runes, for you will soon realize that the hours expended are a true folly." Karmitt interjected, "But I believe I have a gift for rune crafting." Professor Binns chuckled. Your family, the Blacks, is not devoid of such self-assured individuals. Alas, they ultimately met with failure. And you too shall not be an exception. However, before Professor Binns could finish his sentence, Karmitt retrieved 2 wooden boards, each inscribed with his runes, and placed them upon a desk. Professor Binns paused momentarily, then approached the desk to scrutinize the boards. Did you create this? He inquired. Karmitt nodded. Indeed. Just before attending class. Professor Binns furrowed his brow as he regarded Karmitt. Follow me to my office. He then soared upwards, gliding toward the wall. Karmitt trailed behind, opting for the door. Upon reaching the entrance to Professor Binns' office, Karmitt halted, for no one was there to open the door. The professor's head emerged from the wall. What are you standing there for? Karmitt replied, Professor, I believe I have yet to master the ability to pass through walls. Only then did Professor Binns realize. My door lacks a password, and typically no one visits. Simply push the door open. Karmitt complied, the door creaking ominously. He feared it might collapse at any moment, having likely remained unopened for an eternity. Dust billowed from the crack as he swung it open. He brushed off his robes and stepped into the office, which, to his surprise, was quite tidy, albeit sparsely furnished, containing only a desk and a sofa. The desk was devoid of any materials, clearly indicating that our ghostly professor did not require lesson plans. After all, he conducted his lectures without even the aid of a textbook. This lack of resources is one reason students often find Professor Binns' History of Magic class unappealing. They must seek knowledge in texts, often unable to locate the very subjects he discusses, as they may not be within their scope of understanding. Professor Binns remarked, There are carving tools and wooden boards in that drawer. Retrieve them and demonstrate your skill. Karmitt nodded and opened the drawer, discovering a carving knife alongside a stack of wooden boards. A surge of amazement coursed through him. Could he have stumbled upon the heir to Hogwarts' legacy of rune crafting? Might Professor Binns himself be the custodian of this arcane knowledge? If so, he would have struck gold. Karmitt took out the knife and boards, then leaned over the desk to begin his work. Professor Binns floated behind him, closely observing Karmitt's movements as the runes began to take shape in his hands. Professor Binns exclaimed, Incredible! It has truly succeeded. It should not be possible in this era for anyone to master the arcane sigils. Karmitt raised his gaze to the floating Professor Binns and inquired, Professor, when you refer to this era, what did you mean? Professor Binns responded, First, tell me, did you experience anything unusual while inscribing the sigils? Karmitt nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I felt as if a warm current was being drawn from my arm as the sigil took shape. Professor Binns appraised Karmitt with a discerning eye. I never anticipated such a phenomenon to exist. Blake, I can extend my congratulations. You truly possess the innate talent for mastering sigils. Karmitt rolled his eyes, thinking it was rather evident and did not require further elaboration. He then asked thus, Professor Binns, could you clarify my confusion? What precisely is this so-called talent for sigils? Chapter 59, Ancestral Bloodline, Ancient Sorcery. Professor Binns began. Do you know the distinction between ancient sorcerers and modern wizards? I speak of the earliest sorcerers, those who predate even the 4 great ones. After a moment's contemplation, Karmitt replied, I have heard a legend that ancient sorcerers exchanged their powers in equivalence with the divine. For instance, Merlin and the dark sorceress Morgana derived their abilities as direct gifts from deities. However, it seems that modern wizards are born with innate magical potential, allowing them to learn sorcery from the moment of their birth. Yet, their prowess pales in comparison to that of ancient sorcerers, although the accessibility and threshold for learning have notably diminished. Others have attempted to pursue ancient sorcery, yet they have been unable to locate the sites of divine blessing. Thus, the practice of ancient magic has been entirely lost. Professor Binns nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it appears you have delved into the history of magic. Karmitt was momentarily taken aback. Aren't these merely legends? Professor Binns frowned. Mr. Blake, I must clarify that what I have shared with you pertains to the history of magic, not myths or legends. Karmitt suddenly recalled that this obstinate professor of magical history held a particular disdain for folklore. He was a man who revered history deeply. Karmitt apologized. My apologies, Professor. Professor Binns' expression softened. What you mentioned earlier is accurate. As time has passed, it seems the deities have faded from existence. Yet those sorcerers who receive divine blessings have not vanished. They have preserved their lineage through generations. Lacking the divine heritage, they sought formidable power, thus developing the contemporary system of magical strength. Furthermore, they discovered that after begetting offspring, remnants of divine power would linger within their descendants, gradually diminishing with each generation, yet still present. These powers, through generations of evolution, ultimately formed the magic we know today. Karmitt pondered, so, you mean to say that the talent for sigils is linked to the divine? Professor Binns affirmed, indeed. What do you think sigils truly are? The magical runes serve as a conduit between the divine and humanity, a power reserved solely for the gods. To master these runes and successfully inscribe them, one must possess the strength of a deity. Your current state is likely a manifestation of divine power, or perhaps a return to ancestral bloodlines. Historical accounts suggest that this power not only grants the ability to wield magical runes, but also encompasses other extraordinary abilities, the specifics of which remain unknown to me. However, if your ancestral return is sufficiently profound, you might even access ancient magic. Karmitt felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this was the special power Professor Binns referred to? The reason behind his effortless mastery of spells? Karmitt remarked, since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have discovered numerous magical runes within the castle. Could it be? Professor Binns nodded in affirmation. Indeed, your thoughts are correct. The four great founders are all practitioners of ancestral return. Thus, they all possess the ability to utilize magical runes, which they inscribe themselves. However, since their time, I have not encountered anyone with such a potent ancestral return. Long ago, I did meet two individuals whose ancestral return was incomplete. They inherited the bloodline, but lacked the ability to wield magical runes. Karmitt understood without needing further explanation from Professor Binns. He could surmise that the two individuals mentioned were none other than Dumbledore and Voldemort. Professor Binns had taught at Hogwarts since its inception. Hence, he had instructed both Dumbledore and Voldemort. According to the professor's insights, both lacked the required intensity of ancestral return, which accounted for their inability to harness magical runes. Nonetheless, their spells and innate magical prowess remained formidable, possibly accompanied by other unique abilities. Grindelwald was similarly affected, and his current condition indicated a return to his ancestry as well, although he might not rival the wizards of Merlin's era, who were directly bestowed with divine power. He certainly possessed certain capabilities reminiscent of ancient sorcerers. If that is the case, perhaps ancient magic is within reach for him. A glimmer sparked in Karmitt's eyes. Ancient magic is indeed powerful, akin to the legendary confrontation between Merlin and Morgana. Merlin could summon storms, and during the Battle of Sword Lake, he unleashed a tempest of thunder that obliterated Morgana's forces, securing Arthur's ultimate victory. Without that, Arthur would have truly met his fate as foretold in the prophecy of Sword Lake. Thus, Karmitt has always held a profound interest in ancient magic. He made his way to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the second floor. There was still a lesson to attend in the afternoon, and conversing with Professor Binns had consumed some time. Upon reaching the classroom, he found the students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin already seated, with Professor Quirrell nervously stammering at the lectern. Regardless of whether they were snakes or eagles, the expressions on their faces were filled with disdain and resistance. As Karmitt pushed open the door, he drew the attention of everyone present. Professor Quirrell stammered, "B.B. Blah. Mr. Black, why you?" Karmitt interjected, "I apologize, Professor. I am late. I had to visit Professor Binns' office to clarify some matters." Professor Quirrell, slightly flustered, replied, "No problem. Please find seat." Karmitt nodded and took the position that Draco had reserved for him, keenly observing Professor Quirrell at the podium. Indeed, Professor Quirrell was a remarkable individual, with a flair for performance and a sharp intellect. His misfortune lay in his circumstances. A graduate of Ravenclaw, he was far from ordinary. Prior to Harry Potter's enrollment, he taught the Muggle Studies course, later being appointed by Dumbledore to teach the new defense against the Dark Arts class. To enhance his teaching, he made it a point to venture into the Forbidden Forest during holidays, seeking knowledge to better instruct his students. Unfortunately, he encountered Voldemort, who had taken refuge in a rodent and was ensnared by the Dark Lord's manipulations, becoming both a vessel and servant. In a bid to disguise his encounter, Quirrell returned with tales of vampires and witches. His demeanor turned timid, and he began to stutter. Truly, it was a tragic tale. One could argue that the Old Bee, as they called him, was a detrimental influence. This defense against the dark arts professor was indeed toxic. Regardless of whether he was genuinely cursed, his position carried significant implications. Chapter 60. What feasibility lies in subverting Quirrell? Quirrell was, after all, quite renowned in the magical community, his fame stemming from his own talents. His theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid. Hagrid had praised Quirrell for his academic prowess and keen intellect during their school days. Yet, due to the machinations of the Old Bee, Quirrell had drawn Voldemort's attention. One might wonder, could this also be a scheme orchestrated by the Old Bee? That would be rather outrageous. Sacrificing a professor to hone Harry Potter's skills? Karmitt began to reassess his perception of the old bee. Regardless of whether he was behind it all, caution was warranted. The White Lord was still a Dark Lord. Quirrell, stammering through his lecture, surprisingly seemed earnest in his teaching. Most notably, he was indeed imparting knowledge. The first-year students required a foundational understanding of defense against the dark arts, and Quirrell approached the subject with utmost seriousness. Although his speech was halting, the content he delivered was undeniably valuable for the young witches and wizards. Karmitt observed Quirrell, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. There was something intriguing about Quirrell. He appeared to genuinely enjoy teaching. It made one wonder what promises Voldemort had made to him to secure his servitude. If there were a chance to sway him, it could prove quite fascinating. However, that would necessitate finding the right opportunity later. After watching Quirrell for a while, Karmitt's gaze shifted to the scarf draped around the back of Quirrell's head. He then sensed the atmosphere. Was it perhaps due to Voldemort's slumber? Thus, is it not a trace of magical essence dissipating? Karmitt has piqued interest. It appears that Voldemort has indeed reached an unprecedented state of frailty. He is not concealing his power, rather. He is so weakened that all his magic is devoted to sustaining his soul's vitality. To be candid, Karmitt finds Voldemort's condition rather intriguing. After all, in the original narrative, it seems that only Voldemort could survive through his soul. The ability to possess others is not a feat achievable by mere ordinary magic. Karmitt is uncertain whether this is a capability of the Horcruxes. Nonetheless, it is quite amusing. With the chime of the bell, the defense against the dark arts class officially concludes. However, Karmitt does not immediately depart. Instead, he strides towards the podium. Professor Quirrell, do you have a moment? Professor Quirrell is startled, and the book in his hand tumbles back onto the desk. Flustered, he begins to tidy up. I apologize, Mr. Black, I was remiss. Karmitt rolls his eyes internally. Did you see that? What is called acting, what is called an experienced performer. This is what it means to be a seasoned actor. Karmitt, of course, does not expose Quirrell, but rather assists him in organizing the scattered papers. While tidying up, Karmitt inevitably glimpses the content on the pages. They comprise various materials and literature prepared by Professor Quirrell. Many of these are not found in textbooks. Karmitt exclaims, Professor Quirrell, your knowledge is truly profound. Did you compile all of this? Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell blushes slightly. Why yes, I organized this based on various materials and my experiences, intending to share it with the upper-year students. Karmitt responds, truly remarkable, Professor Quirrell. You are indeed an extraordinary educator. A glimmer of light enters Quirrell's eyes. Although he is under Voldemort's control, becoming a professor of defense against the dark arts has always been his aspiration. He had thought that, in his current state, he would never receive praise from students. Yet, unexpectedly, Karmitt has approached him. Professor Quirrell stammers, thank you for your compliments, Mr. B. Black. Karmitt suggests, the hall will soon serve dinner. Why don't we converse while we walk? Professor Quirrell nods in agreement. Karmitt takes the initiative to assist him in lifting the thick stack of lesson plans. As they exit the classroom, Karmitt states, you see, Professor Quirrell, as you may know, I hail from the Black family, so I've already mastered much of the knowledge. The first-year curriculum is somewhat simplistic for me, yet I yearn for growth. If possible, could you offer me some guidance? Alternatively, at your convenience, may I visit your office to inquire about some aspects of the defense against the dark arts course? After all, you possess such vast knowledge and insight. Upon hearing this, Quirrell immediately contemplates acquiescing. However, he suppresses his desire to agree, mindful of Voldemort lurking behind him. Apologies, Mr. Blake, but I must return to the office as I have other matters to attend to, came the response. What a pity, exclaimed Karmitt, a hint of regret in his voice. I was rather abrupt. My sincerest apologies, Professor Quirrell. Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell hastily replied, if you wish, I can share my compiled notes with you for your perusal. Should you have any questions, do feel free to ask me. Karmitt, taken aback with surprise, responded, is that truly possible? Professor Quirrell smiled and nodded amiably. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the entrance of the auditorium. Suddenly, a water balloon soared from behind, striking Professor Quirrell at the back of his head. Both Karmitt and Quirrell were aware of it, yet neither made a move to evade it, allowing it to hit Quirrell squarely. Karmitt marveled inwardly. After all, they were twins, known for their audacity, having once confronted Voldemort himself. Indeed, twins are often involved in grand exploits. Karmitt quickly composed his expression and shouted in indignation, who did that? Step forward. Seeing Karmitt's fury, Professor Quirrell felt a warmth in his heart. He grasped Karmitt's arm gently and said, it's quite all right, Mr. Blake. I shall head inside now. Do join me shortly. With that, Professor Quirrell made his way into the auditorium. Karmitt watched Quirrell's retreating figure. a subtle smile gracing his lips. The first step was a success. Not only did he intend to sway Quirrell, but he also required Quirrell to introduce him to Voldemort. Otherwise, how could he deceive the fragmented mind of Voldemort? The Voldemort of his first year was the most susceptible to manipulation. Once this opportunity slipped away, it would be truly lost. Unbeknownst to Karmitt, at the faculty table, Snape observed both Karmitt and Quirrell with keen interest. His fingers grazed his chin as a contemplative expression crossed his face. Thankfully, Dumbledore had yet to arrive. Otherwise, there would be two pairs of pondering eyes. Karmitt proceeded into the auditorium, and only then did the twins peek around the corner. When did Blake become so chummy with Quirrell? Who knows? He seemed quite irate just moments ago. Have he managed to ensnare both of them? The twins exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter reminiscent of clanging bells. Chapter 61. A nighttime stroll in the restricted section. Dumbledore makes an appearance. Karmitt had no intention of curtailing the twins' prank. In fact, he found himself silently applauding their cleverness. This was the ultimate assist. The reason for Karmitt's apparent fury was simple. It was an act for Professor Quirrell's benefit. No one could possibly think that Professor Quirrell was easily manipulated. After all, he belonged to Ravenclaw and was specifically appointed by Dumbledore as the defense against the dark arts professor. He was no fool. To Karmitt, every individual at Hogwarts was not one to be trifled with lightly. After dining, Karmitt chose to spend some time by the Black Lake, reviewing the insights Quirrell had provided regarding his experiences in teaching the defense against the dark arts. It must be acknowledged that Shiloh possesses considerable knowledge. His insights into the realm of dark magic defense are both extensive and unique. However, such wisdom bears little significance for Karmitt. He adheres to a singular philosophy. The best defense is a vigorous offense. There exists no problem that cannot be resolved by a killing curse. If there is, simply cast another. In the dead of night, Karmitt traverses the corridors of Hogwarts' fourth floor, where an eerie silence envelopes the castle. Indeed, our esteemed Mr. Karmitt Black is once more indulging in a midnight escapade. The stillness of the corridor is punctuated solely by the sound of his footsteps. At that moment, his companion Vanny gently scratched his chest. Karmitt gazed ahead, and in the shadows, he beheld a gaunt and unsightly cat crouched upon the ground. It was Mrs. Norris, the pet of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, perhaps even a spouse? Who can say? Regardless, much like the cantankerous caretaker himself, this cat is rather bothersome. Thanks to the cat's acute senses of hearing and smell, it plays a pivotal role in Filch's relentless pursuit of wayward young wizards. Karmitt caressed Vanny's silky fur and said, "I intend to visit the library. I would prefer not to be hindered by this feline. Can you manage it?" Without hesitation, Vanny leapt from Karmitt's embrace, landing gracefully on the ground. Karmitt chuckled, "Do tread lightly. After all, you're also a member of Hogwarts." With that, he paid no further mind to the foolish cat and proceeded toward the library. Behind him, a series of mournful meows echoed in the corridor. Clearly, Vanny's prowess in combat matched Karmitt's own, an exceptional specimen among her kind. Karmitt harbored no concern for Vanny being captured. He had an inkling that she possessed an intelligence that surpassed the norm. Perhaps creatures of the magical realm are inherently clever? In the original text, Hermione's Crookshanks, despite its unfortunate appearance, was undeniably astute. It discerned the disguise Peter Pettigrew, and, during divination class, it was quick to notice when Harry and Ron fabricated their answers, merely casting them a knowing glare. Thus, Karmitt was unperturbed by Vanny's cleverness. In fact, such intelligence was advantageous and saved him trouble. With a flick of his wand, Karmitt unlocked the grand doors of the library and ventured deep within its recesses. His destination was the restricted section. Naturally, if he deemed it necessary, he could easily request a note from Snape. Although Snape was unlikely to grant such a request, Karmitt was confident in his ability to persuade the brooding professor. Yet, he found little desire to engage in such formalities. Why not simply come here directly? Upon arriving at the restricted section, Karmitt noted that, despite the sparse foot traffic, the shelves remained impeccably dust-free. Clearly, Madame Pants' management of the library was thorough and effective. Karmitt casually picked up a tome titled Secrets of Dark Magic. Indeed, it was the very book in which Voldemort discovered the concept of Horcruxes. However, the pages detailing the creation of Horcruxes had been torn out. Of course, Karmitt had no intention of delving into the art of Horcrux creation. That thing, it affects the mind. Immortality, of course, is something that Karmitt greatly admires. However, the immortality achieved through Horcruxes and that through the Philosopher's Stone, in Karmitt's view, are both illusory forms of eternity. This kind of immortality is something Karmitt truly regards with trepidation. What intrigues Karmitt is how Horcruxes can create a state of existence akin to that of Voldemort, who can persist in a state of soul. Karmitt perused the book in hand, hoping to uncover answers. Fortunately, although the method of creating Horcruxes had been torn out, the first page regarding them remained intact. The remaining content, though incomplete, offered some insight into the principles of Horcruxes. Leaning against the bookshelf, Karmitt examined the text. The information left about Horcruxes was scant, so Karmitt soon finished reading it, a contemplative expression gracing his face. The principle of Horcruxes is essentially the splitting of one's soul, a fact Karmitt was already aware of. However, what eludes Karmitt is whether the power of the soul truly exists. If it does, why is it that no one seems to have studied the power of the soul according to wizarding records? No one has ever harnessed the power of the soul. The only application of the soul that Karmitt can think of is Horcruxes. Furthermore, there is another point of confusion for Karmitt. In the original text, Voldemort asked Slughorn what would happen if the soul were to be split into 7 parts. Why 7? Is there a limitation to Horcruxes? Or rather, is there a hint concealed within the content that has been torn away? Karmitt is deeply perplexed, genuinely eager to discern the principle behind Voldemort's ability to function with a fragmented soul. After all, this phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the soul extraction tales found in cultivation novels. If one could merely master the ability for the soul to move freely, it would indeed be immensely beneficial. Regrettably, the records on this matter are exceedingly scarce. Only a few, such as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Slughorn, are likely privy to the truth. Shaking his head, Karmitt grew weary of contemplation, deciding to await an opportunity to seek the truth later. At present, there was simply no avenue for exploration. Karmitt flipped through the book, disdainfully curling his lip. He murmured, "Hogwarts collection is rather mediocre. It's all just learned dark magic." Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from behind Karmitt. The collection of the Black family is renowned in the magical realm, particularly in the domain of dark magic. Upon hearing this voice, Karmitt felt a chill run down his spine. His wand slipped from his sleeve, and he instinctively cast a spell. Of course, he refrained from using the killing curse, considering this was Hogwarts. The light of the spell sliced through the darkness, illuminating the figure behind Karmitt. With a ridiculous robe and a long, white beard, the only person who could fit this description was none other than Dumbledore. Chapter 62. The Headmaster's Office. The Invitation of Old Dumbledore. The spell hurtled toward Dumbledore. Yet in the next moment, Dumbledore raised his hand. Subsequently, the enchantment vanished before Dumbledore's palm, leaving Karmitt astonished. His pupils dilated in surprise. What sorcery is this? Is Dumbledore's power truly so formidable? Dumbledore, seemingly discerning Karmitt's bewilderment, chuckled. "Do not misunderstand, Mr. Black. Your silent, wandless stupor curse possesses considerable potency. However, within the confines of Hogwarts, particularly in places like the library, I wield certain privileges. After all, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and students have a penchant for mischief. Without some degree of authority, it would be challenging to maintain control." A sense of skepticism arose within Karmitt. Such authority bestowed upon the headmaster of Hogwarts? At that moment, a flickering light from the dim oil lamps in the corridor outside the library caught his attention. Filch's hoarse voice echoed, "Rest assured, Mrs. Loris, I shall uncover who has inflicted such harm upon you." That commotion originated from the library, and I believe we will apprehend the culprit. Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Karmitt and proposed, "Mr. Black, would you care to join me in my office for a discussion? Perhaps you would enjoy a cup of sweet hot chocolate there. I trust you wouldn't want Mr. Filch to catch you." Points deducted would surely provoke severest ire. A sense of caution ignited within Karmitt, yet he wore a smile on his face. "I appreciate your hospitality in advance, but how shall we depart?" Dumbledore replied with a mysterious grin. "In the library, there exists a passage that I have not disclosed to anyone. You will be the first, aside from myself, to know of this secret pathway." Without waiting for Karmitt's response, Dumbledore proceeded deeper into the restricted section. They navigated through the long rows of bookshelves until a statue loomed before them. Dumbledore tapped it a few times, and the statue shifted aside, revealing a hidden passageway. Dumbledore entered first, and Karmitt pondered, surely within Hogwarts, Dumbledore could not pose a significant threat to him. Moreover, given Dumbledore's formidable prowess, if he truly intended harm, Karmitt would have no means to retaliate. Thus, he boldly stepped into the dark opening. As he crossed the threshold, the statue slid back into place, sealing the entrance. Dumbledore cast a glance over his shoulder at Karmitt, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, sending a shiver down Karmitt's spine. Truth be told, he harbored a strong aversion to engaging with the old wizard. It was far too perilous. In Karmitt's eyes, Dumbledore seemed even more dangerous than Voldemort. Voldemort and Grindelwald at least confronted one directly. However, Dumbledore was a cunning old fox with myriad schemes. Emerging from the passage, Karmitt was astounded to find they had arrived on the 3rd floor. At the corridor's end stood the grotesque stone beast that served as the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore approached the beast, uttering "Honeydukes." In the next instant, the stone creature leapt aside, and the wall parted to reveal a spiraling staircase beyond. Dumbledore remarked, "Mr. Black, welcome to my office." He then ascended the spiral staircase, with Karmitt closely following. At the top of the stairs stood a door, beyond which lay Dumbledore's office. As Dumbledore pushed the door open, a shadow darted out, lunging at him with a claw. Its lustrous black fur resembled satin. It was Fawny. Dumbledore grasped Fawny by the scruff of its neck and remarked to Karmitt, "Mr. Black, your pet is rather ferocious. Had I not brought it into the office, I fear it might cause some trouble for Mr. Filch, who is its only friend." He then handed Fawny over to Karmitt, who was huffing at Dumbledore as if furious. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Karmitt gently stroked Fawny's back, attempting to soothe its agitation. "I apologize for the trouble, Headmaster," he said. Dumbledore shook his head and entered the office. Karmitt lightly tapped Fawny on the head, exclaiming, "Silly creature." Fawny mewed anxiously, seeming eager to explain to Karmitt that it couldn't be blamed for being caught, as if it were desperate to speak. Karmitt smiled, cradling Fawny as he entered the office. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Dumbledore invited. Karmitt nodded and took a seat at Dumbledore's desk, facing him directly. He glanced at a nearby shelf and spotted a phoenix named Fawkes, who appeared to be asleep, eyes closed. Dumbledore tapped the desk, and a cup of hot chocolate appeared before Karmitt. "Fawkes is nearing his rebirth, so he has been rather drowsy these days," Dumbledore explained. "The last phoenix in the magical realm is indeed a marvel," Karmitt remarked. Dumbledore smiled, but remained silent. Karmitt sat there, savoring the hot chocolate, and an unusual silence enveloped the office. This unexpected tranquility surprised Dumbledore. He had not anticipated Karmitt to be so composed. In truth, Karmitt's thoughts were rather simple. He was aware that he was at a disadvantage against the venerable Dumbledore. Thus, he saw no option for resistance. Given the circumstances, he decided to wait and see what Dumbledore intended. Soon, Karmitt finished his cup of hot chocolate. "Would you like another, Mr. Black?" Dumbledore inquired. "If possible, I would prefer a cup of coffee," Karmitt replied. "As I'm still growing, and without a coffee to sustain me, I might just doze off." With that, he stifled a yawn. Dumbledore set down his cup and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Mr. Black, you are far more interesting than I had anticipated." Karmitt shrugged and replied, "I truly appreciate your kind words. To receive the admiration of the greatest white wizard of this century is indeed an honor." Dumbledore smiled gently. "You are most welcome, Mr. Black. You deserve my praise. Therefore, would you be so kind as to enlighten me as to why you wished for Harry Potter to be sorted into Slytherin?" Karmitt looked at Dumbledore with a hint of confusion. "Is this truly of great significance? I merely thought that Draco, having few friends in his youth, would cherish the opportunity to befriend Harry. He must have wished to join a house together, so I merely mentioned it to the Sorting Hat. Ultimately, it was Harry's own decision to choose Slytherin, was it not?" Chapter 63. The initial confrontation with Old B, a minor victory. Karmitt was not at all surprised that Dumbledore was aware of his conversation with the Sorting Hat. In fact, he had long anticipated that Dumbledore would seek him out. However, he did not expect Dumbledore to approach him at this moment. One must admit, Old B had remarkable patience. Dumbledore gazed at Karmitt, and suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, the Elder Wand slipped from Karmitt's sleeve, landing directly in his grasp. Karmitt's voice grew cold. "Professor Dumbledore, I do not believe it is courteous to employ legilimency against a student." Dumbledore regarded Karmitt as if he were oblivious to the wand in Karmitt's hand. He chuckled. "Indeed, I have been remiss. However, with age comes curiosity about the thoughts of youth, particularly regarding Harry, who is unlike others. I trust you comprehend my meaning." Karmitt replied, "Yet that does not justify your use of legilimency on me." Dumbledore responded, "Of course, as a form of recompense. How about I gift you this book? Once you have perused it sufficiently, you may return it to the restricted section, if you would be so inclined." Saying this, Dumbledore retrieved a book from his drawer and placed it upon the table. "I believe this book will suit you quite well, or rather, it will be most fitting for one possessing this wand." Karmitt looked curiously at the book resting on the table. It was not particularly thick, and the cover bore the title, The Darkest Magic. Dumbledore continued, In light of this book, I hope you might forgive this old man, yes? Karmitt casually flipped through the cover of the book. A name caught his eye on the title page, Godric. Karmitt's pupils slightly constricted. It was he, the fourth master of the Elder Wand, the one who vanquished the monstrous Egbert. Yet his most remarkable achievement was not merely the slaying of a foe. The Elder Wand has passed through the hands of many masters. The first, Antioch Peveril, is a tale of hubris. Intoxicated with power, he boasted of his wand, only to be slain in his sleep and have it stolen away. The second and third masters, the dark wizard Emmerich and the beast Egbert, were formidable sorcerers who sought duel after duel upon acquiring the wand, carving a path of destruction. Subsequently, the Elder Wand passed through several generations of masters. With the notable exceptions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, each successor seemingly less impressive than the last, a matter not worth delving into further. During that tumultuous era, among the few wielders of the Elder Wand, Gellert Grindelwald stood out as the most peculiar. After acquiring the wand, he did not seek out duels. In fact, very few were aware of his possession of such a powerful artifact. Only his son, the one who ultimately took his life, was privy to this secret. Grindelwald made a significant contribution to the dark arts by compiling a tome known as the Darkest Spellbook. This work was crafted from his extensive knowledge of dark magic and the formidable power of the Elder Wand. Many of the spells contained within could be wielded with other wands, yet they resonated most harmoniously with the Elder Wand's might, implying that the incantations recorded in this book were primarily suited for the unique capabilities of the Elder Wand. In essence, this tome serves as a manual for the use of the Elder Wand. It was also one of the objectives for Karmitt's arrival at Hogwarts. Observing Karmitt's expression, Dumbledore remarked, "It appears you are indeed familiar with this book. Furthermore, the Black family possesses an Elder Wand. How could you not be aware of its significance?" Karmitt gazed at Dumbledore, somewhat uncertain of his intentions. He closed the book and stated, "Professor, I adhere to a principle. The weak have no voice. Currently, I find myself weaker than you, and expressing my dissatisfaction will not sway you. So I doubt you would present this book as compensation. Having navigated the trials of life in Nocturne Alley, I have learned that when fortune falls from the sky, it can crush you." A flicker of intrigue crossed Dumbledore's eyes. An interesting saying. It seems reminiscent of a proverb from the East. "In my youth, I traveled there and did not expect you to be acquainted with such wisdom. Karmitt, your erudition astonishes me." Karmitt chose not to respond to Dumbledore's remarks, but instead regarded him silently. Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of openness. "To be frank, Karmitt, you are not particularly endearing. Your maturity lacks playfulness. A child should embody the spirit of youth." Karmitt replied, "I am unlike other children. I have emerged from the brink of death." Professor Dumbledore, for others, this book serves merely as a reference, holding little significance. It is only for someone like me, who possesses the Elder Wand, that it bears greater meaning. Now, the fact that you retrieved this book from your drawer makes it difficult for me to believe it was mere coincidence that you happened to browse its pages and did not return it to the restricted section, but rather placed it in your drawer. Dumbledore chuckled. Perhaps this world is filled with such coincidences. Upon hearing this, Karmitt promptly seized the book from the table. "Then I thank you, Professor. I am quite pleased with this compensation." Karmitt emphasized the compensation matter before turning and leaving without a hint of hesitation. Dumbledore, momentarily bewildered, only realized the peculiarity of the situation when Karmitt had already exited the office. Something felt amiss. This script was not meant to unfold in such a manner. The abrupt alteration of events left him staring at the now-closed office door. A smile crept upon Dumbledore's face. "How amusing, Black. Karmitt Black. I never imagined I would witness such a day." Unbeknownst to him, Karmitt had followed his own script, and Dumbledore felt no anger. Rather, he found Karmitt increasingly intriguing. As Karmitt stepped away from Dumbledore's office, he took a deep breath, relieved that he had diverted the old man's attention just in time. Had Dumbledore managed to seize the moment, Karmitt might have found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he examined the potent spell in his hand. Now that he had the manual, it was time to delve into its contents and uncover its secrets. Chapter 64. The house elf capable of preparing delicious dishes. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Karmitt found himself increasingly troubled. He pondered the peculiar existence of Dumbledore, a being so bizarrely formidable that his intellect, scheming, and prowess were beyond Karmitt's current capabilities to contend with. Yet, the silver lining was that Dumbledore was ultimately a white wizard. The greatest flaw of a white wizard is their adherence to principles. Consequently, no matter how many plots Dumbledore devised, he could not directly act against Karmitt. This was the essence of Dumbledore's character. If one were to consider an alternate scenario where Voldemort or Grindelwald stood before Karmitt today, there would be no hesitation. He would comply with whatever demands were made of him. When one is outmatched, there is no shame in adopting a more cautious approach. The concepts of honor and integrity, in Karmitt's view, are only relevant to the living. The deceased hold no value whatsoever. Karmitt never regarded himself as a mere brute. To him, only the living have the right to contemplate the future. As he walked through the corridor of the basement, he noticed the portrait of a fruit bowl adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. Oddly enough, he had yet to visit the Hogwarts kitchen. It would be wise to introduce himself to the house elves. That way, when he desired a beverage while studying at night, it would be more convenient. With this thought in mind, Karmitt approached the portrait and scratched at the pear. The pear transformed into a green doorknob. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The kitchen was vast and empty, as the house elves had already retired for the night. After all, even the hardest workers need their rest. Just as Karmitt thought he would leave empty-handed, he suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Karmitt's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The aroma wafting through the air was distinctly different from Western cuisine. It bore a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of the dish known as fish-flavored shredded pork. His interest piqued, for it had been quite some time since he savored Chinese food. He followed the corridor leading to the kitchen, where he soon spotted a house elf diligently working at a stove. This particular stove was remarkably larger than the others, adorned with a substantial iron wok, within which a spatula danced swiftly over the ingredients. Approaching, Karmitt inquired, "Are you preparing Chinese cuisine?" The house elf jumped in surprise, having been so engrossed in its task that it had not noticed his arrival. The spatula clattered to the floor as it hastily knelt, exclaiming, "My esteemed wizard, I beg your pardon for my oversight." Karmitt waved a hand dismissively, commanding, "Rise and respond to my query." The house elf trembled as it stood, stealing a glance at Karmitt, its eyes widening in astonishment. You are the illustrious Mr. Black." Karmitt, perplexed, asked, "Do you recognize me?" The house elf nodded vigorously. "Indeed, yes. Your reputation precedes you." Karmitt continued, "Is this Chinese cuisine you are preparing?" The house elf affirmed, "Yes, I'm experimenting." A glance into the wok confirmed Karmitt's suspicion. It was indeed fish-flavored shredded pork. "I must say, it looks quite authentic," he remarked, the enticing aroma stirring his appetite. "Plate it up, I would like to taste." The house elf hesitated momentarily, but soon brightened with eagerness. "Certainly, please wait." It hurriedly resumed its work. As the dish was plated, Karmitt observed the house elf skillfully sprinkling sesame seeds atop the meal. He was taken aback by such professionalism. Once prepared, the house elf gingerly placed the dish before Karmitt, arranging a knife and fork alongside it. Karmitt frowned. "Aren't they're chopsticks?" The house elf's eyes lit up. Yes. It dashed to retrieve a slender wooden box, opening it with reverence to reveal a pair of chopsticks. Karmitt picked up the chopsticks and sampled a piece of the pork. To his astonishment, the flavor was remarkably authentic. The house elf watched expectantly. Karmitt nodded in approval. "The taste is delightful. I never expected to find a house elf skilled in Chinese cooking." Upon hearing Karmitt's praise, the house elf burst into tears. "Oh, esteemed Mr. Black, you have acknowledged my culinary skills." Karmitt felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing he inadvertently resembled a slave master in this scenario. He then queried, "If you can prepare Chinese cuisine, why have I never seen it on the tables at Hogwarts?" The house elf's expression fell, because Master Barty declared that my dishes taste peculiar and are unworthy of being served to esteemed wizards. Karmitt furrowed his brow. "Bart?" he inquired. The house elf nodded. "Indeed, Bart is our esteemed head of house elves at Hogwarts." Karmitt continued, "And what is your name?" "I am Kanu," the elf replied. "What about your culinary skills? Who taught you Chinese cuisine?" Kanu explained, "Before I came to Hogwarts, when I was very young, I encountered a lost seashell maiden by the seaside, and she taught me." Karmitt paused, intrigued. "A seashell maiden?" Kanu affirmed, "Yes, she's a house elf in the Great Xia. But they possess greater freedom than us. They earn wages and serve the wizards of Great Xia." This is what she shared with me. This was the first time Karmitt had heard such things. In fact, regardless of the realm, Great Xia was indeed formidable. Within the worldview of Hogwarts, it held the same stature. Unlike the British Isles, where Hogwarts stands alone, Great Xia boasts 3 magical institutions: the Kunlun Academy, which teaches arcane arts; the Maoshan Academy, known for its talismanic practices; and the Shushan Academy, dedicated to martial sword techniques. The comprehensive and powerful nature of Great Xia resulted in limited information reaching others. The tendency to avoid such knowledge out of fear was a flaw inherent in Westerners. Karmitt asked, "Can you prepare many dishes from Great Xia?" Kanu scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure what you mean by many. I can cook all the spicy dishes taught to me by the seashell maiden. Karmitt was taken aback. Spicy dishes? Kanu clarified. Yes, very spicy dishes. Spicy fish, spicy meat slices. After a moment of contemplation, Karmitt suddenly understood. Are you referring to Sichuan cuisine? Chapter 65. Karmitt's exclusive house elf. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Kanu's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, how astute and learned you are, esteemed Mr. Black. I had long forgotten that name despite the seashell maiden mentioning it. I must be quite foolish. As he spoke, Kanu glanced around nervously. Noticing this, Karmitt quickly interjected. While I converse with you, do not punish yourself. Otherwise, I shall deem it disrespectful, and I would not hesitate to end your existence. Upon hearing this, Kanu stood erect. No, esteemed Mr. Black, I would never entertain such thoughts. Karmitt nodded. He found the deeply subservient nature of house elves to be intriguing. This race, once subdued, signs a contract. Some become house elves, residing in wizarding households to cook and clean, their servitude ingrained. Others, like those in Gringotts, experience a slightly better fate. Karmitt inquired, so, have you mastered Sichuan cuisine? Kanu nodded eagerly. Yes, esteemed Mr. Black. Kanu can prepare it all. Karmitt chuckled. That's simple. Starting tomorrow, you shall be responsible for preparing my Chinese meals for both lunch and dinner. You are aware of my location in the hall, are you not? Kanu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly permissible? However, he quickly regained his composure. I apologize, Mr. Blake. I should not have addressed you with such a tone. He stammered. In a moment of self-reproach, he contemplated punishing himself, perhaps by colliding with a wall. Yet, recalling Karmitt's previous words, he refrained from doing so. His head felt unbearably itchy. Karmitt continued, very well, beginning tomorrow, you will prepare my Chinese meals. Kanu nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Thank you, kind and esteemed Mr. Blake. Observing the little creature's tearful demeanor, Karmitt felt a sense of helplessness. Such beings were indeed peculiar. Karmitt inquired, if I were to desire a drink, would you be able to sense it? Kanu nodded earnestly, of course, as long as you require it, and are within Hogwarts Castle. Simply tapping on the table will allow me to sense your need, and I shall deliver your preferred beverage. However, it is not permissible in the classroom, as the professors have stated that we cannot deliver drinks there. Karmitt acknowledged this, understood. Kanu added, if possible, you may leave your favored beverages with me, and I shall alternate in bringing them to you. Karmitt queried, can you prepare Chinese breakfast? Kanu scratched his head, yes, Mr. Blake. Karmitt responded, splendid. Henceforth, you will bring my breakfast to the dormitory each morning. Kanu eagerly nodded, feeling no burden or reluctance. For him, Karmitt's request felt like a divine blessing. Karmitt was quite pleased with his visit to the kitchen, having acquired a chef skilled in Chinese cuisine. He felt justified in taking care of his own well-being. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze fell upon the box that Kanu had previously used to hold chopsticks. Kanu, bring me that box for chopsticks. I wish to examine it. Kanu nodded and hurriedly fetched it, presenting it to Karmitt with both hands. Karmitt received it, scrutinizing the intricate patterns on the box. Is this some sort of magical inscription? Yet, it appears somewhat different, possessing an undeniable power. From above, it seems to bear traces of magical runes, albeit with subtle distinctions. Karmitt inquired, where did you acquire this box? Kanu replied, the conch maiden gifted it to me. She mentioned that Chinese cuisine must be accompanied by chopsticks, and this box can keep the chopsticks in a pristine state. It's truly remarkable. Karmitt stated, I shall take the chopsticks and the box. I require them for my meals and will also study this box. As compensation, once Hogwarts is on break, you may work at the Blake Manor. Upon hearing this, Kanu was instantly filled with exuberance. Is that truly possible? Karmitt nodded. I shall speak to Dumbledore about it. Once again, Kanu erupted into tears of joy. Karmitt, indifferent to him, turned and left the kitchen with the box in hand. He possessed an acute understanding of house elves. To an outsider, his decision to assign them work during their holiday might seem devoid of humanity. However, in truth, it was akin to a windfall for the house elves. If they were to enumerate their least favorite times, Hogwarts vacations would surely top the list. Lacking tasks to perform, their ingrained servitude made idleness unbearable. Thus, during holidays, they would compete fiercely for any available work at Hogwarts. Yet the prospect of employment at the Black family residence was nothing short of splendid, as it meant they could remain occupied. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmitt set aside the box containing the chopsticks and the book he held. He approached the floor nearby and lifted the portrait of Phineas. After a light rap on the frame, Phineas soon appeared within the confines of the portrait. Without preamble, Karmitt inquired, are you aware of the extent of the headmaster's powers at Hogwarts? Phineas paused momentarily, then quickly responded, "You mean the powers possessed by Dumbledore?" Karmitt was taken aback. "Those? He wields many powers?" Phineas nodded. "Indeed, within Hogwarts, he can harness certain magical enchantments, particularly in the library, the headmaster's office, and the Great Hall. He can draw upon the power of the enchantments, and moreover, he can apparate within Hogwarts." Karmitt furrowed his brow. "Apparate within Hogwarts? Isn't his apparition reliant on that phoenix?" Phineas shook his head. "No, the enchantments at Hogwarts are exceptionally potent. Within its bounds, all beings are prohibited from apparating. His authority allows him to utilize a portion of the enchantments, enabling him to apparate alongside that phoenix." Karmitt asked, "Did you once possess these powers?" Phineas replied, "No, I did not. Dumbledore is unique. I have been at Hogwarts for a considerable time and have met many headmasters, but he is the only one who is truly exceptional." Karmitt stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. He might have grasped why Dumbledore was so unique, the ancestral bloodline. This was the very reason Professor Binns spoke of, which allowed him to master the enchantments. Chapter 66, Bloodline Talent? Simplifying Enchantments, Dumbledore's Ace. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald, the four Titans, all possess such capabilities, marking them as exceptional. If Dumbledore stood apart from others, it was due to this innate talent, this bloodline. However, it appeared that Voldemort could not apparate within Hogwarts. Where then lay the issue? Noticing Karmitt deep in thought, Phineas wisely refrained from interrupting him. After all, Karmitt was unlike the other Blacks. Even Sirius, upon encountering his portrait, had shown respect, whereas Karmitt did not. Phineas was utterly convinced that if he provoked Karmitt, Karmitt would indeed incinerate every trace of his existence in this realm. Suddenly, Karmitt recalled the words of Professor Binns. The ancestral return of bloodlines could bestow certain extraordinary abilities. Might it be possible that each individual's special power is distinctly unique? Karmitt felt that this hypothesis was likely correct. However, the veracity of his speculation necessitated further validation. The means of such verification, of course, lay in seeking out either Dumbledore or Voldemort. Karmitt now found himself pondering which of the two to approach. Voldemort, at this stage, was easily deceived. Yet he was not entirely naive, especially considering that Karmitt could not ascertain whether Dumbledore was aware of Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts. Should Dumbledore be aware? Engaging with Voldemort would indeed pose significant risks. On the other hand, Dumbledore was undeniably virtuous. If Karmitt were to consult him, he would likely divulge some useful information. However, this would be akin to handing a knife directly to Dumbledore. If Dumbledore were to withhold certain information for future discussions, Karmitt would find himself at a disadvantage, potentially allowing Dumbledore to manipulate him. There was, of course, another option, Grindelwald. Yet aside from the issue of distance, Grindelwald seemed far more perilous. After much contemplation, Karmitt concluded that, weighing the pros and cons, Voldemort appeared to be the more manageable choice. Although he was no fool, his intellect had certainly diminished over time, making him somewhat easier to navigate. Clearly, it was imperative to prioritize contact with Voldemort and create more opportunities for engagement. Having sorted through these thoughts, Karmitt turned his gaze to Phineas. "Very well, my great-great-great-grandfather. You may take your leave now. Your presence is no longer required." Phineas's expression darkened. He now felt that Karmitt, with his arrogance, was far more irksome than himself. Naturally, he dared not voice this sentiment. Ultimately, Phineas chose to seethe in silence before storming off in a huff. Karmitt, however, was indifferent to his departure. Had Phineas been alive, Karmitt might have regarded him as a formidable ally, a potential enforcer. Yet, as a ghost, Phineas was of little use beyond answering a few questions, and even then, clarity was not guaranteed. Viewed in this light, he was little more than a liability. Karmitt picked up the box containing chopsticks from the table. Upon opening it, he found the chopsticks to be impeccably clean. He closed the box and switched on the desk lamp, meticulously examining every pattern etched upon its surface, comparing them to the magical runes he had employed for cleansing. Soon enough, Karmitt discerned that the two bore significant similarities. If one were to draw a comparison, the patterns on this box could be described as more rudimentary magical runes. The effect was identical, yet they had been considerably simplified. Karmitt's interest was instantly piqued. He extracted a carving knife and a wooden board, beginning to meticulously replicate the patterns from a box. In no time, these designs were flawlessly recreated by Karmitt. He then picked up a quill and drew a line on the board. After approximately a minute, the marks began to gradually fade away. Karmitt's eyes lit up. It truly worked. The magical patterns had been simplified by the Great Xia. Furthermore, after completing this simplified version of the magical pattern, He did not sense the warm current within him dissipating. What did this imply? It indicated that this magical pattern could be learned without any special talent. Karmitt gasped in astonishment. If his conjecture was correct, the Great Xia had indeed simplified all magical patterns into something accessible to everyone. That would be utterly terrifying. It is well known that many magical patterns, when combined, could create formidable and destructive spells. If everyone in the Great Xia mastered such abilities, it would be a monumental leap. However, Karmitt quickly shook his head. No, if that were the case, there would undoubtedly have been some information leaked. Moreover, nothing even remotely similar had circulated in the West. This was inherently abnormal. It seemed that there was yet another matter he needed to investigate. Karmitt recalled that there was someone at Hogwarts who might provide insights. Zhang Xiao, of Great Xia lineage, but he wondered how much she knew about the magical realm of her homeland. After examining the box, Karmitt glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. He shook his head, feeling quite busy since arriving at Hogwarts. Indeed, the experiences available at Hogwarts far exceeded those outside its walls. Nevertheless, this made it all the more intriguing. He relished learning and exploring the unknown. Stretching lazily, Karmitt reclined on his bed with a book on dark magic. As an avid learner, how could he not indulge in a bit of reading before sleep? Leaning against the headboard, Vanny lay sprawled on Karmitt's stomach, already fast asleep. Karmitt flipped through the book, reading intently. He found the instructions for the Elder Wand particularly captivating. The tome recorded a rather limited selection of dark magic, yet these spells were most suited for casting with the Elder Wand, which possessed unique properties. In fact, each wand material is special in its own right, providing unique enhancements for certain spells. However, the Elder Wand, being somewhat sinister, offered the greatest amplification for curses such as the Killing Curse and the Fiendfire Curse. The book also detailed special techniques for casting these spells with the Elder Wand, allowing for better control and enhanced potency. The volume was not thick, and Karmitt had completed it in just over an hour. As he set the book down, he began to curse. Damn that Dumbledore, the old fox. You truly had an ace up your sleeve. Karmitt was somewhat exasperated. And the reason for this was that at the conclusion of this book, there was a record of a method discovered by God-a-Lot for nurturing the Elderberry Wand. At that moment, the method was not present on the tree. It was evident that someone had removed it, and the answer was glaringly obvious. Chapter 67. Seeking Zhang Xiao. Is the formation simply a magical pattern? After scolding Dumbledore for nearly half an hour, Karmitt finally drifted into a deep slumber. With no means to contend with Dumbledore at the moment, he could only vent his frustrations through curses. Otherwise, he might suffocate from his own pent-up emotions. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sneezed several times in succession, wrapping the blanket around himself more snugly, a smile appearing on his face. Young Black. I wonder when you will come seeking me? The following day, Karmitt was awakened by an enticing aroma. Sniffing the air, he opened his eyes to behold a plate of steamed buns and 8 treasure porridge on the table. His eyes brightened. The house elf could actually make steamed buns? After freshening up, Karmitt savored the buns, and to his surprise, they were quite authentic in flavor. After his meal, he made his way towards the Great Hall. Although he had eaten, he had other matters to attend to in the hall. Standing at the entrance, Karmitt glanced over at the Ravenclaw table and immediately spotted a face that was strikingly different from the Western features surrounding it. He walked directly towards the Ravenclaw table, an action that captured the attention of students from all 4 houses. After all, Karmitt's reputation at Hogwarts had soared to great heights, making every one of his movements notably captivating. The Ravenclaw scholars regarded him with curiosity. Ignoring their gazes, Karmitt greeted Hermione before approaching Zhang Xiao directly. Hello, Zhang Xiao. He spoke in Mandarin. Zhang Xiao was taken aback. Mr. Black, you can actually speak Chinese? Karmitt nodded. Yes, I have long admired the culture of Daxia, so I learned a bit. Zhang Xiao remarked, you truly are a genius. Even I find the culture of Daxia challenging to grasp, not to mention the language. The students from the 4 houses were bewildered. What were they discussing? It seemed to be Chinese, certainly not English. It sounded like nonsensical chatter. Why was Black speaking Chinese? Should they be curious about why Karmitt sought out Zhang Xiao? The 4 houses buzzed with speculation, causing Zhang Xiao to blush slightly, as she had never quite experienced the spotlight of the 4 houses' attention. Zhang Xiao inquired, Mr. Black, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Karmitt turned to the student beside Zhang Xiao. Senior, would you mind if I took a seat? The Ravenclaw student nodded enthusiastically. Of course, it's absolutely convenient. Please, have a seat. Such was the treatment of a campus celebrity. For someone like Karmitt, handsome, wealthy, and powerful, he was akin to a love potion in the eyes of the girls. Even the famed Weasley twins are rumored to be preparing for their grand opening. eagerly anticipating the influx of love letters on Valentine's Day a few months hence. It is said that even professors have set aside galleons to place their bets. Karmitt took a seat beside Miss Zhang Xiao, then retrieved a box containing chopsticks from his pocket. Miss Zhang Xiao, might you be familiar with this? More specifically, the pattern upon it. Zhang Xiao gazed curiously at the box in Karmitt's hand. May I take a closer look? Karmitt nodded. As she held it, a flicker of recognition crossed her face, though she needed a moment to ponder. Could you enlighten me on its purpose? Karmitt replied, from what I've discerned. It possesses the ability to clean itself automatically. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up. Oh, now I recall. This is a simplified version of a cleansing formation from the Great Xia. I've seen it in my grandfather's home. Karmitt inquired, a formation? Zhang Xiao affirmed, indeed, it is a formation without a doubt. Karmitt furrowed his brow, pondering if this was not merely a magic rune, but rather a matter of terminology. Could you elaborate on these formations? Zhang Xiao admitted, my knowledge is limited. You see, I came to Hogwarts because the subjects in Great Xia are exceedingly intricate. A hint of bashfulness graced her expression as she continued. All I know is that this is a type of formation delineating patterns through specific trajectories, each serving a variety of purposes. Karmitt pressed further, are there many such formations in Great Xia? Zhang Xiao shook her head. Not many. My grandfather often mentions that Great Xia once had numerous formations, but most have been lost to time. Mastering formations requires an innate talent, and few possess such gifts today, leading to the disappearance of many, leaving only a handful of simpler formations. Karmitt pondered this. It seemed that these were indeed magic runes requiring innate ability. However, he had gleaned valuable insights from Zhang Xiao. At the very least, he learned that Great Xia possesses methods for simplifying magic runes. Although many have been lost, their research into magic runes is undoubtedly more profound. Perhaps, in some corners, there exist documents pertaining to the simplification of magic runes. This knowledge is immensely beneficial to Karmitt. While others may struggle, he is endowed with the requisite talent. Thank you, Ms. Zhang Xiao. You have clarified many of my uncertainties. Zhang Xiao replied, it's no trouble. I merely happen to know. Karmitt nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I have another question. This formation appears highly effective. Yet why has it not been propagated within the British magical community? Zhang Xiao responded, I am uncertain. But I believe my grandfather mentioned that the intricacy of depicting formations is exceedingly challenging, due to the absence of formation masters for many years. The formations we have today are often inscribed through specialized techniques. The difficulty is exceedingly high, and it appears that some special means are required. The specifics elude me. However, should you require assistance, I could inquire with my grandfather. Karmitt remarked that would be unnecessary. After all, this is not something that can be casually taught. If the opportunity arises, I would prefer to seek guidance in person. Then I shall not disturb you further, Miss Zhang Xiao, he concluded. Zhang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Karmitt rose and made his way towards the classroom on the 4th floor, where the charms class was held. As he sat within the classroom, his mind lingered on the matters of magical runes and formations. He pondered how the Great Xia managed to simplify these concepts, if he could master such techniques. If Great Xia succeeded in developing a simplified version of the cleansing rune, it stands to reason that other runes could also be simplified. Perhaps Great Xia has already achieved this, but lacks the innate talent for runes to implement them effectively? This hypothesis, of course, was merely speculation on Karmitt's part. Chapter 68. A Wave and a Flick, Wingardium Leviosa. However, should his conjecture prove correct, it would hold immense significance for Karmitt. He had already acquired a considerable repertoire of offensive runes and was contemplating how to transform them into his own combat prowess. Yet, the intricacies of inscribing these runes were daunting. Engraving them during battle was simply impractical, as adversaries would not grant such time. Moreover, the act of inscribing runes demanded undivided concentration, a luxury unattainable amidst conflict. The only feasible approach Karmitt could devise was to inscribe them in advance and then deploy them during combat. However, carrying a plethora of wooden boards was hardly convenient, especially without any means of simplification that would allow for spontaneous creation of runes tailored to varying circumstances in the heat of battle. Thus, it seemed a visit to Great Xia was in order. Karmitt could not help but rub his temples, overwhelmed by the multitude of considerations. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Blake, do you have any questions? Or are you feeling unwell? Karmitt jolted back to reality, realizing that he had become so absorbed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice that class had commenced. Professor Flivy was already at the podium. Observing him with a concerned expression, Karmitt quickly responded, I apologize, Professor. I am quite well. I merely became distracted. Professor Flivy nodded in understanding. That is quite all right. However, I have already completed the discussion on the incantation and technique for the levitation charm. Mr. Blake, you should have mastered the levitation charm by now. Would you be willing to demonstrate it for the class? Karmitt nodded, of course. As he spoke, he instinctively snapped his fingers. Immediately, a feather on the table began to float effortlessly into the air, circling twice before landing gently back on the table. The young wizards around him were left astounded. Had they not learned this very spell? The effect appeared identical. It seemed the professor had just instructed them to flick their wands and utter the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. What a peculiar situation this is. The young wizards exchanged glances as Harry Potter turned to Draco beside him, scratching his head and inquiring, "Draco, have you mastered this?" Draco reclined in his chair, perplexed. "What are you talking about? Learning this? Clearly, it is beyond our curriculum. Who would even bother with such a thing?" Harry nodded in agreement. "The disparity is too vast. I can't grasp a thing." Our ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger glanced at the feather on the table and then at her wand, suddenly feeling disheartened. "Oh well, I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed." Professor Flitwick's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "That was a splendid silent spell, Mr. Black. Your mastery of the levitation charm is truly exceptional. You shall earn 10 points for Slytherin. However, I must say, this is not something a first-year wizard should be able to accomplish, is it? If you are willing, perhaps you could draw out your wand and transform that impressive finger snap into a flourish of your wand. Would you care to demonstrate once more?" Karmitt, realizing he had merely grown accustomed to it, observed the expressions of the surrounding young wizards and noted their evident discomfort. "My apologies, Professor. I overlooked that." As he spoke, Karmitt flicked his wrist, allowing his wand to slip from his sleeve into his hand. Unlike other young wizards who had pockets sewn into their robes to secure their wands, Karmitt kept his wand nestled within his sleeve, allowing for swift access should a confrontation arise. After all, while the others were scholars, Karmitt was a practitioner of the art. Karmitt's elder wand was strikingly distinctive. Even though they had seen it before, the onlookers could not avert their gaze, for it was one of the last two existing elder wands in the magical realm. Karmitt executed the levitation charm flawlessly, deliberately slowing his movements for demonstration purposes. Professor Flitwick, as customary, offered his praise. Subsequently, the remaining young wizards began to practice. At that moment, Slytherin was sharing the class with Ravenclaw, significantly reducing the risks involved. At the very least, the explosive genius and the swordmaster were absent from the classroom, leading to fewer complications and, naturally, diminished peril. Speaking of which, it seemed that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had their charms class in the afternoon. One could only hope that our dear Professor Flitwick, that charming little elder, would withstand the afternoon's excitement. After all, not everyone can wield all spells indiscriminately as explosive charms. That would indeed be thrilling. The first to succeed in casting the spell was none other than Hermione. The talent of Miss Granger is undeniably remarkable. Professor Flitwick was generous, awarding her 5 points immediately. Following her, it was the turn of the Slytherins to achieve success. Despite the Ravenclaw scholars' diligent efforts, they ultimately could not surpass the Slytherin students who had been memorizing incantations and mastering spell-casting techniques since childhood. Nonetheless, the scholars did not disappoint, responding in kind to the young Slytherins. If it were to be swapped with the other two colleges, the effect would undoubtedly be diminished. Professor Flitwick, indeed, provided a remarkable surprise. By the end of the class, nearly all the young wizards had mastered the levitation charm. Feathers soared into the air, prompting Professor Flitwick to applaud incessantly. He even escalated the challenge by introducing larger and heavier objects for the young wizards to practice their levitation skills, and they performed commendably. The smile on Professor Flitwick's face remained unbroken. Karmitt finally understood that there is a distinction between a teaching prodigy and a teaching failure for instructors. However, contemplating that Professor Flitwick would later teach Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, where he would encounter the explosive genius and the swordmaster, Karmitt couldn't help but silently mourn for him. One could only hope that Professor Flitwick would be able to withstand the challenges ahead. The class swiftly came to a close, leaving the young wizards with a lingering sense of excitement as they chatted and laughed on their way to the Great Hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore and others were already seated. Upon spotting Karmitt, Dumbledore raised his goblet in a toast towards him, which darkened Karmitt's expression. What an omen! It felt as though his appetite had been adversely affected. Once seated, it wasn't long before mealtime arrived. A feast appeared before each young wizard, igniting their appetites. Gryffindor had already begun devouring their food. Indeed, devouring was the only word Karmitt could think of to describe their eating habits. Students from other houses, too, were famished and began to eat. The Slytherins, employing both knife and fork, commenced their meal with elegance. However, once Karmitt's meal was served, an unexpected hush fell over the Slytherin table. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, the entire hall gradually quieted. Chapter 69. The delicious summer cuisine returns temporarily. The sneaky twins. From Karmitt's table, 2 plates and a bowl appeared, along with a serving of rice. Karmitt gasped softly, recognizing mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, and spicy boiled fish. Quite a sumptuous spread. He picked up a piece of the spicy boiled fish and was astonished to discover it was indeed blackfish. Where had Kano procured blackfish? Of course. That was merely a fleeting thought. Regardless of its origin, it was delicious. At that moment, Karmitt sensed an unusual silence around him. Turning to look, he found the gazes of students from all 4 houses fixated on the food before him. Zhang Qiu wore an expression of longing. She craved the summer cuisine, particularly Sichuan dishes, having longed for a taste of it. Summer cuisine is renowned for its vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and delightful flavors. Without delving into specifics, the fragrance alone was overwhelming. The scent of the summer dishes permeated the entire hall upon being served, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Western dishes simply could not compete with the robust flavors of summer cuisine, especially Sichuan dishes, which were exceptionally potent. Draco wrinkled his nose and asked, "Cousin, what is this?" Karmitt inquired, "Would you like to try some Daxia cuisine or Sichuan dishes?" Draco's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is it permissible?" Karmitt rolled his eyes. "Your fork is already reaching into the plate." Draco scratched his head and speared a piece of meat, placing it in his mouth. In the next moment, he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Harry Potter, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly asked, "Draco, how does it taste? Speak up." Draco's lips quivered as he replied, "It's incredibly numbing and spicy, yet absolutely delicious. Harry, trust me, you must try it." Upon hearing Draco's endorsement, the other Slytherin students gazed at Karmitt with eager anticipation. "You all should give it a try." Karmitt relented. Hearing this, those closest to him relaxed and hurriedly gathered to sample the dish. The Slytherin table erupted in a chorus of delighted exclamations. Delicious, truly delightful, so numbing and spicy, yet immensely satisfying. Why do I crave more? It was astonishing that Hogwarts offered such exquisite cuisine. Although peculiar in flavor, the experience only grew more enjoyable with each bite. The chatter among the Slytherins piqued the curiosity of students from the other 3 houses. At the Ravenclaw table, Zhang Qiu's friends could hardly contain their excitement, bombarding her with questions. "Qiu, is it really that good?" "Indeed, Qiu, what does Daxia cuisine taste like?" Zhang Qiu responded, "I can't quite describe it, but it is genuinely delicious. I thought Hogwarts lacked Chinese food." At the Gryffindor table, the young lions expressed their disdain, habitually dismissing anything endorsed by Slytherin. They scoffed at the notion of trying the food. However, this did not apply to the Weasley twins, who huddled together, whispering, "Did you see how delectable those Slytherins are finding it? Isn't it obvious? Just the aroma has me yearning to taste it. Do you think it would be inappropriate for us to approach the Slytherin table?" "Goodness, how could you even ask that? Of course, it would be frowned upon. The rest of Gryffindor would scold us mercilessly." "You make a fair point, but where do you intend to take your plate?" "Oh, it's clear. I fear no reprimand." Meanwhile, at the Hufflepuff table, the response was even more pronounced. Let it be said, every witch or wizard who entered Hufflepuff, regardless of their past, seemed to fall under a peculiar enchantment from the very first day, developing an insatiable craving for delicious food. Their culinary magic advanced at an astonishing pace. Perhaps this was a hallmark of Hufflepuff. The longing in the eyes of the Badgers was palpable, with some already looking towards Cedric Diggory, the shining star of Hufflepuff. Well-liked and admired by all, Cedric, sensing their eager gazes, felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, he was also keen to sample the Daxia cuisine, but he was not well acquainted with Karmitt and felt hesitant to ask directly. With a sense of resignation, Cedric turned his gaze towards Professor Sprout at the faculty table, hoping that the head of his house would intervene. The professors had indeed taken notice of the commotion caused by the food. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who nodded in response. She then picked up a spoon and gently tapped it against her wine glass, bringing silence to the hall. "It appears that everyone is quite intrigued by the summer cuisine," McGonagall announced. "However, lunch has been prepared and should not go to waste. Mr. Black, I believe you could communicate with the house elves and arrange for us to indulge in a feast of summer delicacies this evening. Shall we transform tonight's dinner into a summer culinary gala?" Karmitt was taken aback. "Me?" he exclaimed. McGonagall nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, for in all my years at Hogwarts, I have yet to hear of a house elf skilled in summer cuisine. Yet you, Mr. Black, have only been here for 3 days and have already made such discoveries. Clearly, you possess a unique talent for finding delightful fare." Karmitt felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, sensing a veiled reprimand, yet lacking any evidence to contest it. "Very well, Professor McGonagall. I am at your service," he replied with a nod. "Now, everyone, please enjoy your meal, for our post-dinner entertainment will commence shortly," McGonagall remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Karmitt, indicating the nature of the upcoming event was well understood by all. Karmitt had finished his boiled fish, but fortunately, he still had his twice-cooked pork and mapo tofu. He had to admit, the mapo tofu was remarkably authentic. Paired with rice, he relished the meal. Of course, if it weren't for the eager eyes of those around him fixated on his plate, he would have been even more content. Fortunately, he was a distinguished member of the Black family. Had it been a Weasley in his place, the envious stares would have prompted a defensive reaction to guard their food. Just as Karmitt momentarily lost his focus, a fork swiftly darted in and snatched a piece of twice-cooked pork from his plate, along with a segment of scallion. Stunned, he turned to see George, one of the Weasley twins, contentedly stuffing the meat into his mouth. From the other side, Fred employed the same tactic to pilfer another piece. Karmitt sighed in resignation. The Weasleys, despite his fondness for the twins, were undeniably incorrigible when it came to stealing his food. Chapter 70, The Steps Beneath the Throne. An overwhelming challenge for the head. After the meal, the young wizards from the four houses simultaneously focused their attention on Karmitt. The post-dinner program was about to commence. The chair, designated for the Slytherin head, seemed to awaken as if set by an internal clock. Just as the long table was tidied, it made its timely appearance. The sixth-year Slytherins were poised for action, having discerned a pattern over the past 2 days of challenges, 10 fourth years on the first day, and 10 fifth years on the second. Today marks the third day, and it appears there are indeed 10 sixth graders. As anticipated, upon the emergence of the throne, without the slightest hesitation, 10 beams of green light enveloped the 10 students, all of whom rank just below the hidden grade leaders. The arena manifested, and the 10 were drawn onto the stage by the green light. Subsequently, there stood Karmitt. The two parties faced each other, and Gemma Folly slightly narrowed his eyes. Indeed, these were the 10 sixth graders. If tomorrow brings the 10 seventh graders, it raises questions about the arrangements for the days to come. The challenge of the chief seems to possess an extraordinary level of difficulty. On the faculty stands, the professors were engaged in hushed whispers. All these educators had experienced Gemma Folly's chief challenge themselves, and some, like Professor McGonagall, had even faced challenges from others. In a lowered voice, Professor McGonagall remarked, "Dumbledore, this chief challenge from Slytherin appears rather unusual. I have never witnessed such an intensity in a chief challenge." Dumbledore sat with his hands clasped upon the table, obscuring half of his face. His expression was difficult to discern, yet occasionally a pondering look could be seen in his eyes behind his glasses. Seated beside him, Snape furrowed his brow slightly. He, who had proclaimed himself the Half-Blood Prince, was a figure of immense pride and arrogance. Naturally, he had also initiated a chief challenge. Leveraging his formidable strength, he had navigated through the trials, though he ultimately fell on the final day against the combined might of the 7 hidden grade leaders. Still, he was one of the closest to achieving the position of chief. Yet, even he had never encountered such intensity in a chief challenge before. Not only him, he had never witnessed such a degree of challenge intensity. Karmitt, facing the 10 sixth graders, was equally perplexed. This seemed somewhat amiss. While he had not observed the chief challenges of others, he was certain that none could match the intensity of this one. If everyone were subjected to such rigor, the position of chief would merely be a farce. Who could possibly prevail? This was merely the third day. Who would he face next? Surely, one could not expect Dumbledore to be overwhelmed by a mere green light. That would simply conclude the matter without a fight. As Karmitt pondered, the green light dissipated. The 10 sixth graders displayed no sense of martial ethics, unleashing their full force upon Karmitt in a relentless barrage. Their attacks began to shake Karmitt's protective enchantments. However, to their dismay, despite the tremors, Karmitt's defenses remained steadfast. Ultimately, he succeeded in casting the 10 from the arena. The battle endured for 7 minutes, 3 minutes longer than the previous day's encounter with the 5th graders. This indicated that the 6th grade indeed surpassed the 5th. While the students from the 4 houses were astonished, it seemed to be within the realm of reason. Just as they contemplated dispersing, the throne hovering above stirred unexpectedly. The serpentine sculpture atop the throne suddenly gaped wide, and a pair of crimson eyes fixed their gaze upon Karmitt. Subsequently, turning around, a stream of green light flickered forth from its mouth. The green light began to slowly coalesce, and soon, a staircase radiating green luminescence started to take shape beneath the throne. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Even Karmitt was momentarily dazed. What is this? A staircase? However, On the professor's dais, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. So that's it. Professor McGonagall, intrigued by Dumbledore's exclamation, inquired, Dumbledore, do you understand what this is? The other professors also turned their gaze toward Dumbledore. He replied, I may have formed a hypothesis, but I need to verify it. We shall know the truth in 2 days. Now, let us retreat and rest, for there are still classes this afternoon. With that, Dumbledore hurriedly departed, leaving the professors without answers, and they too dispersed. The throne gradually vanished from the hall's ceiling. Karmitt was left in a state of confusion, glancing at Gemma fairly beside him. Senior, is this normal? Gemma shook her head. Not at all. When I faced my chief challenge, I encountered nothing like this. However, I believe it is due to your chief challenge that some unforeseen event has occurred. I cannot say for certain, for your chief challenge surpasses the intensity of mine back then. Karmitt replied, well, let us not dwell on that. Gemma smiled, indeed. I don't think you need to worry, as there are only 10 participants in the chief challenge. I doubt that even 10 hidden level masters could rival you. What is there to fear? After saying this, Gemma turned and led the 7th year Slytherin students away to prepare for their afternoon lessons. Karmitt did not linger on his thoughts. Yet at that moment, they were unaware of a crucial detail. Since the inception of the chief challenge, no one had ever claimed that only 10 individuals could participate. Their knowledge of just 10 participants stemmed from the historical precedence of a maximum of 10 against 1. Karmitt glanced at the time. There was still over an hour until class commenced. He made his way to the kitchens. Unlike his visit in the evening, the kitchen was bustling with numerous house elves at work. Upon seeing Karmitt, they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed wizard. Though Karmitt was merely 11 years old, the protocols of house elves dictated such reverence. Upon encountering a wizard, they were obliged to show respect, regardless of the wizard's youth. This was the rule. A slave must honor their master, irrespective of age. Karmitt called out, Where is Kano? Summon him. I have matters to discuss. The house elves exchanged anxious glances, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. Observing their reaction, Karmitt furrowed his brow. Speak. I have no time to waste with you. The sight of Karmitt's ire struck fear into the hearts of the house elves, who promptly knelt upon the ground, trembling in trepidation. One of the house elves, mustering up courage, spoke up. Kano has been taken away by Master Button. He claimed that the peculiar dishes prepared by Kano were served to the esteemed wizard, and that he should be punished for it. Furthermore, he wishes to expel him from Hogwarts. Karmitt was taken aback. How could that Button possess the authority to banish a house elf? Chapter 71. Have the house elves been bullied? Yes, esteemed wizard, the house elf replied. Master Button is the overseer of the house elves at Hogwarts and holds the power to expel us. Karmitt stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is it truly possible to expel someone without cause? Not quite, the house elf clarified. Kano's dishes have an unusual taste, which is why Master Button does not permit him to prepare food for other esteemed wizards. At this revelation, a suspicion began to form in Karmitt's mind. Have you tasted the food prepared by Kano? The house elf hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. In truth, we find it quite delicious. Karmitt was now certain this was indeed a form of bullying. But what could be the reason behind it? Was it merely because he was an excellent cook? That seemed rather implausible. Could it be that his culinary skills threatened Button's position? That also felt unlikely. Karmitt realized that his understanding of house elves was somewhat limited. After all, there seemed to be no necessity for deeper knowledge of these subservient beings. Yet, it appeared that their existence was justified. As a curious individual, Karmitt felt compelled to explore all realms of knowledge. Go summon Kano, he instructed. I have matters to discuss with him. If your superior, Master Button, has any objections, let him come as well. The house elf nodded eagerly and hurried off towards the resting area designated for the house elves in the depths of the kitchen. Karmitt did not have to wait long. The first house elf returned, accompanied by 2 others. To be honest, to Karmitt's eyes, they all appeared quite similar, making it difficult for him to distinguish which one was Kano. One of the newly arrived house elves stepped forward. Greetings, esteemed wizard, he said. I am Button, the overseer of the house elves at Hogwarts. What brings you to seek Kano? Upon hearing this, Karmitt finally recognized the distinction. Casting a glance at the house elf named Button, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with him. Instead, he beckoned to Kano. Kano, come here. Kano approached with a light jog. Esteemed Mr. Blake. Karmitt nodded. The summer dishes you prepared are excellent. All the students adore them. Professor McGonagall has asked me to inform you that tonight's banquet will feature a special showcase of summer cuisine. Can you manage to prepare it? Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Kano froze in place, and the other house elves widened their eyes in astonishment. A palpable look of panic crossed Button's face. Karmitt furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Is there a problem? Kano hastily shook his head. No, esteemed Mr. Blake. I will certainly ensure that the meal is prepared on time. Kano spoke with a quiver in his voice, nearly on the verge of tears. Karmitt nodded thoughtfully. If you find yourself overwhelmed, you might consider enlisting the assistance of the other house elves. Moreover, daxia cuisine is poised to become the principal culinary style in the future. You should teach a couple more house elves how to prepare daxia dishes. Kano scratched his head, hesitant, casting a furtive glance at the nearby Barton. Karmitt's interest was piqued as he seized Barton by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Your expression earlier suggests he may pose an obstacle for you? At Karmitt's sudden action, all the house elves gasped in shock and promptly knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Acutely aware that a moment's anger from Karmitt could ignite their doom, Karmitt declared, "Speak your mind. I wish to hear it. After all, you are responsible for my sustenance. And in return, I wouldn't mind alleviating some of your troubles." Kano was deeply moved by Karmitt's words. Kneeling, he gently lifted the hem of Karmitt's wizarding robe. Esteemed Lord Black, the status of house elves is determined by the amount of work they perform. Barton is in charge of preparing fried chicken legs, the most beloved dish at the Hogwarts table. Thus, he is our leader, yet he constantly criticizes my cooking and denies me the chance to prepare meals. Today, I made a dish for you, and he even threatened to expel me from Hogwarts. Karmitt understood now, finding the situation amusing. Bullying and humiliation in a realm he had never encountered at Hogwarts, yet evident among the house elves. Truly, inferior beings hemini inferior, unable to learn anything beyond servitude and still embroiled in internal strife. Karmitt turned to Barton, the house elf. I require sustenance this evening, as do the professors. Should you dare meddle, another house elf's meal will be added to the depths of the Black Lake. Do you comprehend? Barton, terrified, nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Karmitt released his grip, casually dropping Barton to the floor. Ignoring Kano's grateful gaze, Karmitt exited the kitchen, a smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps Kano could become a valuable pawn after all, or perhaps merely a superfluous one. However, Karmitt had a habit of laying out hidden pieces. These pawns might not be activated, but their absence was not an option. Exchanging trivial tasks for a hidden piece, especially one that expressed such gratitude, seemed wise. Who knows when it may come in handy? One should never underestimate house elves, reminiscent of that infamous creature from the original tale who devoured his master, yet managed to save Harry Potter's life. Having organized the affairs of the kitchen, Karmitt felt he had fulfilled Professor McGonagall's assignment. Although he had not intended to take on such responsibility, orchestrating a hidden piece was a delightful surprise. Glancing at the time, he realized class was approaching, and he promptly left the castle, heading towards the greenhouse. The herbology class in the afternoon promised little of interest. Ravenclaw and Slytherin attended classes together, leaving little room for amusement. Strangely, Karmitt found himself reminiscing about the foolish lions of Gryffindor. Without their presence, the lessons lacked a considerable amount of enjoyment. After all, it was typically the Gryffindor students who brought levity to the atmosphere. In Gryffindor, while one might not survive, one must certainly engage. Those who do not partake are simply not suited for Gryffindor. Karmitt firmly believed this, which contributed to his sense of alienation from them. Every herbology class was a lengthy affair, consuming half a day as Professor Sprout delved into the characteristics of plants and the precautions to be observed. Ultimately, the young wizards were required to engage in practical exercises. The class concluded at 6:15, leaving some time before the evening feast. Contemplating his options, Karmitt chose not to return to the castle, but instead set his course towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 72, A Visit to Hagrid. The supplier chosen by Karmitt, he had not forgotten that his time at Hogwarts served a significant purpose, to secure a supplier for the materials business of the Black family. This supplier had been earmarked by Karmitt from the outset. Rubeus Hagrid, the wealthiest individual at Hogwarts aside from Snape, a loyal member of Dumbledore's faction. Yet, Karmitt was indifferent to Hagrid's affiliations. Hagrid represented a crucial piece in Karmitt's grand strategy. As stated before, every pureblood family must possess a monopolistic business. However, in the current magical economy, achieving such exclusivity proved to be quite challenging. Karmitt had to forge a new path. Unfortunately, his understanding of magical patterns was still incomplete, hindering his progress. Thus, he resorted to seizing opportunities from other pureblood families. Before enrolling at Hogwarts, Karmitt had already begun laying the groundwork. While the Black family appeared to have regained some economic stability, the reality was quite different. Their earnings were merely trifling sums. The true wealth was tied to businesses connected with magic, with the most lucrative being the materials trade, be it magical creature components or various herbs. These commanded high prices and were significant sources of wealth for pureblood families. Typically, pureblood families maintain numerous collection teams to gather these materials. Yet such teams often face the highest risks in the field due to the unknown dangers lurking outdoors. Initially, Karmitt had contemplated forming his own collection teams, but hesitated. As his associates comprised the homeless wizards from Nocturne Alley, each loss felt monumental. While Nocturne Alley would never lack for wandering wizards, new recruits required nurturing and training to develop their capabilities, a process that proved excessively protracted. Thus, Karmitt sought an alternative route, considering a more effective strategy, directly borrowing from other pureblood families. Yet, it was evident that these families were reluctant to lend him their resources. However, Karmitt was quite familiar and could borrow on his own. If refused, he would resort to forceful means. Well, it cannot be explained otherwise. It was essentially theft. Yet, after a few attempts, Karmitt discovered that these pureblood families had begun to adopt a vigilant stance. It was no longer easy to seize what he desired, for to do so forcefully would incite conflict. The most critical factor was the considerable risk involved, should even one individual escape. It could lead to Karmitt becoming neighbors with his uncle and aunt. Therefore, Karmitt had to seek alternative sources. Hagrid from Hogwarts had always been a supplier that Karmitt aimed to win over. The Forbidden Forest was a most enchanting place. When the four founders chose a site, their reasoning was unclear. Within the Forbidden Forest, one could find nearly all varieties of herbs and magical creatures. It was even rumored that dragons might dwell deep within. Of course, Karmitt had yet to verify this. Nevertheless, he was well aware of Hagrid's wealth. A blanket made from unicorn hair was something even the Black family could not afford at their zenith. It wasn't a matter of capability, but rather a question of eccentricity. One could not expect rational behavior from someone who indulged in a potion that caused them to vomit truth, could they? Karmitt made his way toward the Forbidden Forest, and from a distance he spotted a small cottage beside it. Next to the cottage, Hagrid was grooming a hippogriff. Karmitt approached Hagrid directly. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid." His voice startled Hagrid. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "Oh, it's Black." Karmitt nodded. "I'm delighted that you remember my name." To be honest, Karmitt was somewhat surprised. After all, it was quite astonishing that Hagrid could recall anyone beyond Harry Potter, his friends and enemies. Hagrid scratched his head awkwardly. "Harry mentioned you. He admires you greatly." Karmitt smiled. "Is that so? I've heard Harry speak of how close you two are." Hagrid's eyes lit up. "Did Harry really say that?" Karmitt affirmed. "Indeed, he mentioned that if it weren't for you rescuing him from his foolish relatives, he might never have had the opportunity to attend Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Hagrid couldn't help but add, "Yes, they're truly the worst muggles I've ever encountered. I worried about Harry returning to them. But I heard he said you've helped him resolve his family troubles. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you." Karmitt chuckled. "That is quite unnecessary. We are friends after all." Hagrid was quite simple-hearted. For small wizards, as long as one got along with Harry, they would be favorably regarded. At this moment, Hagrid had already closed the distance between them considerably. Karmitt glanced at the hippogriff beside him and remarked, "It is truly magnificent. Does it have a name?" Hagrid's face lit up with delight upon hearing Karmitt's words. "You think it's beautiful too? Your discerning eye is commendable. It is indeed a magnificent creature. A veritable masterpiece of creation. By the way, its name is Buckbeak." Karmitt nodded. "What a splendid name. I suspect that there are very few winged beasts with a head of an eagle and a body of a horse that possess such a name, unless they encounter someone as fond of magical creatures as you." This compliment brought a broad smile to Hagrid's face. His mind may not be the sharpest, but he had numerous ways to forge a closer connection with someone like Karmitt. Hagrid said, "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Karmitt. Would you like to try befriending it?" Hagrid was exceedingly warm-hearted, harboring no ulterior motives. He simply believed that the young man before him shared a fondness for Buckbeak and wished to facilitate a friendship. After all, even if he had other intentions, his mind could not fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Karmitt felt somewhat conflicted. His original intention was merely to strengthen his bond with Hagrid. He had no desire to befriend a magical creature. However, to decline now would render all prior efforts futile. Observing Karmitt's expression, Hagrid mistakenly assumed he was afraid and quickly reassured him. "You need not fear it. While it may appear fierce, it is in fact quite gentle. To befriend it is simple. All you need to do is bow before it and make eye contact. Once it acknowledges you, you will be fine." Karmitt's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at Buckbeak, whose beak was stained with feathers from a recently devoured chicken, hardly the image of gentleness. His heart brimmed with reluctance. Bow to a creature born to such grandeur? That was utterly out of the question. Perhaps he could devise another approach? Chapter 73. The supplier is ready. "The brazen old bide," Karmitt suggested, Is it not sufficient for the winged beast to sense that the person before it poses no threat? Hagrid looked at Karmitt with a puzzled expression, but eventually nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Karmitt smiled. Then it is quite simple. He raised a finger and lightly tapped Buckbeak, sending a wave of energy into its mind. In the next moment, Buckbeak surprisingly approached Karmitt, bending its forelegs and kneeling before him. Hagrid was taken aback. How did you accomplish that? Karmitt replied. It is an extension of spell that allows one to convey thoughts and emotions. It is a basic charm. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly possible? Karmitt chuckled. Of course, but I must wait until I have the time, as the banquet is about to commence, and I have some important matters to discuss with you. Hagrid scratched his head. Important matters? Karmitt nodded, casually petting Buckbeak's head, though in truth, the sensation was rather mediocre, nowhere near the delightful experience of petting Vanny. Karmitt continued. Hagrid, as far as I know, you possess a wealth of materials from various magical creatures, do you not? Hagrid nodded. Indeed, I need to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and I often come across various materials. Do you require any? I'll be happy to share. Hagrid had developed a fondness for Karmitt. He was yet another admirer of Harry Potter and had assisted him with his family troubles. Moreover, he treated him with utmost courtesy. Even Hagrid, with his not-so-bright mind, recognized that students at Hogwarts hardly showed him any respect. However, with Karmitt, he sensed kindness and respect. Most importantly, Karmitt seemed to have a remarkable affinity for magical creatures, evident from his interaction with Buckbeak, and they shared similar interests. Anyone who could appreciate Buckbeak's beauty, Hagrid thought, must be a good person. It must be said that Karmitt was quite adept at building rapport. No, Agriv. I don't want you to give me anything. I'm merely curious about how you usually handle those materials. Hagrid explained, I store them in my shed, and if I find time to visit Diagon Alley, I typically sell them to the shops there for some galleons. Karmitt nodded. That's exactly what I meant. Did you know the Black family runs a magical materials shop? Hagrid pondered for a moment. I think I've seen in Diagon Alley. Karmitt continued. What I propose is that you become a supplier for the Black family. Trust me, it would be mutually beneficial. I doubt those pure blood families would offer you much for your materials, perhaps 30 or 40% of the market price. Hagrid scratched his head. No, they give me only 20% of the market price, and sometimes if the quality is poor, it drops to 10%. Karmitt was taken aback upon hearing this. Even he, a cunning businessman, found Hagrid's situation outrageous. 20%, 10% of the market price. Was there truly any difference from outright theft? Karmitt had thought himself greedy enough, but it appeared there were always greater depths of avarice. That does seem rather exploitative. Do you really sell to them at that rate? Karmitt inquired. Hagrid shrugged. Well, it doesn't matter much to me. I don't have much use for the money. I might as well keep them. Karmitt waved his hand dismissively. That won't do, Hagrid. Listen, I'm here to discuss business. You will become a supplier for the Black family. This is money you rightfully deserve. And I can assure you, I won't exploit you like they do. I will provide you with an address where you can deliver the materials, and I will arrange for someone to evaluate your items. What do you think? Hagrid scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly responding, All right, I can do that. Karmitt smiled. It seemed that their negotiations regarding the supplier role were progressing remarkably smoothly. He left the address with Hagrid, encouraging him to visit Diagon Alley with his materials at his earliest convenience. After Hagrid agreed, Karmitt made his way toward the castle. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, all the young witches and wizards were anxiously awaiting the meal, feeling as though time was dragging on unbearably. Why hasn't tea dinner been served yet? They wondered. Karmitt arrived just in time. As he settled into his seat, the resounding chimes of the hall's clock echoed through the auditorium. In that very moment, an array of sumptuous dishes materialized on the 4 long tables, including those at the faculty's table. The entire hall was instantly enveloped in the distinctive aroma of the Grand Sia cuisine. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. My goodness, is this truly the cuisine of Grand Sia? How delightful. It is simply exquisite. I found myself eagerly anticipating a taste. Karmitt gazed at the bountiful spread, marveling at the feat accomplished by the house elf, Kano. Preparing such an extensive banquet with just one little elf must have been an exhausting endeavor. The sheer volume of dishes on those tables was indeed no small task. However, the first challenge that the young wizards faced soon emerged, the issue of utensils. It was evident that the Grand Sia cuisine was ill-suited for consumption with knives and forks. They couldn't even manage to eat rice. Yet, one can always rely on the ingenuity of food lovers. As the Hufflepuff Badgers were the first to discover that they could use spoons for the rice, and ingeniously combine their dishes with it, the hall fell into a profound silence. No words were exchanged, only the sounds of chewing and occasional gasps of delight. Professor McGonagall savored the grand Siad delicacies, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards. She swore she had never witnessed such a tranquil dining hall in all her years at Hogwarts. Everyone was engrossed in their meals. At that moment, a pair of hands appeared before her, lifting a plate. Professor McGonagall paused, turning to see none other than Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore? You? Dumbledore, unfazed by any sense of awkwardness, replied, Minerva, this dish may not suit your palate. Allow me to take it for you. Without waiting for a response, he whisked the plate away. McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. She had been the first to sample that very dish, its golden hue impossible to overlook. Its sweet and sour flavor was utterly tantalizing. What had she done to make Dumbledore believe she did not enjoy it? Karmitt happened to witness Dumbledore's actions, his lips curling slightly. What an unabashed old bee he was. Yet, sweet and sour pork indeed seemed to be one of Dumbledore's favorites. Of course, there was also the fish-flavored shredded pork. However, Dumbledore was far too distant from Professor McGonagall's dish. Otherwise, it might have been whisked away as well. Chapter 74. Stuffed to the brim, seeking Dumbledore. Karmitt's meal had been prepared solely by Kano. Served in small plates, it was exquisitely presented compared to the other dishes. Undoubtedly, the flavors would differ significantly. After all, there is a marked contrast between dishes prepared in a large pot and those in a smaller one. The evening's banquet stretched on longer than expected. For a full hour, not a single word was uttered. Karmitt observed the remarkably uniform, spotless plates on the 4 long tables, feeling a swell of pride for the house elf. Excellent. The house elf could enjoy a lighter workload today. As the young wizards departed from the hall, their bellies round and full, they were all somewhat at a standstill. Even the little snakes of Slytherin. As they ambled along, they audibly belched. Karmitt's face darkened. Behold, this is the quality of Slytherin. What a disgrace indeed. Fortunately, the other 3 houses were even more embarrassing. However, it must be said that the delectable cuisine from the summer had truly won over every soul at Hogwarts. Even the professors indulged themselves to the point of bursting. Upon leaving the great hall, Karmitt even spotted Snape waddling away, belching. Returning to the common room, Karmitt retrieved a sheet of parchment from his drawer. Grasping a nearby quill, he needed to inform Belinda about Hagrid's situation. The suppliers were now stable. Thus he no longer needed to source from pure blood families for supplies. Yet, he was uncertain whether Hagrid's supply could keep pace. If it couldn't, he would have to revert to his former methods. After all, one could not allow such a substantial enterprise to come to a halt. What a ridiculous predicament. To harm others for one's own benefit. A truly grand and noble character. After sending off his letter with an owl, Karmitt leaned back in his chair, his gaze once again falling upon the book of the most toxic magic. The resentment in his heart surged anew. That infernal Dumbledore, damn that old man. The method for nurturing the Elder Wand was far too tempting for Karmitt. He was unaware of the nurturing effects, but it was certainly designed to enhance the Elder Wand. Yet, of course, Dumbledore had removed the most crucial element. It was evident that Dumbledore had pinpointed his Achilles heel, knowing full well that he would never relinquish such a thing. However, should he seek Dumbledore out, who could predict what demands that accursed old man would make? At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Karmitt's mind. Indeed, he was not a virtuous person, who said one must fulfill every promise made. Backtracking on one's word was merely the exclusive skill of a villain such as himself. Thus, it seemed that seeking out Dumbledore should indeed be an option. Nevertheless, Dumbledore had placed him in quite the predicament. He had to exact some form of retribution. Since he could not overpower Dumbledore, he would have to devise another plan. After all, he was not a paragon of virtue. Engaging in a bit of mischief was entirely justifiable. Karmitt seized the book on the most toxic magic, and then turned to leave the dormitory, making a beeline for the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, he sought out Kano. Upon seeing Karmitt, Kano immediately bowed graciously. Honorable Mr. Black, you have arrived. Karmitt remarked, today's meal was splendid. Kano replied, Kano knows this is all thanks to the esteemed Mr. Black, who has granted me this opportunity. Kano is now the head of the house elves at Hogwarts. Henceforth, whatever you desire to eat, Mr. Black, I can prepare for you at any time. Karmitt was momentarily taken aback. So soon? Kano nodded. Indeed, that is the way of house elves. The one who works the most becomes the leader. Karmitt felt a buzzing in his head. What a peculiar hierarchy. The choice of a leader based on who works the hardest. However, it is rather advantageous. Kano's status has risen, which is beneficial for him. Karmitt remarked, prepare some ingredients for me, as I intend to create something. Kano exclaimed, how could I allow the esteemed Mr. Black to undertake such a task? Leave it to me, Karmitt insisted. Just go and do as instructed. No need for further discussion. With no choice, Kano complied with Karmitt's demands and began gathering the necessary ingredients. Once the preparations were complete, Karmitt snapped his fingers and all pots, pans, and knives began to move autonomously. A mischievous smile crept across Karmitt's lips. You have a taste for the sweet, do you? Here you go. 20 minutes later, Karmitt arrived at the door of the principal's office, carrying a plate. He knocked lightly. The door opened slowly to reveal Dumbledore seated at his desk, looking towards Karmitt. Mr. Black, you arrived earlier than I anticipated. I expected you would come by in a few days. Karmitt shrugged. The outcome remains the same, so why wait? Dumbledore chuckled. How amusing. You possess such clarity of thought. So, Mr. Black, are you inclined to discuss matters with me now? Karmitt took a seat opposite Dumbledore, placing the plate on the table. He picked up a piece from the top and took a bite. Alas, I failed. It turned out a bit too sweet. Upon hearing the word sweet, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled momentarily, though his expression remained composed. It appears, Mr. Black, that you did not have a sufficient dinner last night. Karmitt replied. I merely sought a late-night snack. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze fixated on the plate, seemingly unable to divert his attention. Noticing this, Karmitt allowed a smile to surface and deliberately placed a book on toxic magic in front of the plate, obscuring it. All right, Headmaster, let us converse. I seek the means to nurture the Elder Wand. What are your terms? Dumbledore struggled to pull his gaze away and stated, Are you familiar with the Philosopher's Stone? Karmitt nodded. Indeed, I have heard of it. An alchemical creation that can turn stone into gold and grant the illusion of immortality. Dumbledore regarded Karmitt. The illusion of immortality. Indeed a precise description. The Philosopher's Stone is currently at Hogwarts. Karmitt responded, How splendid, Professor Dumbledore. You shall extend your years considerably. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, and he suddenly found himself somewhat irritated by Karmitt. This boy truly lived up to the Black name. Dumbledore realized that he could not afford to indulge in frivolities any longer. Otherwise, he might genuinely become vexed. He decided to be straightforward. I have destroyed Nicodemus Stone, but now someone has set their sights on it. I hope you can become a part of its protection. Karmitt chuckled upon hearing this. Old Dumbledore, your words possess a certain artistry. Initially, Karmitt had speculated that Dumbledore sought him out to discuss matters concerning Harry Potter. To his surprise, Dumbledore had opted for a more artful approach. Asking him to protect the Philosopher's Stone was, in essence, aiding Harry Potter. Chapitre 75, Karmitt's exclusive négociation technique. Moreover, Dumbledore's words allowed Karmitt to validate a suspicion he harbored. Dumbledore was indeed aware of Voldemort's existence. This was quite intriguing. Thus, it seemed that Voldemort was merely a tool for Dumbledore to prepare Harry Potter. What was crucial, however, was that Dumbledore still refrained from providing clear explanations, continuing to speak in veiled terms. Did he truly regard the heir of the Black family, who unified Nocturne Alley at the tender age of 11, as merely a child? Karmitt remarked, So that's how it is, Headmaster. I never imagined you were burdened with such a dilemma. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction at Karmitt's reaction. Indeed, these matters weigh heavily upon me. Alas, there are too many vexations. Karmitt replied. In that case, I would be more than willing to alleviate your burdens, Headmaster. Upon hearing Karmitt's statement, a smile crept onto Dumbledore's lips. Look, even if Black was exceptionally capable, he was still a child, a kind-hearted one at that. However, Karmitt's next words caused the smile on Dumbledore's face to vanish instantaneously. Please, Professor, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. I shall destroy it myself. If you're concerned that I might fail, you may take action yourself. After all, it was you who intended to destroy it, so let's simply eliminate it. As for the enemies who may be after it, once the stone is destroyed, they will naturally be deprived of it. Wouldn't you agree? Karmitt was disinclined to engage in Dumbledore's convoluted reasoning. If you wish to feign innocence, do so at your own leisure. Did you not intend to destroy the Philosopher's Stone? You mentioned enemies lurking. Thus, simply annihilate it and be done with it. A strategy? Karmitt had no intention of indulging in such tactics. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words, for Karmitt's arguments were profoundly logical. A rational person's reasoning should indeed follow this line of thought. If someone is after it, then destroy it and be done with it. Yet could he destroy it? How would that lure Voldemort? After contemplating for a moment, Dumbledore finally devised what seemed to be a flawless justification. Just as he was about to speak, Karmitt interjected, Professor, destroying the Philosopher's Stone shouldn't require too much time. Should it? As far as I understand, simply disrupting the flow of magic within the alchemical item would suffice to obliterate it. The Philosopher's Stone, being a magical object, should not escape this principle, correct? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore felt a chill. It was dire. Karmitt had anticipated his thoughts. His seemingly impeccable rationale had been effortlessly countered by Karmitt. Dumbledore's expression darkened. How was this to be navigated? Was this even right? Why was this child so difficult to contend with? He merely sought to ensure safety. It proved so challenging. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Karmitt inwardly scoffed. As expected, this old man Dumbledore intended to use that justification. Fortunately, he had thwarted Dumbledore's plan. Dumbledore then remarked, "Mr. Black, your erudition has genuinely surprised me. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone cannot be destroyed at this moment. Have you heard about the attack on Gringotts?" Karmitt nodded. Of course, he had heard. He even took the opportunity to commit a robbery, Dumbledore remarked. There are 2 vaults that were attacked, one of which houses the Philosopher's Stone. The Ministry suspects that the main objective of the assailants may indeed be the stone, while the other looted vault serves as a mere diversion. Thus, we wish to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to draw out the adversary lurking in the shadows. How astute Dumbledore was, having swiftly concocted such a rationale. Karmitt marveled internally at our Professor Dumbledore's wisdom. It is indeed a commendable plan. I never anticipated that the professor would devise such a strategy to uphold the peace and stability of the magical realm. It is our duty to contribute. Dumbledore regarded Karmitt with unexpected surprise. He had not anticipated such noble words from Karmitt. Well said, Mr. Black. I did not misjudge you. Now what do you propose? Karmitt replied. However, I must decline, for I know who the assailant of Gringotts is, Professor Quirrell. My associates have seen him. Dumbledore was taken aback. What? How could Quirrell be seen? He was the one who attacked Gringotts. Dumbledore was well aware of the true culprit. His intent was merely to prepare Harry Potter for the trials ahead. He needed Harry to understand that Voldemort was not dead and to gradually instill in him the notion that Voldemort would undoubtedly seek to kill him. With no means of self-defense, Harry would have no choice but to follow Dumbledore to survive. Dumbledore's plan was, in fact, remarkably flawless. When one is isolated and vulnerable, they naturally seek the aid of the powerful. With just a slight manipulation, Harry Potter would become a staunch ally of Dumbledore. This was also why Harry was sorted into Slytherin. Although Dumbledore was surprised, he remained unperturbed, for his plan was impeccable. Even if Harry was in Slytherin, he would ultimately align with Dumbledore, and perhaps even garner more support within Slytherin. Dumbledore gazed at Karmitt, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mr. Black, that is a most serious accusation. Do you possess any evidence? Karmitt responded, Professor Dumbledore, you overestimate me. I merely wish to offer you a perspective. Evidence I certainly lack. And this matter is of no concern to me. Why would I exert myself for no reward? Seeking evidence is the Ministry's responsibility, though it appears it is also your concern now. As he spoke, Karmitt leaned back in his chair, leisurely observing Dumbledore. Dumbledore, faced with Karmitt's demeanor, found himself at a loss. Dumbledore remarked, Well, Mr. Black, to speak candidly, I require your assistance. I need you to serve as the final obstacle for the Philosopher's Stone, playing a pivotal role in the event of potential occurrences. In return, I can impart to you the method of nurturing the Elder Wand. At this moment, our conversation is purely transactional. I recall a saying in Diagon Alley. The Black family does not discriminate in choosing their trading partners. Karmitt nodded. This saying was indeed his own, initially crafted for profit and to swiftly escape his predicament. However, it proved remarkably effective. Chapter 76, Special Sweet Potatoes, Hermione's Uniqueness. Ever since this saying circulated, the number of individuals seeking to engage in business with the Black family surged dramatically. Naturally, the details of these transactions remained rather obscure. Karmitt stated, Very well, if it is indeed a business matter, I can accept. That being said, Karmitt was never one to be considered virtuous. The deal was struck, yet whether or not he acknowledged it was entirely his own affair. Upon hearing Karmitt finally relent, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. What a troublesome little imp. This was Dumbledore's assessment of Karmitt. Dumbledore opened a drawer and retrieved 2 pages, handing them to Karmitt. Mr. Black, here is what you sought, the method for nurturing the Elder Wand. Karmitt promptly accepted them, having exerted considerable effort to obtain this knowledge. Now that our transaction is complete, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall take my leave. With that, Karmitt stood and made his way toward the door. Noticing the golden-hued food on the table, Dumbledore quickly picked it up, intending to call out to Karmitt. However, upon inhaling the sweet aroma, he hesitated. At that moment, Karmitt suddenly halted. Dumbledore, caught off guard, instinctively concealed the plate beneath the table. Karmitt glanced at the table, noting the plate's absence, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Dumbledore inquired, Is there something else, Mr. Black? Karmitt replied, I just thought of something, Professor Dumbledore. Is there anything particularly special about Miss Hermione Granger? Dumbledore's expression stiffened. Oh, what prompts your inquiry, Mr. Black? He continued, Certainly not. Professor McGonagall mentioned that you have met her parents in Diagon Alley. have you not? Karmitt's lips curled into a smile. I see. I had thought that Miss Granger's intelligence might stem from some unique trait. It appears that true genius exists in this world. Well then, good night, Professor. With that, Karmitt hesitated no longer and pushed the door to leave the office. As the office door closed, Karmitt caught a glimpse of Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon him. Unlike before, Dumbledore's eyes now held scrutiny and suspicion. Karmitt did not depart immediately. Instead, he quietly pressed his ear against the office door. In the next moment, a voice echoed from within. So spicy, so spicy. A smile crept across Karmitt's face. Serves you right, you old glutton. The specially crafted candied sweet potatoes were his delight, each bite silencing him in bliss. Karmitt left in high spirits. Time rewound to when Karmitt departed the office. Dumbledore retrieved a plate from beneath the desk, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. The sweet aroma surged uncontrollably into his nostrils. Dumbledore instinctively swallowed, then plucked a piece and popped it into his mouth. The crunchy caramel coating made him squint in pleasure. However, when he bit into the sweet potato within, his expression shifted dramatically. It was fiery, indescribably so, a scorching heat. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Karmitt could not suppress his laughter. Satisfied, he found joy in this small act of revenge against Dumbledore, even if he could not best him directly. Candied sweet potatoes were a renowned delicacy of the summer, cherished by both ladies and children alike. The sweet glaze paired with the tender sweet potato was simply exquisite. However, Karmitt had altered the recipe. Instead of frying the sweet potatoes directly, he first steamed them, using spicy water for steaming. He then soaked the steamed sweet potatoes in chili water for a while. Finally, he spread a special chili sauce atop the sweet potatoes before frying them. The process had him shedding many tears purely from spice, especially while steaming the sweet potatoes. It was overwhelmingly potent, a true case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon oneself. Yet Karmitt relished it. To further mask the pungent scent from Dumbledore, he even applied a thick layer of sugar coating, thus using a considerable amount of sugar. Of course, his scheming was far from over. To lower Dumbledore's guard, he prepared a single normal piece, the very one he had initially tasted. Karmitt truly exerted his intellect in plotting against Dumbledore. The outcome, however, proved exceedingly favorable. Whistling a merry tune, Karmitt made his way to the Slytherin common room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmitt approached his desk, not rushing to examine the methods for nurturing his wand. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, pondering the information gleaned from his meeting with Dumbledore. Hermione Granger undoubtedly possessed something unique. Karmitt had confirmed it. Initially, he had speculated that Dumbledore was deliberately guiding Hermione towards an alliance with Harry Potter. This conjecture had formed even before his enrollment. Hermione was an avid learner. Even with an adventurous spirit, her primary focus remained on her studies. In such a context, she would have fit perfectly within Ravenclaw. Yet in the original narrative, she was sorted into Gryffindor. Before witnessing the Sorting Hat, Karmitt might have considered it mere coincidence. However, after observing the Sorting Hat and its method of allocation, he began to see things differently. Karmitt was convinced that Dumbledore was undoubtedly manipulating events behind the scenes. Subsequently, the Gryffindor students, who were initially meant to attend class alongside Slytherin, were unexpectedly paired with Ravenclaw instead. This only solidified Karmitt's beliefs further. Hermione possessed some extraordinary qualities, perhaps even irreplaceable attributes. In Dumbledore's eyes, she held more significance than Ron. Thus, Dumbledore arranged for Slytherin to attend lessons with Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor. Did this imply that Ron Weasley had already been forsaken by Dumbledore? What then was it about Hermione that was so special? After much contemplation, Karmitt found no clear answer. In the original narrative, it seemed that Hermione was merely a bit more intelligent and a tad more studious. Shaking his head, Karmitt lost interest in pursuing the thought further. Knowing that Hermione had unique qualities and was an essential pawn in Dumbledore's grand strategy, he decided to probe gradually, trusting that the outcome would eventually reveal itself. He now had another pressing concern: Quirrell. Dumbledore was aware of Quirrell's existence, and he even recognized the presence of Voldemort. Every action taken was aimed at preparing Harry Potter for the inevitable confrontation. Should he continue to engage with Professor Quirrell as initially intended? Karmitt needed to deliberate on whether maintaining contact with Quirrell might yield any repercussions for him. His guiding principle was to prioritize personal gain above all else. Chapter 77. A balanced approach amidst the perils of Hogwarts life. Karmitt's fingers lightly tapped the table as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages of continued interaction with Quirrell. If there was anything that Karmitt sought from Quirrell, it was twofold. First, the knowledge residing within Voldemort's mind, particularly regarding bloodlines. Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore were all targets for Karmitt. He needed to comprehend the nature of this so-called bloodline and its implications. Why did he experience this ancestral resurgence? After all, it pertained to his own power, and he was still a considerable distance from the likes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the foremost wizards. He sensed that if he wished to ascend to the level of Dumbledore and the others, understanding bloodlines would be of paramount importance. The second advantage lay within Quirrell himself. As an exceptional student of Ravenclaw, Quirrell's capabilities were beyond question. The primary strength of the Black family now relied on the vagrants from Knockturn Alley, who formed Karmitt's legion. Although they were loyal, Karmitt never left himself without an escape route. He needed to consider the potential for rebellion among these vagrants in the future. Given his penchant for precaution, he even kept a hidden hand among his core group, including Belinda. Hence, Karmitt required an additional force to counterbalance the rogues from Knockturn Alley, and this power would manifest within Slytherin. This was also one of Karmitt's objectives for aligning himself with Slytherin. Students of Slytherin possess not only formidable abilities, but also often have powerful allies backing them. For instance, those from pureblood families, regardless of their own lineage, are typically supported by their wizarding parents. This represents a significant force that Karmitt would certainly not overlook. However, akin to the wayward wizards of Knockturn Alley, the Serpent Legion faces a critical dilemma. No matter how exceptional the students may be, without the experience of life and death struggles or having witnessed bloodshed, they cannot possibly compare to those vagabond wizards. Therefore, the Serpent Legion requires individuals who can expedite their growth. This necessitates a person with formal training to assume the role of instructor. Quirrell, while perhaps not particularly powerful, possesses theoretical knowledge that is truly exceptional. Such a person would be wasted if not appointed as a teacher. Engaging with Quirrell inevitably invites the scrutiny of Dumbledore. Karmitt is now entirely convinced that Dumbledore is aware of Voldemort's existence and intends to use Voldemort to hone Harry Potter-esque skills. In the original narrative, Dumbledore's swift arrival after Harry encounters danger suggests he may have been watching over him all along, possibly even monitoring Quirrell. Consequently, Karmitt realizes that his proximity to Quirrell may also draw Dumbledore's attention. He must weigh the benefits against the risks to determine if they are commensurate. Attracting Dumbledore's gaze is not necessarily a grave concern, as he is a benevolent figure who adheres to a moral code. The only complication Karmitt perceives is the potential for inadvertently providing Dumbledore with leverage against him, which could lead to threats. It is not that Karmitt is overly paranoid. He recognizes that his current strength does not render him invincible, especially after traversing into this realm of children's literature. He realizes that this world is far from simple, and each step he takes feels precarious. After much contemplation, Karmitt struggles to reach a resolution. If only there were a means to extricate himself while still engaging Quirrell. All his dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, a spark ignites in his eyes. It seems that such a rationale does indeed exist. He has already mentioned in Dumbledore's office that his contacts observed Quirrell as the assailant at Gringotts. Additionally, one of the robbed vaults belonged to Bella. That vault is associated with the Black family, and strictly speaking, it is their property. Thus, investigating Quirrell in an effort to reclaim Bella's assets and restore them to the Black family vault is not unreasonable. With this in mind, a mutually beneficial solution has emerged. A slight smile graces Karmitt's lips. He never anticipated that the justification he concocted in Dumbledore's office for the sake of conversation would find application in this context. Indeed, it appears he is quite astute. With these thoughts clarified, Karmitt feels a sense of relief wash over him. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, the pressure has been somewhat overwhelming. Were it not for the myriad of purposes that compelled him to attend Hogwarts, he truly would not have wished to come. Glancing at the time, Karmitt leaned back in his chair, murmuring, it is already past 3. He cast a sidelong glance at Vani, who was blissfully slumbering on the bed, and chuckled. Every day, so carefree, eating and sleeping without a care, you certainly have it easy. The following morning, during Transfiguration class, the young wizards had begun to master the transformation of matches into needles. The essence of Transfiguration does not require extensive teaching. It is a compulsory subject at Hogwarts, not solely because of its simplicity, but due to the vast knowledge it encompasses. When wielded adeptly, Transfiguration possesses a potency that rivals any spell. Every formidable wizard is essentially a master of Transfiguration. However, this also renders it an exceedingly perilous art. Consequently, Professor McGonagall dedicates at least half of each lesson to elucidate the principles, precautions, and, most importantly, her invaluable insights regarding Transfiguration. Karmitt listened intently. Having the opportunity to learn from a Transfiguration master like Professor McGonagall was indeed a significant fortune. By the end of the class, he felt that his proficiency in transfiguration had ascended remarkably. In the dining hall at noon, the offerings comprised an equal share of Eastern and British cuisines. Unsurprisingly, the result was that the Eastern dishes were completely devoured, while a considerable amount of the British fare remained untouched. Observing the cleared tables, Karmitt surmised that after a couple more meals, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly notice the popularity of the Eastern cuisine. Hence, the occasional special meals initially intended for Eastern cuisine would likely transform into British cuisine events. Following lunch, the customary post-meal entertainment commenced. As anticipated by all, amidst 10 beams of green light were ensconced 10 seventh-year Slytherin students. This bout required Karmitt a bit of time. After all, they were seventh-year serpents. It took him over half an hour to successfully throw these 10 individuals off the stage. While Karmitt's prowess astonished everyone, they seemed to have grown somewhat accustomed to it. In fact, at that moment, everyone's thoughts were fixated on who the opposing side would be for the next day's entertainment. Chapter 78. A Visit to Professor Quirrell. Attention from Voldemort. In the afternoon, potions class commenced. Without Gryffindor, the atmosphere in potions became rather lethargic. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students dared not cause a stir during the lesson. Severus Snape, evidently indifferent to deducting points from Ravenclaw, merely found a pretext to grant Slytherin an additional 20 points. This behavior was distinctly characteristic of Snape's style. After the evening feast, Karmitt made his way directly to Quirrell's office, clutching the notes Quirrell had provided him. It took him the duration of a meal to identify a question that could be deemed worthy of inquiry. One could hardly blame him, for Quirrell's notes were exceedingly comprehensive. This only heightened Karmitt's regard for Quirrell. He was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Should such a talent be overlooked, Karmitt would feel as though he deserved to be struck by lightning. He rapped upon the door of Professor Quirrell's office, and a clattering sound echoed from within. Soon, a stuttering voice emerged, inquiring, "Who is it?" Karmitt replied, "Professor Quirrell. I am Karmitt Black. I have some questions I wish to discuss with you, if you're available." Upon uttering these words, the office door swung open. Professor Quirrell stood awkwardly at the threshold, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Black." Karmitt continued, "I apologize for the intrusion, but as I was perusing your notes, I encountered some perplexing points, which compelled me to seek your guidance at this hour." Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell's eyes brightened. "Please, come in and speak." Without hesitation, Karmitt followed the professor into the office, where Quirrell gestured for him to take a seat at the desk and personally poured him a cup of tea. "What questions do you have, Mr. Black?" Karmitt placed the notes upon the desk, highlighting the issues he had labored to uncover. Professor Quirrell promptly began to elucidate the matter with fervor, clearly elated by Karmitt's visit. His enthusiasm was palpable, and he poured all his efforts into imparting knowledge to Karmitt, momentarily forgetting his stutter. Karmitt had to concede that Professor Quirrell excelled in teaching. The professor provided a thorough explanation over the course of an hour, not only clarifying Karmitt's original query, but also expanding on a wealth of additional knowledge. Even Karmitt felt that he had gained immensely from the experience. After the lecture, Karmitt gathered his notes and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I truly benefited greatly from our discussion. If I may, I hope to return with further inquiries in the future." Quirrell eagerly nodded, "Of course, Mr. Black. You're always welcome." Karmitt inclined his head gently and then turned to depart from Quirrell's office. Some matters must unfold naturally. With this visit, it seemed likely that Voldemort had already taken note of him. Quite well, for within one body resided two consciousnesses and souls, allowing for a singular endeavor to achieve dual purposes. A most fortunate and convenient situation indeed. Karmitt proceeded directly to the room of requirement, where he would diligently etch magical runes to enhance his proficiency. Quirrell watched Karmitt's retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. He felt a sense of fulfillment. As in Karmitt, he seemed to rediscover the joy he had once sought when he first came to Hogwarts as a professor. Just then, a hoarse voice broke the silence. "Quirrell, you seem quite pleased." Professor Quirrell's body stiffened momentarily. "Master, you have awakened." Voldemort replied, "I stirred when that black fellow first arrived." "Quirrell, your teaching is indeed commendable." Quirrell remained frozen in place, murmuring, "Thank you for your praise, Master." Voldemort's voice was faint. "Quirrell, I require the blood of a unicorn." Chilo was taken aback. "A unicorn, but I can slay unicorns." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly crouched down in agony. Voldemort's chilling voice pierced the air. "Chilo, who gave you the audacity to defy my command? Do not forget, I can devour your soul at any moment." Chilo cried out in pain. "I'm sorry, my master, I was wrong. I will comply. Master, I beg for your mercy." Voldemort snorted disdainfully. With great difficulty, Professor Chilo rose from the ground, suppressing his fear. Voldemort continued. That little brat from the Black family is quite intriguing. Continue to teach him. I believe the Death Eaters need some fresh blood. Professor Chilo opened his mouth, wishing to speak, but dared not utter a word. Voldemort added, I must return to my slumber, Chilo, restore my strength as quickly as possible. You should know well that if I fail to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, you will not escape either. After this, Voldemort fell silent once more. Chilo's expression gradually grew cold. By the time Karmitt emerged from the room of requirement, dawn had already broken. Walking through the silent corridors, only the sound of Karmitt's footsteps echoed. The early morning at Hogwarts was indeed a sight to behold. As Karmitt lay in bed, drifting into slumber, in Nocturne Alley, Belinda set down the letter just delivered by her owl. Beside her, Bilo inquired, Belinda, what did the master say? Belinda replied, the master has found our material supplier at Hogwarts. The first batch of materials should arrive this weekend. He instructed us to provide a fair price, and then we shall manage the rest ourselves. Bilo nodded. The master is always so timely. It seems we can cancel our plans for tonight. What a pity, my wand has been yearning for action. It tells me it wishes to eliminate a few members of the pure blood families. Belinda laughed. There is no need to cancel. The master also instructed us to assist Axili in hastening his progress. That fool Axili, since he dares not take action, we shall lend him a hand. Otherwise, further delays will disrupt the master's other plans. Bilo's eyes lit up. This is truly good news. To be honest, I didn't expect Axili to endure for so long. I thought the master would launch an immediate attack on Nocturne Alley upon arriving at Hogwarts. Belinda sneered. A group of parasites, overly fed by their affluent lives, have lost all their fervor and drive. The master is right. The current pure-blood families are rotten to the core. This magical world needs reform. It needs passion. They do not require so many pure-blood families. What they truly need is a genuine king, a king for the magical realm, not confined to Britain. And this king shall bear but one name, Black. Chapter 79. The 5th Day's Premier Challenge. Bilo remarked. That will be a long-term goal. Belinda smiled. Is it far? I do not perceive distance. In my view, if a deity truly exists in this world, our master shall inevitably ascend to divinity. Compared to attaining godhood, the realm of magic is but a trifling endeavor for our master. Bilo cast a glance at Belinda and mused. Now I understand why you are favored more than I by our master. Your vision stretches far beyond mine. He added, well, I must be off to attend to my tasks. I hope our yield tonight proves to be even greater. Belinda replied with a smile in lieu of gains. I suspect you would prefer there to be more lives to take, wouldn't you? A smirk graced Bilo's lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of menace. How frightening it is that at your age, you possess such wisdom. When I first opposed you, I had not grasped the depth of your prowess. Yet now, working alongside you, I am more acutely aware of your formidable nature. Perhaps only our master could subdue you. With that, Bilo turned and departed. Belinda observed his retreating figure, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. Individuals like Bilo are indeed well suited for such tasks. I surmise he will give a substantial nudge to Axley from behind. That very evening, all the wandering wizards in Upside Down Alley sprang into action. Within a single night, over 100 material teams affiliated with the Axley family were assaulted. Not a single wizard from the material teams was spared. All perished without a trace left behind. Yet, it was common knowledge who was responsible for such a ruthless act. The precision and ferocity exhibited could only be attributed to the wandering wizards of Upside Down Alley, and the identity of their commander was glaringly evident. The following day, the front page of the Daily Prophet reported the attack on the Axley family. Inside the Axley manor, Coben Axley wore a grim expression. Damn it, that cursed Black. Those wretched, wandering wizards. Beside him, the butler inquired, Master, what shall we do? Shall we retaliate? After a moment of contemplation, Coben commanded, send out invitations. I shall convene a gathering of pure-blood families. The butler nodded and swiftly set about the arrangements. A cold glint flickered in Coben's eyes as he proclaimed, Black, when you return from Hogwarts to find all your subordinates annihilated, I shall relish the sight of how you defend your piece of the pie. However, despite his words, he lacked the courage to confront Black directly. As Karmitt had noted, these pure-blood families had decayed to their very core, devoid of zeal and valor. What could such a feeble lineage possibly muster against him? Mirdi Ayist. On September 5th, Friday, the prospect of a delightful weekend loomed near. Consequently, the young wizards were in high spirits. After all, regardless of the school, weekends are universally celebrated. Thus, even with the first class of the day being history of magic, the young wizards brimmed with enthusiasm. However, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students were taken aback by their ghostly professor, Professor Binns. To my surprise, the name Karmitt has been remembered. In class, there were 2 instances of interaction with Karmitt. Oh, and he even awarded 5 points to Slytherin. This news spread throughout Hogwarts with remarkable speed, even catching Dumbledore off guard. As for the reason, ever since Professor Binns became the ghostly instructor, no one, nor any house, had received points. It must be said, this was quite an absurd situation. How to put it, Karmitt himself felt a bit helpless. Exceptional individuals invariably attract the attention of others without even realizing it. Karmitt is undoubtedly such a person. After the morning classes concluded, all the young wizards, as if in agreement, hurried towards the Great Hall. Today, as post-meal entertainment was highly anticipated, everyone was curious as to who Karmitt's opponent would be after the defeat of the 7th-year Slytherin students. Once the meal commenced, a profound silence enveloped the hall, with no young wizard uttering a word, all engrossed in their food. At the staff table, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, "It seems the children are quite eager for today's post-meal program." Professor McGonagall added, "Not just them, I am curious as well. Have you not noticed how quickly Professor Flitwick is eating?" Flitwick, who was hastily consuming his meal, coughed lightly at this remark. "I'm merely a bit hungry today." McGonagall responded, "Perhaps." Dumbledore then cast a glance at Karmitt, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. McGonagall inquired, "By the way, Albus, can you share today the reason why Mr. Black as chief challenge surpasses any previous one you mentioned yesterday?" Dumbledore replied, "Let us wait. I need to observe Mr. Black's opponent today to ascertain the specifics and validate my hypothesis." Although McGonagall's expression remained unchanged, internally she felt a twinge of annoyance. Dumbledore often spoke in half-truths, and to be honest, even after working alongside him for so long, it could be quite vexing at times. During lunch, through the collective efforts of all the young wizards, the time taken was reduced by at least half. One must admit, regardless of nationality, the urgency in witnessing the spectacle was universally shared. Once the tables were cleared, all gazes turned towards Karmitt, or rather, to the space above his head. That was where the throne would appear each day. The throne emerged promptly, as if synchronized with an alarm clock. Following the familiar sequence, the serpent-shaped statue on the throne began to glide slowly, and then a red light emanated from its head. From its mouth, 10 green beams of light shot forth. The Slytherin students readied themselves, including those in the hidden ranks. These hidden leaders had conferred. Since Karmitt had already triumphed over the 7th-year group of 10, it was highly probable that the hidden leaders would take the stage. The only uncertainty remained. How many would it be? Otherwise, there would be no opponents at all. Thus, since yesterday, the hidden figures have been prepared for battle against Karmitt. As a green light enveloped the scene, 10 silhouettes were shrouded in its glow. The young wizards gasped in astonishment at those encased in emerald luminescence. How could this be? Is the throne malfunctioning? What is happening? The Slytherin students were equally taken aback. At the faculty table, a glint of realization flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Indeed, it is so. Chapter 80, A Revelry for All of Hogwarts. Karmitt gazed at the 10 students ensconced in the green light, his pupils narrowing slightly. What's the meaning of this? Is it not the Slytherin Champions Challenge? Why has the throne chosen 10 fourth-year Hufflepuffs? The selected Badgers were momentarily bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves on stage. Instinctively, they drew their wands, but there was no further action. The moment the green light vanished, all 10 were unceremoniously knocked off the stage, having had no opportunity to defend themselves. Naturally, at this point, no one was concerned for them. Everyone's curiosity was piqued by one singular question. What on earth is happening? Why did the Slytherin champion select 10 Badgers? Professor McGonagall widened her eyes, turning to Dumbledore. "Albus, what is going on?" A spark of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he gently tapped his glass with a spoon. "Children, quiet down." The young wizards directed their attention to Dumbledore. He continued, "It appears that there has been an unexpected turn in Slytherin's champion challenge. I understand your curiosity regarding the selection of students from other houses. Allow me to shed light on this mystery. This tale begins from the very day the 4 founders established Hogwarts. Now, please take your seats and allow me to elaborate." The young wizards complied, settling obediently at the long table, for they were eager to hear the unfolding narrative. Dumbledore began, "Surely, those well-versed in the history of magic recognize the tumultuous period during Hogwarts' founding. Would anyone care to enlighten us?" At the Ravenclaw table, the house prefect, Penelope Clearwater, stood up. At that time, the wizarding world was in chaos, with wizards driven into hiding by muggles, many facing the gallows. Almost simultaneously, goblins and trolls were stirring restlessly. This was the era of the First Wizarding War, where the four founders led the ancestors of the current pure-blood families in a campaign against goblins and other magical creatures. Subsequently, the four founders constructed Hogwarts to nurture a new generation of wizards. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Well said, Miss Clearwater. For your erudition, Ravenclaw earns 10 points. Penelope inclined her head slightly in gratitude. Dumbledore continued, stating that when Hogwarts was established, it was intended to provide a sanctuary for all new generations of wizards, creating an environment conducive to their stable growth. However, Salazar Slytherin believed that wizards should not merely hide away, nor should they continuously relinquish control to others. Wizards ought to wield their power. Only through strength can they possess absolute authority. In his perspective, this would foster a better living environment for all wizards. Thus, he perceived Hogwarts as not only a school, but also a training ground. Upon hearing this, the students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were struck with astonishment, while the Slytherin students, the little snakes, brightened with excitement. Karmitt was equally intrigued. What a progressive notion, a training ground. It aligned perfectly with his own definition of Hogwarts. Suddenly, Karmitt found himself particularly fascinated by Salazar Slytherin, one of the four founders and a true embodiment of noble pure-blood lineage. What compelled such an advanced idea from him? The notion that offense is the best form of defense resonated with Karmitt. Regrettably, he perceived Salazar as somewhat conservative. If Karmitt were in that position, relying on his personal strength, he could transform the entire wizarding world into a singular voice. As for the thoughts of others, who would care? Karmitt adhered to a philosophy where he considered himself the most exceptional and formidable. His decisions were inherently correct. Everyone should heed his words and follow his directives. Only then could there be the most enduring development. One might label Karmitt as arrogant, employing any number of descriptors, yet he remained resolute, unwilling to alter his convictions. Dumbledore continued, explaining that the other three founders disagreed. They believed the wizarding world should strive for harmony and peace. Existence itself is rational, which revealed the ideological conflict between Salazar, Slytherin, and the others. To substantiate his viewpoint, Salazar established the rules of the head of house and the chief. As time passed, it became evident that Salazar's ideas held merit. Slytherin students indeed demonstrated superior combat prowess compared to their peers. Thus, the four founders convened once more to deliberate on this matter. It was impossible to compel the other three houses to adopt this philosophy. Consequently, they resolved to preserve the traditions of Slytherin concerning the head of house and the chief, nurturing true warriors and formidable individuals. The four founders also bequeathed a new concept to Hogwarts: when a student possesses the strength to transcend all others, the challenge for Slytherin's chief will transform into the ultimate challenge of Hogwarts. In other words, if Mr. Blake is able to successfully navigate this chief challenge, he will not merely be the leader of Slytherin, but the foremost among all of Hogwarts. He would rightfully claim the title of the preeminent student within the esteemed institution. This honor has never before been bestowed since the founding of Hogwarts. Upon finishing his statement, Dumbledore observed as the young wizards began to murmur among themselves, causing the great hall to erupt into a cacophony of excitement. Once more, Dumbledore rapped his cup for silence. Settle down, children. Thus, the forthcoming chief challenge shall not be solely a celebration for Slytherin. It will be a grand festivity for all of Hogwarts. The chief of Hogwarts must surpass every student. Indeed, his prowess may well eclipse that of all past Hogwarts students, for each contender selected to take the stage is recognized by Hogwarts as possessing exceptional strength. Oh, and I must not forget to mention, according to the rules left by the four founders, once the chief of Hogwarts initiates the challenge, the news will be disseminated throughout the magical realm, allowing the entire wizarding world to witness the emergence of Hogwarts chief. Therefore, for your honor and for the prestige of the title of Chief of Hogwarts, it is imperative that before the 1st of October, you each strive to enhance your abilities and grow stronger. This glory belongs to all of Hogwarts. Chapter 81. The Diary of Karmitt's Chief Challenge. After Dumbledore's proclamation, all eyes turned toward Karmitt, their gazes intense. While they might have been indifferent to other matters, the prospect of this event being announced to the entire magical community was something they could not overlook. This was an exceptional opportunity to shine. Among the youth, even the eldest 7th-year students were merely 17 or 18 years of age. Who could remain indifferent to such a chance for recognition? Noticing the predatory glances surrounding him, the corners of Karmitt's mouth curled slightly, as if the situation had grown more intriguing. Indeed, a chief challenge ought not to be so easily accomplished. That would be utterly mundane. On that day, a multitude of owls soared from Hogwarts, winging their way to every corner of the magical world. The letters were penned in Dumbledore's own hand, detailing the forthcoming Chief Challenge and its regulations. This news sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire magical community. The following day, the Daily Prophet arrived at Hogwarts, eager to cover the story, dispatching reporters for an exclusive interview with Karmitt. Thankfully, it was not that insufferable beetle reporter, which spared Karmitt considerable trouble. However, even if it had been her, she would have been wise to tread carefully around Karmitt. After all, everyone in the wizarding world knew that while other pureblood families might bear grievances for a time due to various reasons, should one provoke the Blake family. From the moment they were marked, they ought to begin selecting a prime plot for their burial. In the days that followed, Karmitt seemed to have entered a repetitive cycle. Each day consisted of attending classes, followed by a midday skirmish. Every few days, he would seek out Professor Chilo to reaffirm his presence. On the sixth day of the Chief Challenge, he faced the fifth-year group of Hufflepuff, emerging victorious in a mere 7 minutes. On the seventh day, he confronted the sixth-year cohort of Hufflepuff, again triumphing, this time in 10 minutes. By the eighth day, he faced the seventh-year group of Hufflepuff. Though Karmitt exerted considerable effort, he managed to secure victory in just 15 minutes. Compared to the cunning snakes of Slytherin, the Badger's combat prowess was somewhat lacking. On the ninth day, his opponents shifted to the fourth-year Eagles of Ravenclaw, resulting in defeat, which took Karmitt an additional minute compared to Hufflepuff. The 10th day saw him challenge the fifth-year group of Ravenclaw, leading to another defeat, clocking in at 10 minutes. This experience once again illuminated the disparity in combat effectiveness between the Badgers and the Eagles. While the Badgers displayed versatility, their combat skills paled in comparison to the academically inclined Eagles, who exhibited a remarkable mastery of spells. This superiority was not solely attributed to Professor Flitwick's role as the head of Ravenclaw, but also to the innate talent possessed by the Eagles in this domain. On the 11th day, Karmitt faced the sixth-year cohort of Ravenclaw, and on this day, he encountered genuine trouble. Among the 10 contestants, one individual stood out, Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw. To be frank, Penelope's combat ability astonished Karmitt, as well as others. At the Slytherin table, Gemma Farley observed the 9 fallen contestants with her gaze settling on Penelope, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Karmitt. How could Penelope be so formidable? Gemma glanced at Arabella. Her strength surpasses yours at present. A glint of intrigue flickered in Arabella's eyes as she regarded Penelope. Her magical power may be unremarkable, perhaps even ordinary, but her adeptness and combination of spells are truly fearsome. If she were in Slytherin, she could contend for the position of head girl. Gemma nodded in agreement. Indeed, what a pity. Such prowess should be showcased in Slytherin. Arabella remained silent, intently observing the duel between Karmitt and Penelope, gaining insights from their confrontation. Although Penelope's strength was undeniable, the ultimate outcome was still a victory for Karmitt. The clock marked half an hour when Penelope was enveloped in green light and transported off the stage. Remarkable. It's hard to believe you are merely a first-year student, Karmitt remarked to Penelope. She responded with a smile. Junior, you showed great restraint. Had you not, I would have surely lost much earlier. Karmitt chuckled, choosing not to respond. On the 12th day of the Chief Challenge, Karmitt faced the 7th-year group of Eagles. Ultimately, their outcome remains one of failure, and they succumbed even more swiftly than the 6th-grade Eagles from yesterday. This serves to illustrate Penelope's prowess, undeniably exceptional within Ravenclaw. That evening, Karmitt sought out Professor Chilo once more, engaging in delightful conversation. Professor Chilo appeared eager to impart every ounce of knowledge he possessed into Karmitt's mind. Karmitt found himself slightly exasperated by Chilo's fervor. However, he bore it for the sake of achieving his goals. On the 13th day of the Chief Challenge, a day worthy of commemoration, Karmitt faced a new opponent, students from Gryffindor. Standing upon the platform, he gazed across at the 10 fourth-year lions before him, letting out a resigned sigh. He hoped these young lions would not hold him accountable, for his actions were far from voluntary. As the green light vanished, Karmitt swiftly brandished his wand, casting a flurry of spells, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, and a chaotic barrage of incantations, sending the young lions into a panic. One by one, they fell from the platform and found their way to the infirmary, igniting a wave of outrage among them. The Gryffindors rallied in protest against Karmitt, while the Slytherin snakes, unwilling to be outdone, began hurling insults at the lions on his behalf. Despite their usual politeness, the snakes transformed into venomous adversaries when faced with the lions. Trained under Snape, they were no strangers to the art of insult, though they seldom employed it. Until now, when confronted with Gryffindor, they showcased what true eloquence could achieve. Clearly, They succeeded in nearly driving the young lions to despair. Karmitt, however, refrained from participating in the trivial exchange of insults. After dispatching the lions, he cast a glance towards Snape. Although the professor's expression remained as frigid as ever, a glimmer of warmth flickered in his eyes, revealing a decidedly improved mood. Chapter 82. Chilo in Action. Into the Forbidden Forest. Karmitt couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. After enduring Snape's relentless scrutiny, Harry Potter did not return directly to the dormitory, but sought out Karmitt instead, bearing unsettling news. Snape was looking for him. At midnight, Karmitt had just concluded his practice with runes, hoping for an early night, only to be summoned to Snape's office. Upon his arrival, Snape remained silent, and it was not until past 1 o'clock that he subtly broached a matter, urging Karmitt to be more ruthless with Gryffindor. Should his approach lack sufficient severity, Karmitt would find himself replacing Harry Potter as the teaching assistant. While he harbored no fear of serving as Snape's assistant, he dreaded the ensuing complications. Being in that role would leave him little time to pursue his own interests. Moreover, the plot is on the verge of unfolding. Should Snape delay him, the risk of missing out on so many meticulously arranged plans would render them futile. Thus, today as events transpired as they did. It is truly unjust to hold Karmitt responsible. Being from the same school, Karmitt did not wish to resort to such harsh measures. It is quite vexing that the killing curse is deemed an unforgivable curse. It truly dampens one's spirits. Speaking of which, the disarming charm seems to be a viable option. Should he seek Snape's tutelage in mastering it? If it were to be employed against Gryffindor, surely Snape would dedicate the night to perfecting his skill. However, merely contemplating it suffices. The disarming charm cannot be wielded in earnest, or else Professor McGonagall would not let it pass lightly. The chief challenge has reached its 15th day. Today, Karmitt employed every spell except for the unforgivable curses. The other 9 participants faced no issues, save for one unfortunate soul, Percy Weasley. Today's events cannot be laid at Karmitt's feet. He too is perplexed by the official's audacity. Even after being struck, the official persists in charging forward. It seems Karmitt has deduced the reason. Reporters are present at Hogwarts today, and the official seeks to make a spectacle of himself. No wonder he is so relentless. Karmitt chose to relent. Otherwise, the Weasley family could have enjoyed a lighter burden today. After all, having one less child would certainly alleviate some financial strain. Faced with Percy's incessant advances, Karmitt had no choice but to retaliate decisively. It is likely that this official will find himself recuperating in the infirmary for a few days. The chief challenge has now reached its 16th day. Today, the arena welcomed a group of 10 sixth-year lions. A dismal defeat ensued, of course, for these young lions. Following Snape's directives, Karmitt showed no mercy. A 1-day pass to the infirmary for 10. This, however, has elicited considerable discontent from Madame Pomfrey, who has never witnessed such a steady influx of injured students during her tenure at Hogwarts. Over the past few days, 10 injured students each day have kept her perpetually occupied. The chief challenge has now reached its 17th day. The 7th-year Gryffindor Lions faced defeat. Despite exhausting all their efforts, the outcome remained unchanged. 10 7th-year Lions were unceremoniously cast off the stage. Karmitt gazed at the 5-tiered steps beneath the throne, and he began to comprehend the conditions for their formation. It seems that winning for 3 consecutive days grants one a step. Yet, the purpose of these steps remains unclear, and he is uncertain whether his assumptions hold any truth. Only on the final day will the answers be revealed. Presently, he is not preoccupied with this. Rather, he is curious about who his opponent will be tomorrow. The chief challenge has surpassed the halfway mark. It appears that he has faced nearly every opponent within Hogwarts. Who else will the throne select? Not only is Karmitt intrigued by this, but all of Hogwarts shares his curiosity. Even the professors are speculating, and rumors circulate among the students. Some speculate that a professor will become Karmitt's next adversary. There are even whispers that it could be Dumbledore. The notion of Dumbledore as a contender has garnered considerable acceptance among many. Upon hearing this, Karmitt scoffed. The idea of Dumbledore entering the fray seemed utterly implausible. Slytherin would never present an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, it would be absurd to allow such a prominent challenge to be so far-fetched. Since the challenger is a student, it is inconceivable to select an opponent who is not a student. Otherwise, it would cease to be a selection of a student champion and would instead be a selection of the ruler of the wizarding world. In the dead of night, after concluding his studies on magical runes, Karmitt intended to return to the Slytherin common room when suddenly he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past in the corridor. The shadow leapt through the window and transformed into a dark mass, swiftly disappearing into the night. Karmitt stroked his chin, recognizing it as a use of apparition. Although apparition itself is not permitted at Hogwarts, flight is indeed achievable. Presently, in the wizarding world, only 3 factions have the ability to extend apparition into flight: the Death Eaters in their inky blackness, the Order of the Phoenix in their silvery white, and the most illustrious of them all, the Saints in their gray satin. The Saints hold the highest prestige. The dark mass he had just witnessed was evidently a Death Eater. Currently, there are 2 individuals at Hogwarts who can wield such power: Snape and Professor Quirrell. Karmitt's eyes brightened. It appeared that Quirrell was on the move today. The direction of his flight pointed towards the Forbidden Forest. Could it be that today marks Quirrell's hunt for unicorns? This indicated that the plot was about to unfold. Karmitt was quite curious about the combat prowess of unicorns. It seemed an opportune moment to witness the spectacle. After all, there exists a notion in the wizarding community that unicorns are sacred beings. Yet, within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, unicorns are classified as XXXX level magical beings. This classification is not solely due to the fact that unicorns do not attack wizards. It also reflects the belief that unicorns deserve respect. However, this does not imply that unicorns lack offensive capability. On the contrary, being designated as XXXX level magical beings implies that, even if they do not initiate attacks, they possess formidable strength. For instance, phoenixes are also classified as XXXX level creatures. According to the department's classification, unicorns exhibit considerable power. These creatures are certainly not as simple as they appear. Moreover, unicorn blood is a precious commodity. Were Karmitt to attempt to slay a unicorn himself, he would be courting disaster. However, if he could procure some of its blood without harm, he felt that might be feasible. Such blood is immensely valuable and could aid in the engraving of magical runes. If he could obtain some unicorn blood, Karmitt might be able to experiment with some truly offensive magical runes. With these thoughts in mind, Karmitt hastened towards the Forbidden Forest, his feet carrying him swiftly. Karmitt resolutely made up his mind. Upon his return, he would thoroughly investigate the derivative abilities of the Phantom Shift. It was far too unseemly for him to be running while others flew. Moreover, it was quite inconvenient. Chapter 83. The Combat Power of the Unicorn. Has Karmitt fallen into a trap? Fortunately, being young and swift, Karmitt was able to faintly trace a thread of Professor Quirrell's magical energy. Otherwise, he might have truly lost the trail. As he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, Karmitt was genuinely astonished. It was dark, pitch dark. The trees within the Forbidden Forest towered far above the ordinary ones and were exceedingly lush, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. Karmitt treaded upon the dry, fallen leaves, the only sound being the crunch beneath his feet. Strangely, a shiver coursed through him. This place would be the epitome of a horror film setting. Karmitt continued to track the faint magical fluctuations of Quirrell, delving deeper into the forest. As he advanced, he began to hear numerous sounds, the movements of various magical creatures, somehow unsettling. Nonetheless, Karmitt, being both skilled and audacious, pressed on. After an indeterminate time, Karmitt suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy, accompanied by the sounds of battle. His eyes sparkled. It seemed he had arrived at his destination. He concealed his own magical aura and proceeded cautiously. Just a few steps forward, a streak of arc light shot towards him. Instinctively, Karmitt dodged, the arc striking a nearby tree trunk and leaving a charred mark. Astonished, he wondered what manner of magic this was. He continued to observe the combatants. Quirrell transformed into a cloud of black mist, darting about. Occasionally, a spell would be hurled toward the unicorn, whose horn shimmered with a silvery glow, enveloping it in a protective light that deflected all spells. From the unicorn, arcs of electricity would occasionally shoot towards Quirrell. Karmitt scrutinized the scene and realized that the arcs were indeed bolts of lightning. He stood behind a tree, stroking his chin. Was this the unicorn's method of attack? What was that silvery light? Moreover, could a unicorn harness electricity? A sudden fascination for this creature ignited within him. The black mist continually shifted positions, casting spells towards the unicorn, yet all were thwarted by its silvery shield. Karmitt furrowed his brow. What exactly was this luminous barrier? It seemed to absorb Quirrell's spells entirely, far more effective than the ironclad charm. The crucial question remained. How could it be defeated? How had Quirrell managed to harm it? Just as Karmitt pondered these questions, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The unicorn suddenly neighed twice, raising its front hooves high. In the next moment, the silvery radiance enveloping it began to dissipate. A chill ran through Karmitt. Had it reached its limit? Upon witnessing this scene, Cairo transformed into a shadowy mist and swiftly retreated. Karmitt felt a surge of alarm, realizing he had reacted too slowly. Before him, Radiant silver light coalesced into a shimmering river, flowing around the unicorn and gathering at the tip of its horn. In an instant, a streak of silvery brilliance shot toward Cairo's position. However, due to Cairo's foresight, he had already distanced himself, and the attack clearly missed its mark. After this failed assault, the unicorn buckled its legs and knelt upon the ground, the magical energy surrounding it diminishing rapidly. Observing the unicorn, Karmitt formed a hypothesis. Could this be the unicorn's ultimate move? A single strike that left it utterly weakened? Yet if such a powerful ability existed, why unleash it at this moment? Was it not akin to self-sabotage? Unless, perhaps, this was a move it was compelled to execute? Karmitt's curiosity piqued. He regarded the magical creature with keen interest. Truly, magical beings are wondrous. Yet, as Karmitt reveled in this discovery, a wisp of magical energy dissipated around him. In the next moment, the weakened unicorn abruptly turned its gaze toward Karmitt, causing him to startle. Oh no, it has noticed me. Their eyes locked, and the unicorn's horn glowed once again. Karmitt inwardly cursed, realizing it still possessed the strength to attack. Instinctively, he prepared to retreat. At that moment, the silver light at the horn coalesced into a crescent-shaped emblem that shot directly toward Karmitt. Despite his quick reflexes, the crescent mark was swifter, leaving him no opportunity to evade before it collided with his chest. Just as he intended to assess the situation, he sensed a surge of magical energy approaching rapidly, prompting Karmitt to quickly suppress his own magic. Cairo was returning. Glancing at the feeble unicorn on the ground, Cairo acted decisively and struck it down. As the unicorn breathed its last, Karmitt distinctly observed a faint wisp of dark mist entwining itself around Cairo before vanishing without a trace. After completing this act, Cairo made a cut upon the unicorn's neck with his wand, then bent low to drink deeply from the wound. Karmitt fought to suppress the nausea rising in his stomach, intently watching Cairo's actions. As Cairo consumed the unicorn's blood, the dark mist began to coalesce once more, flowing toward him until it dissipated when he lifted his head. Cairo surveyed his surroundings and then ascended into the air as a shadowy mist. Karmitt remained hidden behind a tree, refraining from making his presence known. Indeed, after 2 or 3 minutes, the dark mist reappeared, with Cairo returning. A smirk crept upon Karmitt's lips. Was this a game? He had far more experience in such matters. After Cairo departed for a second time, Karmitt waited a good 10 minutes before finally emerging from his concealment. Subsequently, I approached the lifeless form of the unicorn, bending down to place my hand upon its body. Karmitt could still feel a faint warmth emanating from the carcass. Shaking his head, he lamented the fate of such a pure creature, fallen to such a tragic end. Magical beasts possess treasures within their very essence, which inevitably attracts the greed of wizards. In truth, they have committed no wrongdoing. However, the adage that a commoner bears the burden of guilt for possessing something precious is universally applicable. After reflecting on this, Karmitt hastily retrieved his specially crafted glass vials. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. The unicorn was dead now. Collecting even a small amount of its blood was worthwhile. This substance was exceedingly rare. Even the purveyors of magical materials from pure blood families seldom had it in stock. The unicorn blood available for purchase typically came from those that had died of natural causes, and it required a stroke of luck for a wizard to come across it. What a minuscule probability that was. Karmitt filled several vials to his satisfaction, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, a furious shout pierced the air. Damn you! How dare you slay a unicorn? Chapter 84. Karmitt attacks the unicorn? The centaur appears. Upon hearing this voice, Karmitt froze in astonishment. Slay a unicorn? Who is this? It was me. Yet before Karmitt could utter a word, an arrow shot towards him. With a swift motion, he conjured a spectral suit of armor beside him. The arrow struck the armor with a resounding clang, falling harmlessly to the ground. Karmitt's expression turned icy. He turned to see what had assailed him. A centaur, also known as a half-man, half-horse creature, stood before him. The indigenous inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. They possessed the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. Renowned for their unique divination abilities, they, like unicorns, were classified as 4X level magical creatures. In truth, the combat prowess of centaurs was not particularly formidable. Their classification as 4X level magical beings stemmed primarily from their intelligence and ability to speak human language. Strictly speaking, aside from their physical appearance, they bore no significant difference from humans, and thus, designating them as 4X was a form of respect. Seeing his first attack fail, the centaur launched another strike at Karmitt, who glared with a cold light. You seek death. With a flick of his wrist, Karmitt summoned his wand, poised to retaliate. Just then, another centaur burst forth from the forest. "Stop, Bane. How could you attack a young colt? Have you forgotten our rules? Centaurs must not harm any young colts." This centaur, while speaking, dashed to position himself between Karmitt and Bane. Bane retorted, "Step aside, Firenze. He is an evil dark wizard. Our code does not apply to dark wizards. He has slain a unicorn. He must pay for the sacred unicorn's life." Upon hearing this name, Karmitt's interest was piqued. "Firenze? Is it that centaur? Who will succeed Trelawney as the new professor of divination 5 years hence? The aberration among centaurs?" Firenze remarked. "Bane, the matter remains unclear. You cannot take action directly. Do you not perceive his attire? He is a student of Hogwarts. Even if he truly slayed the unicorn, we must hand him over to Dumbledore for resolution." Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Bane noticeably calmed, furrowing his brow as he regarded Karmitt. Firenze, observing this, exhaled in relief and turned to Karmitt. "Young colt, enlighten me as to why you find yourself in the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, what transpired with the unicorn?" Karmitt replied. "I was unable to sleep and merely wandered. As for the unicorn, I chanced upon it." Before Firenze could respond, Bane interjected. "He is lying. I patrolled the Forbidden Forest and heard the sounds of struggle. I arrived at once, and he is the only one here. Who else could have committed such a heinous act?" Karmitt rolled his eyes. "Oh, you arrive at once? He has collected several large vials of unicorn blood." Firenze admonished, "Silence, bane. Without evidence, you cannot level such accusations against a mere colt." Bane retorted, "What then do you propose? To slay a unicorn, a creature of sanctity, is a grave sin. It is our duty as centaurs to protect these magical beings. He bears the suspicion of having slain a unicorn. We cannot simply dismiss him." Firenze frowned and stated, "It is simple. We shall take him back to our clan. If he indeed killed the unicorn, our land will reveal the truth. Bonfuriously objected, impossible. Humans may not enter our clan's territory." Firenze countered. "That is the case under normal circumstances. The death of a unicorn is a significant matter, and we must ascertain the truth. To our land. I will explain the situation to the elders." Bane glared at Firenze, who remained unperturbed. The two were at an impasse. Karmitt yawned. "Hey, do you not think you are taking yourself a tad too seriously? When did I ever claim I would accompany you to your clan? What grants you the delusion that you possess the authority to judge whether I am guilty or not? And what instills in you the confidence that you can dictate my thoughts and discuss my character?" Upon hearing this, Bane erupted in fury, drawing his bowstring taut, ready to strike. However, before he could act, tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring him. Subsequently, a rope appeared, coiling around Bane's neck and gradually tightening. Karmitt could not help but marvel at Umbridge's brilliance. This contraption proved remarkably effective against centaurs, and, crucially, it was rather entertaining. Firenze, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in alarm, "Desist, young colt. There is still room for negotiation." Karmitt scoffed. "Negotiation? Do I need to negotiate with you? What makes you believe that your kind has the right to determine the righteousness of a wizard?" Dumbledore was indeed too lenient, allowing you to harbor the illusion that you might somehow elevate yourselves above me. A glint of cold malice flickered in Karmitt's eyes as he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The noose around Bane's neck tightened further, causing him to writhe helplessly on the ground. Firenze was genuinely alarmed. "Stop, little colt. We mean you no harm. Please show mercy. The unicorn is of great significance to the centaur tribe." Bane's frantic demeanor was excessive. He implored for leniency. Karmitt coldly retorted, "Address me as Black, my lord." As Karmitt clenched his fist, the rope constricted even more. Bane's face turned a deep shade of purple, his struggles diminishing significantly. Firenze was taken aback. "Black? You are Karmitt Black?" Karmitt paid no heed to Firenze and instead turned to look behind him. From the depths of the dark Forbidden Forest, a centaur emerged slowly. "Mr. Black, I beg you to cease. I extend my apologies on behalf of Bane." Upon sighting the centaur, Firenze hastened forward. "Elder." The centaur elder regarded Karmitt. "Mr. Black, I have informed Professor Dumbledore. He should be arriving shortly. Perhaps it would be wise to pause until he arrives to address this matter." Karmitt pondered for a moment. It seemed sufficient. He had no intention of outright killing the centaur. After all, centaurs are a recognized species within the wizarding world. Although he was unafraid of the consequences, it would still lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, with Dumbledore's imminent arrival, slaying a centaur might provoke unwarranted trouble. With this thought, Karmitt lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the rope around Bane's neck vanished. Bane scrambled to his feet, casting a wary glance at Karmitt. Karmitt scoffed, "Wretched creature. Chapter 85. The Entrance of Dumbledore. Acknowledgement from the unicorn. Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Bane's expression darkened considerably, while the Centaur Elder remained composed, gazing skyward. A beam of white light sliced through the night sky, heralding Dumbledore's magnificent arrival. The Centaur Elder bowed slightly. It has been a long time, Professor Dumbledore. Firenze and Bane quickly offered their respects. Dumbledore disregarded them and approached Karmitt. Are you injured? Karmitt paused, surprised. Was Dumbledore expressing concern for him? How intriguing. He shook his head. Subsequently, Dumbledore knelt beside the corpse of a unicorn, examining it closely. It was slain after exhausting its powers using moonlight. The Centaur Elder nodded. Indeed, Bane was on patrol in the Forbidden Forest and stumbled upon this scene. At that moment, only Mr. Black was present, which led to their confrontation. Dumbledore turned to Karmitt. Mr. Black, could you recount what transpired? Karmitt said, of course, Professor. I couldn't sleep at midnight, so I ventured into the Forbidden Forest to search for materials or herbs that might be useful to me. Upon arriving here, I stumbled upon this deceased unicorn. As for who attacked the unicorn, I am unaware. A glimmer of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned to the Centaur Elder. Mr. Black has elucidated the matter clearly. Are there any further inquiries? The Centaur Elder remained silent, but the Centaur Bane spoke up. He is lying. He is the only one here, and he possesses the capability to slay a unicorn. Upon this declaration, all eyes in the room turned to him. Dumbledore's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. You are aware that this is a grave accusation? Furthermore, you are accusing the head of the Black family, the foremost candidate at Hogwarts? The Centaur Elder quickly interjected. Silence, Bane. Apologize to Mr. Black and Professor Dumbledore. You are being exceedingly rude. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Bane reluctantly replied, my apologies. I acted in haste. Dumbledore remarked. The unicorn, as one of the most sacred beings, is also blessed by the moonlight. Anyone who slays a unicorn shall be cursed. Whether this is the doing of Mr. Black can be discerned easily. After saying this, Dumbledore turned to Karmitt. Mr. Black, would you mind if I cast a minor spell upon you? Rest assured, this spell will have no adverse effects. It will merely reveal whether you are under a curse. Karmitt shrugged. I don't mind at all, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, then withdrew his wand, pointing it at Karmitt. Reveal swiftly. Karmitt observed the spell with curiosity, wondering if he had encountered it before. Dumbledore seemed to sense Karmitt's confusion and proactively explained, this is a spell of my own invention. It serves no other purpose than to unveil curses or similar afflictions upon an individual. In time, you too shall create your own spells. I believe your talent will allow for that. Karmitt nodded. Creating spells seemed rather enjoyable. He was simply uncertain about the underlying principles. As the power of the spell began to take effect, silver light began to emanate from Karmitt. Soon, the silver light coalesced at his chest. Karmitt felt a refreshing sensation at his heart and instinctively looked down to see a crescent moon mark slowly forming on his chest. Witnessing this, the Centaur Elder, Firenze, and Bane were all taken aback. Even Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised. Firenze stammered, what is this? The unicorn's recognition? Observing their expressions, Karmitt felt a twinge of curiosity. This seemed reminiscent of the moment when the unicorn had reached out to him in its final moments. Judging by their reactions, it appeared to be something remarkable. Karmitt turned to Dumbledore. Professor? Dumbledore remarked, it is quite astonishing, Mr. Black, that you have gained the unicorn's approval. This has never occurred before for male wizards. Unicorns are known to bestow their recognition solely upon witches of pure heart, a consensus shared among all wizards. However, Mr. Black, you have become the first male wizard to be acknowledged. I dare say, you may have provided a new avenue of study for all those who research magical creatures. I have a friend who would be particularly intrigued by you. Karmitt understood precisely whom Dumbledore referred to. Newt, the one who traverses the world with a box. To provoke Newt is akin to inciting a zoo. No one knows the peculiarities contained within that box. Dumbledore turned to the Centaur Elder beside him. Now, I believe Mr. Black has proven his innocence. The Centaur Elder nodded at Karmitt. Indeed, a wizard recognized by a unicorn, pure of heart, could not possibly be the perpetrator of a unicorn's demise. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Black, for our earlier indiscretion. Should you find the time, we would be honored to host you in our Centaur territory. You would be regarded as a distinguished guest. Karmitt nodded. Thank you. Dumbledore then addressed Karmitt. Well then, Mr. Black, let's be on our way. Time is of the essence. Karmitt nodded, and Dumbledore led him directly out of the Forbidden Forest. The three centaurs followed behind, carrying the unicorn's lifeless body. The death of a unicorn within the Forbidden Forest was a significant matter. It necessitated informing all centaurs and other magical creatures alike. The demise of the unicorn signified a troubling reality. The Forbidden Forest was no longer safe. As Karmitt walked alongside Dumbledore through the forest, Dumbledore inquired, "Mr. Black, did you truly not witness the assailant who attacked the unicorn?" Karmitt replied, "I don't believe so." Dumbledore chuckled, "The mark of lunar radiance upon your chest. The unicorn's recognition can only be bestowed while the unicorn is alive. Few are aware of this. I learned it only through a friend." Karmitt smiled. "In truth, Professor, you know precisely who that individual is. Currently, Hogwarts is in dire need of unicorn blood, and it seems there's only one person audacious enough to slay a unicorn." Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before sighing. He was once a remarkably talented student. Karmitt did not respond. He was uncertain whom Dumbledore was referring to. Professor Quirrell? Or perhaps Tom? Chapter 86. Newt's longed for ability. The chief challenge on the 18th day. Karmitt queried, "Professor, I am quite curious. What is the significance of the unicorn's approval?" Dumbledore replied, "The specifics elude me. You know well that I have never been particularly fond of the study of magical creatures. I was never keen on it during my school years. However, I believe you may find the answer for yourself." Karmitt remained non-committal. Useless Dumbledore, of no help at all. Upon returning to the castle, Dumbledore bid farewell to Karmitt and made his way back to his office. Karmitt glanced at the clock. It was just past 2 o'clock. The day still held much promise. This thought startled Karmitt, as he realized he had unwittingly become engrossed in his studies. It was already past 2, yet he felt as though the afternoon was still young. Without hesitation, Karmitt headed straight to the library. Since Vanny had given Filch's cat a sound thrashing, the feline had taken to hiding, leaving Filch without a companion to seek out the night-wandering young wizards. Thus, Karmitt was free to pursue his interests without concern. He made his way directly to the restricted section of the library, his fingers gliding along the shelves until he located his target, the mysteries of magical creatures. Karmitt opened the book and quickly found the information he sought. Unicorns. He perused the entries regarding these extraordinary beings. Unicorns are indeed remarkable creatures. They embody purity and possess a divine grace. Favored by nature, they can harness the power of moonlight, which endows them with formidable strength. Through their majestic horns, they can effectively utilize their unique abilities, creating a barrier that absorbs the attacks of other beings, storing that energy within the moonlight. However, the world maintains a balance, and the unicorn's vulnerabilities are equally apparent. There exists a limit to the amount of energy they can absorb, and once this threshold is reached, they must release the stored energy. This act leaves them in a state of profound weakness, rendering them powerless during that time. After absorbing this knowledge, Karmitt gained a clearer understanding of the situation. No wonder. His earlier conjecture was correct. The unicorn had not intended to unleash its full power out of choice, but rather, it was compelled to do so due to the saturation of absorbed energy. Thus, this was the key to overcoming a unicorn. Indeed, one never ceases to learn. Karmitt had never encountered such knowledge before, nor had he ever delved into its study. Hogwarts was undoubtedly the right place for him. Continuing to leaf through the pages of the book, Karmitt soon discovered more insights. Unicorns are embodiments of sanctity, and many wizards aspire to earn their favor. Through diligent research, wizards have discerned that only witches of pure heart are deemed worthy of a unicorn's recognition. The definition of a pure heart remains elusive. However, it is known that those witches blessed by unicorns tend to achieve great things in their futures. Perhaps they not only consider purity of heart, but also a wizard's potential. A unicorn will bestow its recognition upon only one witch in its lifetime, the chosen witch receives the unicorn's blessing. As the creature gathers moonlight to imprint a unique mark upon her, a crescent-shaped symbol. This mark grants the recognized, which the acceptance of nearly all magical creatures. Even the most ferocious dragons would not dare to attack a wizard acknowledged by a unicorn. Moreover, those wizards branded by unicorns have the unique ability to draw upon a fraction of lunar power. While this power may be limited and of modest utility, it remains a rather extraordinary ability. Karmitt closed the book in his hands, realizing the significance of this newfound knowledge. The prospect of harnessing lunar energy intrigued him. What might such power entail? He did not perceive it as particularly remarkable, yet it appeared worthy of further investigation. After all, obtaining the approval of all magical creatures must be the aspiration of Newt. This ability indeed holds considerable merit, as many magical beasts are genuinely formidable. Returning the book to the shelf, Karmitt stifled a yawn. Weariness washed over him, spurred by the interference of those insufferable centaurs who had disrupted his plans for the evening. He had intended to inscribe magical runes using unicorn blood, but those wretched centaurs had squandered his time. Thus, his initial plans would have to be postponed until tomorrow. On the 18th day of the Chief Challenge, all 4 houses had pitted Karmitt against every grade. Curiosity buzzed among the students regarding who his opponent would be today, and Karmitt shared their eagerness. From the Slytherin 4th to 7th years, culminating with the Gryffindor 4th to 7th years, he found himself in a position where he had no rivals within the student body. However, with 13 days remaining until the conclusion of the Chief Challenge, it was evident that he still had a long way to go before achieving a perfect score. What sort of opponent would the throne assign him? Were there any challengers he had yet to face? Surely, they would not pit him against a professor, for that would be excessively cruel. Despite his considerable strength, he could easily contend with average professors. Nevertheless, if faced with a headmaster-level opponent, he would find himself outmatched. When it came to magical reserves, experience, spell combinations, and timing, Karmitt fell short. Becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts is no trivial feat, excluding the likes of Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. Their prowess represents the pinnacle of the magical realm. Karmitt's abilities are merely a tier below theirs. Therefore, should a headmaster be placed before him, there would be no need to evade. Even facing Severus Snape alone would pose an insurmountable challenge for him. In this Chief Challenge, one should not expect leniency. If Professor McGonagall were to step up, she might just unleash a spell that would leave him befuddled. After all, if leniency were shown, it would be evident to all and diminish the worth of Karmitt's status as chief, thus tarnishing Hogwarts' reputation. Such actions would be folly. Following the Transfiguration class, Karmitt found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his midday opponent, scarcely aware of how he arrived in the Great Hall. Luncheon was a delightful fusion of Western and Eastern cuisines. The young wizards consumed their meals with remarkable swiftness, as if they had cultivated a habit during this period, their dining pace significantly enhanced. After all, the post-dinner entertainment was truly exhilarating, becoming the most anticipated event for the young sorcerers. Following their evening repast, the eager assembly awaited the arrival of the throne. Karmitt, seated in his place, clenched his fists beneath his robe. The throne materialized punctually, and without unnecessary preamble, a beam of green light shot downwards. Chapter 87. The early appearance of the head prefects. Some students expressed their curiosity. Oh, why are there fewer chosen by the green light today? Only 7? Those in the know explained. These 7 are the head prefect from Slytherin, spanning from 1st to 7th year. They are the most formidable in their respective grades. Draco gazed at the green light enveloping him, excitement bubbling as he spoke to Harry beside him. Harry, I'm about to take the stage. Harry Potter cautioned. Be careful. Mr. Black won't hold back. The exhilaration on Draco's face instantly faltered. Indeed, he had forgotten this crucial detail. While taking the stage was an honor, he was to face his cousin in combat. The thought of his cousin's formidable prowess sent a shiver down Draco's spine. 7th year, Gemma Farley exchanged glances with 4th year, Arabella. Gemma remarked, I never imagined we would be taking the stage so soon. I thought we would be the guardians on the final day. Arabella replied, this is no longer just a contest for Slytherin's top position. It's a competition for the overall champion of Hogwarts. I can hardly fathom the caliber of opponents he will face. Gemma laughed. I didn't expect you to say that. It's quite remarkable that even someone as proud as you feels trepidation. Arabella asserted, I do not fear, not even in the presence of Dumbledore. I would raise my wand without hesitation. My feelings towards him stem from respect for strength and a clear understanding of my own capabilities. Gemma chuckled. Say what you will. I hope we can give him a bit of trouble. His strength is rather intimidating. The throne did not afford them much time for further discourse. Guided by the green light, the 7 head prefects of Slytherin soared into the air, landing upon the stage. Karmitt followed suit, drawn upwards by the green illumination. He surveyed the 7 before him, primarily focusing on Gemma and Arabella. Battling these 7 would be no easy feat compared to facing a group of 10 from other houses in the 7th year. Even the youngest, Draco, had worked diligently since becoming a head prefect, and his current strength was no longer feeble. Not to mention, Karmitt had glimpsed their prowess at the beginning of the school year. Gemma Farley, with her somewhat outrageous strength, had clearly held back during the head prefect ranking matches. However, today would offer an opportunity to assess the true extent of the abilities possessed by these 7. Draco waved at Karmitt, exclaiming, Cousin, have mercy. Karmitt responded with a radiant smile. Mercy is out of the question. As the weakest, I am destined to be the first to fall. The green barrier began to gradually dissipate. In the next moment, Karmitt launched an attack directly at Draco. This marked Karmitt's first proactive strike in the ongoing Chief Challenge. From the teacher's table, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating. Mr. Black is taking the initiative and with full force. It seems these 7 children are exerting considerable pressure on him. Professor McGonagall remarked, "We have witnessed that child, Farley, during the chief challenge. Had she not faltered in the final round, she would have certainly advanced as the top student. Not to mention Arabella, who, despite being in her 4th year, is already a formidable contender, second only to Gemma Farley." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. In terms of combat prowess, Slytherin indeed stands as the strongest among the 4 houses. On the arena, Draco observed as Karmitt was the first to attack him. He quickly cast a shield charm he had recently mastered. The moment the shimmering armor manifested, Karmitt's strike landed, shattering the protective barrier. Fortunately, the shield charm provided some cushioning, allowing Draco to stagger back several steps without being completely eliminated from the contest. Karmitt let out a soft sound of surprise. During this time, he had not paid much attention to Draco, as he had numerous matters occupying his mind. He was astonished to see how much Draco had progressed. Surely, Lucius would be quite pleased if he were to witness this. At that moment, an attack suddenly came from behind Karmitt. His shield charm instinctively appeared to defend against it. The assailant gasped. How is it possible that the shield charm can be used like this? Karmitt slowly turned to discover that the attacker was none other than Conrad Slughorn, the 6th-year head of the house. Indeed, it was that Slughorn, a family renowned for its esteemed member, Horace Slughorn, who had been the potions professor during Voldemort's time at school and one of the most celebrated potion masters in the wizarding world, having provided significant assistance to Voldemort by revealing the secrets of Horcruxes. Karmitt flicked his wand lightly, sending a spell soaring toward Conrad. Sensing the danger, Conrad swiftly dodged. But before Karmitt could pursue, another attack was launched at him, this time by Marcus Flint. Marcus, with his unappealing appearance, bared his teeth while attacking, rendering him even more grotesque. This provoked Karmitt's desire to eliminate him first, as he was quite the eyesore. Facing Marcus's wand, Karmitt flicked his own, deflecting the spell toward Elena Rosier, the 3rd-year head of the house, who hailed from the illustrious Rosier family, also renowned in the magical community. The Rothschild family is divided into 3 branches, one in Britain, one in France, and one in Germany. Their fame predominantly stems from the French branch. Among them, the illustrious Vinder Rothschild, renowned as the Black Rose of France, is particularly notable. The second in command of the Sorcerer's Party hails from this lineage. When faced with a curse aimed at her, Elena displayed an unexpected calmness for her age. With a subtle wave of her wand, she cast an ironclad charm upon herself, an inaudible ironclad charm. The curse collided with her protective spell, shattering upon impact. Remarkably, aside from a slight fading in color, her charm remained largely unaffected. Karmitt nodded to himself, recognizing that Slytherin truly lives up to its reputation as a training ground. Each of the hidden level leaders demonstrated exceptional prowess. What was most impressive, however, was their seamless collaboration. Their relentless attacks left Karmitt no respite. Curses rained down upon him, causing his ironclad charm to resonate loudly, and it began to tremble precariously. It was evident that even his protective spell was struggling to withstand the relentless barrage. Chapter 88. The Plan of the Hidden Level Leaders, Draco, Under Siege. From the faculty seating, Professor Flitwick suppressed his urge to cheer, murmuring in a hushed tone, "These children are remarkable. The synergy of their spells is extraordinary. Each of their curses complements the others so well." Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with pride. She was a person devoid of bias towards any house. To her, all students were equal. What could bring her greater joy than witnessing her students flourish under her guidance? The professors marveled at the display, and the students from other houses were left agape, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Was this truly the fighting capability of students? How could all 7 of them possess such strength, far surpassing their years? With 7 such individuals in Slytherin, it was no wonder they were hidden-level leaders. The effectiveness of Slytherin's training system was indeed remarkable. But should we not be equally astounded by Black's prowess? After all, with such strength, he could easily dominate all 7. At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione watched Draco, who was relentlessly assaulting Karmitt, gritting her teeth. She often chatted with Harry and Draco, enjoying a strong camaraderie. However, she never anticipated Draco's power to reach such heights, instilling a sense of urgency within her. In fact, she contemplated joining Slytherin, as their rapid advancement in strength was undeniable. She was still unaware of Harry Potter's current capabilities. Reflecting on their early days in school, they had once been on equal footing, but Karmitt was now beyond their reach. And Hermione simply could not allow the other 2 to lag behind. Such a notion was unacceptable for the ever-proud Miss Know-It-All. Hermione gazed at Penelope, who sat at the head of the long table, and resolved to enhance her own abilities without delay. Meanwhile, on the arena, Draco remained oblivious to the fact that his prowess had inadvertently provoked Hermione. He was currently evading Karmitt's relentless assaults with all his might. "Cousin, why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" Draco exclaimed, his situation increasingly precarious. Despite his rapid growth and strength, he still fell short in comparison to Karmitt. Karmitt chuckled. "Isn't this what you all plotted beforehand?" Draco faltered, nearly caught by Karmitt's strike, and barely managed to roll aside. Astonished, he asked, "Cousin, how did you know?" Karmitt chose not to elaborate. It was evident from the moment he made his move against Draco that this group was coordinated, using Draco as bait. All Draco needed to do was run and create opportunities for their attacks. Gemma Phalli cast a spell towards Karmitt, only to have it effortlessly deflected. With a smirk, he turned to Arabella, saying, "Your plan has been uncovered." Arabella replied, "If he hadn't seen through it, I would have been surprised, but to decipher it so quickly. Not only is he formidable, but his cunning is also exceptional." Gemma Phalli remarked, "Save your compliments for later. Keep attacking. Blake's strength is rather terrifying." Arabella nodded and brandished her wand. Bone-breaking curse. The first dark spell of the match was unleashed. Karmitt waved his wand, countering with a bone-breaking curse of his own. The two spells collided and shattered upon impact. Ignoring Arabella, Karmitt continued his assault on Draco. He had discerned their intentions, yet he had no intention of altering his approach. This was a deliberate strategy. It was indisputable that Draco was the easiest to deal with. The tougher opponents could remain for later. The fewer distractions, the better they could be dismantled. Karmitt relished the thrill of tearing apart all schemes with sheer strength, a joy not easily comprehended by others. For Karmitt, such opportunities were rare. Generally, he did not grant others the chance to outmaneuver him. As Karmitt wielded his wand, 3 spells surged towards Draco. Draco's expression shifted dramatically. "I can't evade this." He was left with no choice but to cast his protective charm once more. However, his basic shield charm was as flimsy as paper against Karmitt's onslaught. Others attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Karmitt was no mere brute. While he relentlessly pursued Draco, he strategically forced Draco's movements towards the edge of the arena. It was precisely for this moment that the others had no opportunity for rescue. The remaining members of the group also recognized the gravity of the situation, becoming acutely aware of Karmitt's formidable and frightening nature. Instances of the weaker overpowering the strong were not unheard of. However, should an individual possess formidable strength, coupled with keen intellect and the ability to employ wisdom in the heat of battle, their terrifying prowess would ascend to unparalleled heights. Undoubtedly, Karmitt exemplifies such a person, endowed with exceptional combat awareness and terrifying strength. Draco was predictably hurled aside, crashing to the ground beneath the stage, uttering several groans of dismay. Harry Potter hastened to assist him. "Draco, are you all right?" Draco shook his head, exclaiming, "My cousin's strikes are excessively ruthless. I nearly met my demise." Harry Potter, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, "I warned you to exercise caution. Mr. Black will show no mercy." Draco lamented, "Alas, I had no clear concept of my cousin's abilities until now. This is truly daunting. Even with our prior discussions and rehearsals, my cousin still found an opening. Ultimately, our coordination was insufficient, and they failed to seize the opportunity to protect me." At that moment, Hermione approached Draco. "You are mistaken. Cannot you see that every step you took, even the direction in which you dodged, was meticulously calculated by Karmitt?" Draco was taken aback, hesitating to retort, as his mind began to replay the recent encounter. In this regard, Draco had made considerable progress. Moments later, realization dawned upon him. "So that's it. I unwittingly fell into my cousin's trap." Hermione smiled, watching Karmitt charge towards a second-year hidden-level student, Dickens Not, her eyes filled with admiration and aspiration. She was no longer the novice in the magical realm she once was. Over the past half-month at Hogwarts, she had come to understand the formidable strength Karmitt possessed among his peers. No, not merely his peers, to be precise. His prowess was fearsome even within the entire magical world. Chapter 89. Karmitt's Indomitable Treasure, Harry Potter's Strengthening Resolve. Dickens Not's expression shifted as he saw Karmitt advancing towards him. He waved his wand, declaring, "Obstacles abound, armor to shield, all shall be restrained." He unleashed 3 consecutive spells aimed directly at Karmitt. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Karmitt. With a deft flick of his wand, Karmitt severed the vines effortlessly. As for the restraining spell, before it could even approach Karmitt, he deflected it with ease. Arabella turned her gaze towards Conrad, who was closest to Dickens Not. "Conrad, protect Dickens." Conrad nodded and wielded his wand, attempting to disrupt Karmitt's rhythm of attack. However, Karmitt paid no heed to Conrad's assault. With a mere wave, another iron armor spell manifested, deflecting all of Conrad's attempts. A rueful smile spread across Conrad's face. The iron armor spell was beyond his capacity to breach. Even when they joined forces, considerable effort was required to wear down that spell, let alone facing it alone. In other words, with the iron armor in place, Karmitt was already in an invincible position. This is a fact known to all, yet they still wish to fight, to demonstrate their strength, and let everyone witness the prowess of Slytherin's head of house. Even if they ultimately face defeat, they will have no regrets. Dickens, not as expected, was knocked off the stage. Standing on the platform, Dickens shook his head with a wry smile. Ultimately, the gap in strength was too great. However, facing someone as formidable as Karmitt was not without its merits. Battling the strong would enhance his own abilities. After Dickens was cast off the platform, the two sides stood in a tense standoff, as if prearranged. On one side stood the remaining members from their year. 3rd year Elena, 4th year Arabella, 5th year Marcus, 6th year Conrad, and 7th year Gemma Folly. The 5 stood united, vigilant against Karmitt. Gemma Folly lightly shook her wand, addressing Arabella. It seems your plan has fallen through. What do you intend to do now? Arabella replied. You are the strongest. Shouldn't this be your decision? Gemma Folly chuckled. If I were to decide, there would be no need for strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's charge forth. Even in defeat, let us do so with grace. As her words concluded, the casual demeanor of Gemma Folly transformed, taking on a more acute edge as she became serious. The others tightened their grips on their wands. Karmitt gently swayed his elder wand. Then, let the second round commence. With that, Karmitt charged directly at Elena. The remaining members, witnessing Karmitt's advance, proactively engaged. 5 spells surged toward Karmitt. Aware of the full force of his opponents, Karmitt did not underestimate them. A lion spares no effort, even when facing a rabbit. In battle, Karmitt never takes his foes lightly, regardless of who they are. Karmitt's shield charm deflected 2 of the attacks, and he countered 2 others with his own spells. As for the last one, with a flick of his wand, he sent it hurtling back. The test was over. The great battle had begun. Karmitt wielded his wand incessantly, casting spells without pause, while Gemma Folly and the others responded with equal fervor. Karmitt, facing 5 opponents, held his ground resolutely. As time progressed, he began to subtly suppress them. Before long, another head of house was eliminated, not 3rd year Elena, but 5th year Marcus. Karmitt had finally dispelled the illusions that clouded the senses. With 1 less member, the remaining heads felt an increased burden. Although Marcus was not particularly handsome and his strength was average, as a 5th year, he still contributed to the team. Without him, Gemma Folly and the others clearly felt the weight of their predicament intensify. Breathless, Elena exclaimed, I can't hold out much longer. His rate of attack is overwhelming. I'm left only to endure, with hardly a chance to retaliate. As Elena finished her words, Karmitt unleashed a spell that shattered her iron armor incantation. Without granting her the opportunity to recast it, Karmitt swiftly followed up with a quick and efficient disarmament charm. With a flick, Elena's wand flew out of her grasp and tumbled to the ground below the arena. She raised her hands in resignation, declaring, well, I'm out. You all carry on. Without a moment's hesitation, Elena leapt off the stage. Faced with an opponent she could not best even with her wand, she deemed it too humiliating to rely solely on her limited knowledge of nonverbal spells. Her exit significantly impacted the battle. The defensive formation, which had previously allowed the 4 to hold their ground, was now torn asunder. Conrad's Slughorn followed suit, succumbing to a stunning spell from Karmitt and collapsing onto the arena floor, falling asleep instantly. Youth certainly has its advantages. On the stage, only Gemma Folly and Arabella remained. Gemma shook her head, exclaiming, this is quite a gap. Arabella tightened her grip on her wand, asserting, no matter the odds, we must fight. I would rather be flung off the stage than concede. Gemma chuckled. What a coincidence. I share your sentiment. Uncommon for us to agree. Now, it appears we must engage in a life-or-death struggle. As Karmitt approached them, Gemma's eyes glinted with determination. Arabella declared it was about time. With that, she charged at Karmitt, her wand casting 3 spells in rapid succession. Gemma joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of 4 spells, all binding, disarm, shatter to dust, and obstacles abound. Karmitt responded instantly, countering with a flurry of her own spells. In an instant, the 3 became embroiled in a chaotic melee, spells flying and shattering, leaving the onlooking young wizards in stunned silence. Harry Potter stammered, is this what wizard duels look like? It's terrifying. Draco interjected, this is just the beginning. Hogwarts doesn't allow apparition. Imagine if they did. Such battles would be even more dazzling and ferocious. Picture wizards continuously operating, spells erupting from unexpected angles. That would be the true essence of wizard combat. Harry swallowed hard, unable to suppress the vivid imagery Draco conjured in his mind. For the first time, he felt a profound desire for strength. Chapter 90. The initial experience of offensive magic patterns, almost incinerated. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore had been discreetly focusing on Harry Potter. Noticing the fluctuations in his emotions, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It seemed that Harry's entrance into Slytherin had its merits. Redirecting his gaze, Dumbledore returned his attention to the arena. His prowess is undeniably formidable. It is evident that while Gemma Farley and Arabella possess considerable strength, they still fall short in comparison to Karmitt. This observation does not pertain to their magical reserves, but rather to their combat experience, akin to how Karmitt's skills cannot be compared to those of Snape and his peers. The primary challenge for Gemma Farley and Arabella when facing Karmitt lies in this very aspect. Perhaps among students, they exhibit sufficient tenacity and excellence. However, in the face of Karmitt, they remain too inexperienced. Karmitt's ascent to his current status has been arduous. He has carved his path through the treacherous alleys, leaving a trail of lives lost behind him. It is common knowledge that he bears the weight of many souls, albeit without any tangible evidence. This is the illustrious yet bloody history of Karmitt, a testament to the struggles he has endured. Consequently, even if Gemma Farley and Arabella exert every ounce of their strength, the outcome remains predetermined. Nevertheless, their ability to endure until this moment has already surprised Dumbledore, signifying their exceptional prowess. As anticipated by Dumbledore, the battle concluded in a mere 10 minutes, with Arabella being cast off the arena. Gemma Farley, witnessing Arabella's fall, felt a pang of helplessness and unleashed her final spell. However, Karmitt easily deflected it, causing it to ricochet back towards Gemma Farley. Ultimately, she was struck by her own magic, her wand sent flying, and she too fell beneath the arena. Karmitt exhaled a sigh of relief, having secured victory. It was indeed a strenuous encounter. The hidden head of Slytherin proved to be quite formidable. Even Karmitt felt the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, both mentally and physically. With his triumph, the throne reappeared, and the arena transformed into a green light, being absorbed by the throne. Subsequently, beneath the throne, 6 steps began to coalesce slowly, shimmering with an emerald glow. The serpentine sculpture atop the throne seemed to exhibit an increased vitality, casting a glance at Karmitt. Its scarlet eyes fixated upon him, prompting Karmitt to furrow his brow. He suddenly sensed that the sculpture appeared almost animated, as if it housed a sentient being within. He could detect a gaze filled with curiosity and admiration, a complex and wondrous sensation. Just as Karmitt was about to delve deeper into this intriguing perception, the throne vanished without granting him the opportunity for further exploration. Karmitt could only postpone his inquiries until the morrow. However, with the defeat of Slytherin's hidden head, he pondered who would emerge next. He suddenly found himself enjoying the challenge of this chief confrontation. It was akin to opening a mystery box every day, quite entertaining indeed. In the afternoon, potions class commenced, enveloped in the same lethargy and oppressive atmosphere. Karmitt found himself increasingly nostalgic for Gryffindor. Without the reprimands and point deductions characteristic of Gryffindor, potions class felt exceedingly dull. Upon the conclusion of class, Karmitt departed with an added 20 points for Slytherin, satisfied with his accomplishments. Awarding points to Slytherin seemed to be the sole source of amusement for Karmitt at the moment. After the dinner, he plunged headlong into the room of requirement, intent on delving into the intricacies of magical runes. He placed a vial of unicorn blood upon the table and unscrewed the cap, allowing an enchanting aroma to waft into the air. This scent had captivated him the previous day while he was collecting the blood. The properties of unicorn blood are indeed remarkable. Its fragrance was so intoxicating that Karmitt found himself tempted to taste its essence. One could argue that the creator had erred in designing a creature that could not be slain, yet whose hair and blood were so extraordinarily valuable and aromatic. Was this not an invitation to transgression? Karmitt grasped his carving knife and inhaled deeply, for today marked his inaugural attempt at inscribing a magical rune. Truly a day to commemorate. The rune he intended to carve was not particularly complex. It was the most fundamental of attack runes, capable of conjuring a small fireball. However, the runes derived from this fundamental inscription held tremendous potential. In his mind, Karmitt envisioned a series of runic combinations that could unleash a cascade of magical effects, harmonizing with other runes, much like formations in fantastical tales. remarkably wondrous and immensely powerful. Yet, the intricacies of rune carving demanded numerous conditions to be met. Foremost among these was the necessity for materials imbued with magical properties. Finding magical engraving plates proved challenging. Thus, the most accessible materials were the pigments used during the carving process. Utilizing the blood of magical creatures was the optimal approach. Unicorn blood, in particular, served as an excellent medium for inscribing attack runes. Karmitt readied himself, dipping the carving knife into the vial of unicorn blood. As the blood enveloped the blade, it clung to it with fervor. Unlike ordinary carving knives, this one was designed to effectively absorb the blood of magical creatures, gradually consuming it. He aimed the knife at the wooden board before him and began to carve. With the first stroke, a silver line emerged, and maintaining his steady pace, he inscribed intricate silver patterns upon the board. As these silver lines intertwined, Karmitt felt the familiar warmth within him surge forth, channeling toward the wooden surface. Fully absorbed in his task, he dared not let his focus waver, anxious that a miscalculation in angle or speed could jeopardize his efforts. At last, with the final stroke, a surge of warmth was instantaneously drawn from him. In the next moment, the board illuminated with a radiant silver glow. A smile graced Karmitt's lips. He had succeeded on his first attempt. However, in the very next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and he jerked his head to one side. A fireball shot past his cheek, colliding forcefully with the ceiling above. Karmitt, still shaken, stared at the now dull wooden board in his hand. In his excitement, he had forgotten to include the activation rune. This led to the immediate activation of the magical runes upon their completion. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift, otherwise, a fireball to the face would have surely cost me my life or at least a significant portion of it. Gazing at the charred marks on the ceiling, Karmitt felt quite satisfied with the power of the runes. This fireball was no trifling matter. After adjusting his state of mind, he resumed the intricate task of rune carving. By the time Karmitt exited the wish-granting room, it was already past 2 in the morning. Rubbing his temples, he felt a throbbing headache. Sleep was imperative. Prolonged concentration had truly drained his energy. Chapter 91. Harry Potter takes up the seeker position, the inertia of the plot. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmitt collapsed into sleep, neglecting even the eager Van Ney, who awaited to massage his head. Van Ney stealthily approached Karmitt's head, gently sniffing to ensure his breathing was steady before feeling relieved. It had nearly feared that its master had perished. Van Ney lifted a paw and lightly tugged at Karmitt's wizard robe, wishing to help him remove it, as he always did before sleeping. However, it was painfully clear that such a task was beyond its capabilities. After a brief struggle with itself, Van Ney huffed in annoyance and curled up beside Karmitt, licking its paw and resolving to continue training before succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, in Filch's office, his hairless, unattractive cat shivered, inexplicably sensing that something was watching it. Karmitt slept soundly, not awakening until late morning, around 10. Oh, I forgot to mention it was the weekend. Hence no classes at Hogwarts. Were it not for that foolish Draco outside the door, Karmitt might have enjoyed additional rest. He yawned and snapped his fingers, causing the door to swing open. Draco, unless you provide me with a compelling reason for interrupting my sleep, believe me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Draco trembled at the sound of Karmitt's voice. Cousin, today marks Harry's debut. I was just calling you to watch the Quidditch match. Karmitt froze in disbelief. What? Debut? Quidditch? Harry Potter? Draco continued. Yes, Madam Hooch said Harry possesses exceptional flying talent and wrote a recommendation for him to join the Slytherin Quidditch team as a reserve seeker. He has been training, and today he will compete against Gryffindor. Senior Flint mentioned that they would let Harry take a turn. Karmitt rubbed his aching forehead. This couldn't be. Had he traversed time again? When did this happen? Why was he unaware? Was the inertia of the plot this significant? Quidditch was an unavoidable affair for Harry Potter. Was failure to participate a death sentence? Draco cautiously inquired, Cousin, will you be attending? I know I shouldn't have disturbed your sleep, but I'm truly excited. Karmitt waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Can he really quibble with a fool? Under ordinary circumstances, Karmitt had no genuine interest in Quidditch. However, today seemed to present an abundance of excitement. It was Harry Potter's debut match against Gryffindor. Unquestionably, today promised to be entertaining. Karmitt remarked, You go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Draco exclaimed with enthusiasm, Wonderful. If you attend, Harry will surely be more spirited. Without waiting for Karmitt's response, he dashed away. A strange shiver ran down Karmitt's spine. Perhaps this amusement wasn't essential to witness? Karmitt removed his robe and tossed it onto the bed, immediately noticing several claw marks on its back. He turned to his companion, Vanny, and asked, Little one, did you do this? Vanny meowed in response. Karmitt gently tapped Vanny on the head before discarding the robe into the nearby wastebasket. Thankfully, he had several other robes prepared. After freshening up, he gazed at the now-cold breakfast on the table. Karmitt took out his wand and tapped the table. Before long, a fresh, steaming pancake appeared, accompanied by a cup of soy milk. Karmitt looked at the pancake in surprise. To be honest, he was merely experimenting, but he was astonished that Kano's apprentice truly could cook. He tossed aside the knife and fork. Who needed utensils for pancakes? The proper way to enjoy them was with one's hands. The flavor was quite delightful. However, Karmitt felt compelled to offer a suggestion to Kano. The crispy layer within the pancake was essential. Even when adding fried dough sticks, they ought to be the soft variety for enhanced taste. Freshly fried dough sticks were simply unsuitable for being tucked within a pancake. After his meal, Karmitt changed into casual attire and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. As he approached, he could hear the jubilant cheers emanating from within. Clearly, he was late. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. He was not there to watch the match, but rather to enjoy the spectacle. Karmitt walked towards the field, navigating through the spectator passage until he reached the Slytherin stands. Draco had already saved him a spot. Cousin, over here. Karmitt joined Draco and noticed Hermione beside him. Hermione? What brings you to the Slytherin stands? Hermione replied, I came to cheer for Harry. They likely wouldn't welcome me in the Gryffindor stands. Ravenclaw had few attendees today, leaving the seats occupied by some external wizards. Karmitt nodded, in understanding. Draco, visibly excited, exclaimed, Cousin, you arrived just in time. The match has just begun, and the golden snitch has been released. Karmitt regarded Draco, who seemed even more exhilarated than Harry, and shook his head in bemusement. He cast a glance at the unfolding scene. Marcus Flint, despite his unappealing appearance, undeniably possessed a remarkable talent in the realm of Quidditch. Certainly, his talent is confined to violent competitions. On the other hand, the most remarkable figure from Gryffindor is its captain, Wood, a soul singularly devoted to Quidditch. He has dedicated everything to the sport. According to historical accounts, after the Great Battle, Wood's first inquiry was about the resumption of Quidditch matches. Of course, this is merely folklore, as Wood had already graduated by that time. Following him is today as protagonist, Harry Potter. Harry, perched on his broom, is in search of the elusive golden snitch. Unfortunately, he did not receive a brand new Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall. Nor would it be amusing to imagine Snape granting such a request. Asking Snape to deliver 2 slaps to Harry would be quite comical. If he declines, another slap would follow, and if he agrees, the slapping would continue unabated. The same applies to Gryffindor-esque Seeker, with the sole distinction that Harry can perform an additional celebratory gesture. After all, Slytherin has already amassed 60 points in a matter of moments. Just as Karmitt began to feel a touch of boredom, curious about when the fun would commence, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. The cry came from Hermione, who was not far from Karmitt. Draco, look at Harry. His broom seems to be out of control. Chapter 92. Has Harry Potter's broom broken? Draco, taken aback by her words, quickly directed his gaze towards Harry in the sky. There he saw Harry's broom swaying violently, with Harry himself being tossed about. Draco furrowed his brow, realizing that it seemed someone was placing a curse on Harry's broom. It must be said that Draco has shown remarkable growth. He could discern that someone was indeed cursing Harry's broom. Upon hearing Draco's observation, Hermione scanned the stands. Strangely, Karmitt suddenly thought of the Black Cat Sheriff. He mused to himself, poor Professor Snape, once again destined to take the blame. Sure enough, moments later, Hermione exclaimed, I've found it. Karmitt nodded, affirming her revelation. After all, it was undeniable that Snape bore the look of someone accustomed to being scapegoated. Draco inquired, Who is it? Hermione replied, Professor Quirrell. Karmitt's eyes widened in alarm. This was troubling. The plot had veered off course. Draco took the binoculars from Hermione and focused on Professor Quirrell's position. Indeed, it was he. And Professor Snape was also casting spells, likely attempting to counter Quirrell's malevolent incantation. Hermione said, What is crucial now is that we must hurry to save Harry. Draco concurred. Yes, I believe so, but what should we do? After a moment's contemplation, Hermione suggested, We need to disrupt Professor Quirrell's spellcasting. He must maintain focus on his target. If we can divert his gaze, that should suffice. Draco proclaimed, I'll go. I have a plan. However, Hermione interjected, Let me handle it. You stay here and keep watch. If Harry falls, you must cast the levitation charm on him. With that, Hermione thrust the binoculars into Draco's hands and leaped from the stands, racing towards Professor Quirrell's location. Karmitt shook his head. Indeed, Hermione had a solid grasp of the fundamental knowledge and proposed solutions, yet they overlooked a critical issue. In the original text, The reason the broomsticks could withstand the dueling spells of two top wizards was that they were Nimbus 2000s, inherently superior in quality. However, one must consider what broom Harry was using, a dilapidated Hogwarts standard broom. While it might suffice for a flying lesson, expecting it to endure the spell conflict between two powerful wizards was utterly absurd. Karmitt gazed at Professor Quirrell, a sudden question blossoming in his mind. Quirrell's audacious maneuver was rather preposterous. With Dumbledore present, did Quirrell truly dare to act in such a manner? Surely, Dumbledore could not possibly be oblivious to it. But why would Quirrell proceed regardless? Suddenly, a hypothesis formed within Karmitt's mind. Could it be that Quirrell sought to leverage Dumbledore to escape Voldemort's grasp? If that were the case, Quirrell's potential utility would be immensely significant. Above in the sky, events unfolded as Karmitt had envisioned. Before Hermione could reach Quirrell, a sudden crack resonated through the air. Harry Potter's broom inexplicably shattered, eliciting gasps from the crowd as he began to plummet toward the ground. Just as Dumbledore prepared to intervene, another figure moved with even greater swiftness. Karmitt, seated nearby, snapped his fingers, and in the next instant, Harry Potter floated in midair, the shattered broom beginning to mend itself. Once restored, the broom returned beneath Harry. Dumbledore resumed his composure, as if he had never stirred at all. Karmitt turned his gaze toward Quirrell, a slight smile gracing his lips. Surely, this would suffice as stimulation. As always, Karmitt never acted out of mere benevolence. Every action he took was driven by his own motives. As for his purpose in saving Harry, that would soon become apparent. For even Karmitt was uncertain of the efficacy of his own intentions. Back on the broom, Harry Potter patted his chest, still shaken. The remainder of the match unfolded without further incident, as Quirrell appeared disinclined to act again. This only further solidified Karmitt's suspicions. Perhaps Quirrell was indeed testing the waters. Yet Dumbledore had remained silent, leaving Quirrell with no choice but to press forward into the abyss. What a pitiable creature he was. Nonetheless, since Dumbledore offered no assistance, Karmitt had no qualms about extending his own hand, though it required a fortuitous moment. The match concluded with Harry Potter catching the golden snitch, sealing his victory. In terms of seeking the snitch, Harry undeniably possessed a unique talent, being the only one capable of capturing it using any part of his body other than his hands. Karmitt refrained from joining Slytherin celebrations, nor did he afford Harry the opportunity for direct gratitude. Following the conclusion of Quidditch, the atmosphere shifted. Karmitt arrived directly at the room of requirement. A diligent scholar, he toils away in obscurity, unseen by others. This is precisely the essence of Karmitt. Today, he sought to delve into a novel concept, the flight capability of apparition. He had previously inquired with Lucius about the underlying principles of that enigmatic darkness associated with the Death Eaters. Lucius had elucidated that it is, in fact, a synthesis of the levitation charm and apparition. The standard levitation charm is characterized by its sluggish speed and considerable energy consumption, lacking any distinctive features. Thus, those wizards who possess a profound understanding of apparition can derive unique flight spells from it. Clearly, in this era, only 3 individuals qualify as such adept researchers: Voldemort's Death Eaters, the Shadowy Collective, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, the Radiant Assembly, and the Saints, draped in gray-black satin, whose prestige is evidently superior. Once the researchers develop these spells, they can impart their knowledge to others. Although those learners may not attain the prowess of the original developers, they will certainly surpass the conventional levitation charm, even exceeding the capabilities of various flying vehicles. Most importantly, this flight spell can be utilized in conjunction with apparition. Karmitt possesses an exceptionally sharp intellect, as a transmigrated devoid of a system. His greatest assets are his comprehension and memory. Therefore, after Lucius explained the principles, Karmitt had already grasped the essentials. What he now lacked was merely the time to conduct his research. While Karmitt secluded himself in the room of requirement to embark on his new scholarly endeavor. On the other side, Quirrell returned to his office. The moment he closed the door, he collapsed to the floor in anguish. "Master, oh master, why do you punish your humble servant?" Quirrell felt an excruciating pain within his very soul, wailing in torment. Such suffering is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. He writhed on the ground, pleading for mercy. Chapter 93. Karmitt's Leisurely Chess, the Dazzling Flight Spell. After a few minutes, Voldemort concluded his amusement of punishing his servant. His hoarse voice resonated. "Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your schemes? Although I minimized my perceptions during the Quidditch match to diminish my presence. Do you think I was entirely unaware of the commotion outside? Why did you act in front of Dumbledore? Do you wish for me to be exposed?" Quirrell's heart raced with alarm, yet he hastily replied, "No, Master, it was not my intention. I merely sought to eliminate Harry Potter. If I could ensure Harry's demise on the Quidditch field, then your most pressing concern would be eradicated. Your humble servant only wishes to be of service to you. Please, in light of my loyalty, forgive my oversight." Quirrell spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and given Voldemort's current state of mind, he astonishingly believed Quirrell's words. Voldemort let out a cold snort. "Considering that you were working for me, I shall forgive you this time." "Fool, do not let there be a next time. This time, it was Dumbledore who failed to notice. Otherwise, we would be doomed. Do not forget, if anything were to happen to me, you would not survive either. Do you understand?" Quirrell nodded eagerly. Yes, great master, I comprehend. Unfortunately, this time the plan did not succeed. Otherwise, Harry Potter could have been eliminated directly. Voldemort replied coldly. "Fool, it is not so simple to kill that fortunate child at Hogwarts. There must not be a next time. The immediate priority is to acquire the Philosopher's Stone." Quirrell felt disdainful, still unaware of who the real fool was. Regrettably, Dumbledore had abandoned him. He could not believe that Dumbledore was entirely oblivious to his presence. It was evident now that he had become an open book. Only Voldemort remained convinced that he was still concealed in the shadows. It was utterly absurd. Quirrell was genuinely contemplating abandoning ship. He sensed that following Voldemort would lead only to a bleak future. As Quirrell's mind drifted in turmoil, Voldemort's voice resonated once more. "I wish to see that child." Quirrell paused, bewildered. "Who?" Voldemort declared. "Karmitt Black, the rebellious son." Quirrell's heart raced. "Master, why do you wish to see him? He cannot assist you in any way, and he will not influence your plans." Voldemort retorted angrily. "Fool, his power surpasses your imagination. I have said before, I can sense the events of today. His mastery of spells is not inferior to yours, and his strength matches yours. The Death Eaters require fresh blood." Quirrell stammered. But he is the rebellious son." Voldemort responded. "I can offer him a chance, provided he pledges his loyalty. Now, go arrange it. I must continue my slumber. The power of that unicorn's blood will soon be depleted, and you need to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more." With that, Voldemort's voice fell into silence. After waiting for a minute or two, Quirrell tentatively called out, Master. There was no response from Voldemort. Quirrell sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, his heart was filled with anxiety. What should he do? Rationally, he did not wish to harm Karmitt. After all, within Karmitt, he had rediscovered the original intent and joy he felt when he first became a professor. However, he could not disobey Voldemort's orders. Quirrell's heart was ensnared in a tumultuous conflict, a profound dilemma. At that moment, Karmitt was completely unaware of these developments. If he had known, he would have jumped up in excitement. His plan had ultimately borne fruit. Why save Harry Potter? Out of great benevolence? Do not be ridiculous. Karmitt would never possess such magnanimity. The reason he saved Harry Potter was solely to provoke Voldemort further. Karmitt was uncertain whether Voldemort could perceive this. Yet, he felt it was worth a try. He had been waiting for Voldemort to contact him, and the flowers were wilting from the wait. Thus, he needed to provide Voldemort with some provocation. It was merely a strategic move. After all, Harry Potter would not perish. And perhaps a more vulnerable Harry Potter would serve Karmitt's interest better. It is merely a matter of a snap of the fingers. However, if this seemingly idle move proves to be effective, then Karmitt's efforts will not have been in vain. Due to the weekend, the young wizards arrived at the auditorium quite early. Naturally, their purpose was not to dine. They were eager to discover who would be Karmitt's chief challenger today. Just yesterday, the 7 esteemed members of Slytherin had joined forces, yet they were still no match for Karmitt. It seemed that no one could impede his progress, leaving everyone curious about whether there would be something new in store today. However, upon their arrival, the protagonist, Karmitt, had yet to make his entrance. At that moment, within the room of requirement, Karmitt was in a critical phase of his work. He had begun to fuse the flying charm with the disapparition spell. Next, he aimed to create his unique flying ability. Immersed in his studies, Karmitt lost track of time, and soon it was noon. Suddenly, Karmitt's body soared into the air, surrounded by dazzling golden light. Beyond this brilliance, a magnificent golden dragon coiled around him. This dragon was not the typical Western four-legged reptilian creature, but rather a true divine dragon belonging to the Great Xia. The golden light appeared instantaneously on the opposite side of the room of requirement. As Karmitt descended, the golden dragon dove into the ground, transforming into a golden emblem of the Black family imprinted upon the surface. Moments later, the light dissipated and the emblem vanished. With a smile curling upon his lips, Karmitt felt a sense of accomplishment. He had spent considerable time conceptualizing this particular flying spell. It was undeniably impressive. As he constructed the model, he relied purely on imagination, envisioning every detail until the final product emerged. Indeed, the magical world of Hogwarts is a vast landscape of conceptualization. If you dare to dream it, you can achieve it. Seated in his chair, Karmitt rubbed his aching forehead. While the process of conceptualization was exhilarating, it was also quite exhausting. However, now that he had perfected this spell, he could teach it to Belinda and the others. In the future, it would serve as a hallmark of the Black family. This was not merely a simple emblem. It would become a symbol of power and influence. The reason pureblood families possess crests is precisely for this purpose. At that moment, Karmitt's stomach growled audibly. He glanced at the time and realized, to his dismay, that it was already 12:45. Suddenly, it struck him. He was late. With urgency, he dashed out of the room of requirement, realizing that running would not suffice. He thought to manifest his presence dramatically. With a flash of golden light and the dragon entwined around him, Karmitt transformed into a beam of light. Racing toward the Grand Hall. Chapter 94. The Battle of the Houses? Karmitt to the rescue. In the hall, most of the young wizards had already indulged in their meals and were now anxiously awaiting the arrival of the day's protagonist. At the Slytherin table, Harry Potter inquired, "Draco, where is Mr. Black? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Draco replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps he's been delayed by some matter. My cousin always has his own plans and ideas." Harry continued, "It's nearly time. Mr. Black wouldn't forget, would he?" Draco remained silent, though he too harbored concerns that his cousin might indeed have overlooked today as challenge. While the likelihood of that was slim, he recalled disturbing his cousin's slumber that morning, which could have led to such a possibility. Other students from different houses were whispering amongst themselves. It was not only the students who were waiting, the professors were also anticipating the event. At that moment, a voice rang out. "I believe he is too afraid to show up." Everyone turned to locate the source of the voice, which came from the Gryffindor table. It was Ron speaking. The Weasley twins began to private banter once more. "Fred, do you think our family has produced a fool?" One of them mused. "Your suspicions are quite justified. It is evident that his intellect leaves much to be desired. Let us hope this does not adversely affect the next generation of the Weasley family. Perhaps we should suggest his expulsion from the family." They joked quietly, fully aware that they would never truly propose such a course of action. Yet their irreverent humor remained unaffected. At the Slytherin table, several hot-tempered students rose in indignation. "What did you say? Damn Gryffindor. Mind your own business." The expressions of the Slytherin students darkened. Karmitt was currently the pride of Slytherin. Should he ascend to be the foremost among all of Hogwarts, their house would bask in shared glory. They could not allow anyone to speak ill of Karmitt. Other students also began to point and murmur at Ron, their comments largely unfavorable. Yet, Ron remained oblivious to their disdain. His sole focus was on the attention he had garnered from everyone, which inflated his vanity immensely. The foolish Ron Weasley did not realize that while heroes are often the center of attention, so too are fools. Ron stood up and declared, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? If he is not afraid, then why hasn't he shown up? If you ask me, all you Slytherins can do is plot in the shadows and conspire." He unleashed his jealousy without restraint, consumed by a frenzy of envy towards Karmitt. At the staff table, Snape's expression turned icy. "Professor McGonagall, I believe the standards of Gryffindor students need to be elevated." Professor McGonagall, now fully aware of Snape's genuine ire, felt a surge of anger herself. It was rare for Snape to address her with such formality, using both her surname and full title. "Mr. Weasley, sit down. You must apologize for your words. Even if Mr. Black were to lose, his abilities far exceed your own." Ron felt a surge of indignation. So what? He still dares not show his face, not even to dine. Who knows where he hides, trembling with fear. I even suspect that the so-called 7 hidden leaders you mentioned yesterday are merely playing along. This is nothing but a farce of your own making. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several hidden leaders at the Slytherin table darkened considerably. Even Gemma, Farley emanated an indistinct aura of menace. Arabella coldly retorted, "Can you endure this? If you can, then endure. Weasley, you're courting death." As she spoke, Arabella rose from her seat, her wand appearing in her hand. The fourth-year Slytherins swiftly followed her lead, drawing their wands in unison. It was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The other Slytherin hidden leaders mirrored their actions, followed closely by their Year S students. At the Gryffindor table, while the young lions disdained Ron, they could not abandon him at such a moment. As Percy was the first to draw his wand, the others quickly followed suit. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students surprisingly unified, stepping aside to clear the battleground. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. Enough. What are you all doing? The prospect of a clash between the two houses loomed ominously, and McGonagall could hardly conceal her fury. Snape's eyes flickered with cold light, yet he remained seated, refraining from intervening. Though the students heard McGonagall's voice, none lowered their wands. It seemed that the confrontation was imminent. A smile crept across Ron's face as he savored the unfolding scene, relishing his role as the central figure orchestrating it all. The sense of fulfillment within him was indescribable. Just as McGonagall prepared to intervene personally to quell the chaos, a golden light suddenly burst through the entrance of the hall. The radiance settled in the midst of the two factions. As the glow dissipated, the figure of Karmitt emerged slowly. A golden dragon spiraled down from above, landing gracefully on the ground, coalescing into the emblem of the Black family. The professors seated at the staff table narrowed their eyes slightly. Dumbledore straightened a bit in his seat, realizing that Karmitt's display was far more impressive than his own creation of the flying charm. He recognized the power behind it as a derivative of the disapparition spell. The other professors also discerned this. Dumbledore felt a twinge of regret. In his eagerness to empower the Order against the Death Eaters, he had hastily devised the flying charm when he should have meticulously modeled it. Meanwhile, the young wizards gaped at Karmitt in awe. George swallowed hard. Fred, he looks so cool. You're right, George. I've never agreed with you more than I do at this moment. I want to learn. I feel we share the same thoughts. George nodded vigorously. Among the Ravenclaw students, a group of young witches' eyes sparkled with excitement. What is that? A golden giant python? How magnificent! At this moment, Zhang Qiu remarked, no, that is neither a python nor a snake. It is a dragon, the true divine dragon of the Great Xia. A dragon? Why does it lack wings? Zhang Qiu explained. Because the Great Xia dragon differs from the Western dragon. It has the power to summon wind and rain and serves as a guardian of peace. The young wizards of Ravenclaw nodded, once again enlightened. Zhang Qiu gazed at Karmitt, her face alight with curiosity, as she never anticipated how well-versed he was in the culture of Great Xia. This spell was clearly not one of the existing incantations. It was of Karmitt's own invention. In Great Xia, the divine dragon is merely a legend, yet Karmitt possessed such knowledge. How erudite he must be! Chapter 95. The chief's authority begins to take shape. One person dominates two houses. Karmitt's gaze swept over Gryffindor and Slytherin. It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. Are you all hosting a ball? Draco interjected. Cousin. That damned Weasley claimed you are afraid. Karmitt nodded. And then what? You drew your wands against your own classmates, even if he is a fool? Upon hearing Karmitt's words, Ron was instantly incensed. What did you say? Karmitt abruptly turned his head, his aura locking onto Ron, a palpable menace enveloping him. Karmitt had emerged from Nocturne Alley, possessing a genuine aura of intimidation, cultivated from the weight of lives. Ron, under Karmitt's glare, turned pale, his legs weakened, and the familiar warmth returned, as he was once again frightened to the point of losing control. Karmitt scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the Slytherins. Is such a worthless individual worthy of your wants? Draco and the others lowered their heads. Although Karmitt's challenge was not yet concluded, many from Slytherin had tasted defeat at his hands. In the face of Karmitt, they were genuinely intimidated. Karmitt commanded, put away your wands. The young Slytherins hesitated. Karmitt frowned, his voice deepening. I said, put away your wands. Reluctantly, the young Slytherins complied. Even the 7 prefects followed suit. Karmitt continued, spells are not meant to be wielded against your own kind. Even if those lions are foolish, they are still our classmates. Remember, never point your wands at those who stand in the same camp as you. On the platform, Professor McGonagall and the other professors displayed expressions of admiration. Professor Flitwick even slammed the table, exclaiming, well said, Black. You should be the chief of Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick was quite animated. Were it not for the fear of Snape's wrath, he would have eagerly pulled Karmitt into Ravenclaw. Such a talent truly belonged with Ravenclaw. Karmitt offered a slight nod to Professor Flitwick in gratitude, then turned to the Gryffindors who were irked by the foolish remarks. What is this? Do you wish to fight? Perhaps we should have Professor Dumbledore organize it. Let us see what unfolds. Why not modify the rules for a life-and-death battle? Karmitt cast a sweeping glance over the gathering of Gryffindors. None dared to meet his gaze. Unbeknownst to them, Karmitt's imposing presence had quietly intensified. Observing the scene, Dumbledore wrapped his cup. Enough of today's farce. However, a punishment is still warranted. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 50 points. Do you have any objections? No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Karmitt interjected. Professor, I believe there is indeed a cause for dissent. Frustration flickered within Karmitt. Was Dumbledore not clearly showing bias? Mr. Black, please elaborate, Dumbledore urged. It is evident that this incident was incited by that coward from the Weasley family, who insulted the entire Slytherin house. What fault lies in Slytherin defending its honor? Admittedly, they should not have drawn their wands, yet to witness their house being belittled without a reaction. Professor Dumbledore, do you truly think this is just? Dumbledore felt a wave of weariness wash over him. At that moment, Snape spoke up. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe Mr. Black is correct. Dumbledore's headache intensified. Reluctantly, he replied, Then, Mr. Black, how do you propose we address this? This matter concerns both houses. It cannot be resolved by punishing only one side. Indeed, Professor, you are right. It is unjust to penalize only one party. However, Slytherin was merely defending its honor, and Gryffindor, in drawing their wands against Slytherin, was equally standing up for their own. In my view, neither house is at fault. The prideful Gryffindors looked at Karmitt in bewilderment. They had not anticipated his defense, which left them feeling somewhat guilty, especially since it was their own house that had spoken ill of him. Casting a glance at Ron, who remained paralyzed by fear on the floor, the little lions felt an even greater disdain. Dumbledore regarded Karmitt, suddenly realizing what he was about to say. He quickly interjected, In that case, let us not. Yet before he could finish, Karmitt interrupted him. Nevertheless, while neither house has erred, it is undeniable that someone has indeed committed a wrongdoing today, and that is Ron Weasley. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, Professor, should you not impose a punishment solely upon the one at fault? Dumbledore, feeling helpless, found himself unable to restrain Karmitt. He surveyed the students, noting that all were nodding in agreement with Karmitt's assertion, even the Gryffindors. Professor McGonagall added, Headmaster Dumbledore, I concur with Mr. Black. Dumbledore felt utterly drained. With points being deducted, wasn't Gryffindor destined for the bottom of the House Cup standings? Yet now that Professor McGonagall had spoken, he found himself at a loss. Very well. Due to Mr. Ron Weasley's inappropriate remarks, Gryffindor shall lose 50 points. Ron, lying on the floor, trembled slightly, releasing a bit more of his fear. The young lions of Gryffindor gazed at the emptied hourglass, harboring no resentment towards Karmitt, directing all their ire towards Ron instead. Each one glared furiously at Ron, even the lionesses among them. Karmitt harbored no doubt that, were it not for Hogwarts, Ron might have met a dire fate right here. He offered a slight nod to Professor Dumbledore, expressing his gratitude for the fair judgment. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unwilling to speak. Utterly fatigued, this was the epitome of exhaustion. The throne, as if attuned to the happenings at Hogwarts, abruptly manifested in the sky at the precise moment when all matters had just been resolved. Familiar scenes, well-known frames, and a customary sequence unfolded. The throne descended in a cascade of green light, enveloping Karmitt, who was then drawn up to the arena. Confused, he searched for his opponent. Was he to assume that his challenge was concluded? The others in the great hall watched the throne with curiosity, eager to discern its intentions. Just as everyone was pondering, the throne moved once more. The six-tiered steps beneath it shattered, transforming into a wave of green light that cascaded towards the Slytherin table. In the next instant, the green light summoned forth the students who had previously been defeated by Karmitt. 40 of them. Karmitt was bewildered, as were the young wizards, and even the professors at the staff table were taken aback. Dumbledore appeared astonished. Karmitt widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this a jest? To face 40 opponents? He glanced towards the other tables, realizing the implication. The so-called Hogwarts champion must possess the ability to overpower an entire house. Was this the criterion for selection? This seemed less like choosing a champion and more akin to selecting a headmaster. The expectations for strength were exceedingly high. At the Slytherin table, a significant portion of space lay vacant. Gemma Folly's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this the challenge for the Hogwarts champion? How terrifying. Arabella frowned, questioning. Was it not limited to a maximum of 40 individuals? Gemma pondered briefly before responding. It seems no one has ever stipulated that the upper limit is 10. Historically, only 10 have participated, likely correlating with the challenger's strength, Arabella remarked. Thus, the Hogwarts champion must surpass the 4 houses. Did Salazar, Slytherin, truly intend for someone to achieve this challenge? Gemma replied. I suspect the intensity is adjusted according to the challenger's prowess. His strength is formidable. Arabella countered. 40 individuals casting spells. None could casually withstand that, no matter how powerful he is. Gemma gazed at Karmitt on the arena, asserting, I believe he can perform miracles. As Gemma Farley engaged in conversation with Arabella, Karmitt pondered a way to break the stalemate on stage. Confronted by 40 wizards, even his formidable prowess seemed somewhat daunting. especially under the constraints of refraining from widespread dark magic. In a wilderness scenario, he could easily dispatch 40 adversaries with a mere incantation. But here, within the confines of the arena, he could not resort to lethal measures against the students. This was the crux of his dilemma. He needed to incapacitate them or force them off the stage. Otherwise, they could regroup and prolong the conflict, which would truly become a vexatious predicament. Despite the strength of his iron armor spell, it was implausible to withstand 40 simultaneous curses. Although the opposition comprised students whose spells were relatively weaker, they nonetheless possessed significant potency. Before Karmitt could devise a strategy, a green light began to dim. In the next moment, all 40 individuals launched an assault against him. Karmitt's brow furrowed as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously casting 3 silent iron armor spells before him. The initial wave of attacks shattered the first spell, while the second began to wobble precariously. Observing the situation, Karmitt noted with relief that the students' abilities varied greatly, and their lack of coordination was advantageous for him. Had they synchronized their efforts, he would have faced a true challenge. However, their disarray allowed him to pick them off one by one. Unlike the previous day, when he faced 7 adept opponents, the sheer number before him necessitated that he eliminate the most significant threats first. His gaze fixed upon the group of 10 seventh-year students, the most formidable among them. Yet, they were positioned rather far, complicating any attempt to seize them. If only he could employ the disapparition spell. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He had acquired a new ability today. With a focused thought, a golden aura enveloped Karmitt, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Transformed into a streak of golden light, he danced across the arena, occasionally unleashing spells directed at the Slytherin students. The young serpents found themselves in dire straits, utterly unable to retaliate. How could they strike back when they couldn't even make contact? Meanwhile, Karmitt reveled in his newfound advantage. The flight spell he had mastered today spared him considerable effort. Now, with this aerial capability, he possessed an unbeatable trump card. As spells cascaded from his hands, it took mere moments for the 7th-year students to be ousted from the arena, outpaced even by those who had previously faced him one-on-one. This clearly underscored the flight spell's enhancement of his combat effectiveness, just as Karmitt was methodically dispatching his adversaries. His peripheral vision caught sight of the Ravenclaw faction, where a throng had gathered around Penelope. Karmitt faintly overheard their murmurs. Penelope was engaged in a discussion with others about ways to limit his flying spell. Karmitt was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten about the brilliant minds of Ravenclaw, particularly Penelope, the formidable head girl. They had been observing Karmitt's combat style and were preparing to practice their teamwork. It seemed that the greatest challenge to surpass the 4 houses was not the exceptionally strong Slytherin, who had the disadvantage of being the first to compete without a chance to synchronize, nor was it Gryffindor, as that foolish, prideful bunch lacked coordination. Rather, it was the astute Ravenclaw and the inherently united Hufflepuff that posed a more formidable challenge. As Karmitt pondered these thoughts, his hands were in constant motion. One by one, Slytherin members were sent tumbling from the arena. The serpents were aware of their lack of teamwork, yet being the first to compete left them no time to develop synergy. This could be considered a small boon granted by the throne. Had these 40 little snakes trained together for a few days and begun to collaborate, Karmitt would not have found it so effortless. Even he had invested considerable time in this endeavor. After all, the individual prowess of the snakes was indeed formidable. They could always manage to put up a fight against Karmitt. Nevertheless, the final outcome remained unchanged. They could not escape their fate of being defeated one by Karmitt. Once all the Slytherin students had been eliminated, Karmitt landed gracefully on the ground. The golden emblem of the Black family shimmered beneath him, casting a golden hue upon his garments. In that moment, Karmitt appeared to be bathed in radiant light. No one dared to meet his gaze. At that instant, Karmitt's prestige had reached its zenith. On the podium, Professor McGonagall remarked sincerely, "He truly embodies the essence of a champion." Dumbledore remained silent, his expression neutral, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Professor Flitwick could hardly contain his enthusiasm and nearly stood up to applaud. The sight of Karmitt's battle ignited a fervor within him. Had it not been for Professor Sprout restraining him, Flitwick might have leapt upon the table in applause.